Ding ding ding. 48 hours remaining until the transfer into the book. Ding ding ding. 48 hours remaining until the transfer into the book. I am little Jojo from the book. Because you expressed many complaints and criticisms about Xiao Keqing's fate in the story, I am punishing you to change her life path so that everything turns out perfectly without regrets. I am sending this message to the space. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing sat up from the sofa, confused, and asked, Who?
Who are you? Who's talking?
It was as if she heard a voice in her mind. She looked around, but there was only space. What space? With a thought, a figure suddenly appeared inside the space. In front of her, a villa and a large warehouse appeared. Xiao Keqing was so surprised her mouth could almost swallow an egg. She rubbed her eyes, still unsure if what she saw was real. She looked up at the sky, captivated by its beauty. The blue sky was clear and sparkling like a gem. The clouds floated peacefully, making her feel enchanted. In front of the villa, there was a foggy area that was hard to see through. In the corner, a small fenced-off area was used for raising poultry. It was tiny and could only hold a few animals. Behind the villa, another scene unfolded, a pond, with a deep well nearby. The well had faint mist swirling above it, and there was a spring at the top, with water dripping down mysteriously. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring that helps with health and beauty? After testing it, she carefully cupped her hands and drank the spring water. It was sweet and refreshing, making her feel relaxed and happy. Next to the pond was a piece of dark brown land divided into 9 small plots, similar to a farm game on a phone. It looked very fertile, but it was too small. Beyond that, everything was shrouded in fog, making it hard to see clearly. The villa and warehouse were empty, nothing inside. With a thought, she left the space. Thinking back on what just happened, she repeatedly tried to enter the space with her mind and confirmed that she could. She realized that something was going to happen to her in 48 hours. Sitting on the sofa, looking at her big villa, she felt an unreal sense. She had been loved by her family since she was a child, until she was 19 when her parents and brother died in a plane crash while traveling abroad. Since then, she had been living alone. Now, at 36, she was a famous singer with many years of experience. To focus on her career, she never had a boyfriend and was never short of admirers, but none of them ever truly touched her heart. Today, after recording songs at the studio, she went to hang out with her close friend, Jiang Qi. He saw a novel on his family's coffee table and decided to read it. He discovered that the minor character sharing his name was surprisingly similar to him. Could it really be a coincidence? Yes, it was a minor character, not the heroine or the supporting heroine. The character was a minor who only appeared in a few episodes and was complaining a bit. In the book, Xiao Keqing was born into a military family. Her father was a division commander in the Imperial City Military District, her mother was the deputy head of the arts troupe there, and her grandfather was a retired senior official. Some people are born into poverty, while others are born in luxury. Xiao Keqing was born in Rome, which was very unusual. Because she was born prematurely, Xiao Keqing was very weak from a young age. Her entire family, from her grandfather to her older brother, was very tolerant and doted on her. Her mother especially spoiled her, which led to her current bossy and unruly personality. Xiao Keqing had a childhood engagement with a boy from the Liu family in the courtyard. It was arranged by her grandfather and Liu grandfather when they were young. The original heroine liked Liu Ting. Influenced by her best friend Yang Guizhi, she relied on being his fiancée. Whenever a girl appeared near Liu Ting, she would chase her away and cause trouble, clinging to Liu Ting and only having eyes for him. She ignored her family and was disliked by everyone in the courtyard, becoming notorious. Liu Ting grew tired of her. He tried several times to persuade his grandfather to break the engagement, but all efforts failed. The original heroine had no choice but to threaten to die if he refused to break it, and the matter was left unresolved. However, under Yang Guizhi's instigation, the original heroine did something very bold. When no one was around the Liu family, She sneaked into Lu Ting's room and lay on his big bed, happily waiting for him to return. When Lu Ting came home from the military, he was stunned to see the scene. He never expected her to be so bold and crazy. Without a word, he turned around, closed the door, and left the house without looking back. Since then, Lu Ting knew he couldn't escape her obsession. Helpless, he chose to avoid her. To preserve the friendship between the two families, he couldn't break the engagement, so he just kept away. He moved from the nearby Imperial City military unit to a far southern unit and hadn't returned in 3 years. In the story, her older brother Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting grew up together and had a close bond, like brothers. When the good brother went to the southern military unit, Xiao Junjie went with him. During a mission, Xiao Junjie was seriously injured by an infected leg wound and sadly died. When Xiao Qing's parents heard the news, they drove to the military unit but died in a car accident on the way. As a result, the minor character was gone in less than 3 episodes. Xiao Keqing saw that the character with the same name and surname only appeared for less than 3 episodes before disappearing, so she stopped watching. Because her family members are no longer alive, she criticized the original character as being overly obsessed with love, and made comments like not taking good care of family, being foolish like a pig, and so on. Lying on the sofa, Xiao Keqing closed her eyes and thought about her current situation. She pondered quietly. What should I do? Suddenly, she had a bright idea. Yes, first stockpile supplies. Whether the story in the book is real or not, stockpiling supplies is always right. After all, in this unpredictable world, material possessions are the most reliable support. She quickly took out her phone and carefully checked her savings. She found that the compensation from her parents and brother, plus her parents' inheritance and her own savings from work, added up to a considerable amount. She thought to herself that she didn't need to overthink living alone. Most of the money was donated to welfare homes and people in need. After some calculations, she decided not to sell her house and car, leaving her with over 5 million. Just as she was about to go outside, she noticed she was covered in dirt and oil, and there was an unpleasant smell, probably from the spring water. She couldn't stay even a second longer and hurried to take a shower. After washing, she found the bathtub water was murky, with a layer of oil floating on the surface. She was uneasy, so she rinsed herself again under the shower before feeling reassured. Standing in front of the mirror, Xiao Keqing was surprised to see her skin looking like shiny porcelain. White, smooth, with a gentle rosy glow, very charming. She marveled at the space's spiritual spring water, calling it divine water. She then did a full skincare routine, changed into clean pajamas, and left the bathroom. To verify whether the space was real, she silently thought about entering again. Sure enough, in the next second, she was inside the space. Seeing all this, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She found that the space villa was completely empty, nothing inside. So, she thought, why not move everything from her home into the space? After mentally calling the space, she used her mind to gather everything in her bedroom: bed, dressing table, chair, mattress, bedding, wardrobe, desk lamp, sofa, anything that could be in a bedroom. The space was very user-friendly. She didn't need to move things manually. Just with her thoughts, she could place everything where it belonged. Following this method, she also moved the study, living room, gym, storage room, guest room, laundry room, bathroom, kitchen, walk-in closet, music room. Every item was transferred into the space. Even the flowers and potted plants in the garden were included and moved inside. Now, the house is mostly empty, and she doesn't plan to sell it because she's worried she might need to come back. She walks to the garage and uses her mind to transfer all 10 or more cars into her space, leaving one van loaded with supplies in the garage for tomorrow morning. She also moves all the toolboxes and small items into her space. After organizing everything, Xiao Keqing prepares to go inside her space to sleep. She worries that sleeping in a different place might be uncomfortable, but she finds the temperature just right, neither cold nor hot, making it very comfortable. During the day, she records songs, and after a long night of work, She is extremely tired. As soon as she lies down, she falls asleep instantly. The next morning, she wakes up early and carefully puts on smoky makeup in front of the mirror. She wears a mask before leaving the house because she is a very famous singer and is afraid her fans might recognize her. Before leaving, she remembers that last night she poured a glass of warm water and placed it on her bedside table. In the morning, she finds the water still warm at the same temperature, which helps her store supplies better. She drives her van, which can carry supplies, out of the garage. First, she solves her breakfast problem by going to a famous breakfast shop and ordering a bowl of beef noodles before starting to eat. This shop is known for its handmade noodles, which Xiao Keqing loves the most. Many customers come every day. After finishing her noodles, she goes to the counter and talks with the owner about the fastest way to pack and take away her food. She packs 200 portions of various foods: buns, steamed bread, custard buns, meat sandwiches, soup-filled buns, rice rolls, pan-fried buns, pot stickers, sticky rice shumai, layered beef pancakes, chive pockets, hand-grabbed pancakes, crepes, sandwiches, purple rice balls, soy-flavored pancakes, egg burgers, century egg and lean pork porridge, crispy pancakes, sticky rice, and assorted grain porridges. She also packs 200 portions of 10 types of noodles: beef noodles, pork rib noodles, shredded meat noodles, seafood noodles, Beijing fried sauce noodles, Sichuan dan dan noodles, plain noodles, mushroom chicken noodles, pickled vegetable shredded pork noodles, and fish soup noodles. She wants to pack all her breakfast at once, so she comes to this restaurant, the biggest breakfast shop in the city, which she loves most. After filling her van, she drives to a quiet place and stores everything in her space warehouse. The owner carefully labels each insulated box, showing the quality of a big store. Everything feels high-end, even the packing boxes. She makes many trips back and forth, finally finishing packing all the breakfast. Then she calls an agent to rent a large warehouse. Once rented, she can go to the wholesale market to buy grains and oil. I drove to a large wholesale market and entered a big shop. I said to the owner, "Boss, I want to open a supermarket. Can you supply the goods? I need a large quantity. Your store seems to have a wide variety of products." The owner confidently replied, "Young lady, you're right. My variety is the most complete. No other place has as much as I do. Whatever you need, I have it." I asked, "Can you give me wholesale prices? Since I need a lot, give me the best discounts." The owner assured me, "Of course, I will give you wholesale prices." I walked around the shop and stopped in front of the owner. I said, "Make an order for the best-selling rice, 500 bags of flour, 2,000 bottles of 5L cooking oil, and 200 bags of various grains. Also, include everything on the shelves: spices like Sichuan pepper, black pepper, fennel, cumin, curry powder, tomato sauce, chili sauce, sweet bean paste, fermented bean paste, MSG, chicken essence, brown sugar, white sugar, salt, 1,000 bags in total. I want 10,000 eggs and 10,000 duck eggs. For dried goods, each type should be 100 bags. Whatever you have, include 100 bags of each. If I didn't think of something, also give me 100 bags of that." I reminded the owner again. The owner smiled and said, "No problem, I will make sure to supply everything." I left a deposit of 10,000 yuan, and the remaining balance was paid upon delivery. The goods would arrive at 5 p.m. After I provided the warehouse address, then I left. My next stop was the city's largest and most complete vegetable market. The best part of this market is that they can pre-cut and package vegetables for cooks, saving time. If I ordered a lot, they could deliver directly to my door. At the pig meat stall, I bought 20 pigs. I asked the owner to wash and cut each part into different styles: sliced, shredded, or stewed. The pig's feet were chopped, and even the intestines and stomach were cleaned, blanched, and packaged. The pork was more expensive than in other markets, but I felt it was worth it. After giving the delivery address, I went to the beef stall. I bought 10 cows, with the owner cleaning and cutting the meat into slices, shreds, and chunks, then packaging it for delivery. I also ordered 100 ducks and 100 chickens, all to be properly packed and delivered. In the vegetable section, I ordered 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. of each available vegetable from every stall. In the seafood section, I ordered all the visible varieties, about 100 pounds of each. The space's preservation function is excellent, and all items are cleaned, packaged, and delivered to the door. Additionally, I bought 50 fish of each type, from small fry to large ones, planning to raise them in the space's pond. When I want to eat, they'll be ready. She really loves seafood and fish. I ordered 100 servings of roasted duck, roasted chicken, and various marinated meats. Then I went to buy seeds and grains, choosing different vegetable seeds, potatoes, rice, corn, wheat, and other beans. I selected saplings and fruit trees, including durian, watermelon, apple, kiwi, grape, orange, pineapple, mango, cherry, peach, oil peach, cantaloupe, and strawberries. I also bought valuable ginseng seeds, lingji mushrooms, and others. Although the space's land can't hold all these plants now, it's good to buy and store them first. Next, I went to the fruit wholesale market, ordering various fruits like apples, pears, oranges, bananas, strawberries, grapes, peaches, and watermelons, 100 boxes of each, delivered to the door. I visited a premium fruit shop where all the fruits were washed, cut, packaged, and delivered. At the snack wholesale market, I ordered all kinds of snacks and drinks, 50 boxes of each, delivered to the door. I also ordered 1,000 boxes of pure milk. Considering the era, I ordered 50 pounds each of White Rabbit milk candies and transparent packaged fruit-flavored candies. At the livestock market, I bought 1 male and 1 female chicken, duck, goose, and rabbit each. I didn't buy large cattle, sheep, or pigs because the space is too small to raise them. Fortunately, some places are nearby, or I wouldn't have been able to buy so much in the morning. The food arrangements are mostly done. I found a good private restaurant for lunch, order my favorite dishes, 100 servings of each, and plan to have lunch there. I also ordered takeout, so I wouldn't need to cook and could eat directly. The menu included my favorite dishes, all scheduled for delivery at 5 p.m. to the warehouse. Dinner would also be at the warehouse. In the afternoon, I went to the shopping mall. Before that, I stopped at the pharmacy to stock up on medicines. Since my brother in the story died from an infection, medicines are essential. Life is complete only if he survives. I bought anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, alcohol, iodine, mosquito bite ointment, fish liver oil, calcium, iron, zinc, vitamins, and detox medicines. Most medicines available in the pharmacy were purchased, all scheduled for delivery at 5 p.m. Arriving at the mall, I bought a full set of skincare and makeup products, including 100 sets of lipstick, foundation, sunscreen, eyebrow pencils, eyeshadow, blush, and other items. I also purchased 100 boxes of shower gel, shampoo, soap, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, laundry powder, laundry liquid, laundry pods, and dish soap. I bought 20 sets of 4-piece bed linens, 20 beds of cotton quilts, and 50 boxes of famous wines and cigarettes, all delivered to my home. I also bought an extra large quantity of sanitary pads, 1,000 boxes, since I cannot be without them. For men's and women's warm clothing, pajamas, underwear, and various sizes, I bought 50 sets of each. Xiao Keqing does not plan to buy skirts or regular clothes, as she already has many from brands, but she bought some old-style clothes, pants, and shoes. She also purchased 100 rolls of different colored wool yarns and fabrics. Of course, she also bought essential mother and baby items like milk powder, diapers, and clothes. At the electronics market, she only bought old-fashioned appliances, 10 each of different types of pots, bowls, basins, rice cookers, washing machines, refrigerators, and solar panels. She bought 20 tablets and asked the shopkeeper to download knowledge about TVs, animations, and songs from various fields. Xiao Keqing is a singer, so she prepared all kinds of musical instruments and speakers. Nothing related to music can be missing. She visited a car dealership and ordered 10 old-style bicycles, 10 motorcycles, and 3 small cars. She bought 100 barrels each of gasoline and diesel. Luckily, the owner has good connections, making it easier to buy these items. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Keqing went to the warehouse to wait for the delivery. The next day, she slept until 10 a.m. before waking up. After washing up, She called her manager and assistant to say she would take a long-term break, with her work schedule to be decided later. She also ordered takeout, cakes, pastries, milk tea, coffee, burgers, and fries from famous restaurants, using her phone. She kept receiving and sorting deliveries until everything was organized. Then she thought about planting. Fortunately, she can operate planting with her mind, or else farming would be impossible. Xiao Keqing paused to consider how to use her 9 small plots of land. She plans to plant ginseng, with each plot capable of holding 4 ginseng roots, but no more. 2 plots would hold 8 roots, which is the maximum given the small size of the land. She planted an apple tree and a pear tree on 2 separate plots. One plot was planted with 6 tomato seedlings, another with 6 cucumber seedlings. She also planted cabbage on one plot, corn on another, and strawberries on the last. All 9 plots should be planted quickly, but she doesn't know when they will be ready to harvest. After leaving the space, I grabbed the car keys and prepared to go to the bookstore. When I arrived, I asked the shop owner to send 1 copy of each of the books available in the store to the warehouse. Knowledge is power, so I couldn't be short of books. Once the books were sent to the warehouse, I went home. 2 days passed quickly. During these days, Xiao Keqing also bought some things. Soon, I heard the alarm of a machine, beep beep beep, countdown from 5 to 0. In the capital city, early June, the weather was so hot it felt suffocating, like being inside a giant steamer. Every inch of the air was filled with heaviness and heat. Xiao Keqing had traveled through time into this world. She looked at herself lying on the bed and then at her clothes, a floral dress made of fabric called brague. She was shocked and looked around nervously. An old-fashioned electric fan was blowing air and making a buzzing sound. She felt a brief dizziness, and a memory that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. She had traveled into a parallel world in a book on June 6, 1970. The original owner was 19 years old, just graduated from high school, and had been at home for a year. During this time, she hadn't seen her childhood fiancé, Lu Ting. The original owner didn't want to work after graduation. She kept going to Lu Ting's house, asking the Lu family to fulfill their marriage promise. Their homes were very close in the same big courtyard, and the 2 families had a very good relationship. Grandpa Lu and Grandpa Xiao were close friends, and Lu's father and Zhao's father had grown up together and were revolutionary comrades. The Lu family was tired of the situation and started avoiding the original owner, just like Lu Ting. The original owner tried many ways to get Lu Ting's attention. She caused trouble at home and also tried to find out about Lu Ting through her brother. But Lu Ting didn't come home often. She couldn't think of any other way, so she decided to threaten him with her life. She had only talked about it before, but this time she was willing to starve herself. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days in her room. That's how Xiao Keqing traveled into this story. Now, Xiao Keqing felt dizzy and thirsty, unable to make any sound. She thought about how ruthless the original owner was, completely lovesick. In this world, you can't find a 3-legged frog, but there are plenty of 2-legged men. Why cling to one? She used her mind to enter the space, took some millet porridge to eat, and drank spiritual spring water from the space. She didn't dare to eat too much, since she hadn't eaten or drunk for 2 days. After eating a little, she felt much better. After entering the space, I finally looked at myself in the mirror. The original owner looks very similar to my past self. She has thick bangs covering her forehead, making her look dull. Her skin is dull and lacks shine. It's not dark, but not fair either. She is 168 centimeters tall, the same as I used to be. Her body has the right amount of flesh in the right places, her curves are nice, and her waist is slim without any extra fat. Her figure is graceful, but I feel like I haven't fully grown into myself, and I don't think I look particularly attractive now. The original owner appears fragile, but she is actually very mean. Everyone in the big courtyard, from children to elders, dislikes her. They find her annoying and unkind. She never greets others and acts like she's better than everyone else, full of pride. People in the courtyard probably have never seen her smile. She has bullied children quite a lot. From my memory, her parents and brother look exactly like my own parents and brother used to. This makes me feel overwhelmed with excitement, and tears start to flow uncontrollably. They fall like broken pearls, impossible to stop. Is this really me from a parallel world? My parents are still my parents, and my brother is still my brother. I want to see them soon. My parents are working, and they won't be home until 5:30 p.m. My brother and Lu Ting haven't returned from the military for over 3 years. Grandpa's name is Xiao Minfeng, a retired officer from the Imperial Military District. Dad, Xiao Guowei, is a division commander in the same district. Mom, Yang Yunqiu, is deputy director of the arts troupe. My brother, Xiao Junjie, is 25 and a battalion commander. Slowly relaxing my clenched fists, I wipe away my tears. In the story, my brother gets injured later, after the National Day holiday. It's only June now, and there's still time before the accident. Everything can still be changed. I need to stay calm. First, I will take a shower. The original owner hasn't showered in 2 days. With this hot weather, not bathing makes her feel sticky and uncomfortable. Since no one is home, I went to the space. After drinking the space spring water, I quickly got dirty and oily, with a bad smell. I added spring water to the bathtub and soaked in it, then rinsed myself under the shower. After putting on pajamas, I went to the original owner's wardrobe. I opened it and was shocked. Most of the clothes are bright and colorful, which looks very tacky. After searching for a long time, I finally found a bag of new clothes that hadn't been opened in the corner. These clothes were bought by my mother at the Capital Department Store. The colors are fresh and light pink, white, yellow skirts, for in total. The original owner disliked the light colors and, influenced by her close friend Yang Guizhi, bought bright, colorful clothes. She said that Lu Ting didn't pay attention to her because her clothes looked bad, but the original owner was also a bit naive and believed her. Yang Guizhi once saw Lu Ting by chance and liked him. Since then, she wanted to break their engagement and persuaded the original owner. After high school graduation, she used connections to join Lu Ting's military art troupe, all without the original owner knowing. Xiao Keqing didn't plan to wear the original owner's clothes. She decided to get rid of all of them at once. She didn't wash the new clothes. Instead, she chose a light blue dress to wear and put the other 3 into the space washing machine. She also pinned all her bangs up with hair clips to reveal her forehead, planning to style it later when it grew longer. She applied skincare products all over her body. Once again, she looked in the mirror and saw a huge change. She felt refreshed, her skin looked a bit whiter, and she seemed more energetic. She left the room and looked around the house. It was a 3-story small building. The first floor had the living room, kitchen, bathroom, storage room, guest room, and bedroom. The study was upstairs. The original owner's bedroom was the biggest and had the best lighting, showing how much her parents loved her. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she checked the time, 4 p.m. It would be an hour and a half before she saw her parents. Tears of excitement welled up, but she held them back. She went to the kitchen to cook for her parents. In her previous life, her parents never had the chance to taste her cooking. She learned to cook after they passed away. The original owner was spoiled and never washed her clothes, never doing housework herself. She was truly pampered. When her parents were alive, they didn't let her do these chores. After they left, she learned all the life skills one by one. She checked what ingredients were in the kitchen: potatoes, some pork in the old refrigerator, about a pound. She also saw that her mother had planted eggplants, green beans, peppers, tomatoes, and other vegetables in the backyard. She decided to make braised pork with potatoes, tomato and egg soup, and stir-fried bok choy. At home, they use a coal stove. First, they light the fire and let it burn until it is strong. Then they cook rice in the rice cooker. Next, they cut pork belly into even cubes and put them into cold water with slices of and cooking wine to remove the smell. They add oil, then stir in sugar until it caramelizes. After that, they add the pork cubes, along with chopped green onions, garlic, and soy sauce to cook until fragrant. Then, they add a drop of mineral water and simmer on low heat for about 30 minutes. Meanwhile, They cut potatoes into chunks and add them to the pot. After about 20 minutes of cooking everything together, they turn up the heat to reduce the sauce and finish. Next door, Aunt Yang sniffed the air and ran outside, saying, "Wow, who is cooking such delicious braised pork? It smells so good." She kept swallowing her saliva. Making tomato and egg soup and stir-fried small green vegetables was much simpler. They finished quickly, and it was now around 5:30. Father Xiao and his comrade Li Aigua arrived at the door to say goodbye. Xiao smelled the strong aroma of braised pork and said, "Old Li, is that your family's cooking? It smells so good." "Yes, it does. Why don't you come over and eat with us?" "It would be better," Li Aigua replied with a smile. Xiao shook his head and said, No. I need to go home early to see how my daughter is doing. You eat your meal. Don't worry about me." Since he didn't have many chances to eat meat each month, he felt shy about joining. Xiao sighed and turned around quickly, walking faster. His daughter was making a fuss, and it worried him a lot. Xiao's wife also hurried back home and met Xiao outside the door. Xiao worriedly said, "Why are you running so fast? Slow down, don't fall." "It's because I'm worried about our daughter. I don't know if she's eaten today." Xiao and his wife went inside and saw their daughter sitting on the sofa, her eyes red, looking very upset. Seeing her parents return, Xiao Keqing's tears started to fall again. She looked just like her parents from the old world, only her clothes were different, and she looked a bit thinner. She ran to her parents and hugged them tightly, crying loudly. Afraid they would notice something was wrong, she quickly stopped crying and choked out, "Mom and Dad, I was wrong. I won't make trouble anymore. I promise I won't do it again." Zhao's parents were a bit surprised. Their daughter was dressed very differently today and looked especially beautiful. Her hair was different too, giving her a wonderful appearance. Zhao's mother wiped her daughter's tears and said, "My little Coco, don't cry anymore. Just don't cause trouble and we'll be fine. You have no idea how worried we've been about you." She patted her daughter's back and said, All right. Come, let me look at you. You look so nice today." She advised her daughter to dress like that from now on. Father Xiao also agreed and said, "Yes, look at my daughter Xiao Guowei. She's beautiful. No one can compare." Xiao Keqing chuckled softly, "Dad, Mom, I've cooked dinner. Hurry up and wash your hands so we can eat." She then pulled both of them toward the dining table. Xiao Guowei sniffed the air and was surprised by the strong smell. He had overlooked it because he was busy noticing his daughter crying. Xiao Mom saw the dishes on the table and was amazed. "Kiki, did you make all these dishes? How do you know how to cook?" Father Xiao also looked at his daughter in surprise, waiting for a satisfying answer. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I know I've never cooked before, but I've learned. I'm quite talented at cooking. I used to be too noisy and didn't share my worries elsewhere." Father and Mother Xiao washed their hands and sat down at the table. Still in disbelief, they waited a moment before picking up their chopsticks. Father Xiao took a piece of braised pork and tasted it. The pork was bright red and tender, and the potatoes absorbed the meat's aroma, melting in the mouth. Really delicious. Better than the state-run restaurant, and even better than Mom's cooking, praised Mother Xiao. Father Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes, it's delicious. He then got up and went to the kitchen, bringing back a small bowl. "My daughter made braised pork with potatoes. I'll take a bowl to neighbor Lao Li. I thought the meat outside was from his house, haha. Tell him this is made by my daughter." Father Xiao left with a big smile, feeling very proud inside. Li Aigua was in a good mood today when he entered the house. He looked at Aunt Yang and said, "Today you cooked meat, right? I could smell it outside. It's been a long time since I last ate meat. I'm craving it so much. From now on, you shouldn't keep giving money to your family." Seeing only fried potatoes, a small bowl of green vegetables, and a few steamed buns on the table, he was instantly disappointed. It was the same old simple food. Li Aigua complained, "Tell me, how did I end up marrying a wife who keeps bringing things to her family? Our home is a mess. We've been eating potatoes and cabbage for over a month. Don't you want to have a good life?" Aunt Yang was afraid Li Aigua would get angry, so she quickly comforted him. All right, I understand. I'll cook differently tomorrow. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Gui came in smiling, carrying a bowl. Oldly, quickly. I brought you a bowl of braised pork with potatoes. My daughter made it. It's incredibly delicious, better than the state-run restaurant by many times. My daughter is very filial. She was worried her mother would get tired, so she cooked this meal. Xiao Gui placed the dishes on the table and was about to go home to eat. Seeing Lao Li staring blankly at the chopsticks, he asked, "What's wrong?" Lao Li looked at the food on the table and swallowed nervously, saying, "Is this really made by your daughter? Your daughter can cook?" Xiao Gui nodded seriously. "Of course. My daughter made it." Aunt Yong looked at the meat in her bowl and suddenly smiled happily, saying, "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for the food. When I finish eating, I'll send the bowl back to you." Xiao Gui waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Just eat quickly. If it gets cold, it won't taste good." He repeated that his daughter made the food, afraid others might forget. Li Aigua finished eating and was still savoring the taste, exclaiming, "This is really delicious. Did her daughter really make it? I can't believe it." When Xiao Gui returned home, he took out a bottle of wine he had been hesitant to drink and poured a glass on the table. Good food deserves good wine. Xiao Keqing put down her chopsticks and said, "Mom and Dad, I've thought about it. I want to break off the engagement. Forced relationships aren't sweet. I give up." Xiao Gua and Xiao Ma paused their eating and looked surprised. Xiao Ma, seeing how much her daughter liked Lu Ting, doubted, "Are you really sure about breaking off the engagement? Once it's done, it can't be undone." Xiao Keqing nodded seriously. "Yes, I've made up my mind. Let's break it off. I don't regret it." Xiao Gua took a sip of wine and said, "Tomorrow, since we're off work, I'll go and cancel the engagement. My daughter deserves someone better." In fact, Xiao Gua and Xiao Ma thought highly of Lu Ting. He was handsome, tall, confident, outstanding. He did everything well in the army, and in the capital's military, there was no one quite like him. They also had some doubts about Lu Ting. Before, he had been indifferent to their daughter, and like their son, he hadn't come home in 3 years.
They had some opinions about that.
That night, Xiao Gua and Xiao Ma lay in bed and talked. Does our daughter really not like him anymore? How come she can cook so well, and the food tastes so good? Xiao Keqing returned to her room and started reviewing the story in her book. She only read the beginning, knowing that the male lead was Lu Ting and the female lead was Su Malia, but she hadn't read further. Her brother was injured in early September and passed away on September 15th. If her brother hadn't gone on a mission at the beginning of September, he wouldn't have been hurt. She knew she had to go to the army or write letters to her brother, asking him to come home at the end of August for a family visit. Maybe that way, she could change the family's tragedy. If her brother didn't come back, she would go find him in the army. If I go to the army, my parents definitely won't agree. They might think I changed my plans and that I was persuading Lu Ting to go. First, I will cancel the engagement, then find a reason to go. The original owner was someone who couldn't live without Lu Ting. She doesn't want a cold, emotionless man. In the future, she hopes to find someone who genuinely cares and is willing to work together. First, I need to find a job, or I might be sent to the countryside. If I really go, my parents will worry, and it won't change my brother's fate. 1. Cancel the engagement. 2. Find a job to avoid going to the countryside. 3. Start a relationship. By the time I am 36, I still haven't been in love, and I feel it's a loss. I will take good care of my health because I was born prematurely and am weak and often ill. Starting tomorrow, I will wake up early to exercise, yoga, dance, and drink spiritual spring water. I believe I can regain my former self. My body is too weak. Just thinking about things makes me sleepy. Xiao Keqing drinks a glass of milk and then goes to bed. The next day, Xiao Keqing hears the horn outside and gets up. She dresses quickly and goes out to exercise. After running less than 500 meters in the courtyard, she is out of breath. She decides to take it slow and gradually increase her distance each day. She can't make breakfast at home because she's worried her parents might suspect something. Since it's still early and a day off, her parents will probably sleep in, so she decides to go buy breakfast. Walking on the street, she sees Grandma Lu from the courtyard and greets her with a smile. After walking a while, Grandma Lu looks surprised and says, "Isn't this Zhao's daughter? What's going on today?" Not only Grandma Lu, but also Aunt Zhang is so surprised she stops walking, and Aunt Ma's mouth opens wide enough to swallow an egg. Today, everyone in the courtyard is talking about Zhao's daughter. In less than half a day, everyone knows she has become prettier, sweeter, and more polite. Some people who haven't seen her yet are still doubtful about the truth. After buying soy milk and fried dough sticks, Xiao Keqing meets a few children from the courtyard. When they see her, they run away quickly. Xiao Keqing loudly calls out, "Stop! Don't run!" The children stop in fear and look at her. One braver child asks nervously, "What do you want?" The original owner used to bully them, steal their candy, and threaten them not to tell the adults. That's why they are afraid whenever they see her. What kind of things did the original owner do? She had plenty of candy, after all. Xiao Keqing pretended to take candy from her pocket, but in fact, she used her mind to summon the candy from space. She grabbed a handful of candy and said, "I used to take your candy, and I apologize. I won't take your candy anymore. These are returned to you, 5 pieces each." A few children saw that it was white rabbit milk candy and were very happy. "Is this really for us?" "Yes." Xiao Keqing left the candies and went home. A few children in the courtyard happily divided the candies. When Xiao Keqing returned home, she saw her mother walking into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. "Mom, I just went for a run to exercise and bought some breakfast on the way back. Call Dad to eat together."
What?
"Running? And you bought breakfast?" It's like the sun rose from the west today. Xiao Mom was again surprised. Xiao Dad was eating the soy milk and fried dough sticks his daughter bought, and he thought to himself how much his daughter had grown overnight. Then he heard his daughter speaking. "Mom and Dad, we will go to cancel the engagement later. I will apologize to Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, and Grandpa Lu." The original owner was really difficult to deal with and caused a lot of trouble for the Lu family. This mess could only be cleaned up by her. Xiao Gui said, "I'll go pick up your grandfather first since he made the decision." Old Grandpa Xiao also lived with them, but he had gone to his brother's house a few days ago and hadn't returned yet. Old Grandpa Xiao had only one son, Xiao Gui. When Xiao Grandma had her second child, she had a difficult delivery and passed away along with her newborn daughter. Grandpa Xiao loved his granddaughter very much, giving her whatever she wanted. Whatever bad things she did, Grandpa and Dad would clean up the mess. On the way to bring Grandpa back, Xiao Gui talked about his daughter's changes and promised to go to cancel the engagement. Grandpa Xiao said, "Kiki really agreed to cancel? Our Kiki was never grown up before. See, she's not causing trouble anymore? It's good to cancel." From the memories of the original owner, Xiao Keqing knew that her grandfather loved her very much from a young age. The scene where he was so angry he almost died from exhaustion made her feel heartbroken. She thought to herself, "Original owner, rest assured. I will treat them well and live a wonderful life." Seeing her grandfather come back, Xiao Keqing was so happy she jumped up and hugged his arm. "Grandpa is back. Are you tired? Did you miss me?" "I missed you so much." Xiao Keqing kept chattering happily, making Grandpa laugh loudly. Both families had tokens of engagement. Grandpa Lu gave Xiao Keqing a bracelet, an emerald bracelet, full of water and shine, with a very beautiful color. Xiao Keqing looked at it and immediately liked it, so she took it in her hand and examined it carefully. The feeling in her hand made her whole body feel very comfortable. She shook her head, thinking liking it was no use. Since she had to return the engagement, she reluctantly put it back into the box. She also wanted to take back the jade pendant her grandfather gave to Lu Ting, so the engagement could be truly broken. When a family of 4 arrived at Lu's house, only Lu Ting's father and grandfather were home. Lu Ting's mother was not there. She had gone to the department store. Grandpa Xiao sat on the sofa, leisurely speaking to Grandpa Lu, saying, "Old Lu, we're getting old. We can't control the young things anymore. Since Lu Ting doesn't like my Keqing, we won't insist. It was my Kaching who liked Lu Ting before, and I try to help her. But now she understands and doesn't want to like Lu Ting anymore. We're here to break the engagement. Xiao Kaching took out a bracelet and placed it on the coffee table in front of Grandpa Lu, saying, Grandpa Lu, Uncle Lu, I've made many mistakes over the years. Please forgive me and don't take it to heart. I promise it won't happen again. Uncle Lu looked at Xiao Kaching in surprise, thinking she really had changed. She seemed like a different person after just a few days. He said, All right, we won't be angry with you or hold it against you. It's our son's fault. He hasn't come back in 3 years, and there are reasons for that. It's not all your fault. Grandpa Lu nodded and said, Kaching, we'll keep the bracelet. Lu Ting took the jade pendant to the army. I'll send him a telegram to bring it back to you. So, the engagement is officially broken. Is that okay? Okay, Xiao Kaching replied. Since the jade pendant was not there anymore, there was no point in saying more. Grandpa Lu actually wanted to try to persuade her further, but he blamed his grandson for not being clever enough. Grandpa Lu liked Xiao Kaching very much. When Lu's mother came home with packages, she was surprised to see the bracelet on the table. Lu's father put down the newspaper and said, The Xiao family came today to break the engagement. I sent a telegram to our son to bring the jade pendant back. Lu's mother looked happy and said, That's good. Look at what the Xiao girl has done to my son. He can't even come home. What a mess. Lu's father said, Stop talking nonsense. Your son isn't perfect either. He hasn't come back for 3 years and left the girl waiting. That's not right. I think Xiao Kaching has really changed this time. You should have seen what she said today. I couldn't believe it. She seemed like a different person. Mrs. Lu pursed her lips. I need to send a telegram to my son quickly. I want him to come back. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. I miss him so much. Your son isn't always easy to deal with either. Sometimes he gets into trouble, Mr. Xiao said as he walked away briskly. In the afternoon, Mrs. Lu sent a telegram to her son. Your father has returned. Bring pay home. Sending a telegram was expensive at this time, so they tried to save money. Back home, Xiao Kaching planned to write a letter to her brother and make some snacks for her second brother. She pulled her mother out the door, bringing the ticket with her. Xiao Kaching linked her arm with her mother's and said, Mom, buy more meat. I'll send some meat sauce to my brother. Mrs. Xiao sighed, Buy more? Do you know there's a limit to how much meat tickets allow? Can you cook? Don't waste the meat. Mom, just tell me if my cooking yesterday was good. Don't doubt me. When I finish, you'll see for yourself. Mrs. Xiao smiled and said, My daughter is amazing. Xiao Kaching and her mother carried home a big piece of meat and 2 chickens, then hurried into the kitchen. Since beef was hard to find and not enough, they used chicken to make spicy chicken, which keeps well for a long time and is good with rice or noodles. While her mother was not in the kitchen, Xiao Kaching took out some seasonings and meat from the space, especially oil. Both dishes need a lot of oil to last longer. First, she cut the meat into small pieces and chopped the chicken into tiny chunks, then prepared various seasonings. Next, she poured a lot of oil into the pan, fried the meat until it changed color, then added a drop of spring water, soy sauce, cooking wine, sugar, and other seasonings. She simmered until fragrant, stirring constantly to make the sauce thicker and more flavorful. Then, she added more oil and fried the chicken until golden. She added a drop of spring water, peppercorns, dried chili peppers, garlic, and spicy sauce, stir-frying until fragrant. The chicken was coated with spicy seasoning and released a tempting aroma. Xiao Kaching kept stir-frying the spicy chicken, letting the heat and flavors seep into every piece. She smiled with satisfaction, turned off the stove, and transferred the spicy chicken to a plate to cool before serving. In the living room, Mr. Xiao, Mrs. Xiao, and Grandpa smelled the tempting aroma. Grandpa's stomach growled loudly, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, eyes full of anticipation for the kitchen. Even Xiao Kaching couldn't help but salivate. Tonight, she planned to make noodles with the sauce. Xiao Kaching carried the spicy chicken, meat sauce, and 4 bowls of noodles into the living room, then started calling the 3 guests outside to come and eat. Three people heard her gentle call and immediately stood up. They had been waiting for that moment. Father Xiao walked confidently into the dining room. Xiao Keqing pointed at the meat sauce and said, "Mom and Dad, Grandpa, this is meat sauce and spicy chicken. You can add whichever you like to your noodles." After taking the first bite of noodles, Zhao's mother said, "It's so delicious, almost making my tongue tingle. It's really tasty." Father Xiao kept eating and nodding, making sounds like Grandpa Xiao finished eating and looked very happy, feeling less pain in his joints. Xiao Keqing smiled happily and said, "Mom, now you believe me, right? My daughter is amazing. Everything she makes is so delicious." After cooling down, Xiao Keqing found a clean glass bottle and carefully filled it with meat sauce. She made 20 bottles in total, sending 6 bottles of different flavors to her brother, 1 bottle to Grandpa Lu, and keeping 6 bottles for herself. She looked at her work with satisfaction, imagining her brother's surprise when he received the meat sauce. That night, Xiao Keqing told Grandpa to bring 2 bottles of meat sauce to Grandpa Lu when they played chess tomorrow, and then went back to her room. In her room, she entered her space. She saw the vegetables and fruit seedlings in the ground had grown quite tall. She sighed at how fast they grew. She used her mind to water them with spiritual spring water, then went to take a shower. She soaked in the space's spiritual spring water, making her skin smooth and shiny like fine porcelain. Xiao Keqing nodded with satisfaction. She sat at her desk to write a letter to her brother. She didn't need to imitate his handwriting. He hadn't been home for years. The next morning, before the horn sounded, Xiao Keqing got up, dressed, and went for a run. Today, she didn't plan to run far, just a little more than yesterday, about 100 meters. She decided not to buy breakfast but to go home and make noodles. Like yesterday, Xiao Keqing greeted the women she met along the way. When she was almost home, she happened to meet Lu Ting's mother. Seeing Xiao Keqing dressed very differently from usual, Lu's mother was so surprised her jaw almost dropped. She tried to slip away quickly, but Xiao Keqing called her back. "Aunt Lu, can you hear me before you leave?" Lu's mother suddenly stopped, waiting for Xiao Keqing to say something. "Auntie, I apologize for any trouble I caused before. It won't happen again. Are you going to work now? I won't bother you anymore."
Goodbye.
She hurriedly ran away. Xiao Keqing felt very embarrassed. She was just cleaning up the mess for the original owner. Mom Lu was so surprised she almost couldn't close her mouth. This is still Xiao Keqing. She wondered why she found her a little bit cute. Back home, Xiao Keqing was in the backyard chopping some green onions and bok choy to prepare for making noodles. Seeing her daughter busy in the kitchen, Mom Xiao was so touched that tears came to her eyes. The feelings of happiness extended beyond Mom Xiao to Dad Xiao and Grandpa. After breakfast, Xiao Keqing asked her mom for her brother's address so she could send him something. She packed the meat sauce, then took dried beef and pork from her space to bundle together, placing the letter inside as well. It took 2 hours to reach the nearest post office, as the military area was still a bit far from the busy streets. Xiao Keqing sent the meat sauce and decided to go for a walk before heading back. Grandpa Xiao carried 2 bottles of sauce and headed out. When he arrived at the park, he saw Grandpa Lu already waiting and said, "Old Lu, I have good news for you," and placed the 2 bottles in front of him. "What is this?" Grandpa Lu asked, picking up one to look at. Grandpa Xiao proudly said, "This is the meat sauce and spicy chicken my granddaughter made for her brother. She misses him and worries he might not eat well in the army, so she sent these to improve his meals. She didn't forget you either. She brought a bottle for you. See, my granddaughter always thinks of you when she makes delicious food." Grandpa Lu sighed. "I knew Xiao girl was kind-hearted. It's no wonder I liked her since she was young. It's just a pity my grandson doesn't have this good fortune." Grandpa Xiao grinned and said, "Of course. Just look at whose granddaughter she is. I wonder which young man she's trying to impress." Grandpa Lu couldn't help but open a bottle and smell it, swallowing hard. "Smells so good. I'll eat it when I get home." Grandpa Xiao pointed to the meat sauce and said, "Perfect with rice, noodles, or even bread. After eating it, I feel much lighter and more energetic." Grandpa Lu carefully placed the bottles aside. "Hurry up. We've been waiting for you all day. Why did you come so late today? Grandpa Xiao, full of pride, said, It's because my granddaughter's noodles are so delicious that I kept delaying. I told the old folks back home that my granddaughter's cooking is unbeatable, better than any state-run restaurant by 1,000 times. Grandpa Lu snorted, just bragging, blowing your own horn to the sky. Grandpa Xiao said, Why don't you believe me? Go home and try the meat sauce and spicy chicken. I don't believe anyone can cook better than my granddaughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing was strolling, feeling the differences of this era. She suddenly stopped in front of a newspaper office and went inside to see if there were any suitable jobs. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses, complained, What should I do? Can you think of a solution? You can't find a translator here, and where am I supposed to find one? I need it by tomorrow. The woman across from him replied, I have no idea either. The only translator in the newspaper office is out on leave for family reasons. She might be gone for 10 days or 2 weeks. Xiao Keqing was secretly pleased. Isn't this just someone nodding off? Someone to give her a chance to step in? Xiao Keqing's English was at the highest IELTS level, so translating for her was very easy. She walked up to the middle-aged man and said, Hello. Sorry to bother you. I overheard your conversation and can help with translation since I know the language. The woman hurriedly said, Young girl, this is a contract. It has many technical terms and requires high skill. The middle-aged man saw that the girl was well-dressed and had a good manner, and when he looked into her clear eyes, he quickly decided to give it a try. He handed her the documents he was holding. Xiao Keqing looked at the papers. There were 3 pages, not too many. She confidently said, I can do it. Please give me a pen and paper. The woman, curious whether she truly could translate or was just pretending, handed her the paper and pen. Xiao Keqing took the pen and paper and sat down on a nearby chair to start translating. She decided to use this opportunity as a stepping stone. She translated as quickly as possible, double-checked her work to avoid mistakes, and then handed the documents back to the man. It took her less than an hour. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, with strong strokes. Each character looked lively and energetic, making her work very impressive. People couldn't help but praise her. The man felt grateful inside and took 5 10-yuan bills from his pocket, handing them to Xiao Keqing. She was secretly happy. Not accepting money would make her a fool. She deserved it anyway. Before leaving, the man told her his name and that he lived in the military area on Sunshine Road. If she needed more translation work, she could find her there. The woman was impressed and said, Your English is really good. You finished so quickly. Are you interested in translating books? My nephew owns a bookstore, and they have many books that need translating. They pay the highest fees. Yes, I can do it. I was actually looking for a job. Of course, I have conditions. You need to give me a work certificate. I'll take the books home to translate, and if the pay is low, I won't agree. No matter what, Xiao Keqing was determined to accept the job. She just wanted to stay steady and avoid going back to her hometown. You can call me Sister Lu from now on. What you said is no problem. Come on, I will take you to my nephew's shop to introduce you. Sister Lu took Xiao Keqing to the bookstore and introduced her to her nephew Lu Jiun. The translation was paid by the word. After agreeing on the price, Xiao Keqing paid a deposit and took the book home. By the time Xiao Keqing returned home with the book, it was already after 3 p.m. She ate some snacks in her room. Dinner was cooked by Xiao Keqing. The whole family enjoyed it very much. After dinner, she told her parents and grandfather about what happened at the newspaper office today and showed them her work certificate. The family was very surprised. With this certificate, she wouldn't have to worry about going to the countryside. Her mother looked at her in surprise. Daughter, you're so good at English. Xiao Keqing casually said, I used to focus all my attention on Lu Ting. I know a lot singing, dancing, and many other things. Grandpa looked at her work ID and said proudly, My granddaughter is amazing. Meanwhile, at the Southern Military Unit, a report came in, Deputy Commander Lu, you have a telegram. When Lu Ting saw the telegram from his family, he thought about going home. He couldn't delay the young girl any longer. It would be good to return early and give her some compensation. After all, her brother is his good friend. Once the engagement is broken, he will treat her as a sister. He needs to talk to his good friend about this. Both of them live in the family compound. The higher-ups arranged for them to live there so they could occasionally take care of and protect Professor Yang, who was doing scientific research. They also provided the best private yard for Professor Yang. Xiao Junjie was assigned to the left of Professor Yang and Lu Ting to the right. Both had their own yards, each with a living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. There was also a separate toilet in the yard. The two were having meals in the canteen, Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting. Xiao Junjie teased, "Wow. Deputy Commander Lu seems to have something on his mind today. Why does the food still not taste good?" Lu Ting nodded and said, "Yes, I do. I'll tell you when I get home." When they returned home, Xiao Junjie eagerly asked, "So mysterious. Come on, tell me, what is it?" Lu Ting took out the telegram from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie looked serious. "Do you really dislike my sister that much?" Lu Ting hurried to explain, "No, I can treat her like a sister. Does my sister just need a brother? And do I need you to be her brother? If my sister didn't like you, do you think I would care about you becoming her brother-in-law?" Xiao Junjie took a step back and returned to his room. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Time flew by, and after working overtime for half a month, he finished translating the book. In the afternoon, he prepared to deliver the book to the bookstore. After handing in the manuscript, he looked at the heavy 300 yuan and the tickets in his hand, which surprisingly made Xiao Keqing happy. In the resource-scarce 1970s, buying vegetables required tickets at the supply and marketing cooperative, so 300 yuan was considered a high salary. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Brother Lu, thank you. This time, I'll give you a higher-paying book as a reward." Lu Yunji smiled and replied, "All right, this book costs 700 yuan once translated. It took a bit more time, so you can take your time translating it, no rush." Lu Yunji thought her aunt had introduced her to a very beautiful girl, cultured, with pretty handwriting and gentle words. His heart was pounding faster. Xiao Keqing took the book and said, "Okay, this book might take a little longer." She didn't plan to stay up late again to translate. After 2 weeks of working overtime, she put the money and the book into a bag and left the bookstore. On her way back home, she decided to choose a gift from her space. She was really rich and didn't know what to give as a gift. In this era, anything produced by her space was top quality. Back home, her grandfather and parents weren't there. She used her space to select a pair of leather shoes and a plain thermos cup for her father, a thermos cup, shoes, and a skirt for her mother, and a thermos cup and shoes for Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu had always protected the original owner since childhood and often bought candies for her, so giving him a cup was necessary. After dinner, Xiao Keqing brought her gifts to the living room and said, "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I received my salary today, 300 yuan. These are gifts for you." Everyone was surprised and delighted when they heard her salary of 300 yuan. Mom pinched herself and said, "Ouch, that hurts." Xiao Keqing pouted and said, "Mom, why are you pinching yourself?" Mom was overjoyed and said, "Oh my, you told me you earned 300 yuan in half a month. No, 350 yuan. Dad was also shocked and said, "That's more than some people earn in a year." Grandpa Xiao laughed loudly and said, "I knew my granddaughter was amazing. She just hadn't grown up yet." The next morning, Dad put on his leather shoes and took his thermos cup, excited to go to work. Mom, smiling happily, also wore her skirt and leather shoes, carrying her thermos cup as she headed out to work. By the end of the afternoon, several senior leaders knew that Commander Zhao's daughter worked at the newspaper. Her first paycheck was spent on leather shoes and a thermos, which made them both envious and surprised. They thought, "Isn't Zhao's daughter just a clueless girl who doesn't know anything? How could she work at a newspaper? She's just a girl chasing after men." Similarly, Zhao's mother also made colleagues envious and jealous. Grandpa Xiao also got up in the morning wearing leather shoes and carrying a thermos because the shoes were genuine leather and comfortable to wear. He took his granddaughter out for a walk. Seeing she still had a thermos in her hand, he asked curiously, "What's this?" It's for Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu has always been very kind to me since I was little. I want to give him one too. Please take it to him, Xiao Keqing said, handing the thermos to her grandpa.
All right.
Grandpa happily left the house, saying, My Keqing has grown up and knows how to be grateful. Grandpa Xiao and Grandpa Lu met and sat together. Grandpa Xiao happily told him about his granddaughter's paycheck from last night. Grandpa Lu was very touched and said, Since I can't be your grandson-in-law, I can at least be your grandson. Meanwhile, Xiao Junjie, who was about to go home after work, was stopped by a young soldier who said, Captain Xiao, you have a package. Xiao Junjie was curious about who sent it. During his 3 years here, he hadn't received a single letter. Seeing other soldiers receive letters and packages from home made him feel envious. He opened the package and saw it was sent by his sister. He was so happy he jumped in place, unable to believe his sister had sent it. The young soldier asked who sent it. Why are you so happy? Yes, my sister sent it, Xiao Junjie said with a big smile. He hugged the package and hurried back to the family housing area. Eagerly, he opened the package in the living room. Inside, he found 12 bottles labeled with spicy chicken, meat sauce, pork jerky, and beef jerky, along with a letter. He opened the letter, which was written by his sister. My dearest brother, Dear Xiao, I hope this letter finds you well. Seeing that I sent you something, are you surprised? Inside the package, there are 12 bottles of sauce and dried meat I made myself. My sister, I am a good cook. I haven't seen you in 3 years and don't know how you're doing. You probably don't want to see our parents or grandpa, and you definitely don't want to see me. I miss you very much. This time, I have a task for you, sister. Come home quickly. The deadline is no later than the end of August. If I don't see you come home by then, I will stop talking to you. By the way, I want to tell you that a few days ago, I went to Lu's house and ended the relationship. I won't like Lu Ting anymore. There are so many men in the world. Why waste time on someone I don't love? I've realized that he is just a passing guest in my life. You don't need to feel sorry for him. You are close to him, but don't let me affect your relationship. The task is set. Come home before the end of August. When you come back, I have a big surprise for you. There is also a drawing on the back of the paper. It shows a girl with a high ponytail, standing with a proud expression. Next to her, there are words, not coming home, not talking to you. There's also a boy offering gifts and candies, trying to please the girl, but it doesn't work. You can tell the girl is a portrait of my sister, and the boy is me. The drawing looks quite like us. I just realized how lively my sister's drawings can be, and her handwriting is excellent. Lu Ting went back to the military family compound to find Xiao Junjie. He hadn't spoken to him for many days. When he arrived in the living room, he saw his good friend holding a piece of paper, looking at it. Sometimes he was smiling foolishly, sometimes crying foolishly. The table was full of food. Lu Ting asked, Brother, what are you up to? Crying and laughing again? Are you crazy? Who sent you all this? There's so much. Don't tell me you're ignoring me. It's been almost half a month. Since his good friend didn't answer, Lu Ting sat at the table and took a piece of dried meat to eat. His eyes lit up immediately. At that moment, Xiao Junjie wiped his tears and put away the letter in his hand. He asked, Is it good?
Lu Ting nodded repeatedly.
Yes, it's very tasty. The flavor is excellent. Auntie is amazing. My mom doesn't have this skill. Xiao Junjie coldly snorted, leaving bottles of spicy chicken sauce and meat sauce on the table, along with a pack of dried meat. The rest was moved to the room. Xiao Junjie sat back at the table and started eating the beef jerky. His eyes brightened instantly. The beef jerky was delicious, chewy, and fragrant. The more he chewed, the better it tasted. The rich beef aroma filled his mouth, leaving a lasting impression. He pushed the items toward him and said, These are for you. Mainly because of what my sister wrote in her letter, or I wouldn't forgive him so easily. Lu Ting laughed out loud. I knew you would think of me when you have good stuff. I won't hold back. This taste is really good. Your mom is amazing. If my mom could cook like this, I could eat 2 more bowls of rice every day. Xiao Junjie said, It wasn't my mom who made it. Lu Ting, curious, asked if it wasn't your mom, then who sent it to you? Not telling you. If I tell you, you might not want to eat anymore. When Xiao Keqing used to chase after Lu Ting, giving him gifts or food, he never accepted anything, let alone ate it. Back then, she didn't give gifts to her brother either, which made Xiao Junjie angry and teary-eyed. Lu Ting smiled and said, "If it's so tasty, how could I not eat it? Just don't tell me. As long as I get to eat, that's enough." The next day, Xiao Junjie brought a jar of meat sauce to the team leader and also to the political commissar. During lunch at the cafeteria, he took the meat sauce with him, scooping a big spoonful over his rice. A nearby soldier saw and asked for some. "Captain Xiao, what smells so good?" "My sister sent the meat sauce." One jar wasn't enough. Soon it was finished. Xiao Junjie regretted bringing the sauce out. He had only eaten a spoonful himself, but the sauce was so delicious he almost wanted to bite his tongue. His sister's cooking skills were truly excellent, better than his mom's. At dinner, Xiao Junjie served himself at the cafeteria, planning to take the food back to the compound. Coincidentally, he met Lu Ting, who had the same idea. Otherwise, the last jar of sauce wouldn't last. Lu Ting returned to the compound and said, "Bro, you don't know how popular that meat sauce is. I only took a bite, and they all snatched it away. It's really good. I can only bring some back to eat, or the last jar might be gone." At the table, both men felt the rice was too little today. Neither of them had ever tasted such delicious meat sauce. Lu Ting praised, "It's really tasty." Xiao Junjie proudly said, "Just look at who made it. How could it not be good?" Lu Ting, curious, asked, "Can you buy it?" "Who made it?" Xiao Junjie shot him a glance. "You can't buy it. After I tell you who made it, I don't mind if you return all the dried meat to me." Lu Ting was even more curious about who made it. Xiao Junjie really wanted to tell him it was his sister. He wondered what his expression would be. He felt happy just thinking about it. He wouldn't let you get away with it. "My sister," Xiao Junjie said, staring intently at Lu Ting's face. Lu Ting was surprised and shouted, "Who?" Xiao Junjie chuckled softly and said, "I said my sister made it. Why are you so surprised?" "Lu Ting, how many sisters do you have?" Xiao Junjie glanced at Lu Ting. "Are you stupid? I only have one sister. Don't you know that?" Lu Ting nonchalantly said, "Brother, you don't have to lie like that. I told you, from now on, I treat your sister as my own sister. When she gets married, I'll give her a dowry." Xiao Junjie scoffed coldly and strode out of the room, handing a letter from his sister to Lu Ting, saying, "Read it yourself. Be careful not to tear it." Lu Ting took the letter and started reading. The handwriting was beautiful and strong, flowing like clouds and water, very elegant. It was clearly the result of practice, impressive to see. The drawings at the end made Lu Ting smile and comment, "Your writing is good, and your drawings are even better. They look just like you, even capturing your expression perfectly."
Huh. Just a passerby.
After reading the letter, Lu Ting felt a strange feeling in his heart, but it disappeared quickly. He read the letter several times before returning it to Xiao Junjie, saying, "I treat your sister as my own sister. I'm her brother.
Just eat something."
What's the big deal?" Xiao Junjie raised a sarcastic smile and said, "Lu Ting. Lu Ting, how come I never noticed you had such thick skin before?" Lu Ting touched his nose and said, "Thick? I don't feel that way." Xiao Junjie chuckled softly, "Haha." Grandpa Lu hummed a tune, holding a thermos cup and walking into the living room. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law sitting on the sofa, he sat down too. Lu Yahui immediately saw the thermos cup in Grandpa's hand and asked, "Dad, is that a Hong Kong-style thermos cup?" Grandpa Lu was instantly happy. "How did you know?" "I haven't even said anything, and you already figured it out." Lu Yahui found it hard not to know. Today, Xiao Guowei was showing off in the office. Lu Yahui snorted coldly. "Xiao Guowei, what are you talking about?" "Saying your daughter's salary was used to buy gifts, like shoes and a thermos cup. Everyone in the office knows." "How come you have one?" Grandpa Lu started showing off. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Of course I have one. I am Xiao Girl's closest person. It was given by her. You don't know how much her salary is? Guess, and if you get it right, I'll give you the thermos cup." Lu's mom quickly spoke up. 30? Grandpa Lu was immediately displeased, pouting and saying, "Who do you look down on? Guess again." Lu's dad thought about the price of the shoes and thermos cup, both not cheap, and said, 120 yuan? Grandpa Lu pouted and shook his head. 150, 200, Mom. Lu couldn't help but pat Lu Yaohui on the shoulder. Old Lu stopped guessing. How is that possible? Just a few days of work, and you already have 200 yuan? That's unbelievable. Grandpa Lu immediately became anxious and said loudly, "It's possible. In half a month, I earned 350 yuan, including tickets." Do you know what Xiaoya said? Lu Dad and Lu Mom were both stunned. Grandpa Lu was moved and said, "When you get your first paycheck, you should give gifts to your closest family." After buying the gifts, there was 100 yuan left. She gave 33 yuan to her dad for wine, 33 yuan to her mom for sweets, and 33 yuan to old Xiao for wine. She kept just 1 yuan for herself. She said, "I've always been good to her, and she even gave me a thermos." She's such a grateful child. Look around. Who else's child is this filial? Mom Lu is shocked and curious. What kind of work does she do? Grandpa Lu proudly replied, "She works as a translator at Manhwa newspaper. She can work from home, no need to go to the office. She has a work certificate." Mom Lu was amazed. "Oh my goodness, Manhwa newspaper? The biggest newspaper in the capital. That salary is so high, it's more than my whole year's wages." And she earned it in just half a month, less than an afternoon, and already spent all the money. Such poor money management. Grandpa Lu looked coldly at his daughter-in-law.
What are you talking about?
How can she not manage money? Who else can spend so much? Just tell me, has anyone in our family ever spent money like this? And it's Xiaoya's own earnings. She's so capable. I like her even more. Old Lu thought Xiaoya's spending was impressive. Mom Lu was speechless and choked with emotion. Lu Dad. Both Lu Dad and Lu Mom couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Time passed, and Xiao Keqing had been transported here for over 2.5 months. The crops in the space were harvested repeatedly, but the land was a bit small. She exercised every morning. Now her body was no longer weak, and her figure had returned to how it was in her previous life. She looked completely refreshed. Her features were delicate and beautiful, with big, bright, clear eyes. There was a charming tear mole at the corner of her eye, making her look sweet and alluring. She had a high, small nose, fair and smooth skin, a slender and tall figure, and a full chest. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful. Since bathing in spiritual spring water, her body also had a light fragrance, a faint, pleasant scent that was not strong at all. Her hair was styled anew, flowing down to her waist. Xiao Keqing was very satisfied with her current look. Xiao Keqing was worried that her brother hadn't come back. She became anxious and decided to go find him before something happened. What reason could she give her parents to persuade them to let her go to the army? Xiao Keqing suddenly had a bright idea and went downstairs to find her parents. "Dad, Mom, I want to go to my brother's army unit to cancel the engagement. I probably can't do it successfully until Lu Ting comes back. If he doesn't come back for several years, I'll be stuck waiting forever. I can't wait anymore. Besides, I miss my brother and want to see how he's doing."
Yeah.
"We can't delay this anymore. She's getting too old to find a new partner," Mom said anxiously. Dad thought for a moment and said, "It's good to see your brother, but neither your mother nor I are free. We're worried if you go alone." Quickly, Xiao Keqing responded, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll take the train by myself." Dad frowned and said, "No, I don't feel comfortable with you taking the train alone. I'll arrange for a soldier to you, or you shouldn't go at all." Xiao Keqing was secretly happy. "Okay, I'll listen to Dad." As long as she could go to the army, it was fine. She told the bookstore owner she was going to another province. The translation work she was doing would take a few days to finish and send to him. When she received the remittance slip and the book, she would be fine. Xiao Keqing stored important items in her space. She organized the money from the original owner, her own translation earnings, and money from her mom and grandpa, totaling 1,523 yuan. Mom took Xiao Keqing to a department store to buy 2 dresses, 2 shirts with pants, 2 sets of autumn clothes, 2 pairs of small leather shoes, pastries, and apples. That day, Dad and Mom accompanied Xiao Keqing to the train station and arranged for Lieutenant Liu from the army to her. "My Kiki, Mom. I really can't bear to part with you." She almost cried. Xiao Keqing comforted her. "Mom, I'm not gone forever. I'll be back soon." As the train started, Xiao Keqing tearfully said goodbye to them. Not to mention her dad, who had never been away from her since childhood. He tried to act unbothered but turned around and wiped his tears. Her dad bought a sleeper ticket. As soon as Xiao Keqing got on the train, she felt uncomfortable. The August weather made the whole carriage stuffy, and there were various hard-to-describe smells. She kept the window open to let the breeze in and disperse the unpleasant odor, hoping to feel better. The train sped along, and Xiao Keqing talked a lot with Lieutenant Liu about the army and looked forward to seeing her brother. "Finally, I got through the difficult 2 days." The train arrived at the destination. When I left the station, I took a few deep breaths outside, feeling a bit better. I didn't plan to go straight to the army camp. First, I went to have breakfast with Lieutenant Liu, then found a nearby guest house to settle in. I hadn't showered in 2 days, which was uncomfortable. After breakfast, we rented 2 rooms. The rooms were quite clean. Once inside, I immediately went to the space. In the space, I drank some spiritual spring water. The tiredness disappeared instantly. I checked the plants, which were growing very well. I picked a strawberry and ate it. The strawberry was delicate, sweet, and sour, with a fragrant aroma. Every bite was satisfying and delicious. I added spiritual spring water to the bathtub and took a bath. After the bath, I prepared to dress up more like a lady, wanting to look gentle and not remind my brother of my past bossy image. I had long black hair styled into a French fishtail braid draped over my left shoulder, decorated with a small blue flower at the end. I wore a matching modern watch, with skin as white as snow, dressed in a light blue dress and small high heels. I stood tall and graceful. I knocked on Lieutenant Liu's door. When he opened it, he saw a very beautifully dressed Miss Xiao. She was truly stunning. "Xiao Keqing, Lieutenant Liu, are you ready? Can we go to the army camp now?" "Ready. Let's go." We arrived at the camp gate. I was excited looking around. It was the first time I saw such a sacred and solemn place. Standing there in a light blue dress, with a beautiful side profile and elegant aura, I attracted many eyes. It was clear that it was hard to find a girl more beautiful and graceful than me here. The soldier on duty saw me and looked at me with bright eyes. How could such a beautiful woman come to see Captain Xiao? He couldn't help but glance more. One soldier quickly ran to report to the leader. Soon, he jogged over and said, "I'll take you to the political commissar's office." On the way to the office, I attracted many looks. When I entered the office, I saw a middle-aged man stand up from his chair. He said, "Are you here to see Captain Xiao?" "I am Zhang Tixing, the political commissar here." Lieutenant Liu immediately saluted and replied, "Report, I am Liu Ji from the Imperial Capital Military District, sent here by the division commander to bring Comrade Xiao Keqing to see her brother, Xiao Junjie." "Hello, Commissar Zhang. I am Xiao Keqing, Xiao Junjie's sister." Xiao Keqing looked serious. Commissioner Zhang, hearing that someone was sent by the division commander, looked at him more carefully and hesitated before saying, "That's right. A few days ago, Captain Xiao went on a mission, and yesterday he was injured. He's now in the army hospital. I'll take you there." Xiao Keqing's face turned pale instantly, and tears started to flow uncontrollably. She thought she was too late. Why wasn't he injured at the beginning of September? Could it be that she traveled through time and changed the course of events, causing a butterfly effect? Is it serious? How is he now? Xiao Keqing choked out. Commissioner Zhang comforted her. "Comrade Xiao, we can talk while walking. Don't cry. He injured his leg. He had surgery last night. The doctor said to watch his recovery. Also, Deputy Commander Lu Ting, was injured too. He had surgery last night as well. They're in the same ward now, so we can keep an eye on them. We've also assigned people to take care of them." He led them to the jeep and said, "Get in. Let's go quickly." It only takes a few minutes to reach the hospital. Xiao Keqing regretted not coming earlier. Maybe she could have prevented all this from happening. The jeep smoothly drove to the hospital entrance within a few minutes. Xiao Keqing couldn't wait and quickly got out of the car. She went into the hospital with Commissioner Zhang and Lieutenant Liu, stopping outside the ward. Commissioner Zhang pointed at the door and said, "It's right here." A soldier in uniform was standing guard at the door and saluted Zhang. Zhang asked, "How is he?" The soldier softly replied, "He's resting." Xiao Keqing tremblingly opened the door to the ward. She saw 2 beds with someone sleeping in each. Her eyes immediately found Xiao Junjie, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, looking just like her brother in the future. She stepped forward carefully, gently holding her brother's hand, crying silently. Commissioner Zhang softly said, "Don't worry too much. He had surgery. He'll get better." At that moment, Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting woke up at the same time. Xiao Junjie was surprised to see his sister. His sister? How could it be his sister? He whispered softly, "Sister." "A sister?" Xiao Keqing sobbed uncontrollably and asked, "Ugh.
Ugh.
Brother. Brother, where are you hurt?"
How do you feel now?
Xiao Junjie raised his hand to wipe away his sister's tears and comforted her. "Don't cry anymore. I'm fine now. It's not serious. I'll be out of the hospital in a few days. It's nothing serious, just minor injuries." Xiao Keqing held her brother's hand with one hand and wiped her tears with the other. When the political officer spoke, Lu Ting glanced sideways at Xiao Junjie and was surprised to see Xiao Keqing crying softly, looking delicate and spoiled. Her eyes were red, her skin fair, she had grown taller and looked more beautiful. After not seeing her for a few years, she had changed so much. Just as the saying goes, a girl changes a lot after 18. It felt like she was a different person. Commissioner Zhang looked at both of them and said, "You two just focus on healing. I will handle your matters. I have some other things to do, so I'll leave now." "Okay."
All right.
Xiao Keqing turned to see Commissioner Zhang off and said, "Thank you, Commissioner Zhang." "It's nothing, Xiao. Take good care of them." After speaking, he turned and left. At this moment, Xiao Keqing turned around and accidentally made eye contact with Lu Ting. She stopped in her tracks. This is the male lead from the book. His features were clear and sharp, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His nose was high and straight, lips of moderate thickness, and his height was hard to tell but definitely over 185 centimeters. Even injured, he remained handsome and charming, with a strong masculine aura. No wonder he was the male lead. Lu Ting's presence was quite striking. Lu Ting was amused by her gaze. The girl's big eyes stared straight at him. How could she be so cute? He hadn't noticed before. Xiao Keqing looked at him and smiled. He was indeed so handsome that it made people feel envious. No wonder the original owner was so captivated that she stared at him for a long time, feeling awkward and flustered, and stammered, "Lu."
Lu.
Deputy Commander Lu.
Yes.
Lu Ting felt that the little girl had truly grown up. She was different from before, more adorable and innocent. Embarrassed, Xiao Keqing quickly looked away and returned to her brother's bedside. She secretly felt relieved that her brother hadn't seen her moment just now, or it would be hard to explain. Xiao Junjie looked a bit surprised and asked, "Sister, why are you here?" Xiao Keqing pouted and pretended to be angry. "Humph. I'll settle the score with you later. I need to go ask the doctor about his condition now." After speaking, she strode out of the ward, leaving her confused brother behind. Lieutenant Liu warmly exchanged a few words with Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting before saying goodbye. Lu Ting thought the girl's angry look was quite cute, and a small smile appeared on his face. Xiao Junjie grinned and said, "Lu Ting, did you see? My sister is here. I didn't expect her after 3 years. I almost didn't recognize her. She's changed so much." "I think so too," Lu Ting agreed. Xiao Junjie turned around in displeasure and glared at him. "Who are you calling sister? Don't call her that. My sister hasn't agreed to it yet. You're not allowed to call her that, understand?" Lu Ting smiled indifferently and said, "We have such a good relationship. Your sister is like my sister too. In the future, when she gets married, having more people to support her is a good thing, isn't it? Don't you think you're being silly? Xiao Junjie was even more annoyed when he heard this. You're the one who's silly. My sister is so beautiful, and you don't want her. You're just a fool. Who would care about you being her brother-in-law? I even wonder if there's something wrong with you. Lu Ting's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. He coldly glanced at Xiao Junjie, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He was too tired to bother with him and went to sleep. After Xiao Keqing and Lieutenant Lu left the hospital room, they heard Lieutenant Lu say, "Comrade Xiao Keqing, I have some things to handle here, so I'll head back first." "Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant Lu, for escorting me here. I'll call my dad and tell him myself." After saying goodbye to Lieutenant Lu, Xiao Keqing went to the doctor's office. She saw a male doctor and knocked on the door before entering. "Hello, doctor. I am a family member of Xiao Junjie in Ward 9. I want to know how my brother is doing now." The doctor smiled and looked up. "Hello, I am Xiao Junjie's primary doctor. My surname is Zhang. You can call me Dr. Zhang." Xiao Junjie had surgery last night. The operation was very successful. As for his recovery, his injury is quite serious and might affect him later. You are his family, so please watch for signs of infection or fever these days and comfort your brother. Xiao Keqing also asked about Lu Ting. "How is Lu Ting?" "His hands and legs were operated on last night. His legs are less injured than your brother's, but his hands are also seriously affected. The issues with his hands might also have some impact. Like your brother, his recovery will depend on how it goes later, and you should watch for infection and fever." Xiao Keqing also asked about dietary precautions, then sat on a chair outside the office, lost in thought. The events in the story happened earlier. She has spaced spiritual spring water and modern antibiotics, which she can use early. She knows how effective the spring water is. She's really annoyed she didn't finish reading the novel, so she doesn't know what happens later. Lu Ting is the male lead, and male leads usually have a halo. She can build good relationships, but must not act like a clingy lover. She definitely won't be a love-crazy fool like the original heroine. Xiao Keqing arrived at the hospital room and began to observe the surroundings. The walls were painted with lime, and the floor was simple concrete. There were 2 wooden beds, and the bedside cabinets were also made of wood, with some paint already peeling. The entire room was very clean. There were beds on both sides, with a wide space between them and a separate bathroom. Xiao Junjie heard footsteps and looked up. "Sister, you're back. What did the doctor say?" "The surgery was successful. Don't worry." Xiao Keqing sat down on a chair next to her brother. Xiao Junjie knew well that his injury was serious this time. He might not be able to stay in the army anymore. The thought of leaving the army made him feel sad. He understood his sister's intentions without her needing to say, "Sister, why did you come here?" Xiao Keqing glared at him. "You still ask? Did you receive the letter I sent? I told you to come back by the end of August. Why haven't you done that?" "I don't want to talk to you anymore." "Sorry, I was delayed by a mission," he explained. "I thought I would come back after this was over. Luckily, Lu Ting was with me, or I might not have made it back. Lu Ting was injured trying to save me. Why haven't you told the family that you got hurt?" "I'm just having surgery now. I came here because of you," she said with a shy smile. Xiao Keqing accidentally glanced sideways and saw Lu Ting's deep eyes. She wondered how long he had been looking at her. "Lieutenant Lu, thank you for saving my brother," she said. "I came to get the jade pendant. I already returned the bracelet I was given for the engagement to Uncle Lu. When can you return it to me?" After saying this, Xiao Keqing silently thought, "It's not me who's bothering you, it's the original owner. I'm not going to be a clingy person." Though she thought this, she kept her face calm and polite. Lu Ting replied, "I'll give it to you when I get discharged and go back." Junjie interrupted, "Sister, you don't even know this guy wants you to be his sister. Why not have another brother to support you?" Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting in confusion, waiting for his answer. Seeing her innocent look, Lu Ting smiled slightly. "Yes, if we can't be a couple, we can be siblings. I'll give you a dowry in the future." Lu Tinji truly said those words to sincerely make up for Xiao Keqing. As long as they don't get married, it's okay to act like a younger sister. Otherwise, there would be no excuse for compensation. What Lu Tinji didn't realize was that this remark would cause him a lot of trouble later, almost leading to a disastrous pursuit of his wife. Now, he only saw Xiao Keqing's strange expressions, sometimes surprised, sometimes seeming to be plotting something. Seeing her clever look, he wondered what she was planning. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Xiao Keqing thought, who cares about whether he's a brother or not? It doesn't matter. He's not her real brother anyway. She went back to the residential area, and they lost contact. The male lead is smart, just like how he knows how to be polite. It's just a few polite words. Who can't do that? She could also be polite. Thinking this, she agreed, okay. Lu Tinji was amused by her cute, silly expression. You said thank you for saving your brother. How do you plan to thank me? Xiao Keqing responded politely. I'll stay here to take care of you all for now. Anyway, I need to look after my brother. Haha, look at how good she is at being polite. He probably wouldn't agree. He would definitely avoid her, just like before when he avoided the original owner. Now, being polite is also a skill. Xiao Keqing looked at him. What kind of look was that? Oh my gosh. Does he think she's still interested in him? Okay. Lu Tinji also found it strange that he agreed. Didn't he usually dislike her annoying? Sigh. Why did he agree? Was it because she proposed to withdraw the engagement? Xiao Junjie asked curiously, Sister, where are your belongings? I didn't see you bring anything. Xiao Keqing replied, They're at the guest house near the army. Does brother live in the dorm? No, I don't trust staying at the guest house.
You can stay at my place.
I'm living in the compound now. The house is quite big. You can cancel your room, and I'll ask Hyung outside to take you there. Okay, brother. Do you want some water?
ILL pour you à glace.
Xiao Junjie licked his lips and said, Sure, little sister is the best. Xiao Keqing picked up the enamel cup on Xiao Junjie's desk and poured a glass for her brother. When they weren't paying attention, she secretly added a drop of spiritual spring water into it, worried he might notice if she added too much, and also concerned about revealing herself in the hospital. Brother, I'll feed you. You don't need to get up. I'll support your head and you just lift it to drink. She held the back of his head with one hand and handed the enamel cup to his lips with the other. Xiao Junjie felt that the water his sister fed him was sweet and tasty, refreshing his mind, and the pain from his wound didn't seem as bad anymore. Sis, why is the water you gave me so sweet? Hee, it's because the spiritual spring water in the space is naturally sweet. You haven't drunk water in a long time, so it tastes sweet to you. At this moment, Lu Ting thought she would pour water for him and had just said she would take care of him. She had always been kind and attentive before, so he couldn't believe she would miss such a good opportunity. However, after waiting a while, Lu Ting noticed she hadn't poured him any water. Instead, he saw the brother and sister chatting happily. She promised to take care of me. Lu Ting waited a bit longer and couldn't help but ask, Why hasn't my water been poured? Didn't you say you'd take care of me? Xiao Keqing turned her head slightly to look at Lu Ting. She truly forgot to pour him water. She slightly pouted and muttered to herself, I thought you didn't need me to pour water. If I did, you probably wouldn't drink it. I was worried you might misunderstand. Lu Ting let out a small huh. It was clear he's grown up now. He used to be eager to get close, but now he's so polite. Xiao Keqing picked up Lu Ting's enamel cup. I'll pour you some water now. She added a drop of spiritual spring water, thinking that since her brother was hurt, she hoped he would recover quickly. When Xiao Keqing stood in front of Lu Ting, she suddenly felt a bit unsure. How do you want to drink water? I'll ask Hyung to help you. Lu Ting was about to sit up with one hand but was interrupted by Xiao Keqing. Lie down properly. You can't get up. Your arm is still hurt. You don't want your arm anymore. Lu Ting had also seen how Xiao Keqing fed his brother water. Help me. Xiao Keqing chuckled. Such polite words weren't easy to learn. She stepped forward, planning to feed Lu Ting water in the same way. When her hand touched the back of Lu Ting's head, the man with a neat short haircut and a handsome face dazzled her eyes. Her heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and her palm felt hot. Because Lu Ting's right arm was injured, for the convenience of the doctor changing his dressing, he was only dressed on one side. His arm was wrapped in white gauze, and his shoulder and arm were exposed. His muscles were bulging, showing his strength, and the slight stubble on his face added a touch of masculinity. Xiao Keqing's hand trembled slightly, causing the water from Lu Ting's mouth to spill out, flowing down his chin and into his throat. Xiao Qing hurriedly took a handkerchief from her small bag, bent over, and gently wiped along Lu Ting's jawline down to his Adam's apple. Seeing Lu Ting's Adam's apple move slightly, she suddenly realized what she had done and blushed instantly. She turned around and ran out quickly, not forgetting to say, "I'll go wash the handkerchief." But Xiao Qing ran too fast and didn't notice that Lu Ting's ears had already turned red. When Xiao Qing got close to Lu Ting, she smelled a light, fresh fragrance. As she moved closer, the scent became more pleasant and soothing, like a natural body aroma. When she lifted his head, she saw her hands trembling slightly. Was he so frightening? Tears seemed to well up in her eyes. She took out the handkerchief and bent down to wipe his face again. The scent hit her again, making her feel relaxed and happy. Up close, she saw his fair skin, big clear eyes, a high and small nose, and a beauty mark under the corner of his eye, making him look very charming. Until she felt something strange around his Adam's apple, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, veins bulging on her arms. She tried to control herself, her ears feeling hot. When she saw her blushing face run away again, Lu Ting couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling amused. TSK, does she know that men shouldn't be touched around the Adam's apple? Lu Ting covered his eyes with his left hand, trying not to think about it, but that water really was sweet. Xiao Qing ran out of the hospital bathroom, turned on the tap, scooped cold water and splashed it on her face, gently patting her cheeks. No wonder the original owner was crazy about him. She had to admit he had the charm to attract women. Men are handsome, but the male lead isn't someone she, as a minor character, could dream about. The story also has a female lead. Maybe because of past experiences, she definitely wanted to fall in love. Xiao Qing decided that if she could get the jade pendant early, she could find a boyfriend. She washed the handkerchief with clean water and, before anyone saw, put it into her space. When she reached the door of the hospital room, a soldier guarding outside saw her and said, "Comrade Xiao, I am Hiyang, a soldier under Commander Xiao. Commander Xiao asked me to help you carry your luggage. This afternoon, I will take you to the commander's house. If you need anything, just tell me." "Hello, Comrade Hiyang, that would be very helpful."
Thank you.
Xiao Qing politely replied. "No trouble at all. I'll go to the cafeteria for lunch. If you want anything, I can bring it back." Hiyang turned to go to the cafeteria. Xiao Commander's sister is really beautiful, more beautiful than Su Malia. Xiao Keqing decided not to go inside and just sat in a chair outside the hospital room waiting for Hiyang to bring food. When she went back into the room, Hiyang was with Lu Deputy Commander. He opened a lunchbox containing plain rice porridge, some cabbage, and a meat stew with vermicelli. Xiao Keqing stepped forward. "Brother, I'll help you sit up and eat a little." "Okay." Meanwhile, Hiyang also went to Lu Deputy Commander's bedside. "Lu Deputy Commander, I'll help you sit up too." Lu Ting didn't pretend. He was really in pain. Sitting up was a bit hard for him, but with Hiyang's help, he managed to sit up. Hiyang said, "Lu Deputy Commander, your hand isn't comfortable. Let me feed you." Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie and watched Xiao Keqing feeding him. He felt a strange feeling in his heart and said, "No need, I can eat by myself." Xiao Keqing picked up a spoonful of rice porridge and offered it to her brother. "Brother, does your wound still hurt?" Xiao Junjie raised his eyebrows and said, Maybe because the anesthesia is wearing off. It hurts a little. Brother, after we finish eating, I'll pack my things and leave. We won't eat in the cafeteria tonight. I've prepared some food to bring over," Xiao Keqing said. Xiao Junjie looked to the side and saw that Lu Ting had to eat with his injured hand. He hadn't hurt his hand, so he couldn't let his sister feed him. He couldn't let him win. Sister, give me the food. I'll eat by myself. No need for you to feed me. Come, eat too.
All right.
If it hurts too much, don't try to be brave, Xiao Keqing said as she started eating. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie, who picked up his lunchbox with his left hand and started drinking directly. Even with his right hand injured, he could still eat by himself. Why couldn't he do the same? Xiao Keqing found the cafeteria food average and ate only a little before putting down her plate. Xiao Junjie asked with concern, Sister, why did you eat so little? Is it because you don't like the food? No, I was full this morning. Now I just don't feel like eating anymore, Xiao Keqing replied. Lu Ting's eyes looked at Xiao Keqing like a spotlight, studying her up and down. She ate less than a cat with such thin arms and legs, really very slim. After finishing her meal and preparing to leave the room, Xiao Keqing paused and asked Lu Ting, Deputy Commander Lu, I need to call my family this afternoon. Do you want me to tell them anything? Lu Ting thought for a moment and said, You can tell them that I'm fine. There's nothing serious. No need to come over. I have you to take care of me. Xiao Keqing chuckled softly twice, and then turned to leave the room. Lu Ting watched her expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. Hyung took Xiao Keqing to the phone area and dialed the home number. It was Grandpa who answered the call. Grandpa, I am Coco. Brother and Lu Ting were injured yesterday and had surgery. I am here taking care of my brother. Once he recovers, I will go back. Brother and Lu Ting are in the same ward. Please inform Lu Ting's family. I will also take care of things here, so they don't need to worry. After talking a few more words with Grandpa, I hung up the phone. Xiao Keqing took Hyung to get the luggage. As they walked, she talked about the neighborhood. On the left is Xiao Junjie's yard, in the middle is Professor Yang, and on the right is Deputy Group Leader Lu's place. When Xiao Keqing entered the yard, she felt it was really nice. Hyung asked, Comrade Xiao Keqing, what do you need?
I can go get it right now.
Xiao Keqing, knowing the general situation of the house, said, Comrade Hyung, I'm not familiar with this place. I won't be polite. I need daily supplies, pots and pans for the kitchen, as well as seasonings and vegetables. Okay, I'll arrange it soon. I'll go now, Hyung said, about to leave, but Xiao Keqing stopped him. Hyung, I don't know how much money or what kind of tickets I need. Please take these to help me buy what I need, she said, handing him the money and tickets. Hyung took the money and said, all right. Xiao Keqing looked around. Her brother's room had a double bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, all clean and tidy. Another room had a single bed, a desk, and an empty wardrobe, which was perfect for her to stay in. She poured water, grabbed a cloth, and cleaned the bed, wardrobe, and desk in her room. The whole room was clean, except the kitchen, which was dusty and empty. She cleaned the kitchen as well, waiting for the supplies to arrive. In less than an hour, Hyung led 2 soldiers with big bags of supplies into the yard. Xiao Keqing greeted them and arranged the items in the kitchen and her room. Then she pretended to take out some white rabbit candies from her bag. Comrade Xiao Keqing, hear what you need. The rest of the money is for you, Hyung said, handing her the money. Xiao Keqing took the money and tickets and said, Thank you. When my brother is discharged, please come to our house for a meal. I have some candies here to sweeten your day. The 2 soldiers blushed and took the candies. No need to thank us. It's what we should do. On the way back, one soldier asked, Lieutenant He, is this really Major Zhao's sister? She looks like an angel. Another soldier said, Yes, she's gentle, very beautiful, and polite. Xiao Keqing sorted the supplies Hyung brought. They were quite complete, a small piece of meat, potatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, mixed grains, rice, and flour. The bed sheets in the room were washed and dried in the Space's washing machine and spread on the bed. Xiao Keqing planned to cook directly in the Space's kitchen, rinsing the rice and pouring the rinsed water into the chicken coop to feed the chickens. She added water and a drop of spring water to the rice. Considering that the patient had no appetite, she prepared cold cucumber salad, stir-fried cabbage, and lean meat porridge, packed them into boxes, and set them aside. Since everything was in the Space, she didn't worry about it getting cold. After finishing cooking, Xiao Keqing checked the time and thought she could sleep for an hour. She set an alarm and lay down in the space, as sleeping on the train was too uncomfortable. At 5:30 p.m., the alarm rang on time. She tidied up, carried the food and an apple from the space, and left the house. As she stepped outside, she met a few women from the courtyard. One woman carrying a basket said, "Whose daughter-in-law is this? So pretty. Look at her glowing skin. She must be from the big city. The watch on her wrist looks so fancy. I've never seen anything like it." Another woman said, "I haven't heard of any weddings recently. I wonder whose family she belongs to. Look at her hair, so beautifully done." When they arrived at the ward, Xiao Keqing saw Hyang and said, "Hyang, I cooked for my brother today. You don't need to bring him food. I'm worried Vice Captain Lu might not be used to my cooking, so I didn't bring his. Just bring him his meal." "Okay, I'll ask Vice Captain Lu what he wants to eat," Hyang said as he opened the door and went inside. Xiao Keqing originally planned to cook for herself or for two people, which was simple. But, remembering how the original owner avoided giving food to Lu Ting, she decided not to bother. Anyway, she could just add some spring water when she drank water later. She followed Hyang into the ward and heard his voice. "Vice Captain Lu, I'll go get your meal. Let me know if you want anything special, and I'll bring it over." When Xiao Keqing entered, she saw them both sitting close together. She approached with a smile and said to Xiao Junjie, "Brother, I brought you some food." Her brother looked at her and then at Hyang, understanding instantly and smiled, saying, "Sister, you didn't bring anything for Lu Tin?" Xiao Keqing glanced at Lu Ting's sharp eyes and quickly explained, "Vice Captain Lu, don't misunderstand. I didn't bring anything for you. Rest assured, I won't be bringing you food like before." She heard Xiao Junjie burst into laughter. "Haha. Lu Ting, you used to refuse to eat my sister's cooking, right? Now, it's just what you like." Lu Ting's face darkened immediately. Xiao Keqing felt the temperature around her drop several degrees. He snorted coldly. "This is unfair treatment. This morning, you said you would take care of me and promised to treat me like a brother. Is this what you call taking care of me?" He looked at Xiao Keqing with suspicion. Xiao Keqing replied, "Isn't it because I used to bring you food? You never ate any of it. You were so angry and even hid from me here. I didn't dare to bring you food anymore." Lu Ting was speechless, choked by her words. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with a gloomy face and said, "Anyway, I bring more food for my brother. Do you want to try some?" Seeing Lu Ting silent, she took it as a yes and turned to Hyang, saying, "Hyang, go eat. You don't need to bother Deputy Captain Lu anymore." Hyang was stunned. What a surprise today. Comrade Xiao and our cold-faced Vice Captain Lu are not simple people. Seeing Lu Ting's bad mood, she felt nervous and didn't want to stay longer. "All right, I'll come after I eat. Deputy Captain Lu, I might trouble you to feed him." Xiao Keqing nodded, "Okay." She scooped some porridge with vegetables and handed it to her brother. "Brother, I just had surgery, so I can only eat light food. Once I recover in a few days, I'll make something delicious." Just as Xiao Keqing was about to give the porridge to Lu Ting, she saw him holding his right hand with his left, lowering his eyebrows. Her heart skipped a beat. He must be in a lot of pain. She placed the aluminum lunchbox on his bedside table. Lu Ting reached out to take it but pulled at his wound, frowning immediately. Has he not been fed by his brother before? Why not him now? He looked up at Xiao Keqing. "I can't move. Does he want her to feed him?" "No way." She tentatively asked, "Do you want me to feed you?" Lu Ting touched his nose with his uninjured hand. "I can't move." Xiao Keqing hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the lunchbox and fed him the lean meat porridge. "Eat," she said. She was doing this because she saved her brother. Lu Ting naturally opened his mouth, frowning slightly, then relaxing. As soon as he took a bite, the aroma of the meat porridge hit his taste buds, and his eyes nearly widened. It wasn't until the second bite that he realized people who usually didn't care much about food would find this girl's porridge incredibly delicious. So good it seemed endless. Xiao Junjie also ate a bite and started enjoying it eagerly, speaking quickly. Xiao Keqing scooped another piece of cabbage and fed it to Lu Ting. At first, Lu Ting felt a bit uncomfortable eating, but he didn't mind being fed a little. After all, she was feeding him, so it didn't matter how many bites she gave. The cabbage tasted like a feast, crisp with a hint of sweetness, fresh and juicy. Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Keqing with his eyes, wondering why this girl's cooked vegetables tasted different from others. She had just eaten a refreshing and tasty cucumber, which went well with rice. They took turns feeding each other. A bite of cucumber, a spoonful of meat porridge, and a piece of vegetables, until everything was finished. Lu Ting said to Xiao Keqing, "Thank you, it's very delicious. Are you full? Today might be a little less, you shouldn't eat too much. I just had surgery, so I'm worried it might be hard to digest. I'll cook more tomorrow." Lu Ting felt he could eat much more. This small amount wasn't enough. It seemed this girl really hadn't made the food just for herself. Suddenly, he felt uncomfortable inside. What was going on? Xiao Junjie finished eating and said, "Sister, why is your cooking so good? I want to eat more. I don't feel full. This is the best meal I've had in half a month." He then glanced at Lu Ting and asked, "Lu Ting, what do you think of my sister's cooking?" Lu Ting was still savoring the aroma of the meat porridge and replied, My sister's cooking is very good, but it's a little too little." Xiao Keqing thought to herself, "I didn't actually cook for you. I was planning to eat with my brother." She said, "You all shouldn't eat too much today. I'll cook more tomorrow, depending on how everyone feels." She packed up her lunchbox and chopsticks, preparing to wash them, when she heard Lu Ting say, "Leave it there. When Haiyang comes, I'll wash it." Xiao Junjie agreed, "Yes, sister, no need to wash." Xiao Keqing carried her things and said as she walked away, "It's just a few dishes. I'll wash them." After washing the bowls in the hospital room, she shook the water off her hands and asked, "Do you two feel like you have a fever?" Xiao Junjie touched his forehead and said, "Sister, I don't feel anything. Let me check yours. You probably don't have a fever, right?" Xiao Keqing suddenly became scared. In the story, her brother had died from a high fever caused by infection. Could he have a high fever now? She hurriedly ran to her brother's side and put her hand on his forehead. Her anxious heart finally calmed down. "Thank goodness, no fever." She said, "Brother, you're not allowed to scare me anymore."
I'm scared.
She glanced at Deputy Captain Liu and asked, "What about you, Deputy Captain Liu?" The girl's voice was delicate and soft, but it felt strange to call him Deputy Captain Liu. Before, she always called him Brother Ting. She looked at Lu Ting, whose hand was still on his forehead, unmoving. Lu Ting touched his forehead and said, "I can't tell. I don't think I have a fever." Xiao Keqing stepped closer, forcibly took his hand away, and touched his forehead herself.
No fever. Li Ting stared intently at Xiao Keqing.
He had never been so close to any woman before. Her hands were cool and soft, and a faint pleasant fragrance filled the air. Xiao Keqing sat back beside her brother. Xiao Junjie looked at her, with concern. Could his sister still like Li Ting? He remembered she was supposed to withdraw her engagement. Why did they seem so close now? Junjie asked, "Sister, are you really returning the jade pen this time?" "Brother, what are you talking about?" "Of course it's real. How could it be fake? I've already returned my bracelet." He sincerely told Li Ting, "Deputy Commander Li, don't worry. I truly want to end the engagement this time. I was too young before, and didn't understand anything." Li Ting replied calmly, and Junjie said, "When Hyang returns, I'll send you back to the main courtyard. I won't need you tonight. Just bring breakfast tomorrow morning." Xiao Keqing said, "No need, brother. I know the way myself. I'm not a child." "No, it's too dark. I don't trust you to go alone." "Hyang will take you," Junjie insisted. Xiao Keqing smiled sweetly. "Are you afraid I'll get bullied?" She raised her hand into a fist and gestured in front of her brother. "I tell you, I'm good at fighting. You don't need to worry." Junjie looked her up and down. "With your thin arms and legs? You can fight? Stop joking around. Be good." In her previous world, Xiao Keqing was a black belt in Taekwondo. She learned self-defense because she was worried about being bullied. Now she looked at herself. People didn't believe her because her body wasn't as perfect as before, and she had to train harder. "Brother, I know a lot of skills. Why don't you believe me?" "Never mind. I don't want to argue. If you want to send me, just do it. Li Ting's gaze was full of admiration for the lively Xiao Keqing. His heart stirred. She really dares to speak her mind and has many skills. She wasn't afraid to boast. Hyung took Xiao Keqing back to the main courtyard and then left. Once home, she went straight into her space, washed her hair, took a bath, and went to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Keqing woke up with long black hair styled into 2 airy braids on her shoulders. She wore a beige headband, a floral dress with puff sleeves, a watch she had worn yesterday on her wrist, and beige high heels. Her skin was naturally good, and she applied a light, natural makeup. She smiled confidently, looking perfect. She first went to the supply store to buy vegetables, then delivered food. As she approached the supply store, she heard someone calling her urgently from behind. 2 women in military uniforms are walking toward her. One woman exclaims in surprise, "Keqing, it's really you. Why are you dressed like that? I almost didn't recognize you." Xiao Keqing searches her memory and realizes this person is her close friend Yang Guizhi. Yang Guizhi hurriedly says, "Keqing, you can't be here to chase someone, right? You shouldn't dress like that. He won't like it if he sees, and you can't do what you used to do." Another woman in uniform asks, "Guizhi, who is she?"
What are you talking about?
"Don't hold back. Just tell me." Xiao Keqing watches Yang Guizhi's performance with a blank expression. She's such a fake, always trying to make her look bad.
How stupid is she?
Can't she see through this? Yang Guizhi has never seen Xiao Keqing like this, dressed so beautifully, almost like a different person. She looks elegant, with glowing white skin, and her outfit makes her look so attractive. Xiao Keqing remains calm and asks, "Yang Guizhi, are you here for me?" Yang Guizhi suppresses her jealousy and replies, "Yes, I came for you. I work at the cultural troupe now." Xiao Keqing snorts coldly, "Yang Guizhi, I gave you face. You keep pretending to be innocent, but I know your true intentions." Yang Guizhi is surprised. Does this fool know something?
Impossible.
She must not know. Xiao Keqing looks at her coldly and says, "From now on, if you spread rumors about me again, I will confront you every time I see you." Yang Guizhi pretends to be hurt. "Keqing, why are you treating me like this? I used to do everything for you." Xiao Keqing impatiently says, "Stop pretending with me. Let's just act like strangers. Don't try to get attention in front of me. I don't have time for you. I have to go now." Yang Guizhi grits her teeth, thinking, "I used to say whatever I wanted. Why is this fool different today?" Li Chunmei asks insistently, "Guizhi, who exactly are you?
Who is she?
Why does she look so beautiful?" Yang Guizhi quickly responds, "She is Captain Zhao's younger sister, and she's my classmate. Her family isn't well off, her grades are poor, she doesn't have much education, and she likes to flirt with people and get things from them. I used to help her a lot, but now she's like this." Li Chunmei is surprised. "I didn't expect her to be like this." Yang Guizhi held Li Chunmei's hand and said, "Hurry up. Today I am taking leave to go to the department store, so I can't be late." After shopping, she still needed to visit Lu Ting at the hospital. Xiao Keqing entered the supply and marketing cooperative and saw the clerk in a checkered shirt, who looked very simple. She looked at the items on the counter and said, "Hello, comrade. I want 3 aluminum lunchboxes, 1 thermos, a hot water bottle, half a kilogram of meat, 1 kilogram of ribs, half a kilogram of dried goods, half a kilogram of brown sugar, 10 eggs, 2 towels, half a kilogram of bok choy, a mirror, and also give me a basket." Xiao Keqing bought groceries to plan her future, just in case someone found out. Her family already had 3 aluminum lunchboxes, and with the new ones, she had 6 lunchboxes and thermos bottles, which were enough. The clerk, Yang Lan, looked at Xiao Keqing in surprise and asked, "Comrade, are you from out of town? I've never seen you before. Are you buying so much?" "Yes, it's my first time here. I'm visiting family in the army." Xiao Keqing exchanged a few words with her, handed over the ticket and money, and then went home. Luckily, she had a basket, or she wouldn't have been able to carry everything back. At home, she entered her space, took 3 bowls of light meat noodle soup, and put them into clean aluminum lunchboxes. She also took 9 steamed buns and placed them in the lunchboxes. Then she cut fresh cantaloupe and put it into a basin, all together into the basket. She ate a bowl of beef noodles, threw the packaging into the space's trash bin for disposal, carried the basket, and slung her bag before heading out. Fortunately, the noodles were handmade, so it wouldn't be easy to explain if they were machine-made. The cantaloupe was said to be brought from the imperial capital, and since it was so far away, no one would investigate. When she arrived at the ward, she saw Hyung sitting outside and said, "Hyung, I brought you breakfast. Come in and eat together." Hyung hurried over, took the basket, and said, "Comrade Xiao, you are too kind. I can eat at the canteen. Let's eat together. It won't take much time. You've been working hard taking care of them, and I might trouble you more later." Hyung smiled and opened the door, saying, "It's all part of my duty." Xiao Keqing saw the two sitting by the bed and immediately made eye contact with Lu Ting. Lu Ting looked sharp and noticed Xiao Keqing coming in. He had changed into a new outfit today and seemed like a different person. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Brother Lu Ge, time to eat." Xiao Junjie looked at her with a smile and said, "Sister, come on. I've noticed you're getting more and more beautiful." When Xiao Keqing heard her brother praise her, a smile appeared on her lips. "Yes, I think so too. You're very honest." Xiao Junjie chuckled and said, "Haha. Sister, I didn't realize you had such a funny side too." Lan Ting heard the girl answer and couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Keqing opened the floral cloth covering the basket and took out 2 aluminum lunch boxes, handing them to Hyung. "Can you eat spicy food? I'm not sure if you can handle it. Today's is quite mild." Hyung took the lunch boxes. "I can eat spicy food. I don't mind. I can eat anything." Hyung opened the box and saw 3 buns and a bowl of noodles. He was surprised and said, "Comrade Xiao, this." Before he finished, Xiao Keqing said, "I thought 1 bowl of noodles might not be enough, so I added 3 buns for you." Hyung sat on a stool. "That's plenty already. I didn't eat this well in the morning. Look at these buns, thin skin, lots of filling." Xiao Keqing handed the lunchbox to her brother. "How do you feel today, brother? Any discomfort? Eat the noodles first, and if that's not enough, you can have the buns." "No, I don't feel much pain anymore," Xiao Junjie replied as he took the lunchbox. Xiao Keqing checked his forehead to see if he had a fever. She reassured herself, no fever. Xiao Keqing looked at Lan Ting with her eyes, holding the lunchbox. "Deputy Commander Lan, eating noodles is easier on your digestion today." She was about to feed him but paused, thinking, maybe you should eat the buns first. "When Hyung comes back, I can feed you again." "The noodles are clumpy and not tasty," Lan Ting said. "Why can't I feed him? I've done it before, and it doesn't matter if I do it a few more times." Xiao Keqing thought that made sense, but something felt off. She picked up her chopsticks and started feeding Lan Ting. Today, Lan Ting had shaved, and his sharp, smooth features looked even more striking, making him look very handsome. Xiao Keqing thought to herself that he was truly a charming man. She picked up a few strands of noodles, blew on them, and brought them to Lan Ting's mouth. Lan Ting saw Xiao Keqing blowing on the noodles and seemed to think of something, pausing for a few seconds before opening his mouth to eat. He looked up at Xiao Keqing, who was blowing on the noodles. The noodles were delicious, very tasty. He ate bite after bite until the bowl was finished. Hyung stared in shock at Deputy Commander Lan. Could this really be the same cold, aloof Lan Ting? He couldn't believe it. Earlier in the morning, when they had noodles during a mission, he had eaten the same at noon. He never said the noodles were clumpy or bad. Xiao Keqing opened the lunchbox, picked up a bun with her chopsticks, and asked, "Do you want to eat a bun too?" "Yes," Lan Ting replied, taking the bun and eating happily. He glanced at Xiao Keqing, thinking her cooking was better than that of a government restaurant. Junjie also enjoyed the buns very much. Watching Lan Ting almost finish, she handed him another one, until they finished eating all 3 meals. Xiao Keqing tidied up the lunchbox but was quickly interrupted by Hyung, who took it and said, "I'll wash it." "Okay," Xiao Keqing replied, not being polite. She really didn't want to wash dishes. She preferred cooking instead. Just then, the door opened, and Dr. Zhang entered. He immediately saw the young woman in front of him and stared blankly at her, feeling his heart beat faster. The looks from Dr. Zhang were noticed by Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting. They understood the kind of gaze a man has when looking at a woman, obvious interest in Xiao Keqing. Xiao Junjie then looked Dr. Zhang up and down. He appeared gentle and handsome, a top doctor in the hospital. Although he was a bit mismatched with Xiao Keqing, he was still decent. Maybe he could ask his sister for her opinion when he had time. Lu Ting's deep eyes fixed on Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang approached Xiao Keqing and said, "Comrade Xiao, I'm here to check on their recovery." Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, "All right. Thank you, Dr. Zhang." After examining Xiao Junjie's condition, Dr. Zhang then went to Deputy Commander Lu. Seeing Lu's cold and stern face, he felt a bit nervous and said, "Deputy Commander Lu, I'm here to assess your injury."
Lu Ting responded calmly.
Dr. Zhang said evenly, "Your recovery is better today than yesterday. Keep monitoring for any fever." "Thank you, Dr. Zhang. I'll pay attention," Xiao Keqing said as she saw the doctor out of the ward. In the ward, Xiao Junjie glanced sideways at Lu Ting's slightly amused face and said, "Okay." "Lu Ting, did you see the look Dr. Zhang gave my sister? It was almost overflowing. That guy definitely likes my sister." Lu Ting's face was cold, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Yes, I saw. Not a match for my sister." Xiao Junjie nodded. "You saw that too. Not a match, but he's also a top doctor in the hospital. Maybe I should ask my sister what she thinks." Lu Ting still frowned. "If you think he's not a match, why ask?" Xiao Junjie chuckled. "It's not like I'm finding someone for you. I have to ask my sister's opinion. What if she likes him? Then I can check him out early. I'll definitely pick a good one." When Xiao Keqing entered the ward, she saw Lu Ting's expressionless face. Who had upset him again? That unpredictable guy. "Big brother, I'll stay with you today. I'll watch over the medicine. You all can rest assured," she said. Xiao Junjie was happy to have his sister with him and smiled.
All right.
"Can you ask Heyang to bring me a table? I need to do some work, writing. I won't disturb you while you rest." Xiao Junjie looked puzzled. "What work? What words should I write?" Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing with confusion. "Does she have a new job?" Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Yes, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. I got a job at Manhwa newspaper in the capital city." Xiao Junjie was surprised and asked, "The biggest newspaper in the capital city, Manhwa newspaper, not far from home?" Xiao Keqing nodded. "Yes, as a translator." Xiao Junjie was speechless. "What kind of job is that?" "English translator." Xiao Junjie was shocked and asked, "Sister, are you joking? I didn't know you could speak English." Xiao Keqing glared at Xiao Junjie. "There are many things you don't know. Calm down and stop overreacting. I told you I know a lot." Xiao Keqing took her English manuscript and work certificate out of her bag and handed them to her brother. "Here, look for yourself. Be careful not to damage them. This is a month's worth of my translation work." She pouted and said, "You haven't been home for 3 years. How would you know anything? There are many things you don't know." Xiao Junjie looked at the work certificate and the translated manuscript, confirming they were in his sister's handwriting. "Little sister, I haven't seen you in 3 years. I'm really impressed." Xiao Junjie was genuinely excited. "Lu Ting, come look at my sister's translation. Let your brother Lu Ting see what your sister has written." Xiao Keqing was silent. Lu Ting took the work certificate and manuscript and looked at them carefully. The handwriting was neat and flowing, similar to the handwriting on the letters he had seen before. This made Lu Ting appreciate and see her in a new light. Xiao Junjie loudly called out, "Heyang." Heyang immediately entered. "Reporting, Captain Xiao, what do you need?" "Bring a table here for writing."
Okay.
Heyang turned and left the ward. Xiao Junjie was worried that his sister's good job might be affected if she took too many days off. "Sister, how many days did you take off?" Xiao Keqing replied seriously, "I didn't take any leave. I can work from home, so I don't need to go to the newspaper. I had a gift for you when you came home, but you didn't come." Xiao Keqing shook her head regretfully. "What a pity. I just received half a month's salary for the first time, and I bought a gift for my closest person, but now I've run out of money." Xiao Junjie felt mixed emotions. The person closest to me, and I have no gift? Am I not your closest person? Xiao Keqing saw through her brother's thoughts. It's because you didn't come home. I told you it was a surprise for you. You didn't even go home for a surprise, so it was gone. Xiao Junjie immediately felt very happy. At least, he was the closest person. The gift was secondary. Lu Ting flipped through the documents page by page, his gaze becoming focused. The translation was smooth, the content fresh, and the handwriting looked like art, making people want to keep looking. Soon, Hyang moved a table over. Where should the commander put it? Xiao Junjie looked around and saw it could only go between two beds and the corridor on Lu Fu's left. Sister, put it over by Brother Lu. Xiao Keqing looked around the room. Placing it next to her brother meant she would have to move the bed. She couldn't even get out of bed, so she looked at Lu Ting's side. Better not. She looked at her brother and said, Brother, I'll put it in the middle, next to you. Xiao Junjie looked up slightly. The middle isn't good for the doctor to give injections. Just put it by Brother Lu. Xiao Keqing thought that was true. If she had to move for an injection, only the side near Lu Ting was possible. She turned and made eye contact with Lu Ting. Deputy Captain Lu, is that okay? Lu Ting's eyes flashed with a barely noticeable smile. Call me brother to my face? I thought I wasn't supposed to add to your dowry, so why are you calling me Deputy Captain Lu? Xiao Keqing looked at his deep eyes, which carried a half-smile. This guy was cunning. Forget it. On the surface, just call him brother. After thinking it through, Xiao Keqing called out, Brother Lu. Put it there. When you're not translating, show me. I think it's pretty good. Xiao Keqing nodded. Hyang, who had been staring blankly, put down the table. All right, I won't translate for you to see. It wasn't a big deal. Hyang was so surprised his mouth almost couldn't close. Was this really their Deputy Captain Lu? Xiao Junjie hurriedly said, Sister, I want to see too. Okay, you take turns. Just don't ruin it. After arranging the tables and chairs, they realized it was closer to Lu Ting's bed. Looking up, they could see Lu Ting. Two female nurses in white coats entered. The long-haired nurse blushed and softly said, Deputy Captain Lu, I'm here to give you an injection and 4. Lu Ting showed no expression and extended his left hand. Xiao Keqing crossed her arms and watched as the nurse started the injection. She blushed, and her ears turned red too. She looked at her brother. The short-haired nurse also looked shyly at her brother. Skit, skit, skit. Unquestionably, both of them looked very handsome, with faces that could captivate anyone. The army's good treatment made it easy to get lost in their charm. Xiao Keqing didn't want to stay and watch anymore. She turned to leave, waving her hand. Brothers, I'm going to wash my hands, and we'll be right back. Xiao Junjie asked, Isn't there a bathroom in this room? Are you foolish or not? Lu Ting softly snorted. She is quite clever. Just now, her expression was fully in his view. In the past, whenever a woman got close to him, he would want to keep her away. Especially since this nurse was interested in him, he could tell. That's why she looked for an excuse to leave once she realized it. After leaving the ward, the two nurses discussed quietly. The long-haired nurse was secretly happy, saying, If Su Malya hadn't gone to study abroad, I wouldn't have had a chance to get close to him here. The short-haired nurse replied, Yes, we need to seize this opportunity. I think Xiaoing is very good. The woman who just left is Xiao Junjie's sister. I found out that information. The long-haired nurse asked, Then why is she also called Brother Lu Vice Regiment Commander? The short-haired nurse answered, I don't know. As long as he's not a romantic interest, it's fine. Xiao Keqing entered the ward again. Lu Ting was reading a manuscript, and his brother was flipping through an English book. Put down the books and manuscripts. Rest for a while. I'll watch the 4 drip, so you can sleep peacefully. Xiao Keqing took their books and manuscripts away. Go to sleep quickly. I need to translate too. If you want to use the bathroom, I can call Hyang in. You don't need to feel embarrassed to say anything. Lu Ting was silent. Xiao Junjie also said nothing and started looking for a pen in his bag to begin translating. Lying down, Lu Ting could still smell the unique fragrance of the woman. It lingered in the air between his breaths, and soon he fell asleep. When he woke up again, the female nurse was removing the needle. His eyes involuntarily fell on the stunningly beautiful Xiao Keqing, whose appearance was breathtaking. Words couldn't fully describe her. She was closing her eyes, her hand resting on her slender neck, gently turning it. Her fingers were delicate, with tips tinged in a soft pink, very pretty. Xiao Keqing opened her eyes and watched the nurse leave the ward reluctantly. She looked into Lu Ting's eyes and asked, "You're awake. Do you need me to help you sit up?" "No, I can do it myself." Xiao Keqing picked up some fruit from the basket. "My two brothers, I brought some fruit. Want to have a bite?" She skewered a piece for each of them and started eating herself. "Is it tasty?" "I brought it from the capital." Xiao Junjie nodded. "Yes, it's delicious." Lu Ting also agreed. It's tasty." She then opened the door and called out to Hyang. "Hyang, come in and have some fruit." Hyang smiled broadly. "All right." After eating 2 pieces, Hyang left without staying long. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister affectionately. "Sister, I have a box on the top shelf in my room. It has money, tickets, and a bank book. You can take it and use the money. If it's not enough, you can use the bank book to withdraw more. I have money and tickets, I don't need yours. Save more of your own money for your wife, or how will you pay for the wedding? Your parents are worried because you're getting older and still haven't found a wife." Xiao Junjie glanced at Lu Ting and teased, "Even those older than me haven't found a wife. He's not in a rush, so why should I be? Brother Lu, don't you agree?" Lu Ting shrugged and said, "If I wanted to find a wife, it wouldn't be hard. It's just a matter of wanting or not." Xiao Keqing nodded repeatedly and said, "Brother Lu, I think you're right. As long as you want to get married, I can tell you there are plenty of women willing to be your wife, lining up from the hospital all the way to the military district gate, without stopping." Xiao Junjie chuckled. "Sis, are you talking about choosing a wife?"
Haha.
"You might be onto something." Lu Ting frowned slightly, licking his teeth. For the first time, he felt defeated by this girl and was a bit frustrated about it. Xiao Junjie now truly believed that his sister didn't like Lu Ting anymore. Xiao Junjie said, "Sis, be good. Didn't you say your salary was finished? My money is your money. Use it freely." Xiao Keqing patiently replied, "Brother, I really do have money. You keep it to chase your future wife. When you're chasing someone, you need to spend money generously, got it?" Xiao Keqing then started sharing tips on how to pursue someone. Even though she hadn't been in love herself, she had watched plenty. Looking at her brother, she said, "Don't be stingy. Don't hold back on food, drinks, entertainment, gifts, clothes, shoes, or cosmetics. Plan everything well. When you're old, those memories will be beautiful." Xiao Junjie laughed. "Wow. You know quite a lot. Are you teaching me how to chase someone?" Xiao Keqing smiled. "Brother, I just worry you're too dull to pursue anyone. If you like someone, chase her quickly. If you're slow, someone else will catch her. You might regret it. I heard Sister Ran has gone back home. Have you thought about going back to the capital?" Lu Ting thought she really knew a lot. He felt a sudden pang. Could someone be pursuing her like that? He couldn't help but say, "You really know a lot." Before Xiao Keqing could respond, she heard Xiao Junjie interrupt. "Sis, when did she come back from the countryside?" "About a week ago. I heard from someone. I hope you'll consider moving back to the capital so we can be together as a family. Think about it." Xiao Junjie nodded. "Okay, I will consider it." He asked again, "Sis, how much is your salary?" "I don't want your money. I'm your brother. You can buy anything you want. It's okay if you use it up. I get a good salary now." Xiao Keqing also wants to know how much her brother earns. Curious, she asks, "How much do you make?" "My salary depends on how many words I translate, so I don't have an exact amount." Xiao Junjie quickly says, "That can't be right. If you don't even have a specific number, how can you have money to spend? Hurry up and take it from the box." Xiao Keqing, "Does my brother misunderstand what I mean?" Xiao Junjie seriously says, "I earn 96 yuan a month, and with extra tasks, maybe around 120 yuan. Supporting you is no problem. In this time, most people earn about 30 yuan, so 120 yuan a month is a lot." Xiao Keqing. She smiles and says, Even 120 yuan isn't enough to buy gifts for our parents, Grandpa, and Uncle Lu. You should save it to get married. Lu Ting raises an eyebrow and looks at Xiao Keqing, thinking to himself, this girl even prepared a gift for my grandpa. How much does she earn? 120 yuan isn't enough for her to buy gifts. Xiao Junjie looks surprised and curious, asking, how much do you earn in half a month? Xiao Keqing happily replies, 350 yuan. Xiao Junjie exclaims in shock, what? Say that again? 350 yuan.
Lu Ting.
Xiao Junjie. Xiao Keqing points to the translation book and says, I think it will take me about 40 days to finish translating this book. I can earn 600 yuan and some vouchers. The only bad thing is, my hand hurts if I write too many words. Lu Ting is amazed. This girl is really impressive now. Her 40-day salary is equal to what he earns in 4 months. Xiao Junjie stares in disbelief and says, in 5 months, I earn that much, and you only need 40 days to get it? Xiao Keqing nods lightly, so, I really don't lack money. Brother, save your money and find a wife. Xiao Junjie looks curious and asks, what gift did you give them that cost 350 yuan? Xiao Keqing smiles playfully and says, I won't tell you. It's because you didn't come home. Xiao Junjie knows his sister won't say, so he stops asking. Sister, what do you think of Dr. Zhang? Lu Ting's eyes suddenly turn cold, like a cold pond. Didn't everyone say he's not good enough for her sister? Why is he still asking? Xiao Keqing pauses and says, Dr. Zhang is very good. Ling Lu snorted softly. Xiao Junjie immediately perked up, patting his chest and saying, I'll find out more about him first, then decide. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother with confusion and asked, find out what? Decide what? Did I miss something? Xiao Junjie looked serious and said, find out about his character and family background. Decide whether to date him or not. Xiao Keqing suddenly understood her brother's mistake. Brother, I said Dr. Zhang is good because he's skilled at surgery. I didn't mean to date him. Besides, he doesn't meet my standards, so I don't want to date him. Ling Ting's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, thinking that this girl has good judgment. She's not interested in just anyone. Xiao Junjie looked curious and asked, then tell me, what are your standards for a partner? I want to help you check. Xiao Keqing looked at Xiao Junjie, but remained silent. Ling Ting also wanted to know her standards. Tell me, what are they? I want to listen. Xiao Keqing glanced at them and said, since you really want to know, I don't mind telling you. Just don't randomly match me with anyone.
Okay.
Okay. Xiao Keqing said seriously, first, he must be handsome. Xiao Junjie nodded. My sister is so pretty, he must be handsome. Xiao Keqing. Second, he should have a stable job, preferably from the capital city, and live nearby. I don't want to leave my family. Xiao Junjie nodded again. I agree. I wouldn't want her to marry far away. Ling Ting also agreed. Third, he must be responsible and dependable. Xiao Junjie nodded again. I agree. Ling Ting nodded as well. Fourth, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs.
Ling Ting.
Xiao Junjie. Fifth, he should have 6 or 8-pack abs. When Ling Ting heard about abs, her left hand unconsciously moved to her stomach and rubbed it. Sixth, height between 185 centimeters and 189 centimeters. No other considerations. Ling Ting thought to herself that she fit this standard. She was exactly 188 centimeters. A slight smile appeared on Ling Ting's face. She seemed to meet all these standards. If she said she didn't like him, who would believe it? Seventh, I don't want someone much older than me. No more than 5 years difference. Too big a gap might cause issues. Ling Ting's smile suddenly faded. She seemed to be about 6 years older than her. 8, and most importantly, he must match my heart's desire. Lu Ting thought he must be going crazy. Why was he comparing himself to her? He had agreed to be her younger brother.
Lu Ting chuckled bitterly.
Why did it matter if someone had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and 6 or 8-pack abs? Did height matter that much? Xiao Junjie was stunned. What if someone doesn't meet these standards? No compromises, she replied. In reality, She had never even been in a relationship by age 36. Xiao Junjie was amazed. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and 6 or 8-pack abs. Explain that? Xiao Keqing shrugged. There's nothing to explain. If you're looking for a partner, would you choose someone with a bad figure? It's just common sense. Xiao Junjie nodded, thinking her words made some sense. He then asked, why is a height between 185 centimeters and 189 centimeters okay, but 175 centimeters to 184 centimeters isn't? That's not short either. Explain? Xiao Keqing's eyes flicked around, considering whether to tell the truth. Lu Ting looked at her with clever eyes. I also want to know why. Xiao Keqing asked, can I not say? Xiao Junjie said, just say it. Lu Ting urged, go ahead. Xiao Keqing sighed. Well, it's not a big deal to tell you. You can experience it yourself later. I've never experienced it before, and really want to know how it feels. Lu Ting's curiosity grew. What hasn't she experienced? What feeling does she want to try? My height is 168 centimeters. I usually wear high heels, so I must be over 170 centimeters, right? Xiao Junjie nodded. Yeah. What's the big deal? Lu Ting looked confused. Yes, can you be more specific? With her height below 185 centimeters, she probably wouldn't feel much. Over 189 centimeters might make her neck uncomfortable. Lu Ting's face was full of confusion. Why would it be uncomfortable? Why wouldn't she feel anything? Xiao Junjie asked, yeah, why? Xiao Keqing cheerfully grabbed a basket from the table and headed out of the ward, stopping at the door. She turned back and asked, have you figured it out? Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie shook their heads in perfect unison. Research shows that if I'm too short, I won't feel anything during a kiss. If I'm too tall, I might feel neck strain after a while. When you have a partner, you can try it out. I'm going to cook now, Xiao Keqing said happily, and ran off. Lu Ting touched his burning ears, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her careless words. Xiao Junjie stared with wide eyes and blushed. What has this girl been learning? Xiao Keqing returned to the family compound just as she was about to enter the door when she heard someone calling her nearby. Hello, comrade. Are you Xiao Yingzhang's family? I am the neighbor next door to Xiao Yingzhang. Xiao Keqing saw it was the shop assistant from this morning. What a coincidence. I am Xiao Yingzhang's sister. My name is Xiao Keqing. Yang Lan smiled and said, my name is Yang Lan. Xiao Yingzhang and Deputy Commander Lu were injured. I have the afternoon off. Can I go see them with you? My dad has been at the research institute these days. Otherwise, he would definitely go to the hospital to see them. Xiao Keqing readily agreed. Sure. I will bring them food at noon. I'll call you when I go. Back home, Xiao Keqing thought that she couldn't always cook in the space. Someone might notice the problem. She was afraid of being caught doing research, so she decided to cook outside. When she arrived in the kitchen, she found the rice cooker was missing, and she still had many things to buy. The space's rice cooker couldn't be taken out to use, not even the old-fashioned model, as it was a top-quality item kept inside. Fortunately, yesterday Hyang burned coal, and new coal had been replaced. The coal hadn't gone out yet, so she added new honeycomb coal and prepared to cook pork rib porridge. In the future, she would try to use the space kitchen less. Xiao Keqing's pork rib porridge was made by directly adding a drop of spiritual spring water. She sliced the potatoes into thin strips, rinsed off the surface starch with clean water, then blanched them in boiling water. In a pot, she poured oil, added minced garlic to sauté until fragrant, then added the potato strips and stir-fried evenly. Finally, she added appropriate amounts of vinegar, salt, sugar, and a little chicken essence for seasoning, stir-fried a few times, and the sweet and sour potato strips were ready to be taken out. She cracked 5 eggs directly into an aluminum lunchbox, added water, a drop of spiritual spring water, a little salt, then steamed it in the pot. She then stir-fried minced meat with various seasonings, added some water, and finished by adding a little cornstarch to thicken the sauce, pouring it over the steamed eggs to complete the meat and egg custard. The small stir-fried pork in the space was poured into an aluminum lunchbox, filling half of it, with the other half filled with sweet and sour potato strips, ready to serve Hyung. She didn't plan to give him the pork rib porridge or egg custard, worried that giving him those might cause changes. Xiao Keqing always ate at home before delivering the meals to them. After finishing her meal, Xiao Keqing carried a basket and knocked on Yang Lan's courtyard door. Yang Lan knew that at this time, the person knocking would definitely be Xiao Keqing from next door. She took out the fruits and pastries she had bought earlier and went out. Yang Lan smiled warmly and said, "Let's go." The two went to the hospital together. On the way, Xiao Keqing and Yang Lan talked very comfortably, without any sense of unfamiliarity. Yang Lan was delicate-looking and quite pretty, dressed simply and modestly. She was 1 year older than Xiao Keqing. "Xiao Keqing, Sister Yang Lan, does your supply and marketing cooperative sell rice cookers?" "No, you have to go to the department store for that." Xiao Keqing just stepped onto the stairs, distracted by her chat with Yang Lan, and didn't notice who was coming ahead. She bumped directly into someone. Xiao Jun and a few comrades came to see Lu Ting and Xiao Junjia. They were walking out of the hospital gate, chatting among themselves, not noticing anyone in front, and accidentally bumped into Xiao Keqing. As a former soldier, Xiao Jun was quick and agile. When he saw he had bumped into a female comrade, he swiftly reached out to take the basket in Xiao Keqing's hand, grabbing her arm to prevent her from falling. After studying her, Xiao Jun quickly withdrew his hand. He looked at Xiao Keqing in a daze and said, "Comrade, I'm sorry I bumped into you. Are you hurt anywhere?" By the time Xiao Keqing reacted and steadied herself, she looked at the man in military uniform. "It's okay. I was talking to someone and didn't see you." Yang Lan, worried, helped Xiao Keqing. "Are you alright, Xiao Keqing?" Xiao Keqing shook her head.
I'm fine. Xiao Yun said as you kicking blankly.
She was very beautiful, and her gentle voice made his heart race. He felt a sudden flutter. He quickly looked away and said to his comrades, "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later." Then he spoke again. "Comrade, it's my fault. Are you hurt? Do you need to see a doctor?" Xiao Keqing reached out her hand. "Really, I'm fine. No need. You can give me the basket." Xiao Jun shook the basket and said, "You're probably delivering food to your family, right? I bumped into you. Let me carry it for you. It's a bit heavy." "I can carry it myself," Xiao Keqing said, stepping forward to take the basket. Xiao Jun earnestly said, "Please let me help you, comrade.
I feel bad about this.
Let's go." Before Xiao Keqing could reply, Xiao Jun turned and walked back, carrying the basket. Xiao Jun had selfish reasons. He had never felt this kind of sudden attraction to any woman before and wanted to get to know this girl better. As he walked, he said to Xiao Keqing, "I am the commander of the 2nd Battalion. My name is Xiao Jun." Xiao Keqing replied calmly, When she reached the ward, she didn't see Hyung. She turned and said, "Commander Xiao, I've arrived. You can give me the basket now." Xiao Jun smiled, knocking on the door. "I happen to know someone inside. I'll take it in." Hyung saw her and said, "Commander Xiao." Xiao Junjia saw Xiao Jun and said, "Why are you here again?" Xiao Jun shook the basket and smiled. Delivering food. Both Xiao Keqing and Yang Lan entered. Jianzhong raised his eyebrows and said, "Junjia, what a coincidence. I accidentally bumped into this lady comrade when I went out, and she was delivering food for you all." Xiao Junjia and Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing carefully after hearing that. Junjia asked worriedly, "Sister, are you okay?" "Brother, I'm fine. I just didn't see clearly and bumped into her myself. Luckily, Captain Xiao caught me," she replied. Junjia said seriously, "What is wrong with you, Jiangjun? Why did you bump into my sister? She's delicate, and if you hurt her, what will happen?" Jiangjun admitted, "It's my fault, my mistake." "Junjia, would you like to introduce her?" Junjia rolled his eyes at Jiangjun. "This is my sister, Xiao Keqing." Xiao Keqing handed over a meal box to Hyung. "Hyung, I didn't cook rice because I don't have a rice cooker. I asked you to get food from the cafeteria. I added 2 more dishes for you." Hyung took the box. "You don't have to cook for me. I can go to the cafeteria myself." Xiao Keqing said, "It's just a small favor." Hyung called Captain Xiao to go eat at the cafeteria together. Yang Lanhan exchanged a few words and then left. Xiao Keqing, as usual, placed the dishes and rice next to Xiao Junjia's bed. Brother, without a rice cooker, I can't cook rice. I don't know how to cook it directly in a pot, or it might burn. Okay, I'll have Hyang buy one this afternoon. If you see anything else we need, write a shopping list for me. Xiao Junjia was drinking porridge when his eyes lit up. How could the porridge be so delicious? Xiao Keqing said, Lu Ge, dinner time. Today, it's pork rib porridge. After finishing this, I'll cook rice for you all. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing and asked, Did you bump into anyone just now? Why does Lu Ting seem so gentle? Is he caring about me? I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Xiao Keqing blushed slightly, lowering her head to hide it. She felt so useless. After all, she had lived to 36, and she still blushed so easily. Just smelling the aroma of the food, Lu Ting knew today's meal would be delicious. The pork rib porridge was soft, smooth, and melt in the mouth. The egg custard had a rich flavor combined with mincemeat, making it very memorable. The sour potatoes were very appetizing. Lu Ting ate and said, Your cooking is delicious. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Hyang and Jiangjun were eating when they saw the meat in the lunchboxes and couldn't help but salivate. Captain Xiao, you don't know how good Xiao comrade's cooking skills are. The noodles and buns I had this morning were the best I've ever eaten. Jiangjun was eating Xiao Keqing's meat and potatoes and said, Now I see. Her potatoes are better than others, and the meat is just as good. Xiao Junjia sighed, Sister, I just ate the food you made, and I realized the cafeteria's food is really not good. Xiao Keqing was happy to see her cooking appreciated. After eating, she rested for a while and asked, Brother, do I need to get an injection this afternoon? Xiao Junjia looked at his sister's translated document and said, Yes, just like this morning. At that moment, Hyang knocked on the door and entered, saying, Deputy Leader Lu, a female comrade from the art troupe is here to see you. Xiao Keqing was curious. Could it be Yang Guizhi from the art troupe? She smiled, thinking, This will be interesting. Lu Ting, in a gentle tone, said, All right, let her in. Yang Guizhi entered and saw Lu Ting lying on the bed with Xiao Keqing sitting beside him. Yang Guizhi was surprised and pointed at Xiao Keqing, asking you, What are you doing here? Xiao Keqing shrugged. She thought this person had a problem with her eyes. She didn't see her brother was also here. Can I be here? Yang Guizhi looked at Lu Ting and said, Brother Ting, I heard you were hurt, so I bought some things to see you. In the past, Yang Guizhi pretended not to like Lu Ting in front of her, calling him Brother Lu. Now, hearing her call him Brother Ting, Xiao Keqing felt uncomfortable. Yang Guizhi placed the bought items on the table, her mind racing. The opportunity was right. She slightly smiled, thinking, Watch how I make Lu Ting dislike her even more. How stupid is this fool? I know exactly. Xiao Keqing observed Yang Guizhi's expression carefully. She thought, It's this look again. She's about to cause trouble for me. Yang Guizhi looked at Xiao Keqing and said, Keqing, you can't keep bothering Brother Ting like this. He's hurt now, and you're still pestering him. Don't you know he hasn't gone home in 3 years just to avoid you? I'm doing this for your own good. You can't be like before. Xiao Keqing sneered. How was I before? Didn't you teach me? Yang Guizhi was surprised and said, Keqing, what are you talking about? I didn't teach you anything. Xiao Keqing coldly questioned, All those things. Wasn't it you who told me to do them? You said Lu Ting liked me in red or green clothes, liked me to wear makeup. You made me give gifts and meals every day, whether at home or in the army, and even forced me to act desperate in front of his parents. Weren't all those things you told me to do? Finally, you wanted me to sleep on Lu Ting's bed. Wasn't that your idea? You wanted Lu Ting to reject me. I was young then, didn't understand about relationships. TSK, TSK, TSK.
You really know a lot.
Yang Guizhi suddenly looked shocked and said, You. She hurriedly explained, kecking, How can you blame me for what you did yourself? Brother Ting, I didn't do those things. In an instant, Lu Ting's eyes turned cold like a frozen lake. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. Who told you to call me Brother Ting? When did I become your brother?
I don't remember that.
Xiao Keqing leaned back casually with her arms crossed, watching her perform. She looked at Yang Guizhi with a cold stare. Yang Guizhi, do you dare to swear you didn't teach me? I swear on my life, I dare.
What about you?
Xiao Keqing knew that in this time, swearing was still meaningful. It was clear that Yang Guizhi had encouraged her to do these things. Yang Guizhi looked worried and uneasy. I didn't do anything. Why should I swear, just because of you? She argued, you're always chasing after boys, hanging out with the school bully, not studying or trying to improve, and your grades are terrible. Were those things also taught by me? Xiao Keqing questioned. I admit I chased boys, but what do you mean I was hanging out everywhere? I don't even know some of these things. Tell me. Yang Guizhi tried to stay calm. It's because the school bully often went out with you, looked out for you, and stood up for you. Isn't that hanging out? Xiao Keqing was filled with righteous anger. In the Imperial Army District, I chased boys everywhere, had no education, poor grades, got expelled, and was just wandering the streets. That's all rumors you spread, right? The original owner suffered greatly because of Yang Guizhi. A surge of anger rose in Xiao Keqing's heart. She shouted loudly, Hyang. Hyang heard her call and quickly came in. Comrade Xiao, is something the matter? Xiao Keqing loudly said, Hyang, please keep the door closed. No matter what sounds you hear inside the ward, no one is allowed to come in. Okay. Hyang left quickly and shut the door. Yang Guizhi looked terrified.
What?
What are you trying to do? Xiao Keqing's voice was cold. Now you're afraid? Isn't it a bit late for that? Lu Ting saw the icy look in Xiao Keqing's eyes, something he had never seen before. It was dazzling. This must be the real her. A strange emotion welled up in his heart, stirring ripples. Xiao Keqing stood up, rotated her wrist, and said, You don't remember what I told you this morning? Looks like your ears are blocked. Step by step, she walked towards Yang Guizhi and sternly said, I don't care if you pretend to be weak or act like a green tea. I don't care if you like Lu Ting. But I told you if you slander me again, I will hit you. Do you think I'm joking with you? Slap. Slap. Xiao Keqing raised her hand and gave Yang Guizhi 2 slaps. Suddenly, the 5 finger marks on Yang Guizhi's face were clearly visible. Yang Guizhi was stunned from the hit, and then she felt a hot, stinging pain on her face.
She screamed, Ah, you hit me.
She raised her hand to slap Xiao Keqing back. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie both sat up quickly, in sync. Yang Guizhi's hand was about to reach Xiao Keqing's face, but Xiao Keqing grabbed her right arm and used a clever move to dislocate it. Yang Guizhi's cry echoed loudly through the hospital room. Her face turned pale instantly, and she broke out in cold sweat from the pain. Her arm hung down limply. Xiao Junjie was stunned, his mouth wide open as if he could swallow an egg. Lu Ting looked on with an expression of disbelief. Xiao Keqing shook her hand and said, Ah, I haven't hit anyone in a long time. My hand is red now. Next time, I'll use my shoe to slap, not my hand. She pouted and blew on her palm, saying, It hurts so much. Lu Ting smiled broadly, clearly charmed by her cuteness. Xiao Junjie also tried to hold back his laughter.
Yang Guizhi so bet, you broke my hand.
I will report to the police. Boo-hoo. Xiao Keqing chuckled softly. Really? She took Yang Guizhi's hanging right hand and used a clever move again, twisting the dislocated joint back into place. This time, her move was deliberate, and it hurt terribly. Yang Guizhi's scream shattered the entire hospital room again.
Ah,
boo-hoo. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie both looked on speechlessly. Xiao Keqing scoffed, If you don't report to the police, I will. Accusing me, spreading rumors, framing me, these have caused real harm. I may not be able to lock you up for years, but I can detain you for 10 days or half a month. Then I will go see your political officer. I want to see if you can still stay in the army. Do you think you can still dance on my head? Her tone was sharp but carried a threatening edge as she said, Next time I find you slandering or hurting me, I won't be so easy to deal with. I will make sure you can't get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. And if you dare to ignore this warning, Don't let it go in one ear and out the other. Yang Guizhi sniffled and said, Aren't you afraid that Brother Ting will dislike you very much? Previously, Brother Ting disliked you, and now he likes you even less. Xiao Keqing snorted coldly. If you had said this to me from before, I might have cared. She looked up into Lu Ting's eyes and suddenly had a good idea. With a half-smile, Xiao Keqing looked at Yang Guizhi and said, Then let's see if Brother Ting likes me or not. She quickly walked to the bed on Lu Ting's left, bent down, wrapped her arms around his entire arm, and whispered into his ear, If you don't cooperate with me, I won't cook for you or take care of you. Lu Ting felt his arm tighten, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose, and a soft, gentle touch pressed against his arm. Her warm breath brushed his neck, making him shiver slightly. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Keqing's delicate, fair face, with a beauty mark under her eye, looking both charming and mischievous. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of desire rising in his lower abdomen. Lu Ting's Adam's apple bobbed twice, then quickly looked away to another place, afraid to meet her gaze. His heart was pounding wildly, more nervous than during gunfire on the battlefield. Xiao Keqing smiled sweetly, leaning on Lu Ting's shoulder, and looked at Yang Guizhi with wide, angry eyes. She softly asked, Brother Ting, she said you dislike me. Can you tell her if you really dislike me or not? Before Lu Ting could answer, Xiao Keqing pinched his arm with her finger, tugging hard. If he didn't speak, it felt like she might tear his arm off. Hearing her call him Brother Ting, he used to find it annoying, but this time, her soft tone made his bones almost melt. Trying to suppress his inner excitement, the sensation from his arm made his heart itch. Lu Ting's deep, magnetic voice replied, I don't dislike you. Xiao Keqing lifted her right hand, which was about to hit him, and playfully held it in front of his mouth, saying, Brother Ting, I was just hit really hard.
Can you on it for me?
Lu Ting looked at her delicate, fair hand and began to gently. Jia Junjie was already stunned, exclaiming, Yang Guizhi couldn't hold back anymore, and tears fell down her face as she supported her arm and ran out of the ward. Xiao Keqing jumped up happily, dancing and laughing loudly. Ha ha, I won't let you win. I won't let you beat me.
Ha. Oh.
I'm so happy. Lu Ting's hot gaze stayed on Xiao Keqing. She had truly changed. She could translate, cook, fight, and even threaten him. She flirted without realizing it, and there were still things he didn't know about her. Lu Ting called Hyang in and asked him to return the things gifted by Yang Guizhi. Xiao Keqing enthusiastically gave Lu Ting a thumbs up and said, Brother Lu, you're so awesome. Thanks for cooperating. I'll make you something tasty tomorrow. She happily poured a glass of water, added a drop of spiritual spring water, and smiled as she handed it to Lu Ting. Brother Lu, drink some water. You must be tired from cooperating. This water is very sweet. Lu Ting enjoyed her way of flattering him. His lips curved slightly as he took the water and drank. She was right. Her water was indeed sweeter than Yang's. Watching his sister flirt with Lu Ting, he felt a bit jealous. He clicked his tongue and asked Sister, What about mine? Xiao Keqing rolled her eyes. You didn't cooperate with me. Wait until Brother Lu finishes drinking. Lu Ting was even happier, a big smile spreading across his face. He couldn't hide his joy. Xiao Keqing picked up an apple and started to peel it. Here, Brother Lu, eat an apple. Lu Ting ate eagerly. Today's apple was especially delicious. Xiao Junjie's teeth almost ached from envy. Xiao Keqing then hurried to pour water for her brother, added a drop of spiritual spring water, and peeled another apple for him. While eating the apple, Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and asked, Tell me. Explain yourself. Xiao Keqing stared wide-eyed. Can't you tell? She just looked at me when I was young and kept fooling me, spreading rumors. What else? Who did you learn to dislocate arms from? And what's with the school bully? Why is the school bully defending and standing up for you? Xiao Keqing replied, Brother already said she was spreading rumors. Xiao Junjie questioned, But earlier, you admitted to chasing a man. What's that about? Lu Ting frowned slightly, lost in thought. Could it be that the school bully stopped liking him because of this? Xiao Keqing looked at her brother's questioning eyes and said, "Brother, do I chase every man I see? You know I've only ever chased one person." She glanced sideways at Lu Ting, her meaning clear. The original owner was the one who chased after others, not her, Xiao Keqing. Xiao Junjie understood and looked at his sister with affection. "All right, I believe you. If she ever hurts you again, I'll stand up for you." Xiao Keqing's mood eased a bit. "All right, brother, I'll go to the bathroom first, then step outside for some fresh air. I'll call Hyang in. You two should also go to the bathroom. We'll have the injection soon. In the afternoon, you can rest assured. I'll watch over the 4 drip." When Xiao Keqing returned to the ward, the 4 was already being administered. She picked up her manuscript and started translating. Lu Ting sat quietly from the beginning, never taking his eyes off her. She sat upright at her desk, with a proper posture. One hand held her manuscript, while the other moved swiftly, her pen flying across the paper without pause, showing her strong translation skills. Her focused and determined gaze, combined with a faint fragrance in the air, made Lu Ting's heart beat a little faster. His eyes darkened slightly. He knew it wasn't right to keep watching her like this, but he couldn't help it. He wanted to pay more attention and learn more about her. Yang Guizhi ran out of the ward crying, telling the doctor that her hand was broken and hurting badly. The doctor examined her for a long time. There was only a swollen face from being hit. Finally, annoyed by her tearful crying, the doctor gave her 2 painkillers and some ointment for her face, then sent her away. Yang Guizhi hated Xiao Keqing deeply. Today, she had embarrassed herself so badly in front of Brother Ting. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She decided she had to carefully plan how to deal with Xiao Keqing and make her pay back 100 times over someday. She supported her arm and stormed out of the hospital. Yang Guizhi ran to the courtyard holding her injured arm, tears in her eyes, and found Li Chunmei. She approached her tearfully. Li Chunmei looked worried and said with concern, "Guizhi, what happened? Your face is swollen like a bun." Yang Guizhi knew very well that Li Chunmei also liked Lu Ting. Choking back her tears, she said, "It's all for you. I went to find out about Lu Ting. That girl this morning is his arranged fiancée. I only did it for you, so I got beaten like this." Li Chunmei was angry. "She's the same girl you told me about before. The one Lu Ting avoids like she's a plague."
Yang Guizhi nodded. "Look at me.
Who am I doing all this for? You should think of a way. Otherwise, Brother Lu will be taken by her. When that happens, you'll have nowhere to cry. That woman is shameless. She spends all her time trying to flirt with different men. And her poor education. She's practically illiterate. Someone like her, dreaming of being with Brother Lu? I think only a talented, gentle, and kind woman like you deserves him." Li Chunmei was praised by Yang Guizhi and felt very happy. Li Chunmei smiled and said, "Yes, I also think I am more suitable for Lu Ting. I will make her stay in the residential area impossible. I will ask my aunt for help." Li Chunmei's aunt, Lu Xiaohong, married Shen Liang, who was a platoon leader at the time. It was hard to get a man promoted to battalion commander, and once he became one, he brought Li Chunmei along to follow the army. Lu Xiaohong was known for being very talkative in the courtyard. Li Chunmei lost her parents early and was raised by her mother's sister. She grew up in the courtyard and knew well how to make someone want to leave. Usually, it was just rumors and gossip that caused trouble. Her aunt's family also highly approved of Lu Ting. He was young but already a deputy regiment commander, with a bright future, and could help their family. So, her aunt was eager to promote him. If she didn't leave willingly, they would force her. Yang Guizhi looked down on her inside. She thought, "You, with such a simple mind, want to match Brother Ting? Don't you see your own worth? You're just easily controlled by a few words." Li Chunmei didn't seem to notice Yang Guizhi's contempt. She was still immersed in her thoughts, talking non-stop about her plans to deal with Xiao Keqing. Yang Guizhi listened happily, thinking she wouldn't need to act herself. When the time came, dealing with Xiao Keqing would be easy. She also praised Lee Chunmei enthusiastically, trying her best to flatter her. Every word she said made Lee Chunmei feel proud and satisfied. Only she was worthy of Lu Ting. Su Malia couldn't compare. At the hospital, time passed slowly. After the 4 was finished, Xiao Kexing put down her pen and let out a gentle sigh. She looked up, stretched her sore neck and fingers, and then noticed Lu Ting had been watching her all along. They looked at each other. She handed him her manuscript and book together. "Lugo, you wanted to see this, right? I'll leave it here with you. I won't take it back." Xiao Kexing softly said, "Then I'll go home and cook. We'll have porridge again tonight." Lu Ting felt strange all afternoon. The longer Xiao Kexing translated, the more he watched her. When she brought dinner, he kept staring at her. He realized his attention to Xiao Kexing was more than usual. His mood grew more restless, and that night he kept dreaming of her delicate face, imagining her soft voice. The next day, Xiao Kexing carried breakfast and unexpectedly met Xiao Jun just outside the courtyard gate. Zhou Jun returned home yesterday, and his mind was filled with the image of Xiao Kexing. He was sure he had fallen in love at first sight with her, as he had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Early in the morning, Zhou Jun waited outside the courtyard for Xiao Kexing, also thinking about how to please Xiao Junjie. When he saw the person he had been longing for come out of the courtyard, he strode quickly to meet her. "Good morning, Xiao Kexing. You're carrying a heavy lunch. Let me help you," he said politely, opening the car door. Xiao Kexing looked a bit surprised. "Commander Zhou, why are you here?" "I happened to be passing by and thought your lunch might be heavy, so I came to help," Zhou Jun said before Xiao Kexing could respond, taking the basket from her hands. Xiao Kexing politely declined. "No need, it's not far and it's not heavy." Zhou Jun weighed the basket in his hand and smiled. "I told you it's quite heavy. Your brother said you have thin arms and legs. How can you carry such a heavy basket? Come on, we'll be there in just a few minutes." "Why are you being so polite to me? My brother and I are good friends." "It's no problem to help him with his lunch," Zhou Jun said as he got into the car with the breakfast. Xiao Kexing felt helpless, but had no choice but to get in. On the way, Zhou Jun tried to start conversations on various topics, but Xiao Kexing only responded occasionally. They went straight to the hospital ward with the lunch. At the door of the ward, Zhou Jun pushed the door open first and loudly called out, "Brother Jie, Deputy Commander Liu, I'm here to see you." Then he placed the basket on the table. Xiao Junjie's sharp eyes fixed on Zhou Junha. Today his brother brought someone along. He really doesn't see himself as an outsider. "Why did you come with my sister?"
Zhou Yun smiled slightly.
"You said your sister has thin arms and legs. I saw the basket was heavy, so I came to help." Lu Ting saw Zhou Jun frown slightly, deep in thought. Lu Ting looked back and forth between Zhou Jun and Xiao Kexing, a faint trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. It was clear what Zhou Jun's gaze at Xiao Kexing meant. He understood perfectly. Zhou Jun watched as Hyang was eating the breakfast Xiao Kexing had brought, feeling quite envious. "You all eat first. I'll go to the cafeteria for my meal," he said with a smile, softly speaking to Xiao Kexing. "At noon, I'll come find you and bring lunch together." After leaving this message, he strode out of the ward. Xiao Kexing was left standing there, thinking that this person must have a very good relationship with her brother. Xiao Junjie looked at his silly sister. "What are you standing there thinking about?" Xiao Kexing, curious, asked, "Brother, is Commander Zhou very close to you? He seems to care about you a lot." Xiao Junjie helplessly shook his head. "My silly sister, someone likes you." Only his naive sister couldn't see that Xiao Jun liked her, deliberately trying to flatter him. "Brother, you're overthinking. I'm not a piece of currency. No one falls for someone after just one meeting." Xiao Junjie said seriously, "Don't doubt it. Men understand men best. The way Captain Xiao looks at you clearly shows he's interested." Xiao Kexing smiled and said, "If he liked me after just one meeting, then he's love at first sight." "Do you know what the condition for love at first sight is?" Xiao Junjie shook his head. "What is it?" "Of course, it's being attracted by looks first. I don't oppose love at first sight. It's a wonderful feeling. If someone captures my heart, I wouldn't wait for them to chase me. I'd go after them first. Xiao Junjie teased. Oh. So, when you chased Brother Lu before, was it because he was in your heart? Xiao Keqing. She was speechless and secretly annoyed, forgetting that she had previously pursued Lu Ting. Why say so much? It's like digging her own hole. She glanced sideways at Lu Ting's gaze fixed on her, seeming to wait for her answer, making her swallow nervously. He was indeed handsome and very charming. Lu Ting stared blankly at Xiao Keqing, realizing he was in her heart. An involuntary smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, impossible to suppress. Seeing Lu Ting's proud expression, Xiao Keqing felt her tail was wagging too high and secretly annoyed. She rolled her eyes at her brother and said, "Little brother doesn't understand aesthetics. Now I know I should find a younger, fresh guy, since I'm still young." Xiao Junjie burst into laughter, implying that Lu Go was now old. "Yes, my sister is still young. Finding a young, fresh guy is right." Lu Ting's face instantly darkened. He touched his face, wondering, "Am I really old?" After dinner, Dr. Zhang came to check their injuries. He was surprised to see that Vice Commander Lu and Captain Zhao's wounds were healing very quickly, scabbing fast, and recovering much better than expected. Lu Ting watched Dr. Zhang examine him and felt that although his injury was serious, he was healing much faster than usual, even without pain at the wound site. Dr. Zhang was amazed. "You're healing very well, much better than I expected. It looks like you can leave the hospital in a few days to rest at home." Xiao Keqing listened to the doctor and saw her originally tense lips slowly curve into a smile. She secretly felt grateful that she had the space, which allowed her to change her brother's originally doomed fate. Now, everything was different. Lu Ting saw Xiao Keqing smiling as brightly as blooming spring flowers. In that moment, it was as if the entire hospital room was illuminated. While Xiao Keqing left to go home and prepare lunch, Lu Ting quickly called Hyang over. They leaned close together, and Lu Ting deliberately lowered his voice so that Xiao Junjie wouldn't hear, quietly instructing Hyang. Hyang nodded repeatedly, indicating he understood. Lu Ting asked Hyang to pass a message to his superior, saying that the task in Yangqing should be assigned to Qiao Jun, and it would be best to start immediately. A faint, clever smile appeared on Lu Ting's lips. I want to see how capable Qiao Jun really is, whether he can still come to deliver lunch at noon." Seeing how he was trying to flatter Xiao Junjie and was paying attention to Xiao Keqing, it was extremely annoying. It was better to send him away and ignore him. After receiving the order, Hyun quickly informed his superior. Soon, the command was issued. Qiao Jun was to go to Yangqing immediately to carry out the task. Qiao Jun was very shocked when he received the notice, but military orders are absolute. He hurriedly packed his bags. He thought that after completing the task, he would pursue Xiao Keqing properly. In the morning, Xiao Keqing bought a chicken from Yang Lan. At noon, she planned to make chicken soup with spiritual spring water for the two patients. She used the rice cooker Hyang bought to cook plain rice today, no porridge. When she entered the space, she was stunned by what she saw. It turned out that there were originally only 9 plots of land, but now 3 more had appeared. The fog around the villa had also cleared a bit. The poultry enclosure had expanded by another meter. The space could still upgrade, which made Xiao Keqing extremely happy. What caused the space to upgrade? She carefully recalled every detail of her use of the space, trying to find clues and patterns. She couldn't understand it, so she decided not to think about it. It would probably upgrade again later. She planned to plant oranges on the 3 new plots of land. She also looked at her chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. There were many more now, especially the rabbits, which had increased from 2 to over 10. Xiao Keqing decided to find a chance to make spicy rabbit meat next time. Just thinking about it made her salivate. If the breeding continued like this, the rabbits in the space might become overwhelming. Using the meat cut with a space, she would make braised pork, stir-fried cucumbers with eggs, and a green vegetable dish. Xiao Keqing finished her meal at the family compound and directly carried her lunchbox to the hospital. When she opened the ward, she saw Hyang helping Lu Ting walk around inside. Xiao Keqing was very happy. Brother Lu, you can walk now. That's great. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing with a bright smile, feeling as if something warm filled his heart. Yes, my leg doesn't hurt anymore. I can move around. Seeing her brother's envious look, she comforted him. Brother, I believe you'll get better too. Don't worry. Xiao Junjie nodded. Xiao Keqing put down her basket. Hyang, help Brother Lu sit over here. Come and eat too. When she saw Lu Ting sit down, she handed Hyang his portion of food. Then she placed her brother's portion on the bed. Brother, I made chicken soup and your favorite braised pork. Drink more soup and eat less pork. Xiao Junjie looked at his sister with affection. Okay. Hyang opened his lunchbox and exclaimed at the delicious dishes inside. Comrade Xiao, you don't have to make so much meat for me. We can't eat meat every day. That's not possible. You take care of them every day, which is tiring. Making some food for you is no trouble. Eat happily. I won't share the chicken soup with you, though. Hyang hurriedly waved his hand. I don't drink chicken soup. Your dishes are already enough. Xiao Keqing handed the spoon to Lu Ting. Brother Lu, can you eat with your left hand today? I brought a spoon for you. Drink more chicken soup and get better soon. Okay. Lu Ting picked up the spoon and started eating. The braised pork was bright red and tender, melting in the mouth. Delicious. Never tasted such good meat before. Taking another sip of chicken soup, he was amazed again. The soup was fragrant and rich, every sip an ultimate enjoyment. Lu Ting squinted his eyes, savoring the flavor. The young girl's cooking skills were excellent. She looked at Xiao Keqing, and the two exchanged glances as if time had stopped. A faint, gentle warmth flickered in Lu Ting's deep eyes. Seeing Lu Ting's gaze, Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. She quickly regained her composure and silently scolded herself. Why does this man look so handsome? He's like a charming little demon. Luckily, I'm not love-struck. Lu Ting keenly noticed Xiao Keqing's shyness. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a happy feeling grew inside him. Xiao Junjie was eating loudly and mumbling, Sister, you're amazing. This is the best meal I've ever had. After saying that, he shoved a big bite into his mouth, eating happily. Xiao Keqing is confident in her cooking skills. She previously participated in a variety show that required cooking, and she even spent a month learning from a professional chef. With the addition of later ingredients and spiritual spring water, her dishes become even better. After Xiao Junjie finished eating, he remembered what Xiao Jun had said and curiously asked, Sister, didn't Xiao Jun say he would bring you food? I didn't see him. Xiao Keqing dismissed it casually, saying, I don't know, I didn't see him. Lu Ting smiled slyly and said, maybe he's not being careful enough. Heard Lu Deputy Captain's slightly meaningful reply, Hyang felt like a huge wave was rising in his heart. He sensed that Lu Deputy Captain might have a hidden secret and probably liked Xiao Keqing. Hyang was full of doubt and confusion. He wondered why Lu Deputy Captain, who clearly liked Xiao Keqing recently, was still planning to withdraw from the engagement. Time flew by quickly, and a week passed. Xiao Junjie was able to get out of bed and walk, though he still needed a cane. His recovery was good, and he could go home tomorrow to rest. In the ward, only Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting were present. Xiao Keqing had gone to prepare lunch. Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting with worry, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Lu, will my legs recover? I feel like I might have to change careers. He gently touched his injured leg, full of concern. Lu Ting stroked his injured right arm, feeling emotional. He thought to himself, I'm the same. I don't know if my arm will recover well. I might face the same career change. Tears welled up in Xiao Junjie's eyes as he said, Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Even though the mission was successful, there's no need to thank me. We've grown up together, not even brothers by blood, but closer than brothers. How could I just stand by and watch you suffer? Besides, I'm a soldier. Lu Ting felt that this injury was much more serious than previous ones. His recovery was surprisingly fast, and his arm gradually regained strength. Old injuries he had before would sometimes hurt now and then, but now they seemed completely healed. Still, he wondered if his injured arm could truly recover. Lu Ting knew that this might be related to the girl who brought him meals every day. As he was thinking about the girl, the door opened and Su Malia entered. Her brow furrowed slightly. He didn't have much good feeling toward her. After all, his brother had once blocked a bullet for him, or else she would be quite annoying. Su Mali returned from studying outside and heard her colleague tell her that Deputy Captain Liu, whom she liked, was injured and hospitalized, and his condition was serious. She hurriedly rushed to the ward. Su Mali approached Lu Ting, her eyes shining with tears as she anxiously asked, "Brother Ting, I didn't know you were hurt. I just came back from studying elsewhere."
How do you feel now?
Lu Ting coldly replied, "It's fine. I'm recovering well." Su Mali softly said, "Brother Ting, I can take care of you from now on. It's convenient for me, since I'm in the hospital too." Lu Ting responded calmly, "Dr. Su, I don't need your care. I'll be discharged tomorrow." Xiao Junjie secretly felt relieved. Luckily, my sister no longer likes Lu Ting. With my many admirers, she'll surely be upset. Lu Ting didn't want to chat much and pretended to rest with his eyes closed. Su Mali wanted to say more, but at that moment, Xiao Keqing came in carrying a lunchbox. Seeing the woman standing by Lu Ting's bed, she looked surprised. The woman was delicate and pretty, small and cute, a rare beauty. Her eyes shimmered with tears, making her look even more pitiful. It seemed she also liked Lu Ting. Su Mali looked at Xiao Keqing with complicated eyes. Who is this woman? Her skin was bright and glowing, her figure slender and tall, her look stunning. Her ample chest made her compare herself and instantly feel inferior. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Xiao Keqing placed the lunchbox on the table and started arranging the food. Xiao Junjie saw his sister come in and smiled happily. "Sister, what are we having today? Every day, I look forward to your cooking the most." Lu Ting opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Keqing busy preparing, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his eyes. He also prepared to sit up and eat. Su Mali overheard their conversation and missed Lu Ting's gaze. She only heard Xiao Junjie call her sister. Could she be the girl Lu Ting was arranged to marry? Fortunately, Lu Ting didn't like her and had avoided her for 3 years. That eased her mind. When will they officially cancel the engagement? Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Stewed fish soup, chicken with mushrooms, cold cucumber salad, stir-fried bean sprouts." Xiao Junjie laughed foolishly, "Sister, I'm drooling just thinking about the food before eating." After setting the dishes, she handed a plate to Hiyang and looked up at Lu Ting. "Brother Lu, time to eat." Lu Ting nodded slightly, took the spoon and chopstick Xiao Keqing handed him, and started eating. Every dish made by the young girl surprised him. Su Mali watched the scene with a complicated feeling. Why was Lu Ting eating her cooking? Doesn't he dislike her? She clenched her teeth and silently vowed to make them withdraw their marriage proposal. Lu Ting could only belong to her. She quickly adjusted her mood, walked over to Xiao Keqing, and smiled as she said, "Hello, you must be Captain Zhao's sister. I am a doctor here. My name is Su Malia. This is the heroine from the story, Lu Ting's official partner." Xiao Keqing, coming out of her shock, replied, "Hello. I am Xiao Keqing, Xiao Junjie's sister." Su Malia smiled and said, "Seeing Brother Ting eating the food you made, I guess you've been taking care of him all this time. I went away to study and just came back today. Thank you for your care. You've worked hard. You don't need to bring dinner tonight. You can relax." Xiao Keqing's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. She was here to declare her ownership. Calling him Brother Ting, and using his name, these two probably got involved long ago. That untrustworthy man, it's better to retrieve the jade pendant sooner. Xiao Keqing responded calmly, "All right. There are indeed many peach blossoms blooming around her. Luckily, she has already broken off the engagement, otherwise, she would have a hard time." Lu Ting heard Su Malia say she wanted to bring him food and repeatedly refused. "Dr. Su, there's no need. I'm eating well." He didn't want to eat food made by others when the girl had cooked such delicious meals herself. Su Malia softly said, "Brother Ting, it's okay. I just want to cook for you. I will deliver dinner later." I won't disturb your meal now. Without waiting for Lu Ting to speak again, she quickly turned and left the ward, afraid he would refuse once more. Xiao Keqing coldly said to Lu Ting, "Brother Lu, once you are discharged, please give me the jade pendant immediately." Hearing her calm and distant tone, Lu Ting felt a tightness in his heart. Was the girl angry? Xiao Junjie teased with a smile. "Brother, it looks like I'll soon be able to drink your wedding wine." "Congratulations. Congratulations." Lu Ting's face instantly darkened like ink, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Junjie. "Stop talking nonsense here." Xiao Junjie shrugged innocently. Xiao Keqing's next words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Lu Ting's heart. "I also think you two are a good match. Please give me the jade pendant soon. You're getting old, so it's better not to delay." Lu Ting's deep eyes, usually like a tranquil pool, suddenly turned as cold as a 1,000-year-old ice sheet, chilling to the bone. After speaking, Xiao Keqing felt relieved inside. She quickly took back the jade pendant. The male lead belongs to the female lead. Men like him, with so many romantic interests, only bring trouble. She didn't want to get involved in the chaos. "Brother, I called Mom and Dad to report my safety. I won't come back this afternoon. I'll deliver dinner later. Mainly, I want to send some meat sauce home for my family." Lu Ting watched Xiao Keqing walk away, feeling mixed emotions. He knew the girl misunderstood his relationship with Sumalia. Hearing her mention retrieving the jade pendant again made his heart feel a strong sense of reluctance. When he saw another man trying to get close to her, he couldn't tolerate anyone being too close to Xiao Keqing and even sent away Qiao Jun. At this moment, Lu Ting had to admit he liked Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing left the hospital feeling relieved that she didn't have to deliver food to the man. Aren't the main characters meant to be together sooner or later? After thinking it through, she quickly adjusted her attitude. She planned to call her family, but remembered her parents wouldn't be home at noon, so she decided to call during dinner. There weren't many entertainment options in this era, so she simply went back to the residential compound. When she arrived, she unexpectedly met Yang Lan next door. Yang Lan was carrying a basket of fresh vegetables and was walking slowly over. "Xiao Keqing, these are some homegrown greens I picked just for you," she said. Xiao Keqing quickly replied, "Sister Yang Lan, you shouldn't have. How much do I owe you?" "I'll pay you." Yang Lan scolded gently. "What are you saying? They're all grown by myself. I can't take your money." "Just take them." Her eyes showed sincere kindness. Xiao Keqing smiled and took the vegetables, saying, "All right, thank you." Seeing Yang Lan's face, Xiao Keqing looked complicated, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, which confused her. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yang Lan, do you have something to tell me?" Yang Lan looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then pulled Xiao Keqing into the yard quickly. She lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. "Lately, I've heard some rumors about you in the residential compound. People say you're uneducated, and your family is so poor that it's almost ringing. They say your clothes are from other men, and you're flirtatious, changing your mind easily. They also say that having a sister like you is bad luck for Captain Xiao. But I think someone is jealous of you, and spreading these rumors."
"I know you're not like that."
"I just wanted to tell you." Xiao Keqing sneered coldly. "It seems I was too kind to her, and she's still acting up in front of me." Xiao Keqing gratefully said, "Thank you for trusting me. I haven't been here long in this residential area. Every day, I deliver food and take care of my brother. I've only spoken to you the most in the big courtyard. I know who's causing trouble. Rumors won't affect me." After sending Yang Lan away, Xiao Keqing went straight into her space to check on her planting and breeding. Every tree was full of heavy, shiny fruits that looked very tempting. She picked a few pears to bring for dinner and stored all the other fruits in the warehouse. The fish and shrimp in the pond looked lively and energetic. Not only had their numbers increased, but they also grew bigger, stronger, and more colorful. Xiao Keqing found a serious problem. Living creatures can't automatically go into the warehouse. She has to catch them herself. Fish can be caught with a net, but she doesn't know how to catch chickens, ducks, geese, or rabbits, and she's afraid to try. What should she do? She decided not to worry too much. It's better than nothing. She can ask her brother to help later. In the afternoon, Xiao Keqing made meat sauce to send to her parents and grandfather. She was mainly worried about her grandfather's health. Eating some meat sauce with spiritual spring water would help him feel better. She took the prepared meat pieces and chicken chunks from her space, which were ready to use. Based on her last experience, she made the meat in the sauce a bit larger this time, controlling it better, making the taste even better. Xiao Keqing took a bite and was amazed by her own cooking. After finishing the meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce, she let them cool down first. Then she went to prepare vegetables for dinner. For dinner, she made mushroom and 3 delicacies soup, stir-fried pork liver, and pickled yellow cucumbers she soaked herself. The main dish was pork and cabbage dumplings, which her brother liked. She also prepared 2 kinds of dipping sauces. After cooking, she packed everything into aluminum lunchboxes and kept warm containers, then stored them in her space. She made 2 flavors of meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce, both mildly spicy and medium spicy, totaling 40 bottles. She sent 30 bottles to her family in the capital and kept 10 bottles for herself. She couldn't stand the greasy smell on her after cooking, so she quickly took a shower in her space. Then she took the 30 bottles of meat sauce and went to the post office. After mailing the items, it was about time to call her family and report her safety. Her mother answered the phone. "Mom, it's Coco. My brother will be discharged tomorrow, and it won't affect him anymore. You don't need to worry." Hearing her daughter's words, Xiao Mom felt relieved. "Coco, are you used to living with your brother? Take good care of yourself. Mom misses you." "Mom, I miss you too. I'm doing well. I sent 30 jars of meat sauce home for you to eat every day. Once it's finished, I'll be back soon." "Mom," Xiao Emoli was very touched and said, "Okay. By the way, Coco, I heard from your dad that when your brother's unit has a celebration event, he will go with Uncle Lu and the director of the art troupe. I probably can't go because I need to organize a program here." "Mom, I understand. Take good care of yourself. I'll hang up now. I need to deliver food to my brother." "All right." After hanging up, she looked at her watch. It was later than usual by half an hour. Xiao Keqing quickened her pace, grabbed her lunchbox from the family courtyard, and headed to the hospital. As soon as she entered the hospital, she unexpectedly met Sue Emoli, who was carrying her own lunchbox.
Xiao keskiviko kin politelunodder.
It was surprising to meet her just half an hour late. Sue Emoli smiled, but her eyes showed no warmth. She said, "What a coincidence.
I have something to talk to you about."
Her tone was a bit proud. Xiao Keqing stopped suddenly.
"Oh?"
"Go ahead," she said, curious to see what the main character had to say. Since they didn't have much of a relationship, there wasn't much to talk about. The only connection was Lu Ting. Sue Emoli straightforwardly said, "I know who you are. I hope you'll end the engagement soon. Brother Ting has avoided you for 3 years. Now you're bothering him again. How can you be so shameless? Do you want to make things worse?" Xiao Keqing showed a look of disdain and coldly said, "Haha, as the saying goes, less is more. Judging by your height, you might be overly condensed. What about your mind? What right do you have to criticize me?" Sue Emoli felt her only flaw was her height. Her face suddenly turned ugly, and she trembled with anger.
"How can you curse me?"
Xiao Keqing continued to mock her. "With your brain, you're probably overly condensed. Weren't you the one who started the insult? I won't end the engagement. You'll always be behind me. What does the main character matter? If she's upset, she'll just scold. Whether you're the main character or not, she'll speak her mind."
Sue Emoli är sausredand.
"I'll tell Brother Ting." Xiao Keqing looked down on her even more, feeling like she was about to report to her parents, as if she had no one to complain to. Even if you're officially a couple, today she'd give you a little warning. Otherwise, she'd think she's easy to bully. Xiao Keqing watched as Sue Emoli walked straight to the ward and stopped. When Hyun wasn't paying attention, she glanced back at her. She showed a look of disdain, and her eyes, which were slightly red, suddenly filled with large tears that rolled down her face. Xiao Keqing was stunned. Oh my gosh. She could win an Oscar for this performance, more impressive than a movie star. Hyung stood outside the door, surprised to see Su Malalai crying. Why is she crying? Wasn't she fine just a moment ago? She really can change her mood quickly. Su Malalai, with tears all over her face, walked into the hospital room. Anyone seeing her like this would surely feel pity for her. Xiao Keqing stopped at the door of the room. Hyung was about to greet her, but was interrupted by Xiao Keqing making a shushing gesture. She nodded to show she understood. The door to the room was open, and Xiao Keqing and Hyung could easily hear the conversation inside. Su Malalai ran into the room covering her mouth, tears falling heavily on her hands. She choked out, "Brother Ting, I just met Xiao Keqing outside. I only cooked you a meal, and she scolded me. She said I was bothering you, told me to stay away from you, or she would make trouble for me, even threaten my job.
I'm scared.
Can you help explain?" Don't blame her. Maybe she misunderstood our relationship. Su Malalai had heard before that whenever a woman appeared around Lu Ting, Xiao Keqing would cause trouble, so Lu Ting kept his distance from her. Xiao Junjie immediately sat up and said firmly, "Impossible. If my sister scolded you, it must be because you provoked her. She would never say such things." Xiao Keqing was eavesdropping outside, knowing her brother understood her well.
Lu Ting fra ned.
From what he had learned recently, Xiao Keqing wouldn't do such things anymore. Seeing Su Malalai, who was acting so pretentiously, he felt extremely annoyed. If Xiao Keqing really said that, he would be happy. At least she cared about him, right? Lu Ting's sharp eyes fixed on Su Malalai. Suppressing his displeasure, he spoke coldly. "Really? Then how did she scold you?"
Tell me.
Someone as gentle as her. How could she curse? I really can't imagine. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. Was this person defending her? Had they already started dating? She wasn't sure, so she decided to listen more. Su Malalai's eyes welled with tears. I can't say it. Lu Ting's tone grew colder. If you can't say it, then it must not be true. I know Kuku. She's not the kind of person to cause trouble without reason. Su Malalai didn't expect Lu Ting to defend Xiao Keqing like this. She felt jealous and angry. Wasn't he saying she was the one causing trouble? But she still looked pitiful and said, "Brother Ting, she really did insult me, and wants me to look bad. Please explain to her. I was just too scared." She spoke more and more sadly, acting very innocent. Xiao Keqing felt proud inside. She thought that even a fool like Lu Ting wasn't completely blind. She nudged Hyung with her arm and whispered, "This green tea girl wants to hurt me. Should I fight back?" Hyung nodded. Yes, she should fight back. He believed Xiao Keqing wouldn't do such things. Their deputy Captain Lu was now wishing someone would bother him more. Xiao Keqing nodded and asked, "Should I use words or actions this time?" She clenched her small fist and showed it to Hyung. Recently, Xiao Keqing and Hyung often talked, and they became closer. Hyung was stunned and remembered the last time he had to guard the door. That was a terrible experience. Yang Guizhi's shouting was so loud, and the crowd outside was gathered, with her face swollen like a bun. Hyung also knew that Su Malalai had connections in the military and was a doctor at this hospital. To avoid trouble for Xiao Keqing, he swallowed and said, "It's better to use words this time. Words are good." Xiao Keqing grinned widely and giggled. "Since you say so, then I'll use words this time. Isn't Su Malalai a green tea girl? Then Xiao Keqing would be even greener." She wanted to see who was better at pretending. Xiao Keqing thought about pinching her own thigh, but didn't dare. It hurt her more than anything. She pretended to find eye drops from her bag, but actually took them out from her space. She dropped them into her eyes, and they instantly became watery. She then looked at Hyung and acted like she was very upset, saying, "How do I look? Is it okay?" Hyung was stunned and nodded. Xiao Keqing quickly calmed her emotions and, feeling uneasy, added a few drops of eye drops again. She looked very distressed and walked in, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother, I brought food." Then she looked at Lu Ting and Su Malalai, her eyes full of sadness. Xiao Keqing bit her lip, like a frightened little deer. Xiao Junjie couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to get out of bed. "What happened? Did someone bully you?" Xiao Keqing stepped forward, stopping her brother from getting up, and said nothing, biting her lip. Lu Ting looked at the young girl with red eyes, holding back tears, feeling soft-hearted. He stood up and walked in front of her, speaking urgently. What exactly is going on? Xiao Keqing took out a tissue and gently wiped away the non-existent tears from her eyes. Lieutenant Lu, I don't know about your relationship with Su Malia.
Shumolje. Lu Ting.
Xiao Junjie. Lu Ting stepped forward, wanting to ask clearly. Xiao Keqing pretended to be scared, hiding behind her brother, then burst into loud tears. Woo-woo. My dad, my mom, my brother, and my grandpa have never hit me. Please. Don't hit me either, okay? I won't cook for you anymore. Don't worry, I'll stay far away.
Can you
please not hit me for my brother's sake? Woo-woo. She quickly sat beside her brother, holding his arm and choking up. Brother, I'm scared. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing, who was afraid and hiding from him, which deeply hurt his heart. When was he going to hit her? His eyes suddenly flashed with cold light. Xiao Junjie gently comforted his sister with one hand. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. Then, glaring angrily at Lu Ting, he shouted, What are you trying to do? If you dare to hurt my sister, see if I don't settle with you. Lu Ting felt heartache seeing Coco crying like that.
He hurre Lu explained. Keskivikko. You misunderstood.
I would never hit you. What's going on? What is my relationship with Dr. Su? I really don't know. Seeing this, Su Malia's face turned pale and white alternately. She angrily shouted, Brother Ting, don't be fooled by her. She's pretending. Xiao Keqing buried her head in her brother's arms, softly sobbing. Brother, when you get out of the hospital tomorrow, can you find someone to send me back? I can't stay here anymore. Xiao Junjie felt distressed for his sister and glared fiercely at Lu Ting. Fine. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. If anyone bullies you, even if the heavens come down, I'll deal with them. Hearing this, Hyung outside was stunned. Brother, if I tell the truth, will I lose my position as company commander? After all, Lieutenant Lu is of higher rank than you. Woo-woo. Xiao Keqing was out of tears, but pinched her thigh to make herself cry. Hyung outside also became anxious. Although he knew it was fake, he still wanted to know what was really going on. Xiao Keqing was really impressive, keeping him hooked. Xiao Junjie looked shocked. What? Can he really be higher in rank than our dad?
Tell me.
Hyung. Xiao Yingzhang's father holds a higher rank than Deputy Commander Lu.
How does he not know? Who is it?
Xiao Keqing. Su Malalai saw me cooking for Deputy Commander Lu and said I was shameless. She also kept pestering her brother Ting, asking me to break up with Deputy Commander Lu. She said she and Deputy Commander Lu have been a couple for a long time and that Deputy Commander Lu listens to her. As long as she whispers in his ear, he will get rid of me. She even said she would give you trouble and frame you. Brother, you finally became a company commander. How can I drag you down? Lu Ting's eyes darkened, suppressing his raging anger inside. You're lying. I didn't do anything. Tell me clearly, Su Malalai shouted angrily and tried to pull Xiao Keqing forward. In the next second, Lu Ting stepped in front of Xiao Keqing, grabbing Su Malalai's arm and forcefully throwing her to the ground, making her grimace in pain. Lu Ting angrily said, When did I become your boyfriend? Explain yourself clearly. Tears filled Su Malalai's eyes. She shook her head in fear. Tinga, I didn't do anything. She's lying. Xiao Keqing pointed at Su Malalai and said, Brother, listen. They must have been together for a long time. And Tinga calling him so intimately. Lu Ting sternly said, Just because your brother calls me brother, doesn't mean you can. I won't argue with you, but don't appear in front of me again. Take your food and get out of here. Xiao Keqing stood up, hiding behind Lu Ting, winking at Su Malalai and sticking out her tongue. She smiled triumphantly. Xiao Junjie stared in shock at his sister's expression, suddenly understanding everything. He realized he had been too worried about her and hadn't thought it through. Now, he saw that Lu Ting wasn't that kind of person. He knew what kind of brother he had. Su Malalai pointed at Xiao Keqing and said, See? I told you she was pretending. Lu Ting shouted loudly, Hyang, take her out. From now on, I don't want to see her.
Yes.
Hyang, let's go, Dr. Su. Ugh ugh ugh. Su Malalai stomped her foot and ran out. Lu Ting was anxious and turned around to explain, listen, I have nothing to do with her. Xiao Keqing didn't want to bother with the troublemaker. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in such trouble. She turned to her brother and said, Brother, are you hungry? I cooked something delicious for you today. Junjie Xiao looked at Lu Ting, who looked frustrated and felt happy inside. Thinking about eating your cooking, you must be hungry. Lu Ting saw that Xiao Keqing no longer looked at him and felt nervous. She opened her lunchbox and carefully arranged food for her brother, giving off a tempting aroma. First, she took out some dumplings made for Hyang and handed them to him. Hyang, today I made dumplings. Do you like dumplings? I know you like spicy food, so I made some spicy dipping sauce for you. Hyang rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Who doesn't like dumplings? That would be silly. I love eating dumplings. Our deputy Captain Lu also prefers dumplings. Thanks, Comrade Xiao. After saying this, Hyang looked at Deputy Captain Lu with a fierce gaze, grabbed 2 lunchboxes, and ran off. I have some things to do. I'll come back later. Hyang hurried away from the tense scene. Deputy Captain Lu's look was so fierce it was scary. Otherwise, he might get caught in the crossfire or worse. While arranging food, Xiao Keqing said, Brother, this is mushroom and 3 vegetable soup. Good for your stomach. The stir-fried pork liver is for nourishing your blood. She then pointed to the cucumber. Brother, this is my homemade sour cucumber. It's really delicious and will help open your appetite. I also made your favorite pork and cabbage water dumplings. Junjie Xiao praised happily. My sister is the best. These are all my favorites. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, holding a dumpling with chopsticks. Sis, I like dumplings the most. Lu Ting's face darkened. You can't even keep your mouth shut when you eat. He sat back on the bed, staring intently at Xiao Keqing. He looked at her back, his eyes deep and dark, hiding a faint, almost invisible sadness. The little girl was really tough. She hadn't made him any food, so why didn't she bring him some to eat? Junjie Xiao praised, Sis, your dumpling wrappers are thin, and the filling is juicy and tender. It's the best I've ever had.
Wow.
This sour cucumber is sweet and sour, really delicious. It's perfect with rice. Junjie Xiao took another sip of soup. Oh my. The mushroom and 3 vegetable soup is so flavorful, it's making my tongue tingle. After tasting the stir-fried pork liver, he said, the stir-fried pork liver is also tender and juicy. How can it be so soft? It's delicious. Junjie Xiao happily praised the food, making Xiao Keqing smile happily. Xiao Keqing proudly said, Brother, I just made a few jars of meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce. This is the 2nd time I've made them. They taste even better than last time I sent you some. Xiao Keqing didn't tell her brother about sending meat sauce and spicy chicken sauce to their parents because buying so much meat would look suspicious and might lead to questions. People fear fame, and pigs fear getting fat. In this era, staying low-key is always safer. Xiao Junjie excitedly said, Really? That's great. Last time, I didn't get enough, and it was even better than before. It must smell so good. I want to try it when I get home. This meal left Xiao Junjie quickly finishing everything. Lu Ting's face seemed covered with a cold frost, giving off a chilling vibe. He always ate quietly and intensely, not saying a word. Wasn't he supposed to be telling him something? He didn't even get any meat sauce. Lu Ting suddenly pressed his tongue against his back teeth, stood up, and walked over to Xiao Keqing. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her outside. Xiao Junjie hurriedly asked, Lu Ting, what are you doing? I have something to say to her. It's not convenient for you to listen. Xiao Junjie was surprised. What was there that he couldn't hear? Xiao Keqing felt a warm touch on her hand as Lu Ting pulled her toward the staircase at the end of the corridor. Because Lu Ting was pulling her too hard, she lost her footing and nearly fell forward. Quick as lightning, Lu Ting pulled her back into his broad arms, holding her tightly. Another warm hand gently rested on her waist, and a jolt of electricity ran through her body. Lu Ting felt the soft, fragrant girl in his arms. His mind went blank. Only his heart was pounding fiercely. His whole body was boiling with blood, and his ears turned slightly red. For the first time, Xiao Keqing was held in someone's arms. The sudden warmth made her lose her focus instantly. Their closeness made her cheeks turn red, and she could smell his strong male scent. She placed her hand on his chest and said softly, "Let go quickly. You're hurting me." Lu Ting seemed to wake up suddenly after hearing her words and hurriedly released her. He looked nervously at her wrist and stammered, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you okay?" Xiao Keqing blushed and lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. She gently rubbed her aching wrist and mumbled softly, "I'm fine. Why did you pull me out like that?" Lu Ting took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his eyes stayed fixed on her face. He lowered his voice and asked, "Why didn't you bring me food?" Xiao Keqing looked up at him coldly and said, "Brother Lu already has someone delivering food, so I don't need to." Lu Ting hurriedly explained, "I didn't promise her anything. I have nothing to do with her. It was her brother who once protected me from a bullet. I'm really not her boyfriend. My engagement with you is still valid. How could I do such a thing? And I would never hit you. You're just overthinking things and imagining me as something bad." Xiao Keqing was deeply moved and said with a sad look, "I didn't provoke anyone. It was her who started bothering me, and it's all because of you. You're such a troublemaker." Lu Ting chuckled angrily. "Why do you call me a troublemaker?" Xiao Keqing paused and said, "If you're not a troublemaker, then you're a charming man who flirts everywhere." She pouted. Lu Ting stared at her intently. After 3 seconds of silence, he suddenly chuckled and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "If I were a charming man, I would only flirt with you." Do you let me flirt?" His voice was deep and magnetic. Xiao Keqing looked up. Their eyes met. He was staring at her intensely, making her ears heat up. She quickly looked down and said, "If you don't let me flirt, then I can't flirt back. I'm too old and have no feelings." However, Xiao Keqing didn't give him a chance to respond further. She took a deep breath and quickly walked out of the staircase. Lu Ting watched her figure disappear into the distance, showing a helpless smile. He touched his face, thinking, "Am I old? Just watch if I can make you fall for me. No feelings, huh?" Xiao Keqing entered the hospital room and said, "Brother, it's a bit late today. I'll go back first. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." "No need, sister. Tomorrow I'll handle He's discharge. Just stay at home and wait for me. No need to bring breakfast tomorrow."
All right.
"I'll wait at home and cook a big meal for you." Xiao Keqing waved her hand. Lu Ting returned to the ward but didn't see Xiao Keqing, so she should have gone back. Xiao Junjie curiously asked, "What did you say to my sister? Is it something I shouldn't hear?" Lu Ting, feeling annoyed, scratched his head and said, "Nothing much. Just go to sleep." Lu Ting lay on the bed but couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. His mind was full of images of holding Xiao Keqing. Her waist was just right, soft and delicate, as if he could feel it with his hand now. The moment they bumped into each other, her chest was soft and elastic, filled with her unique fragrance that was intoxicating and irresistible. In an instant, he felt a warm surge in his lower abdomen. A faint blush appeared on Lu Ting's face. He suddenly pulled the blanket tightly to hide his embarrassment, trying to clear his mind. However, those images became clearer in her mind. She glanced out the window, lost in deep thought as the night was dark and quiet. After returning to the family courtyard, Xiao Keqing entered her space. Soaking in the bathtub, the water was just right, making her feel very comfortable. She closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting away, recalling Lu Tinglai. After finishing her bath, she came out of the bathroom and her gaze unconsciously fell on the liquor cabinet. All the drinks there were her favorites from before. They seemed to be her comfort. Because in her future life, her parents and brother had already left her, and when she was sad, only alcohol could help her forget her pain for a while. She took a bottle of red wine, poured herself a glass, and gently swayed it. The wine shimmered as she moved it, reflecting light beautifully. She took a small sip, and the aroma of the wine filled her mouth, with a mix of slight bitterness and sweetness, just like her complicated feelings at the moment. Thinking about what happened on the stairs. Why did he have to hold her? The silly guy, just thinking about it makes her blush. Xiao Keqing was quickly annoyed by this feeling. She continued to swirl her wine glass, lost in thought. Tomorrow, when her brother returned, she planned to increase the dose of spiritual spring water. It would be even better if she could soak his legs with it or take a bath with it. But hiding this from her brother wouldn't be easy, so she would see how things went. Tomorrow she could get back the jade pendant. Once her brother's leg healed, she would go straight to the capital, and then she wouldn't have to see that troublesome man or deal with all these problems. The original owner had been a complete follower, giving everything away. She didn't want that anymore. She wanted to return to the capital as soon as possible. After drinking 2 glasses of red wine, Xiao Keqing lay down on her bed, feeling sleepy. When she woke up the next day, she looked at the clock and saw it was already 10:30. Drinking wine really helped her sleep well. Luckily, she didn't have to go to the hospital today. She quickly got up, tidied herself a little, and left her space. She heard the sound of the door opening in the yard and guessed her brother had returned. She stepped outside and saw Hiyang pushing Xiao Junjie in a wheelchair coming in together. Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "Sister, I'm back." Xiao Keqing ran over to take the wheelchair from Hiyang and said, "I'll do it." Hiyang smiled and said, "Okay, I'll unload the things from the car." He pushed Xiao Junjie into the house and asked, "Brother, what do you want for lunch?" "I'll cook for you. Rest for a bit, and I'll surprise you tonight."
What?
"A surprise? I'm looking forward to it." Xiao Junjie grinned happily. Xiao Keqing planned to soak her brother's legs with spiritual spring water tonight. She believed his legs would recover completely. Xiao Keqing saw Hiyang carrying a big bag and small bags as he came in. "Hiyang, let me help you." "No need, I've already finished." Xiao Keqing cheerfully said, "Stay for lunch together." "No, I won't. Deputy Captain Liu is still waiting for me at the hospital, and I have to go to the city this afternoon for some work." Xiao Keqing handed Hiyang a bag of pears from the table. "All right, next time you come, eat the pears on the way." Hiyang didn't refuse and politely took the pears, thanking her. Hiyang went to pick up Lu Ting from the hospital. Lu Ting's injury was mostly healed, except for his right arm. Lu Ting sat in the back seat of the car. Hiyang took a pear from the driver's seat and offered it to Lu Ting. "Deputy Captain Liu, would you like a pear?" Lu Ting wanted to say no, but then he heard Hiyang say, "This is a gift for Captain Xiao from Sister Xiao." Without hesitation, Lu Ting took the pear and started eating. The pear's skin was thin, the flesh tender, juicy, and tasty. With each bite, his mouth watered, and it was incredibly delicious. The pears Xiao Keqing chose were especially good. Lu Ting felt very happy eating the pear. Lu Ting said coldly, "Take me to the biggest department store in the city." Hiyang replied, "Yes." It took over 3 hours round trip from the military to the city's department store. Xiao Keqing took her brother back to his room. "You rest first. I'll go make lunch. I haven't even had breakfast. Maybe I'll make meat sauce noodles for lunch?" "Okay," Xiao Junjie nodded. He went straight to the kitchen to prepare. Xiao Keqing was hungry, and making noodles was the easiest. She added her homemade meat sauce and some pickled yellow cucumbers, simply the best. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were ready, along with 2 bottles of mildly spicy meat sauce, and she brought them into the room to eat with her brother. "Brother, it's mildly spicy. There's spicy chicken and meat sauce. You can mix according to your taste." "Okay, I want the spicy chicken." Xiao Junjie ate while joking, "Sister, what's the surprise? Can you tell me in advance?" "I can't wait." Xiao Keqing said seriously, "Brother, not during the day. This can't be known by others. What if someone comes during the day? So secretive." "Fine, I'll wait until tonight," Xiao Junjie said, eating his noodles and taking a bite of the pickled yellow cucumber. It was amazing, so delicious he couldn't stop. At Xiao Keqing's place, there was a rule, no talking during meals. "Brother, I called Mom yesterday. The celebration event, Dad, Uncle Liu, and Director Yang from the arts troupe are coming here. How much time off do you have for your injury?"
Great.
"I'll get to see Dad. I've taken a month off first, and we'll see after the checkup." Xiao Keqing smiled happily and said, "Don't worry, with me here, you'll recover quickly." After finishing her meal, Xiao Keqing took a jar of sauce and went to visit Yang Lan next door. Yang Lan opened the door, and Xiao Keqing smiled. "Sister Yang Lan, I brought you some homemade sauce. Try my cooking." She didn't mention it was meat sauce, worried she might not accept it. Yang Lan saw it was Xiao Keqing and immediately got excited.
Keqing, come in and talk. Stay and play at my place for a while.
"I still need to go to work later, but there's no rush." Xiao Keqing was also very happy. She felt an instant connection with Yang Lan, and as they spent more time together, they both thought highly of each other.
Great.
"Starting today, I don't need to bring you food anymore. My brother was discharged from the hospital today, so I have time to visit you every day." Yang Lan took the sauce and said, "Keqing, you can make sauce too? You look so pretty. I thought you wouldn't know how to cook." Recently, there have been lots of rumors. It feels like they keep spreading. I wonder who's behind this. When I find out, I'll deal with her. What should I do? Xiao Keqing remained unfazed and calmly said, "It's okay. Rumors stop with wise people. The truth speaks for itself." She was determined to clarify everything. Her brother was still nearby, and she showed a meaningful smile. The salesperson carefully took out a delicate butterfly hairpin from the counter. Lu Ting received it and examined it closely. The gemstone on the hairpin sparkled under the light, looking like a butterfly was resting there and fluttering. The salesperson, with good intuition, smiled and asked, "Sir, are you buying this for someone special? This hairpin is perfect as a gift." Hearing this, Lu Ting's ears turned slightly red, and he said nothing, simply replying, "Wrap it up." The salesperson excitedly said, "Sure. It comes with a beautiful box. Since it's from the port city, the price is a bit higher, 28 yuan. Which girl is lucky enough to be this man's special someone? He's handsome and generous, not asking about the price, just having it wrapped. I really envy and feel a bit jealous." After buying the hairpin, Lu Ting went to the second floor to see if there was anything else suitable as a gift. He was immediately drawn to a bright red dress on a model. He stepped closer and carefully examined the red dress, its fitted waist design, elegant hemline, and smooth lines. He imagined how beautiful Xiao Keqing would look wearing this dress. Without hesitation, he entered the store again and called for a salesperson. Lu Ting pointed at the red dress on the model and said, "Hello, I want this dress. I'm about 168 centimeters tall and weigh around 100 jin. Please find the right size and wrap it up for me." The salesperson quickly and excitedly found the dress. "Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. It costs 50 yuan. This dress had been hanging for a long time, not because it wasn't beautiful, but because it was very attractive. Many people asked about it every day, but the price was a bit high." Lu Ting thought Xiao Keqing would probably like it too. On his way back to the car, he paused at the cosmetics area, touched his face, and suddenly remembered something. He couldn't let the girl dislike him for being old, so he decided to take good care of himself. He bought some skincare products from Yui brand and hurried back to the car, eager to see her. Hyung watched Lu Ting, who was carrying a shopping bag and holding a box, and sensed something was off. He didn't dare ask much. Sitting in the car, Hyung thought for a long time and decided he should report what happened yesterday outside the hospital room with Xiao Keqing to Lu Ting. As soon as Lu Ting got in the car, Hyung began reporting what happened yesterday outside the hospital room. Lu Ting's lips twitched slightly, and a low, faint smile escaped from deep within his throat. What a clever little liar, fooling both him and everyone else. He drove the car swiftly toward the residential area where his family lived. Yang Lan has 2 days off tomorrow. I plan to invite her to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms on the back mountain in the morning. Xiao Keqing has never experienced this before, so she happily agreed. After returning from Yang Lan's house, she still needs to tell her brother about the rumors, since he is going to settle in this military unit. She entered her brother's room and told him everything she heard from Yang Lan, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Xiao Junjie was furious and gritted his teeth as he said, "Sister, watch how I deal with Yang Guizhi to give you a good lesson." Xiao Keqing firmly replied, "I don't want you to handle it. Revenge is yours to take. That's more satisfying. I won't let you interfere, okay? Xiao Junjie scratched his head in frustration but finally agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. Remember, no matter when or where, I am always your strongest support. Brother, these rumors can't hurt me at all. I just worry they might affect you in the army. Xiao Junjie paused slightly and said, We've hidden our family background when we came here. I don't want anyone to think we got promoted just because of family connections. Now, I think it's okay to be open about it. At least, people won't say we're poor and just trying to climb up by hooking up with others. Such baseless rumors. His eyes shone with a determined light. I want to tell them how good our family is. I'm not afraid they'll say I got promoted because of family ties. All these achievements and honors are earned by risking my life at the edge of death. Xiao Keqing frowned. Yes, every time, it's a matter of risking her life. If it weren't for this spiritual spring water, her brother might not be alive now. Brother, let's wait and see. Xiao Junjie nodded. At this moment, the sound of a car came from outside. Xiao Keqing curiously went to the window to look. She saw Lu Ting opening the gate and carrying a bag as he walked in. His skin was a healthy wheat color, looking bright and full of energy. He wore a neat white shirt, which made him look elegant and gentlemanly. He was handsome and charming, with his sleeves casually rolled up just right, revealing strong forearms. His black pants fit his legs well, outlining his tall and muscular figure. Lu Ting smiled and approached Xiao Keqing. He took a box and a bag from his pocket and handed them over. Xiao Keqing looked at these items in surprise. This is to you. Xiao Keqing was very surprised as she took the gift, her eyes shining brightly. Why did you suddenly give me something? Lu Ting, with a handsome face, looked a little shy. It's nothing special. Since you've eaten so many of my meals, I should give you a gift. Open it and see if you like it. Xiao Keqing also thought Lu Guting was right. Since he had fed her so much, it was only fair to accept a gift. She smiled happily and said, That's true. You even know to buy me presents, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Lu Ting's lips curved slightly. This girl is so clever and playful. When she opened the box, a butterfly hairpin came into view. Xiao Keqing sighed, wondering if such beautiful butterfly hairpins really exist in this world. People from this era are quite clever. She smiled like a flower. Lu Ge, you really have good taste. I like it very much. Thank you. Her voice was soft and sweet, like honey, sounding like she was being coquettish. Her smile made Lu Ting stare in amazement. His lips unconsciously curved up, and his dark eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. He couldn't quite remember what Xiao Keqing's smile was like before, but her current smile was deeply etched in Lu Ting's heart. At this moment, sunlight shone on both of them, as if time had stopped. A subtle feeling spread between them. Lu Ting smiled and said, The bag has the clothes I bought for you. You can look at them when you get home. Since I gave you a gift, can you cook for me again? His eyes showed a hint of expectation. Xiao Keqing thought, well, she could cook anyway. It was just the two of them adding more chopsticks. She happily agreed, Of course. Come over if you want to eat. Lu Ting looked at her with bright eyes. Can I eat the dumplings you make tonight? And some pickled cucumbers and mushroom and 3 delicacies soup. He hadn't tasted her cooking from yesterday and was eager for more. It was a bit funny. Heard from Hyang that he liked dumplings the most, Xiao Keqing asked curiously. Hyang said you liked dumplings. What else do you like? Lu Ting's eyes were full of sincerity. Anything you make, I love to eat. He truly liked every dish she made. Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly became a little flirtatious, filled with a pink bubble that made people feel excited. Xiao Keqing's heart fluttered like a little deer had bumped into it, and her cheeks naturally turned a bit red. She suspected Lu Ting was teasing her, but she had no proof. The look in her eyes, the tone of her voice, and the gentle warmth she casually showed all made her heart race and her mind wander. She was probably overthinking. He doesn't see her as a sister, after all. Maybe she was just imagining things. Xiao Keqing calmed herself and said, All right, it's still early. You're hurt, so go rest for a while. Dinner will be ready at 5:30. Lu Ting hesitated and asked, I haven't had lunch yet. Is there anything to eat? He hadn't eaten the rice she gave him that morning, only some porridge, and he didn't have dinner last night. Now, he was really hungry. Xiao Keqing looked at her watch and was surprised. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon and you haven't eaten? Your body isn't fully recovered. You can't keep going like this. Take good care of yourself. She turned and went to the kitchen. A warm feeling filled Lu Ting's heart. It's so nice to be cared for. The little girl asked what he liked to eat and was worried about his injury. Her kindness and thoughtfulness truly touched him. Soon, Xiao Keqing came out of the kitchen holding some food. I brought you something mildly spicy, meat sauce and spicy chicken, and 2 steamed buns. Don't eat too much, or you'll be hungry again soon, and then you can have dumplings. She handed him the food. Lu Ting smiled and took the food. Thanks. He turned and left the yard. Back in her room, Xiao Keqing took out some clothes from a bag and was surprised. A bright red dress. She looked pretty good in it. She decided to try it on to see if it fit. She changed into the dress and stood in front of the large mirror in the space. The clever waist design perfectly highlighted her slender figure, beautifully showing off her curves. The front part of the dress was especially creative, with delicate lace trim woven together, subtly revealing her proud bust line, collarbones, and elegant neck. Her overall aura instantly improved. She stood in front of the mirror, examining herself carefully, feeling as if the dress was made just for her. This man really has a good eye for clothes. Who knew it would fit so well and look so nice? Lu Ting returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, he eagerly took out his chopsticks. The steamed bun was fragrant and soft, completely different from the ones he usually ate in the cafeteria. He chewed the bun slowly, savoring the meat sauce in the bottle. The flavor of the meat sauce was richer and more delicious than before, as if each bite contained pure happiness. He dipped the bun into the sauce and took a gentle bite. The wonderful taste instantly filled his mouth. Xiao Keqing changed her clothes, rested for a while, and checked the time. Almost time to start making dumplings. She skillfully mixed flour into dough and then prepared the filling. Today, she made 2 types of fillings, pork with mushrooms and pork with cabbage. Xiao Keqing cut the pork into small pieces and then minced it. She added the right amount of salt, soy sauce, and pepper to both fillings, stirred well, drizzled a little oil, and made the dumpling fillings. While making the dumplings, Xiao Keqing's hands were very skilled. She rolled the dough into long strips, pinched small pieces to form little dough balls, and used a rolling pin to flatten each into thin dumpling wrappers. Next, she placed the filling in the center of each wrapper and pinched them into dumpling shapes. After wrapping all the dumplings, she started boiling mushroom and 3-flavor soup. She prepared dipping sauces, choosing soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil as the main ingredients. She made a spicy chili dipping sauce for herself, while they both had non-spicy versions. She put the dumplings into the pot, added enough water, covered it, and began boiling. She went to her brother's room and called out, "Brother, breakfast is ready," then hurried back to the kitchen. Xiao Junjie sat at the dining table and saw Lu Ting walking quickly over. Xiao Junjie raised an eyebrow, saying, "You timed it perfectly. Came just in time for a meal?" Lu Ting didn't hold back and sat down casually. "Sis, promise me I can come eat every day." Xiao Junjie snorted, "Humph. Since you saved me, I guess I can let you freeload." Just then, Xiao Keqing brought out steaming hot dumplings. "Try these fresh out of the pot," she said with a smile. "You two have non-spicy dipping sauce. I'll have spicy," Xiao Keqing said with a smile. Xiao Junjie glared at Lu Ting and clicked his tongue. "You're lucky. My sister's dumplings are amazing." Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing looked at each other and smiled softly, eyes full of affection. "Yes, I am lucky," Lu Ting replied. Xiao Keqing's heart raced again. She really wondered if he was teasing her. With that tone, that look. Lu Ting couldn't wait to pick up a dumpling, dip it in sauce, and put it in his mouth. It was hot, and he kept blowing on it, but he still praised vaguely delicious. He looked up at Xiao Keqing, who had her mouth full of dumplings, looking adorable. With the addition of pickled cucumbers, The meal was even more appetizing. Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting ate quickly, finishing everything. After the meal, the three leaned back comfortably. Xiao Junjie sighed. My sister is so talented. I wonder who she'll end up favoring in the future. Xiao Keqing gave her brother a quick look and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Ting's heart ached whenever he thought about her being with someone else. Xiao Keqing softly asked, Brother Lu, did you bring the jade pendant? Lu Ting slightly pursed his lips, with a deep look in his eyes, and said, No, I forgot. Xiao Keqing muttered softly, Don't forget it tomorrow morning, okay? Xiao Junjie looked at the darkening sky and just wanted to hurry Lu Ting away because his sister still had a surprise for him. Xiao Junjie waved his hand and urged, Finish eating and go quickly. We're busy here. Lu Ting was suspicious and asked, It's already dark. What else is there to do? Even if you don't understand, just go quickly, Xiao Junjie said anxiously. Xiao Keqing smiled softly and asked, Brother, are you that worried? Xiao Junjie complained, It's all your fault for teasing me. I've been thinking about this all afternoon. How can I not be anxious? I've finally been waiting for it to get dark. Lu Ting grew more curious and looked at Xiao Keqing, wanting to hear something from her. Xiao Keqing ignored Lu Ting's curious gaze and said, Wait until I finish cleaning up the dishes. Lu Ting knew he wouldn't get an answer now, so he had no choice but to go home. After Xiao Keqing finished tidying up, she looked around and saw a large basin at home.
Sitting inside should be fine.
She thought about her brother's strong build and imagined how funny it would look if he sat in the basin. She decided to make do. She didn't care if her actions might reveal their secret space, as long as her brother was okay. She trusted him. First, she boiled the spiritual spring water in a kettle until it was boiling, then poured it into the basin. She mixed in some cold spiritual spring water to make it slightly warm so that when her brother washed, the temperature would be just right. She then poured a large cup of undiluted spiritual spring water into a cup. In the past, she had diluted the water for her brother, so the effect wouldn't be as good. She didn't want to be caught in a hospital and used for research. She carried the cup over and crouched in front of her brother. Brother, I need you to do exactly as I say. No matter what changes happen later, don't be shocked. The results will be better than now. Maybe your leg will even recover.
Can you do that?
Xiao Junjie was so shocked he couldn't find words to express himself. Did he hear right? Could his sister really make his leg recover? Seeing her determined look, Xiao Junjie felt confident.
Okay, he said.
At that moment, he believed completely in what his sister was saying. Drink this big cup of water first. Xiao Keqing handed him the cup. Xiao Junjie took the cup, looked at it, and took the first sip. He couldn't help but shiver. This water was even sweeter than usual, with a rich aftertaste. It was delicious. He finished the entire large cup. Xiao Keqing seriously said, In half an hour, go take a bath. The water is already in the big basin. Brother, did you hear me clearly? Xiao Junjie nodded, yes. Xiao Keqing advised, You need to soak for at least half an hour before coming out. Xiao Junjie replied, Okay. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Xiao Junjie now felt an intense stabbing pain in his legs, worse than when he was shot. He trembled all over from the pain, sweat pouring down his forehead, and his face turned very pale. Xiao Keqing kept a close watch on her brother. Seeing how uncomfortable he was, she felt worried and caring. She gently held his hand and comforted him. Brother, keep going. Believe in me. Xiao Junjie was in so much pain he couldn't speak, only nodded slightly. As time passed, his pain gradually lessened, but he started to emit a strong, unpleasant smell. His skin became greasy, covered with a thick layer of oil. Sweat flowed freely, soaking his clothes, making him look very messy. The wound on his leg was stained with blood. Seeing her brother's strong reaction, even worse than when he first drank the water, Xiao Keqing hurried to prepare more water, worried that the hot water might not be enough. She filled 2 buckets and 3 kettles with water because that was all she had. Gently, she said, All the water I prepared is outside. I won't be with you during the bath. I'll wait for you in a room. Xiao Junjie replied, Okay. After half an hour, when he no longer felt pain in his legs, Xiao Junjie went to take a bath. When he saw the large basin in the bathroom, he shook his head with a mix of helplessness and amusement. It wasn't really a bath, just a squat bath. He stayed in the bathroom for an hour and a half before coming out, feeling refreshed. His wounds had fully healed, and his leg strength was better than before. At that moment, he realized that his sister's secrets were becoming more and more numerous. He was worried about her. What if someone found out? He knocked on his sister's door and waited for her to open. Xiao Keqing opened the door and saw her brother looking much fairer, smiling. "Brother, how do you feel?" "Come, let me see," she said, starting to examine him from top to bottom. Xiao Junjie, who had cried in the bathroom out of excitement, had calmed down before coming out. His eyes were red as he said, "Sister, I'm fine." To prove he was recovered, Xiao Junjie started walking and jumping around in the room to show his sister. He looked worried and asked, "Sister, does anyone else know about this? Besides me, does anyone else know?" Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, "No, only you." Xiao Junjie finally relaxed his mind. "You must not let anyone find out. I'm worried you might be in danger. Do you understand?" "Brother, I know. It's because you're my brother. I trust you." Xiao Junjie asked, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" "If you don't want to say, I won't ask. I know you have secrets." Xiao Keqing hesitated for a moment and then said, "Brother, do you believe that in the next life we will still be siblings? Or in another parallel world, are we still siblings?" Xiao Junjie was amused by his sister's question. He gently tapped her head and said, "Sister, what silly thing are you saying? Oh, just tell me if you believe it or not." Xiao Keqing touched the spot where her brother had tapped. Xiao Junjie questioned, "How can you ask about something without basis?" "That's not right." Xiao Keqing replied seriously, "Then I will tell you now, in another parallel world, we are still siblings. Would you believe it?" Xiao Junjie smiled helplessly. "Sister, there is only this world. There are no parallel worlds. How could I not know?" Tears welled up in Xiao Keqing's eyes. "Brother, in another parallel world, our family is still together. But when I was 19, a major problem happened at a foreign company. You, Dad, and Mom were on a plane to another country, and the plane crashed, leaving me alone." Xiao Junjie looked at his sister, who seemed truly sad, but he wondered how she knew this. The story was getting more confusing. Seeing her brother's reaction, Xiao Keqing continued, "I came from that world. Brother, after you were injured this time, you got a serious infection and didn't make it. You passed away. I came back to save you." Xiao Keqing didn't plan to tell him that they actually lived inside a book. "I have a space, and I saved you with a spiritual spring water inside it. Brother, do you believe me?" Xiao Junjie found it hard to believe everything his sister said. He hesitated and said,
Sister, we."
Before he could finish, Xiao Keqing took his hand. "Let me take you somewhere." In the next moment, Xiao Keqing led him into the space. When Xiao Junjie opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange new place. He was stunned by what he saw, his mouth wide open as if he could swallow an egg. He stood there blankly, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Xiao Junjie let go of his sister's hand and slowly started walking. Every few steps, he was amazed by what he saw. It felt like he was in a dream world. With each step, he was surprised by the scene before him, as if he had entered a magical place. Xiao Keqing happily discovered that the space had upgraded again. 3 more patches of rich, dark brown land appeared, the chicken coop expanded by a meter, and the fog lifted a little, revealing a clearer view of the space. But she couldn't figure out what caused the upgrade. Was it because her brother's body had recovered? Xiao Junjie kept walking and saw apples on the trees. He plucked one and took a bite, finding it incredibly delicious. His heart was full of curiosity about his sister's space. Xiao Keqing held his hand and said, "Brother, I want to show you some photos from our other world in the house." When Xiao Junjie entered the villa, he was also amazed. He looked around and walked into the living room, which was very spacious and decorated with luxurious furniture, definitely made by top craftsmen. There were also fine porcelain items, and a beautiful chandelier hanging above cast a warm, soft light, making the whole space feel cozy. Everything showed the owner's good taste and strength. It was like stepping into a storybook world, with each item holding its own special history. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, deeply attracted by a photo on the corridor wall. The photo showed their family of 4. The clothes they wore in the picture were not from this time. At that moment, he truly believed what Xiao Keqing had told him. Xiao Keqing came out holding an album and a CD. "Brother, I left the album on the sofa. The CDs on the right show our growth story, and the ones on the left are recordings of my solo concerts from small to large after you passed away. Take your time to look. You can explore every place. Your room is on the first room on the left on the second floor. My room is on the first room on the left on the third floor. I'm going to take a shower and sleep now. If you have anything to ask me tomorrow. I'll take you out into the space again tomorrow morning." After explaining how to operate the TV and the CDs, she went back to her room. Xiao Junjie nodded. "Okay, I'll look by myself. You go to sleep." Junjie opened the album, and each photo recorded moments of their family for living in another world. Looking at those unfamiliar clothes and familiar smiles, he felt as if he had returned to that warm home. Then he started playing the CD. Xiao Keqing's voice echoed in his ears, and on stage, Xiao Keqing shone brightly. Her singing was beautiful, and every move was full of charm. There was also a personal interview where she talked about her growth, her glorious moments on stage, and the hardships and efforts behind her success. This made him understand his sister more deeply. He saw her working tirelessly for her dreams and her strong determination to stay resilient in the face of setbacks. As he watched, tears unknowingly fell from Xiao Junjie's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile proudly. He felt proud of his sister's talent and hard work. Xiao Junjie didn't sleep. His eyes were tired, so he wandered around the villa and explored everywhere, except his sister's room. He was surprised to see hot, steaming food still in the kitchen. He grabbed some fried chicken and started eating. The crispy outside and tender meat immediately burst in his mouth, making him exclaim, "Wow, this is amazing." The food was still hot, just like it was freshly cooked. He guessed that some device in the villa kept it warm automatically. While eating and watching, he went to the garage and was even more shocked. He quickly finished his food and wiped his hands.
Wow.
He couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He saw so many cars. How could there be so many? The exterior of these cars looked incredible. Their sleek designs and shiny paint made each one look very luxurious, showing their high quality. He had never seen such stunning cars before. Excited, he kept touching the cars, feeling their surfaces. Each car had a different design. He thought that when his sister woke up, he definitely wanted to try riding in one. The next day, Xiao Keqing planned to go to the mountains with Sister Yanglan. She chose clothes suitable for the era, pants, and a white shirt. She simply tied her hair in a high ponytail, with a few loose strands falling gently on her forehead, making her look neat and tidy. When she woke up, she saw her brother still sitting in front of the TV watching her concert. He probably hadn't slept all night. Xiao Junjie turned to look at Xiao Keqing and smiled, saying, "Sister, you're awake. I've brought breakfast to the table. Hurry and eat. After you're done, I want to ask you some questions." Xiao Keqing asked with concern, "You didn't stay up all night, did you?" Xiao Junjie nodded gently, "Yeah. I thought I could sleep during the day, so I watched for a while." "Brother, I'll take you out quickly. Lu Ting will come over for breakfast soon." Xiao Junjie suddenly remembered Lu Ting, and his sister was cautious.
"Let's go quickly," she said.
Xiao Keqing carried breakfast and held her brother's hand. The two quickly left the space and immediately returned to their family courtyard room. Xiao Keqing sat at the dining table and said, "Brother, you can ask now. Lu Ting hasn't come yet. We'll eat breakfast together later." Xiao Junjie replied, "The space must be kept secret. Otherwise, you're in real danger. Your brother is worried." Xiao Keqing gave her brother a reassuring look and said, "I haven't even told our parents. I can't just watch you die." Xiao Junjie said, "I know. Lu Ting was hurt trying to save me. Can you think of a way to help him without revealing anything? Xiao Keqing responded, do you think I haven't tried to help him? Every time I pour water for you guys in the hospital, I add diluted spiritual spring water. Otherwise, with these medical conditions, you'd get infected. I only add a drop each time to avoid exposure. Xiao Junjie nodded to show he understood. After a pause, Xiao Keqing said, all right, I have an idea. Today, you need Hyang to bring a bathtub, or your arm won't soak well. Also, you should pretend you're fine in front of others, or it will be hard to explain. Xiao Junjie said, I know that. I won't put you in danger. Just as Xiao Junjie had more questions, they heard a knock on the door. Xiao Keqing stood up and said, I'll go open it. Seeing Lu Ting outside the door, he smiled and said, Brother Lu, come in. We're just waiting for you to eat together. Okay. Lu Ting closed the door behind him and followed Xiao Keqing to the dining table. He usually didn't pay much attention to how women dressed, but Xiao Keqing was an exception. Every time he saw her, her outfit was different. Today, she looked youthful and full of energy. Xiao Keqing forgot her chopsticks and was about to stand up to get them when Xiao Junjie stood up and held her back. Sister, I'll go. Lu Ting watched Xiao Junjie walk confidently, clearly recovered. Xiao Junjie held his chopsticks in one hand, a proud smile on his face, and eagerly boasted, Brother Lu, look. My sister cured my leg. He was bouncing on the spot. Since Xiao Junjie's leg could be healed, his hand must be fine too. After adjusting his mood, he no longer worried about his hand. He was just curious about how this little girl managed to cure his brother. Xiao Junjie said seriously, Brother Lu, you need to buy a bath bucket for Hyang to soak in, and send it to me. In the evening, I will treat your hand, but you must keep it a secret. Once you're healed, you should pretend everything's fine. I can't let my sister get into any danger. Hearing this, Lu Ting felt a warm feeling in his heart.
Okay, Lu Ting nodded.
He understood that Xiao Junjie's worries were not unfounded. Xiao Keqing planned to tell a tall tale, making up a story. Her eyes twinkled as she started, Brother Lu, here's what happened. One day, I was wandering on the street and accidentally helped an old man with a strange personality. I won't tell you all the details of how I helped him, just the main parts. The old man saw right away that I was weak. To thank me, he gave me 5 pills saying they could save my life if I was in danger. For someone with a weak body, they could help strengthen me. The old man kept telling me that these pills are special and told me I should only take one when no one is home. I took one myself, and my health improved. I don't get sick often anymore. So, at the hospital, I didn't dare give you any medicine. Last night, I gave 2 pills to my brother, and I still have 2 left to give to you. The old man loves to eat, so I change up what I cook for him every day. That's why my cooking skills are good. He also taught me many skills like how to remove arms and legs. He showed me how. Xiao Keqing shook her head regretfully and said, It's a pity that the old man didn't have good luck. He passed away a year ago. If he were still alive, I would definitely take you to meet him. Junjie thought to himself, can people be fooled like this? Can Lu Ting believe it? Anyway, he didn't believe it. Lu Ting looked into Xiao Keqing's bright, starry eyes as she animatedly told her story to fool him. But seeing her lively and cheerful expression, Lu Ting felt an indescribable flutter in his heart. Her eyes twinkled mischievously and proudly as she said, Brother Lu, I'll do something nice for you. I'll save the last 2 pills for you. Lu Ting had been hesitating, worried that his hand was useless and he couldn't make Xiao Keqing happy. Now, he didn't have to worry about his hand. He didn't want to back out of the engagement anymore. He had already fallen for her. He wanted to marry her. The worries that had been bothering him these days suddenly eased at this moment. Lu Ting looked at her tenderly, his gaze full of affection, and his eyes revealed his feelings without hiding anything. Yes, I know. I will treat you better from now on. Junjie looked at Lu Ting with suspicion, feeling that his words sounded a bit strange. Xiao Keqing's hand holding her breakfast suddenly trembled. She slightly turned her head, afraid to look into Lu Ting's deep, loving eyes, and lowered her head to continue eating. She thought to herself, no wonder so many women like him. He often says things that can be misunderstood, making her heart skip a beat. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. then looked up at her brother. Ing and I have plans to go to the back mountain to play. You guys can handle lunch yourselves. We'll cook dinner later. Junja was worried and said, You can only play outside the mountain. You can't go inside. It's too dangerous. Lu Ting frowned slightly and said, Be careful. Come back early.
Okay, got it. What do you want to eat tonight?
Xiao Keqing asked with a smile. Junjie thought about the fried chicken they ate last night and said, Sister, I want to eat the fried chicken I had last night. Xiao Keqing understood immediately. It's just takeout from her space. Lu Ting secretly thought that these two siblings had sneaked out to eat again without him last night. He had never eaten fried chicken before and didn't know what it looked like. Was Junjie a glutton? He ate so many dumplings last night and still managed to eat fried chicken in the middle of the night. What about you? Brother Lu, what do you want to eat? Xiao Keqing asked Lu Ting. I also want fried chicken. Xiao Keqing smiled slyly. All right, let's eat fried chicken together. Fried chicken sounded great. Thinking that after playing tired, they wouldn't need to cook. After asking them, Xiao Keqing packed her basket she had prepared the night before and went to Yan Lan's house.
Lu Ting.
Have you ever eaten fried chicken? Just say you want fried chicken too.
Why are you copying me?
Lu Ting also glared back at Junjie. We ate so many dumplings last night, and then you ate fried chicken afterward. TSK, are you a glutton? He ignored him and headed outside. He still needed to tell Hyung to buy a bath bucket. No time to bother with him. Junjie was speechless. Yonglan saw Xiao Keqing come in with her basket and smiled. Keqing, let's go quickly. Many people have been going up the mountain recently to find mushrooms and wild vegetables. There was only one road up the mountain, and many military wives were on the way. Xiao Keqing looked at each of them, each dressed very simply. About a dozen military wives were happily heading up the mountain together. No wonder Sister Yonglan wanted her to go quickly. There were quite a few people going up. Now, every family rarely ate meat, and having meat occasionally was already good. No wonder the wild mushrooms on the mountain were popular among the military wives. They could dry them and store them for winter. Seeing Xiao Keqing, a newcomer, the military wives grew more curious, especially because she looked particularly beautiful. Some military wives have seen Xiao Keqing and know she is Major Zhao's sister. They show disdain. Among these wives are Aunt Li Chunmei and Lu Xiaohong. Xiao Keqing notices their unkind looks and realizes it might be related to the rumors about her lately. Anyway, as long as they don't bother her, it's fine. One Annie asks Yang Lan, Sister Lan, who is that beside you? She looks so lively and beautiful. Please introduce us. Yang Lan steps forward, holding Xiao Keqing's hand, and says, This is Xiao Keqing, Major Zhao's sister. Keqing, these are the wives from the family compound. Xiao Keqing politely introduces herself. Hello, sisters-in-law. I am Xiao Keqing. The auntie says, Oh, I've heard of you. You're Major Zhao's sister, right? I finally see you in person, and you're very beautiful. Xiao Keqing smiles slightly and turns to walk away. She doesn't want to talk too much with the wives. Anyway, they will soon return to the capital, and then no one will remember each other. Her brother's leg is better now. Later, she plans to ask her brother when their father will come back and decide when to return herself. The other wives start gossiping about Xiao Keqing. She really is pretty, like a fairy coming down from heaven. No wonder she can attract men. She looks like a fairy, and look at that watch on her wrist. It's worth a lot. We don't have watches like that here. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. The aunt speaking is Li Chunmei's aunt. They soon arrive at the mountain. Yonglan has been there many times and knows the mountain paths well. She takes Xiao Keqing to find many things. She also teaches her how to identify mushrooms, which are poisonous and which are safe. Xiao Keqing learns very carefully. While Yonglan isn't paying attention, she secretly puts some mushrooms into her space to plant later. In her previous life, Xiao Keqing never picked mushrooms or wild vegetables in the mountains. She was so busy collecting them that by 2 p.m., she returned home with sore legs and feet. She knows Lu Ting has already bought a bath bucket. She plans to ask her brother when their father will return and then rest in her room. Her brother calls her back. Little sister, I've been meaning to ask you this morning. Last night I saw videos and photos. There's a man named Jiangqi. Is he your boyfriend? Is that why you're not married? Her brother asks curiously. Xiao Keqing smiles helplessly. Brother, what are you talking about? I'm not married because I haven't met someone I like. Jiangqi is our neighbor. He's a good friend of ours. The three of us have played together since we were kids. Xiao Junjie. Oh, I saw our group photo. We look pretty close. I thought he was your boyfriend. Brother, you're not here anymore. He's my real brother, and also my best friend. Let me tell you a secret about him, since he's not really in this world. He's just a crybaby. Xiao Junjie. Do I need to be told? You can see it in the video. That's not much of a secret. No wonder I often see him crying in the videos. I thought my sister liked that kind of person and I got a cold sweat from the shock. Xiao Keqing took a shower in the space and then left because she didn't dare sleep there during the day. When she woke up, 2 hours had passed. She saw her brother sleeping and didn't disturb him. Instead, she went straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner, taking out what she needed from the space. Since they both eat a lot, she grabbed 2 fried chickens, made a mushroom soup from the fungi collected earlier, stir-fried some wild vegetables, prepared meat sauce, and pickled cucumbers. For the main food, she chose plain steamed buns. She picked a bottle of low-alcohol fruit wine to drink herself. Her body's alcohol tolerance isn't as high as in her past life, so she chose fruit wine for safety. She peeled off the label, so no one could tell what it was. She set everything on the table, waiting for Lu Ting. Looking at her watch, it was time to wake her brother for dinner. Brother, wake up. Dinner's ready. Xiao Junjie had been sleeping since breakfast and hadn't eaten when Hyang brought food at noon. He planned to go into his sister's space again tonight. When Lu Ting arrived, he saw Xiao Junjie sleepy-eyed and rubbing his face, yawning as he walked out of his room. Clearly just waking up. Lu Ting, annoyed, said, Are you a pig? Sleeping so much and you didn't even eat lunch. Xiao Junjie rolled his eyes and muttered, You don't know anything. Lu Ting took some money and a ticket from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Keqing. Here, your living expenses. Xiao Junjie saw this and grinned happily, praising, Brother Lu, good job. You even remember the living expenses. Xiao Keqing kept refusing, saying, No need. You saved my brother. How can I take your money for dinner? Just take it back. Seeing she was sincere about not accepting, Lu Ting retracted his offer. Anyway, all his future marriage money would be under her control. Lu Ting sat at the table, attracted by the fried chicken, which he had never tasted before. Xiao Junjie pointed at the bottles on the table and asked curiously, Sis, what's this? Xiao Keqing didn't say much. She opened the fruit wine and took a sip, then said, I brought this from the imperial capital. Xiao Junjie understood immediately. What she meant was that she got it from the space. I also want a drink. Xiao Keqing glanced at Xiao Junjie and said, Your injury isn't fully healed. Just eat your fried chicken. Xiao Junjie replied, I'm already fine. Okay then. Xiao Keqing warned, Don't cause trouble. There's a smell of alcohol, and others might notice. Xiao Junjie thought for a moment and decided to give up, saying, I'll drink when I'm fully recovered. Lu Ting was curious about what kind of fruit wine it was. The young girl could drink alcohol? That surprised him. While eating fried chicken with a crispy outside and tender, juicy inside, every bite was delightful. Could chicken really taste this good? After swallowing a piece of chicken, Lu Ting couldn't help asking, This chicken is cooked in a special way. Where did you learn it? Xiao Keqing's eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, It's a secret. Xiao Junjie burst into laughter and said, Brother Lu, don't ask. My sister is full of clever ideas. Xiao Keqing asked, Brother, when is the celebration? About half a month from now. Why do you ask? Xiao Keqing said, Dad and Uncle Lu are coming. Everyone's recovered, so I plan to go back with them. Xiao Junjie nodded. Lu Ting, talking to his family on the phone, knew his dad was coming over. It wasn't surprising to hear this from Xiao Keqing. What surprised him was that Xiao Keqing was leaving. He felt a little reluctant. What should he do? Xiao Keqing asked, Brother Lu, where's the jade pendant? Lu Ting frowned slightly and said, Oh, I forgot to look for it. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, just give it to me before I go back to the capital. Today, Xiao Keqing thought the fruit wine was really good. She believed it wasn't very strong, so she drank a lot without realizing it, and the bottle quickly emptied. After dinner, Xiao Junjie took the initiative to wash the dishes. Xiao Keqing brought a large glass of spring water to Lu Ting's sofa and set it down. She took a white pill from her pocket. Brother Lu, this is the pill. She directly dropped it into the glass, and it dissolved instantly. She put in a calcium tablet that would melt quickly. A blush appeared on Xiao Keqing's face. She gently shook her head, trying to stay awake. Could low-alcohol drinks also make her dizzy? If someone told her that drinking low-alcohol wine, though less intoxicating, could still make her drunk if she drank enough, she wouldn't be so eager to drink. Her eyes started to look hazy, and she blushed as she said, Brother Lu, after drinking, wait half an hour before taking a bath. The bath water is ready for you. After saying that, she turned to leave, but her steps were unsteady, and she felt dizzy. She staggered and almost fell. Lu Ting quickly caught her hand, gently pulling her into his arms. A faint, apple-scented wine aroma drifted around her nose. Xiao Keqing felt dizzy and disoriented. Her lips accidentally brushed against Lu Ting's cheek, and then she fell onto his lap. One of her hands unconsciously rested on Lu Ting's neck, while the other held his hand tightly. Their hearts seemed to race at that moment. Their eyes met in the air, as if time had stopped. Lu Ting looked down at the beautiful woman in his arms, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath and heartbeat, as if an invisible force was pulling them together. Lu Ting gently stroked the back of Xiao Keqing's hand with his thumb, feeling her warmth and pulse. He looked at her lips and unconsciously leaned in closer. Xiao Keqing also moved forward instinctively. Just as their lips were about to touch, a voice came from the kitchen. Brother Lu, when your hand is better, it's your turn to do the dishes. Suddenly, Xiao Keqing snapped back to reality. She gently pushed Lu Ting away and stood up. Her cheeks felt hot, and her heartbeat quickened. She quickly looked for an excuse to escape this awkward situation. She bit her lip softly. I drank a bit too much. I'll go rest now, she said, walking quickly back to her room. She closed the door and leaned against it, clearly still stunned by the sudden intimacy. She thought she had accidentally kissed his cheek, and whether he also wanted to kiss her lips. She seemed to want to do it too, so she just did it. Feeling a bit annoyed, she patted her head and scolded herself for losing her composure at such a crucial moment, being tempted by beauty. Her mind was swirling with complicated feelings. She shook her head, patted her face, and whispered softly, "Too drunk, just a brother. Don't overthink." She decided she needed to go home quickly and couldn't stay here any longer. She was afraid she might repeat the mistakes of the original owner. However, Xiao Junjie didn't seem to notice the small incident between the two of them. He was still busy in the kitchen. Lu Ting touched his cheek, which was just kissed by Xiao Keqing. He felt a bit regretful, almost able to taste what the apple-flavored wine would be like. Next time, he would try it carefully. He instinctively looked down at his pants and saw that a small tent had unconsciously formed there. A strange heat rose in his heart. He quietly felt relieved that Xiao Keqing hadn't seen it. He quickly adjusted his breathing, picked up the water Xiao Keqing had set down, and drank it quickly, as if trying to cool the fire in his heart with this refreshing water. Suddenly, he felt pain in his arm, which gradually worsened, and cold sweat broke out. Xiao Junjie came out and saw Lu Ting's reaction. He sat beside him and comforted him, saying, "Pain means new life. Just endure a little longer, it will pass soon." Xiao Junjie kept talking nearby, and Lu Ting didn't find it annoying. As time passed, Lu Ting's pain gradually faded, and his eyes slowly opened. However, when he tried to stand up, he noticed a strange, unpleasant smell emanating from his body, making him frown. His skin was covered in greasy oil, making him feel very uncomfortable. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and the injured area on his arm, with a white shirt, was stained with blood. He took a deep breath, thinking how powerful that small medicine was. Xiao Junjie pinched his nose and said, "Go take a bath quickly. You smell much worse than I did back then." In fact, both of them looked quite similar after drinking the spiritual spring water. No one was better than the other. Lu Ting couldn't stand his own appearance anymore and hurried to the bathroom. Xiao Junjie shouted, "Remember to soak in the tub for half an hour." Lu Ting came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. All his wounds had healed as if he had never been hurt, and he felt full of strength all over his body. He secretly thought that the effect of that small medicine was far beyond his expectations, and it seemed to boost his physical strength as well. The unpleasant smell caused by his injuries had completely disappeared, replaced by a fresh scent. Xiao Junjie saw Lu Ting come out of the bathroom and smiled with satisfaction. He walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, "Make sure no one notices you've recovered. I don't want anything to happen to my sister, understand?" Xiao Junjie also pretended to be regretful, saying, "It's a pity the medicine is all used up." Lu Ting nodded and said, "I'll protect her well." Xiao Junjie told him, "It's late now. Hurry back." He also wanted to go into his sister's space early. Lu Ting's gaze swept toward Xiao Keqing's closed door. He replied softly, Then he took his dirty clothes and went home. Xiao Junjie arrived at his sister's door and gently knocked. Seeing no response, he knew she was already asleep, so he didn't disturb her and went inside to rest. Lu Ting returned home, lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind kept replaying Xiao Keqing's drunken appearance. Red cheeks, dreamy eyes, a hint of charm and tenderness. When her lips lightly brushed his cheek, he felt her soft skin, a new sensation flooding his heart, shock and excitement. That night, he kept dreaming of Xiao Keqing sitting on his lap. The little girl sat cross-legged on his thighs, her legs tightly gripping his waist, her hands wrapping around his neck. His arm rested on her slender waist. She looked up at him with bright, eager eyes. Her voice was soft and sweet. "Brother Ting, can you kiss me?"
Yes.
Their figures intertwined. At dawn, the dream gradually faded, and Lu Ting suddenly woke up from a beautiful sleep. He sat up, looked down, and thought about his self-control, completely lost the moment she sat on his lap. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, "TSK." He got up and went to the bathroom, rinsing himself with cold water. After washing, he felt refreshed. He started tidying up his dirty pants and bedding. He hung the cleaned clothes and bedding outside in the yard. Then he saw Xiao Junjie walking in with a crutch. Seeing Xiao Junjie's somewhat exaggerated expression, Lu Ting couldn't help but let out a ha, then picked up a basin and went inside. Xiao Junjie glanced around as he walked, noticing the washed bedding and the obvious extra pair of underwear, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Xiao Junjie entered the house, teasing, "Bro, with a sister like mine, you still don't look at her? I really doubted your abilities. Today I see you're a normal man, full of energy. I wonder what kind of goddess you'll find in the future. I'm really curious." Lu Ting, it's early in the morning. Why are you being sarcastic? Why aren't you staying home to rest instead? Xiao Junjie chuckled. "I didn't want you to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. My sister is still sleeping, so I want her to sleep a little longer." Exactly. To let the young girl sleep longer, Lu Ting took Xiao Junjie's lunchbox and went to get food. When Lu Ting arrived at the cafeteria, he didn't know what the girl liked to eat, so he bought some buns, porridge, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. At Xiao Junjie's house, he was already sitting at the dining table waiting. At this moment, Xiao Keqing just woke up and came out in her pajamas. Lu Ting quietly looked at her, his gaze lingering on her. Her hair was messy like a little kitten. Lu Ting put down the lunchbox, sat down, and softly said, "Breakfast is ready. Come and eat." Xiao Keqing saw the two of them and went over to greet them. "Brother Lu Go, good morning. I'll go wash up first, you two eat first." After washing up, Xiao Keqing returned and saw the food on the table. She sat at the table and said, "There are quite a few kinds." Lu Ting couldn't help but smile slightly. "I don't know what you like, so I bought a little of each." While eating fried dough sticks and soy milk, Xiao Keqing heard Lu Ting ask her, "Little girl, you haven't really explored this place much, have you?" Would you like me to take you around today? Thinking she wouldn't have much time left before returning to the capital, she was eager to see the city and happily agreed. Sure, I'll go. At this moment, Xiao Junjiao also chimed in. Luga, I want to go too. Can I join? Lu Ting decisively refused. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. What can you do if you go? Are you afraid others will find out? Didn't you remind me of that yesterday? Have you forgotten? Xiao Junjie was speechless from Lu Ting's words and could only roll his eyes in frustration, staying quietly at home. Seeing this, Xiao Keqing also tried to persuade him. I think so too. It's better if you stay and rest at home to recover. Xiao Junjie was unwilling and questioned, Luga, why can you go? Aren't you supposed to be resting? Lu Ting raised his left hand. I can drive with one hand. It doesn't matter. Lu Ting had already planned to take Xiao Keqing out today and definitely couldn't bring Xiao Junjie along. There were only a few days left, and he wanted to win her over quickly. Lu Ting went to start the car. Seeing her brother's disappointed expression, Xiao Keqing comforted him. Aren't you worried that if you go out, someone might find out you're okay? I'll give you a high-tech gadget to play with. Suddenly, a tablet appeared in Xiao Keqing's hand. Even though Xiao Junjie knew his sister had a space, he was still surprised by the thing that suddenly appeared in her hand. Xiao Keqing opened her tablet and started teaching. Brother, this is a switch. You can tap it with your finger like this. Inside, there are TV shows, movies, and military programs I've downloaded. Anything available on here you can watch. Xiao Junjie, do you have any of your singing videos? I haven't finished watching them yet. Xiao Keqing operated the tablet. Look, I also downloaded some here. She took out a pair of headphones. Put these on to listen. Don't use the speaker. People can hear through the walls. The stuff here isn't from this era, so don't let anyone find out. Xiao Junjie held the tablet excitedly. I know. You go ahead. I'll learn slowly. Xiao Keqing returned to her room, changed her clothes, and styled her long black hair into a simple fishtail braid. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with just a light layer of lipstick. When she came out, she saw Lu Ting sitting in the driver's seat of a military jeep. He had neat short hair, wore a white shirt, and casually rested his left elbow on the window frame, a silver watch on his wrist. His handsome side profile immediately caught her eye. At that moment, Lu Ting casually glanced toward the yard and fixed his gaze on Xiao Keqing, studying her carefully. She stepped out in a light yellow dress, sunlight shining on her, giving her a golden glow that made her look even more charming. Her big, bright, clear eyes looked at him directly, and their eyes met. Lu Ting smoothly got out of the car and walked to the passenger side, politely opening the door for her. He was dressed simply in a white shirt and black pants, yet his calm and confident demeanor made him stand out. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but look at him a few more times. He had changed clothes. He wasn't wearing that outfit earlier. As she got in the car, she caught a faint scent of his masculine fragrance. Thinking about how she had never experienced being with a man in her past lives, she felt a bit lost. Xiao Keqing shot Lu Ting a sidelong glance. Why is he so handsome? It's like a delicacy she can only admire but not taste. Her heart was eager to find someone even more handsome than Lu Ting, because she's naturally a face lover. The car slowly started moving. Lu Ting suggested, I know there's a new movie out today. Do you want to watch it? He remembered how Xiao Keqing had taught her brother in the hospital. Don't hesitate to spend money. Spend on food, drinks, entertainment, gifts, clothes, shoes, and makeup. When you're old, those memories will be beautiful. That was Xiao Keqing's exact words, and he remembered them clearly. Yesterday, I asked Heyong where people usually go to have fun when they want to chase someone. Heyong smiled as if seeking praise and said, Deputy Leader Liu, you've asked the right person. I may not have had a relationship before, but I've heard a lot about it.
Tell me.
Heyong, people in our team say that dating usually involves watching movies. In the dark, you can hold hands, and it's good to buy some snacks to eat during the movie. It really helps bring people closer. At the friendship store, you can buy things for your partner, so you don't worry about not giving gifts. Heyong thought for a moment and added, you can also take a walk in the park. If you're lucky, you might even meet someone taking photos. Lu Ting warned. Our conversation must stay secret from others. Do you hear me? He-young nodded repeatedly. Yes, I won't tell anyone. After Deputy Leader Lu left, He-yang's smile was a bit exaggerated, as if he thought Deputy Leader Lu was about to blossom. Xiao Keqing knew that cinemas in this era were different from those in later times. She found it very interesting and wanted to experience what it felt like. She happily said, "Sure." Seeing Xiao Keqing agree, Lu Ting felt a surge of happiness. Then let's buy movie tickets first, and afterward, I'll take you to the friendship store to look around. How does that sound? Xiao Keqing knew that in this era, the friendship store required foreign exchange coupons. She didn't have any, so she wouldn't buy anything. Just looking at what this era has is also fine. She nodded and agreed. Okay, you can take me anywhere. I'll just follow and have fun. Lu Ting was even warmer inside, seeing how much she trusted him. All along, Lu Ting was talking while driving, introducing the scenery and interesting things along the way to Xiao Keqing. She listened with great interest. Xiao Keqing found that she could get along well with Lu Ting when they were alone. He was talkative and never awkward. What she didn't know was that Lu Ting was only like this with her. In the army, he was nicknamed the cold-faced king, always with a cold expression, looking distant and unapproachable. His comrades were afraid of him and respected him, but none had seen him talk so much to anyone, especially not to a girl. Lu Ting parked the car steadily at the cinema entrance and smiled as he looked at her, saying, "I'll buy the tickets first. You can wait for me in the car." "Okay," Xiao Keqing replied softly. Lu Ting got out of the car and strode quickly toward the ticket booth. Xiao Keqing sat in the car, watching his back as he walked away. In the crowd, he looked so tall and eye-catching, she could recognize him at a glance. Lu Ting finished buying the movie tickets and had 2 bottles of soda in his hand. After getting into the car, Lu Ting handed a bottle to Xiao Keqing. "Here, have some. The movie is at 3 p.m. First, we'll go to Friendship Mall to see if you want to buy anything, then we'll eat before watching the movie." Xiao Keqing happily agreed. Okay. Lu Go is quite good at planning. The car sped along quickly, and soon they arrived at Friendship Mall, which was filled with a variety of imported goods. Xiao Keqing looked around curiously. Lu Ting stayed close beside her, worried she might get lost. Her eyes were full of wonder. Was there really such a wide variety of cosmetics in this era? Seeing musical instruments, Xiao Keqing became excited. Accordion, piano, guitar, violin, cello, drums, electronic keyboard, flute, harmonica. Even though the space music room already had many instruments, she couldn't help but stare at them. Lu Ting silently followed the girl, paying close attention to her expressions. She didn't seem very interested in most of the products, only glancing at the cosmetics briefly. But when she reached the instrument section and her eyes lit up, it was clear she liked these. Xiao Keqing carefully looked at each instrument, her fingers touching the imported piano. These instruments were rare treasures of this era, each worth a lot. She learned that a piano cost 10,000 yuan. Now, she couldn't afford that. Few people in this time had such wealth. With no money in her pocket, she realized she needed to find ways to earn money wherever she was. She decided to go back and see what she could do to make money. Relying only on translation wasn't enough. She loved music and didn't mind having many different instruments. Lu Ting watched her examine the instruments for a long time and asked curiously, "Are you planning to learn how to play these?" Xiao Keqing was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. No, I already know how to play all of these. I don't need to learn. I was just looking." She was quite good at pretending and didn't hesitate to boast. She said she knew how to play everything here, but he might only believe her if she mentioned just one. The variety of instruments here was vast, and she didn't even know the names of some. He raised an eyebrow, slightly amused, and teased, "You really know a lot." Xiao Keqing nodded. "Yes, I think I really do know quite a lot." A bright smile appeared on her face. The more she thought about herself, the more she felt she knew so much. She didn't dare to think too much about it, wondering how she could be so talented. Lu Ting watched the happy little girl smile so brightly. When he heard her speak more loudly, He was initially surprised, then couldn't help but quietly laugh. He didn't feel any annoyance. Instead, he thought she was quite innocent and cute. Not long after, he was proven wrong when he saw her true talent firsthand. She was truly hiding her skills well, knowing so much. Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing shopping together attracted a lot of attention. She was beautiful, and he was handsome, a perfect match. Xiao Keqing stopped in front of a display of delicate jewelry, her eyes caught by a heart-shaped necklace. Lu Ting noticed her gaze and immediately asked the clerk to take it out. Xiao Keqing quickly waved her hand, saying no need, just look at it. I don't have foreign exchange coupons. Lu Ting smiled and said, who said I need your coupon? Today, I'm giving this to you. Xiao Keqing's eyes widened and she quickly refused. That's not right. I don't want it. Lu Ting didn't mind and picked up the necklace, saying, you saved me, so one necklace isn't enough.
Pick more.
And this necklace suits you very well. Xiao Keqing was silent. You saved my brother, so I should save you too, he added. The clerk nearby smiled and said, comrade, your girlfriend is being very kind. Just accept it. A heart-shaped necklace from your partner is perfect. Xiao Keqing shook her head and said, he's not my partner. If he were, she wouldn't hesitate. She'd definitely accept a gift from him. Lu Ting's lips pressed into a slight line. Did he really need to clarify so quickly? Their engagement hadn't been officially broken yet. Hearing the clerk and looking at the necklace again, he finally understood why the necklace from a partner would be more suitable. His resolve to give her this one grew stronger. From the first glance, Xiao Keqing liked this necklace. After hesitating a moment, she said, Brother Lu, why don't you buy it for me first? I'll ask my brother to return it later. I really shouldn't let you spend so much. Lu Ting firmly replied, no need. Just consider it my gift to you. I'll put it on for you since it's hard for you to do it yourself. He walked behind her and placed the necklace around her neck. Up close he saw her fair, jade-like neck. From his angle, he could clearly see the gentle rise of her collarbone. He felt nervous and a bit awkward, fumbling to clasp the necklace, then let out a long breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ugh, does he feel like a bit of a rogue? Xiao Keqing touched her necklace and looked up at Lu Ting with a bright smile, asking, does it look nice? Yes, it looks good, Lu Ting said, looking at the girl in front of him. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. At this moment, the distance between them seemed to get closer, and a subtle atmosphere filled the air. Lu Ting checked his watch and said, let's go. We'll eat at the state-owned restaurant. Xiao Keqing nodded in agreement. It only took a few minutes to drive from here to the state-owned restaurant. Inside, Lu Ting said, look at the menu and see what you like to eat. I'll go wait in line. Xiao Keqing looked at the menu board and said, braised pork. You can choose the rest. Braised pork, chicken soup, braised tofu, cabbage, white rice, Lu Ting replied, clearly asking for her opinion. Xiao Keqing nodded, sounds good. The waiter quickly wrote on the order sheet, total cost is 4.50 yuan, 2 ration tickets. Xiao Keqing reached into her bag to pay and hand over the tickets, but Lu Ting was faster and already paid. His speed was impressive. I've eaten so much of your food. There's no need for you to pay, he said. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, you're right. I won't be polite then, and turned to find a seat. The food was ready quickly, and Lu Ting had to make 3 trips to sit down. Every dish looked generous and plentiful. Xiao Keqing picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the braised pork. Delicious. The tofu was also tasty. Lu Ting served her an extra bowl of chicken soup and placed it beside her. Seeing her happily eating, Lu Ting's lips curled slightly, and he also started eating eagerly. The chicken soup was made from real free-range chicken. In this era, there was no such thing as feed chickens, so it was very tasty. Xiao Keqing drank 2 large bowls and only managed half of her rice before feeling full. The portion given in this era was truly generous. Xiao Keqing knew that wasting food was not allowed and would be criticized or educated if she did. She wished she hadn't drunk the chicken soup. Xiao Keqing let out a big burp, trying to hold back her full stomach while chewing her food hard. Lu Ting looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Keqing pursed her lips and said, "I'm full. I can't eat any more." Lu Ting knew her appetite and had also drunk 2 bowls of soup. He said, "Give it to me." Seeing that she didn't respond, Lu Ting took her bowl directly and poured its contents into his own. He started eating the remaining food on her plate. Xiao Keqing was surprised and didn't know what to say, her mind racing. Why was he eating her leftovers? Did he dislike it? She even drooled a little. Reflecting on today's events, playing, shopping, giving gifts, eating, and watching movies, aren't these things couples usually do? Is that what she meant? Does Lu Ting like her? Lu Ting knew Xiao Keqing had been watching him. He was eating the leftover food from her plate slowly, but his ears were a bit warm. Xiao Keqing stared intently at Lu Ting and noticed his ears were slightly red. Is he shy? He finished her leftover food, and his ears turned red. What if they kissed? He seemed quite innocent. Xiao Keqing still asked her question. "Brother Lu, do you mind that I've eaten your food and even saliva?" Lu Ting's ears turned even redder. He swallowed the last bite, put down his utensils, and slowly said, "I don't mind." His voice was deep and firm. Xiao Keqing's heart was gently stirred, like being touched by a feather. She asked, "Do you do this often?" Pointing at his bowl of food. "This is the first time I've done this. I only ate your saliva, and why would I eat someone else's? That's too dirty." At this moment, Xiao Keqing was no longer calm. Her face blushed, and she wanted to tease him, but her head started to buzz. Lu Ting looked at her reddening face and couldn't help but smile slightly. It felt like the air froze, filled with a subtle feeling. Xiao Keqing cleared her throat and said, "Brother Lu, let's go." Before Lu Ting could reply, she hurried out the door like she was escaping. After dinner, they returned to the car. Lu Ting glanced at her with gentle eyes and said softly, "It's still early for the movie. Want to go to the famous park nearby and have some fun?" Xiao Keqing looked into Lu Ting's eyes, uncertain. Was that what she thought it was? Sure. Lu Ting's lips curled up naturally, and he started the car, occasionally glancing at Xiao Keqing. The park was lush with trees and blooming flowers, creating a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Lu Ting took Xiao Keqing for a walk along the lake, with a gentle breeze bringing a sense of comfort. Xiao Keqing saw a couple with children playing and other couples strolling. What does this mean for them? Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached and asked, "Do you two want a photo? This park is famous and would make a nice memory." Lu Ting raised an eyebrow, subtly hinting for Xiao Keqing to decide. Is that okay? Xiao Keqing thought maybe they would take a photo together. But what does that mean? If the main characters end up together and she saw the photo later, she wouldn't be able to explain. It's better to avoid trouble, so Xiao Keqing hesitated and said, "Maybe not. We probably won't get the photo today." The middle-aged man hurriedly spoke, "I need it urgently. I can send the letter to you tomorrow." Lu Ting also wanted to take a photo with Xiao Keqing, and he definitely wanted to seize this good opportunity. See, it's quite convenient. Shall we take a photo? Xiao Keqing hesitated. All right. It was just a photo after all. Lu Ting said to the man, "Let's take 2 photos." The middle-aged man had been taking photos of people in this park for 3 years. He had seen all kinds of couples and pairs, but these 2 clearly seemed interesting. The man smiled and said, "You 2 are really a good match. You can stand together by the bridge. The scenery will look better." Hearing this, Xiao Keqing also didn't want to explain further. In the park, most people were either couples or friends. Lu Ting was pleased that the man praised them for being a good match. He thought it was quite honest. Following the man's advice, Lu Ting and Xiao Keqing stood shoulder to shoulder by the bridge. The man waved his hand. "You're too far apart."
Come closer.
Lu Ting moved a few steps closer. The man smiled again and waved his hand. "You can get even closer. The photos will turn out better." That's as far as he could help. Lu Ting moved closer again. Xiao Keqing could feel the warmth from his body, and her face slightly flushed. The man raised his camera and called out, "Smile now." Just as he was about to press the shutter, a small dog suddenly rushed over and bumped into Xiao Keqing's leg. She lost her balance and almost fell to the side. Lu Ting quickly caught her and held her tightly in his arms. The man pressed the shutter, capturing this moment. Xiao Keqing looked up at Lu Ting, blushing, their eyes meeting. His deep, water-like eyes seemed to make everything around them stand still. The man pressed the shutter again, capturing the scene of their intense gaze and her shyly leaning into his embrace. He imagined how wonderful these photos would turn out. That's good, the photos look great. When you receive them, you'll be very surprised. Lu Ting steadied Xiao Keqing and looked her over from head to toe, asking, "Are you okay? Any injuries?" "No." Xiao Keqing lowered her head to hide her embarrassment. She knew her face was still red and felt quite annoyed. She used to be a mature woman in her 30s. How could she blush so easily? She thought she was so useless. Lu Ting left his military address and some money with the man, exchanged a few more words, then they left together. Looking at the time, Lu Ting decided it was about time to go to the cinema with Xiao Keqing. At the cinema entrance, many vendors were selling various snacks. Lu Ting bought some candies, pastries, and soda, then walked into the cinema with Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing looked around, feeling the atmosphere of a cinema from this era. They entered the screening room, which had old-fashioned long benches for seats, and the screen was small. Walking behind Lu Ting, the room was a bit dark, so they moved carefully. Lu Ting has very good eyesight and can see clearly even in the dark. Seeing that Xiao Keqing was having some trouble walking, he naturally took her hand. Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand, and her heart suddenly jumped, as if an electric current ran through her body. His deep, magnetic voice explained, "It's a bit dark. If I hold your hand, you won't fall." Xiao Keqing felt the warmth of his big hand holding hers tightly. She let him hold her, feeling very safe, and a little sweet feeling grew in her heart. The moment Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand, his heart beat faster, and he felt nervous. Her small hand was soft and delicate. How could her hand be so soft? He had never felt this nervous even in a fight. After finding their seats and sitting down, Lu Ting reluctantly let go of her hand, still gently touching her fingers. Xiao Keqing's heart was pounding like a drum. Luckily, after sitting down, Lu Ting let go of her hand. The movie started, a black-and-white comedy. Xiao Keqing watched intently. Lu Ting occasionally turned his head to look at her, passing her pastries and soda, with a natural smile on his face. The movie quickly approached the end, and the lights came on. Lu Ting was the first to stand up, reaching out his hand again to hold Xiao Keqing's and walk forward, ignoring the strange looks from others. In this era, it was rare for men and women to hold hands outside. If they did, they would be stared at and cause trouble. Xiao Keqing thought this person was a bit strange. The lights were on, and everything was clear, so why was he still holding her hand? After leaving the cinema, Lu Ting reluctantly released her soft, delicate hand. He raised his watch and said, "Let's have dinner first, then go back. It might be a bit late if we go now." Xiao Keqing thought Lu Ting's suggestion was good and agreed. "Okay, let's go to the state-run restaurant. The food there is pretty good." "All right," Lu Ting said with a smile. They entered the state-run restaurant, which was still busy with diners. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing and signaled her to order. Xiao Keqing looked at the menu and said, "Braised fish, please. You can order the rest." Lu Ting replied, "Braised fish, twice cooked pork, 3 delicacies soup, and stir-fried cucumber. Is that okay?" "Okay," Xiao Keqing nodded. Xiao Keqing quickly took out her money, but was half a step behind Lu Ting. How was he so fast? "Okay, I'll give you the money. Why are you still using money to come here?" Xiao Keqing didn't argue with him. As she walked, she said, "All right, I'll treat you to something good when we get home. As long as it's made by you, I'll love to eat it." Xiao Keqing rolled her eyes at him. Why does he always say such flirtatious words that make her think silly things? The food was prepared quickly. Looking at the bowl full of rice, Xiao Keqing said, "Brother Lu, I can't finish so much. I'll share some with you. Eat first. If you can't finish, then give it to me," Lu Ting said, picking out fish bones. He removed the fish bones from the fish's belly and placed some into her bowl. "Try the fish and see if it's good." Before he could put the rice into his own bowl, the fish meat with bones was already placed into her bowl. Lu Ting thought about how she would be going home in just a few days and wouldn't have time for him to slowly win her over. If only he hadn't strongly withdrawn the engagement before. Now, the young girl was so dazzling, and there were too many people with bad intentions toward her. He felt he needed to speed up his efforts to win her over. He didn't need to hide his feelings anymore. She could see how he felt about her. He believed she still liked him, otherwise, she wouldn't have pursued him so earnestly before. While eating the fish without bones, Xiao Keqing secretly looked up at Lu Ting. She saw him carefully picking out the fish bones. In the end, she left half of her rice uneaten. Lu Ting naturally ate the remaining rice from her bowl and didn't blush or get embarrassed. On the way back, Lu Ting casually glanced at Xiao Keqing and saw she had already fallen asleep in the car. He gently pressed the brake and slowly parked by the roadside. Then, he took his spare jacket from the back seat and gently covered her with it to keep her from catching a cold. After doing all this, he started the car again and drove steadily toward the big yard. The car stopped smoothly in front of Xiao Junjie's house, and Xiao Keqing woke up. She saw she was covered with a man's coat, probably Lu Ting's military jacket. Lu Ting turned slightly, nervously looking at Xiao Keqing, hesitating as he said, "Can we?" "Maybe not." Before he could finish saying withdraw the engagement, he heard a knock on the car window and Xiao Junjie's voice. "Sister, we've been here for a while. Why aren't you getting out? It's so late. Come on, get out quickly. I have something to tell you." Xiao Keqing opened the car door. "I've just come out. It's only a little past 7. How is it late?" Lu Ting clenched his teeth. He came late, he came early, but when he wanted to confess, he arrived. If only he hadn't kept waiting at the door, he'd regret it now. Looking at Lu Ting again, he asked, "Brother Lu, what were you about to say?" "It's nothing, just rest early." Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Goodbye, Brother Lu. Thanks for today. I had a lot of fun." Before Xiao Keqing could get out of the car, Xiao Junjie grabbed her arm and said anxiously, "Sister, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up, I have something to do." He then pulled her towards home. Lu Ting watched their distant figures, feeling a mix of emotions. Xiao Junjie held his sister's hand and went into the house. He picked up the tablet from the quilt and said, "It suddenly stopped working while I was playing. No matter what I do, there's no response." Xiao Keqing took the tablet and looked at it. "It's not broken. It just ran out of battery. You need to charge it. Once it's charged, you can play again." Xiao Junjie's tense heart immediately relaxed. "Oh, I thought something was wrong with the device." Xiao Junjie tried to flatter her sister. "Can you take me to the space to play? I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm waiting for you." Xiao Keqing directly took his hand and entered the space. The scene before her stunned Xiao Keqing. The fertile land had increased in number, and the breeding area had expanded many times. It was capable of raising large livestock without any problem. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up with excitement. She held her brother's hand and said excitedly, "Brother, look. The space has upgraded again." Xiao Junjie was also surprised. This space was good, and it could be upgraded. He grinned and said, "My sister will be a big landowner one day." Xiao Keqing giggled happily. Thinking back, the last upgrade happened after Xiao Junjie recovered, which was after Lu Ting's body was restored. Could it be related to these two? Xiao Keqing decided not to think about it for now and believed she would understand in the future. "I'll wait for you at the wine table. Go get what you want from the warehouse." "Okay." Xiao Keqing went to the wine cabinet, picked out a bottle of red wine, and took out 2 glasses. She poured herself a glass and started drinking. At this moment, Xiao Junjie ran over happily with food. Seeing his sister drinking, he frowned and asked, "Sister, do you like drinking?" Xiao Keqing smiled without replying. She poured herself another glass and shared her story of how she came through time and her past experiences. "After you passed away, I got used to drinking. But now my body can't handle much. Do you want to try this red wine?" Xiao Junjie felt sorry for his sister. "Aren't we all living well now? I've decided. When Dad comes, I'll move back to the imperial capital and never leave you guys." Xiao Keqing was excited.
Wow.
"That's great. Finally, I don't have to worry about you anymore, Xiao Junjie said with a smile. Pour me some, brother. I'll drink with you and see what it tastes like. Xiao Keqing poured wine for her brother. Xiao Junjie picked up his glass, sniffed it, and took a small sip. It tastes a bit strange, but it smells pretty good. Xiao Keqing smiled softly. That's how it always starts. After a few drinks, you'll get used to the flavor. I like it. When I'm happy, I have a drink. When I'm sad, I drink more to forget my worries. Xiao Junjie munched on a pig's trotter and mumbled, Where did Brother Lu take you today? Was it fun? Xiao Keqing paused her actions. Brother, it was pretty fun. But a faint blush appeared on her face, whether from the alcohol or thinking about Lu Ting holding her hand. She wasn't sure. Xiao Junjie thought about the impressive car in the garage and smiled. Sister, can you drive the car in the space? I've never seen such a cool car before. It really opened my eyes. I bought the car, of course I can drive it. Otherwise, why buy it? But now, I can only display it, Xiao Keqing said regretfully. After saying that, Xiao Keqing turned around to find all the car keys and placed them in front of her brother.
Here you go.
All the keys are here. You can play with anything in the space, look around freely. There are many books on the bookshelf that might interest you.
Take your time.
When you return to the capital, I'll get you a motorcycle from the space to ride. It's fine to use it in this era too. Xiao Junjie's eyes lit up, and he grinned widely. Haha, that's great. My sister really is a landlady now. Thinking about the song his sister sang at the concert today, he praised, Why do you sing so beautifully? There are so many people listening to you at the concert. I really want to see it live. Xiao Keqing chuckled softly. Unfortunately, I don't have that chance for you. And look at what era this is, can it compare to the future? Xiao Junjie nodded. With my sister's talent, good at singing and dancing, it's a pity she didn't join the art troupe. Xiao Keqing pouted and coquettishly said, I don't want a 9-to-5 job. Why don't you introduce me to a rich guy? Then I can just relax. He. Xiao Junjie couldn't help but laugh. What are you thinking? Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. I can support you. Xiao Keqing pouted again. Stop joking. I don't want you to support me. You keep your money and find a wife yourself. I also earn my own money. When I return to the capital, I plan to find ways to make more. I will add one more standard for choosing a partner, someone with good conditions.
Hee.
Xiao Junjie chuckled softly. Your standards for choosing a partner are quite high. You're adding more? Are you worried about ending up single forever? Xiao Keqing rolled her eyes in annoyance. Hee. You should worry about yourself. You're getting older and still haven't found a partner. Xiao Junjie replied, When I go back, I'll find someone. Xiao Keqing touched her necklace and asked, Brother, do you think my necklace looks nice? I bought it today at the friendship store. Luga paid for it. Can you help me give it back to him? Xiao Junjie looked at his sister's neck. Sure. My sister looks good with anything she wears. Xiao Keqing blushed and said, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm going to take a bath. You should do the same. It's easier to wash in the space. In 2 hours, I'll take you out. Tonight, we can't sleep in the space. For safety, it's better to sleep outside. Xiao Junjie nodded in agreement. Yes, sleeping outside is safer. 2 hours later, Xiao Keqing took Xiao Junjie out of the space and said, I've had a bit to drink, so I won't wake up for breakfast tomorrow. Don't call me, okay? Xiao Junjie smiled. Okay, I won't call you.
Sleep as long as you want.
The next day, Xiao Junjie pretended to lean on a cane and went to Lu Ting's house. He just happened to see Lu Ting carrying a lunchbox on his way to get food. Luga, today only the two of us are having breakfast. My sister is too sleepy and wants to sleep in. Okay. Lu Ting's lips curled slightly. The little girl is still a little lazy. Lu Ting finished preparing breakfast and came back to eat with Xiao Junjie. Suddenly, Xiao Junjie spoke. Luga, I'm planning to transfer back to the capital. My injury made me realize a lot.
I don't want my family to worry about me.
I won't stay here alone anymore. You used to come here to avoid my sister, and now you've broken off the engagement. My sister won't bother you anymore. Are you planning to transfer back? Hearing this, Lu Ting's chopsticks paused slightly, and his expression grew deeper. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "We successfully broke off the engagement, but I still have the jade pendant." Xiao Junjie suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. Can you give me the jade pendant later? That way, it's settled. Also, how much did you pay for the necklace yesterday? I'll give you that too." Lu Ting's face instantly darkened. Didn't he say he would give it to her? He put down his bowl. "I will talk to your sister about the jade pendant. I won't give it to you for now. As for the money, it's not much, so forget it." Xiao Junjie didn't think much about it. "Okay, don't go to see her in the morning. She drank a little last night, so she'll probably sleep well in the morning. Remember to bring more food at noon." Lu Ting heard that the young girl drank again and suddenly remembered the scene of her sitting in his arms last time. His heart felt warm and a bit restless. She should drink less in the future. It's not good for her health. Xiao Junjie smiled and said, "She knows her limits and drinks less. It's fine." After breakfast, Xiao Junjie leaned on his cane and went home. He took out a military book from the space last night and started reading. Although Lu Ting was still recovering, he went around the group for a quick look. But he kept thinking about the young girl who hadn't eaten breakfast. Near noon, he hurried to Xiao Junjie's house with the prepared food. He deliberately chose a few more dishes, thinking about how she looked when she drank, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After washing up, Xiao Keqing went to her brother's room and saw him reading. "What do you want to eat for lunch, brother?" Xiao Junjie glanced at his sister, then looked back at his book and said, "Lu Ting will bring the food. No need to cook at noon." Xiao Keqing knew her brother liked the books from the space, so she didn't say much and sat at the dining table in the living room, waiting for Lu Ting to bring the food. No need to cook, waiting to eat was also good. Soon, Lu Ting came in carrying the food. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up, and she happily went to take the dishes.
Wow.
"Brother Lu is the best." Lu Ting felt happy hearing her words. Just bringing the food was enough. He smiled and said, "I didn't have breakfast, so I was hungry." Xiao Keqing giggled. "Yes, I was really hungry. Thanks, Brother Lu, for bringing the food." Her voice was clear and sweet. Lu Ting looked directly at her, full of affection and tenderness. "We don't need to be so polite." "Okay," she replied, then loudly called out, "Brother, dinner's ready." The three sat together to eat. Xiao Keqing's cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. Lu Ting really wanted to reach out and pinch her face, but held back. Instead, he occasionally helped her by scooping food onto her plate. Xiao Keqing happily accepted it, as if they had done this many times before. Xiao Junjie watched them in surprise. What's going on? These two went out to play all day, and their relationship is so good now. Seeing Lu Ting's attentive gestures, he had never seen him like this before. Why did he feel a strange, uncomfortable feeling inside? If he didn't know they were about to end their engagement, he might have thought they were a couple. After dinner, Xiao Junjie took the initiative to clear the dishes. Xiao Keqing came out of her room and went to the yard. She looked up at the sky, the bright sunshine shining on her face. She instinctively used her hand to block the sunlight and smiled happily. Her voice was clear and pleasant as she said, "Brother Lu, the weather is really nice today." Hearing this, Brother Lu looked up at the sky and also smiled happily. He nodded and agreed, "Yes, the weather is indeed very good today. Don't you like eating fish? I know there's a pond on the mountain with fish. I'll take you to catch some. Do you want to go?" Xiao Keqing got excited immediately. "Really? Yes, let's go now. I've never caught fish before." "Okay," Lu Ting said with a smile. Tang Seng's smile was so charming, it was captivating. Xiao Keqing quickly looked away and went inside with Lu Ting. Xiao Junjie had already tidied up the dishes and saw Lu Ting come into the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife. He asked curiously, "Brother Lu, what are you and your sister doing?" Xiao Keqing answered excitedly. "Brother Lu said there's a pond on the mountain with fish. We're going to catch some." Xiao Junjie also knew about that pond, deep in the forest. The fish there were fat, and he often went there with Lu Ting to catch fish. He understood what Lu Ting was planning to do with the knife. "Then I'll go too." Lu Ting frowned slightly. If you go, what if someone finds out your leg is healed? It might put your sister in danger. Xiao Junjie was speechless. All right, you guys go. I'll stay home and read. Take good care of my sister, or you'll regret it. Okay. Lu Ting's brow relaxed instantly. If he went, could he still pursue the little girl? Lu Ting picked up the knife, went to the yard, grabbed the basket from the ground, put the knife inside, and turned to Xiao Keqing. Let's go. Xiao Keqing looked suspiciously at the person only carrying a knife and a basket. Is that enough? How will they catch fish without anything else? Lu Ting seemed to see through her thoughts and explained with a smile, find a branch on the mountain, sharpen it with a knife to make a fork. The pond is quite deep in the middle, but we won't go there. We'll stay at the edge, where it's clear and shallow enough to see the bottom, and use the fork. Xiao Keqing immediately understood and nodded. The two followed the winding mountain path. Sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled light and shadow on them. Birds chirped all around, and the air was filled with a faint scent of grass and trees, mixed with the coolness of mountain springs, making people feel relaxed and happy. After about half an hour, the two arrived at a clear pond deep in the forest. The water was so transparent that it reflected the blue sky and white clouds. Occasionally, fish jumped out of the water, creating gentle ripples. Lu Ting sat on a smooth, rounded stone and said, "This place is deep in the woods, and few people come here. Your brother and I found this pond by chance." Xiao Keqing looked around and said, "This place is quite hidden, and the scenery is beautiful." After that, Lu Ting started to take off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants to his thighs, revealing his long, strong legs. He picked up a fork he had made earlier and said, "You sit here and don't run around." Xiao Keqing nodded and said, "Okay," then obediently sat on the stone, watching Lu Ting closely. "Wow, his physique is really impressive. Look at those long legs." Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Keqing, then slowly stepped into the water with his fork until the water reached his thighs. He steadied himself, holding the fork in one hand, and focused intently on the water. Xiao Keqing watched every move Lu Ting made, doubting whether this could work. Just as she was about to doubt him, he suddenly bent down quickly, the fork into the water, and a fish was instantly caught. After struggling for a moment, the fish was securely hooked on the fork.
Yay!
"Luga, you're amazing!" Xiao Keqing cheered excitedly, clapping her hands. Lu Ting turned around and smiled, walking toward Xiao Keqing with the fork. The fish probably weighed about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. He took the fish and put it into a basket. Encouraged by her praise, Lu Ting felt even more motivated and continued to look for the next target. Soon, using the same method, he successfully caught another fish. This one was slightly larger than the first and struggled more fiercely in the water. Seeing this, Xiao Keqing clapped loudly with a brighter smile and said, "Wow. Lu Go, you're so amazing. Perfect every time." Hearing her praise, Lu Ting felt very happy. Her soft, sweet voice sounded like honey, making him smile proudly. He placed the fish into the basket, looked at Xiao Keqing's excited face, and asked, "Do you want to try?" "The water isn't cold."
Huh?
"But I don't know how," Xiao Keqing said, wide-eyed. Lu Ting replied, "If you want to try, come down. 2 fish are enough for tonight. If you don't want to, we'll go back." "Okay, wait for me. I'll take off my shoes now." Xiao Keqing was eager to try, so she began to imitate Lu Ting by removing her shoes and socks, rolling up her pants to her thighs. As she moved, her snow-white legs became visible. Lu Ting accidentally caught a glimpse of her pale legs, his heartbeat quickening and cheeks slightly blushing. He quickly looked away, afraid to stare further. Xiao Keqing took the fishing spear and slowly walked to the water's edge. Lu Ting reached out his hand and said, "I'll help you down. It's a bit slippery here, so I'll hold you to prevent falling." "Okay," Xiao Keqing replied, placing her left hand in Lu Ting's. At that moment, she felt the warmth of his palm, giving her a strange sense of safety she had never experienced before. Lu Ting held her hand tightly, his eyes deep and gentle. "I will protect you. I won't let you fall. Okay? Xiao Keqing said softly, watching the water carefully as she walked. Once she was steady, Lu Ting released her hand and stood beside her. Curious, Xiao Keqing looked at the water, then mimicked Lu Ting's actions, waiting for a fish. When she saw one, she tried to spear it, but she missed and splashed water everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, try again a few times. You'll get it. You need to observe carefully, wait for the right moment, then strike quickly and accurately. Xiao Keqing nodded, wiping water from her face and focusing intently on the water surface. After a few minutes, a fish swam closer. This time, she didn't rush, but waited until the fish was nearer before swiftly thrusting her spear into the water. She missed again but kept trying, back and forth. She took a deep breath and thought, forget it, I don't want to embarrass myself. If I catch a fish, that would be a talent. I guess I'm not cut out for this. Just as she was about to give up, Lu Ting came up behind her. Want me to teach you? Okay. Xiao Keqing agreed without hesitation, feeling a little disappointed that she hadn't caught a fish yet. Lu Ting placed one hand over hers, holding it firmly, and wrapped his other arm around her waist from behind. Xiao Keqing turned her head in surprise, their eyes meeting. His gaze was deep and gentle. They were so close that she could feel his warm breath. Is that okay? In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world paused at this instant. Xiao Keqing could hear her heartbeat pounding like drums. She quickly looked back at the water and nodded softly, her voice barely a whisper. Yes. As soon as she said that, a bright smile appeared on Lu Ting's face. He had wanted to let go immediately if she refused, but she didn't, so he stayed close. She didn't refuse, so does that mean she still likes him? Lu Ting held Xiao Keqing's hand more tightly, as if trying to embed her hand into his palm. His chest was pressed closely against her back. His first thought was, how can someone's waist be so slender and soft? The scent emanating from her made him feel a little distracted. Xiao Keqing felt the warmth from her back, the sound of Lu Ting's heartbeat, and the hot breath near her ear. Being so close and held by him made her nervous. Her heart fluttered like a little deer, and her face started to feel warm. She gently closed her eyes to calm herself. Lu Ting focused fully on what was beneath the water. A fat fish swam nearby. His eyes showed determination. He whispered softly in Xiao Keqing's ear, "The fish is coming, get ready." Xiao Keqing immediately opened her eyes, and her grip on his hand tightened. In the next moment, Lu Ting suddenly used force, quickly aiming his fork at the target. The fish was caught precisely, splashing clear, sparkling water.
Wow.
I did it! I did it! Brother Lu is amazing! Seeing her excited, Lu Ting's deep eyes were full of tenderness. He reluctantly released Xiao Keqing's hand, took a step back, and created some distance between them. He looked at her face, flushed with embarrassment, and knew she might be feeling shy. Could shyness also mean she still has feelings for him? Thinking of this, a gentle smile appeared on Lu Ting's lips. He changed the subject. We have enough fish now. Let's go back. Xiao Keqing guessed the fish was about 3 jin, around
5 Kilogramm.
She smiled, okay. I'll cook you a different fish tonight. Good. Lu Ting took her hand again and started walking back. Xiao Keqing was truly happy. It was a joy she had never experienced before. They looked at each other from the sides, and her smile grew brighter. That smile was deeply etched in Lu Ting's heart. From then on, Lu Ting would often think of her like that. Lu Ting quickly put on his shoes, then turned to look at Xiao Keqing sitting on a stone, her feet swinging back and forth, occasionally checking her soles. Without hesitation, Lu Ting took off his white shirt and approached Xiao Keqing. He knelt on one knee, took her small, soft, and fair foot in his hand, and placed it on his thigh. Xiao Keqing's eyes widened. She wondered what he was about to do. Looking at Lu Ting, who was only wearing a tank top, with surprise on her face, she noticed his exposed shoulders, broad and strong, with muscular arms full and well-defined, full of power. Could she see the outline of his chest muscles? She looked further down. The tank top was a bit distracting, probably hiding his abs. In her later life, she had seen male models with only their upper bodies exposed, but they weren't as tempting as him, especially since he was only wearing a tank top. She unconsciously swallowed saliva. He squatted in front of her, gently wiping her calf with his white shirt, then his hand moved to her foot. His hand, with a few calluses, felt very tingly as he held her foot. He didn't miss any spot, being very gentle and focused. Lu Ting also felt surprised. How could such a young girl have such soft, white feet? He could hold her foot with one hand, and it was so small. After finishing, Lu Ting looked up at Xiao Keqing, who was still stunned, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "All right, it's done. Your feet are clean now." Xiao Keqing was still in shock, staring blankly at her feet, which he had just wiped, resting on his thigh, with a look of disbelief on her face. Her heart pounding nervously, she quickly retracted her feet and awkwardly lowered her head to put on her shoes and socks. After she finished, Lu Ting put his white shirt back on, as if he didn't mind that she had just wiped her feet. Her whole face was burning, her heart feeling hot, and she turned around and ran down the mountain. He was so good at teasing. The male demon. He was deliberately teasing her. Now she had proof. If Xiao Keqing looked back now, she would see that Lu Ting's ears were already flushed red. Lu Ting didn't want to wait any longer. There wasn't much time left. It was best to make her understand that he had special feelings for her. The way down the mountain was much easier and faster than going up. Xiao Keqing's steps were unsteady, and she slipped, almost falling backward. Lu Ting, quick and attentive, caught her just in time.
"Ah,
"Thank you," Xiao Keqing blushed and said. Once she was steady, Lu Ting said, "I'll hold your hand to go down. If you get hurt, your brother will eat me." The next moment, Lu Ting took her soft, delicate hand and led her down the mountain. Near the bottom, Lu Ting hesitated to hold her hand anymore, worried someone might see, so he let go. Back at home, Xiao Keqing directed Lu Ting to kill the fish. Lu Ting carefully sliced the fish as Xiao Keqing instructed, with quick and clean movements. Xiao Keqing asked curiously, "Brother Lu, do you know how to cook?" Lu Ting nodded a little. "I'm not very good at it, but I can manage." Tonight, Xiao Keqing planned to make boiled fish with one fish and marinate the rest for tomorrow. She first put the sliced fish into a bowl, added various seasonings, and started marinating. Then, Xiao Keqing heated a pan with oil, added chopped green onions and garlic to release aroma, and then added hot pot base to stir-fry until it turned red. The strong, tempting smell quickly filled the air. Next, she added enough water to the pan, brought it to a boil, then placed vegetables at the bottom, removed them for later, and carefully added the marinated fish slices into the boiling water one by one. Once done, Xiao Keqing filled a large bowl with the cooked fish, sprinkled chopped green onions, peppercorns, and chili pieces, drizzled hot oil on top to enhance the aroma, and a delicious boiled fish dish was ready. Lu Ting, who was outside in the yard handling the fish, couldn't help but glance toward the kitchen, sniffing deeply. He wondered how she made it so fragrant. He had never smelled such delicious fish before in his life. Smelling the tempting aroma, Lu Ting couldn't help but swallow and looked toward the kitchen with anticipation, moving faster to handle the fish. It was dinner time, and many neighbors from nearby large houses carried their bowls and came out of their rooms. "Whose cooking smells so good? Why is it so fragrant?" Someone kept sniffing the air. "Oh my, this smells amazing." Xiao Junjie, who was reading in his room, had already noticed the aroma. He came out to set the bowls and chopsticks, waiting for the food to be ready. Lu Ting finished preparing the remaining fish and came into the room. Xiao Keqing placed the big bowl of fish on the table and called everyone to eat. She smiled and said, "Try my boiled fish and see if it's tasty." Xiao Junjie took a piece of fish with his rice. As soon as he took a bite, the aroma seemed to explode in his mouth, and his eyes widened with surprise. Lu Ting picked a boneless piece of fish and put it in Xiao Keqing's bowl, then took a piece for himself and started eating. The fresh, spicy, and flavorful taste spread across his tongue, and he couldn't help but praise, "Delicious." Xiao Keqing watched them happily enjoying the meal, feeling proud. Lu Ting occasionally picked out fish bones and placed the cleaned pieces into Xiao Keqing's bowl, making Xiao Junjie stare in surprise. He also started picking out fish bones for his sister, determined not to fall behind Lu Ting. During this meal, Xiao Keqing didn't serve herself. Everyone else fed her instead. After eating, Xiao Keqing leaned back in her chair, satisfied, and gently rubbed her stomach. In the imperial capital, the Xiao family received a jar of meat sauce sent by their daughter. The whole family happily opened the package, which contained 30 bottles of meat sauce. Mom Xiao exclaimed happily, "So much." Coco isn't worried about tiring herself out. Grandpa Xiao held a bottle of meat sauce and said, "Tonight, we'll have this for dinner. I love this flavor. Give me 3 bottles. I'll also send some to Old Man Lu. He's been craving this too." Old Man Xiao took 3 bottles of different flavors of meat sauce and went to the Lu family. When Old Man Lu saw the meat sauces brought by Old Man Xiao, he couldn't stop smiling and quickly invited him to sit down and have tea. Mingfeng Zhao's face showed pride as he said proudly, "Look at Coco, my daughter." When she went to her brother's unit, she was worried we had no meat at home, so she sent the meat sauce. "I thought of you, old man, and gave you 3 bottles. You can mix them with noodles. It's good." Old Man Lu sighed happily. Coco is really thoughtful.
Ah.
It's a pity my grandson isn't as lucky. When Coco comes back this time, I will officially adopt her as my granddaughter. Don't oppose it. I really like this girl from the bottom of my heart. Mingfeng Xiao couldn't hide his smile and said proudly, "I don't oppose it. Having one more person to care for Coco makes me happy." The two sat around a small table, drinking tea and chatting about family matters. As dinner time approached, Dad Lu and Mom Lu came home from work. Old Man Xiao greeted them briefly before returning home to eat noodles. Grandpa Lu placed the meat sauce on the dining table and told his daughter-in-law to have noodles tonight. Mom Lu looked at the meat sauce on the table and asked with a smile, "Dad, what's this?" Old Man Lu proudly said, "Coco went to her brother's unit, right? She was worried we had no meat at home, so she sent me 3 bottles." After a moment of hesitation, he said seriously, "Now that Coco has returned from the unit, she can't be a daughter-in-law, but I will adopt her as my granddaughter. We'll hold a family reunion to formalize it. I'll inform both of you. Opposing it is useless. I really like this girl." Mom Lu said, "Dad, we never said we would oppose it." Yao Hui from the Lu family quickly agreed, "Yes. Dad, we won't oppose it either." That evening, both families sat around their own tables, enjoying meat sauce with noodles, happily together. Mom Lu praised, "Coco's cooking skills are amazing. This is so delicious." Yao Hui nodded and ate 2 large bowls of noodles with different meat sauces. Mrs. Lu had just finished her shower and was lying on the bed when she saw Lu Yahui reading a book at the head of the bed. He put down his book and said, "In a couple of days, I will go to Lu Ting's unit with Xiao Gui to handle some matters. After the celebration, we will return. Do you want to take leave and come with us to see our son?" Mrs. Lu immediately sat up.
Go.
"I wonder how he's doing after being injured. The engagement is also over, so there's no need to hide anymore. It's about time to come back." Lu Yahui's hands and feet started acting restless as he unbuttoned her clothes. The kids called and said he was discharged and recovering very well. "Don't worry. Pack up tomorrow, and in 2 days we'll leave. This time, the military is sending a transport plane." Mrs. Lu pushed away Mr. Lu's hand and teased, "Old husband and wife you." Before she finished, Mr. Lu hugged her tightly and kissed her deeply, like a hungry wolf. Mr. Lu looked at his beloved wife with fiery eyes. "I've been on a mission for so many days and haven't been home. Don't you miss me?" Mrs. Lu was moved by his kiss and agreed. Hearing her response, the wild feelings inside Lu Yahui surged uncontrollably. He felt especially energetic today. That night, Lu Yahui felt like he was back in his youth. He had a very satisfying night. Feeling happy and refreshed, he knew he had worn her out. Now she was asleep, so he took her to the bathroom for a shower, changed the bed sheets and into clean clothes, then carried her back to bed. After tidying up, he took a shower himself, got dressed, and quietly got into bed. He held his wife happily and closed his eyes. The next afternoon, after lunch, Mrs. Lu went to Yang Yunchio's house mainly to find out if she was going to the military with her man to see her son Xiao Junjie, hoping to keep her company on the way. At Yang Yunchio's house, Mrs. Lu started chatting with her. She learned that Yang Yunchio had a program scheduled with the art troupe, so she had to give up. Yang Yunchio also asked Mrs. Lu to take care of Xiao Keqing at the unit, as she was still worried about her youngest daughter. After leaving Yang Yunchio's house, Mrs. Lu kept thinking about what to bring for her son. Back home, she began carefully preparing what she needed for the trip. Mr. Lu saw her busy and joked, "Why so nervous?" Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes and said, "What do you know? It's been years since I saw my son. Of course I want to bring him something." Lu Yahui was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, bring more for your son. The plane can carry it." Lu Ting knew about the military arrangements and that his father and Uncle Xiao would come tomorrow. He then shared this news with Xiao Junjie and his sister. Xiao Keqing heard the news and felt very happy, excited to see her father. Xiao Junjie was quietly lost in thought, missing his own father deeply. He realized that if it weren't for his sister's spiritual spring water, he might have sacrificed himself bravely. This made him feel very guilty, ashamed of the kindness his parents had shown him. Thinking about how his sister, at 36, still hadn't found a partner, he grew more worried that she might become an old maid. But he also remembered that his sister was only 19 now and needed to find someone soon. He felt reluctant to see her remain single and decided it was better to find her a good match early. He planned to return to Kyoto and choose a suitable partner for her based on her standards. Xiao Junjie knew Lu Ting well and thought he was a perfect match for his sister. As a good friend, he believed Lu Ting would treat his sister well. He couldn't understand why Lu Ting didn't like his sister. Was he not good enough for her? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at Lu Ting with sharper eyes. Lu Ting saw the anger in Xiao Junjie's eyes and wondered if he had done something wrong. He felt a bit nervous under Xiao Junjie's gaze but asked carefully, "Brother, I hope I haven't upset you?" Xiao Junjie coldly replied, "Haha, Deputy Captain Lu, how could you upset me?" He had already called him Deputy Captain, which meant he was serious. He was indeed upset. Xiao Kejie then turned gently to Xiao Keqing and said, "Sister, when I get back home, I will find you a good partner. From now on, don't go out with strangers." Seeing that his sister didn't respond, he raised his voice to remind her, "Got it?" He wondered what his brother was up to now. Seeing his brother in a bad mood, he softly replied, "Okay, I got it." Sometimes his brother was quite intimidating. "Come on, let's go back to the house," he said, taking his sister's hand and heading inside. Before entering, Xiao Junjie shot a cold glance at Lu Ting. Lu Ting glanced at their holding hands and slightly frowned, feeling itchy and wanting to pull their hands apart. Suddenly, Lu Ting seemed to realize something. Could it be that his brother found out about his feelings for Xiao Keqing? If he knew, that would be even better. Xiao Keqing was only his. Lu Ting turned and left Xiao Junjie's house. He had planned to confess to her today, but had to make a new plan. Xiao Keqing was now shining so brightly wherever she went. If she goes back and I haven't had time to transfer back, what if someone else gets there first? First, I need to make our relationship official, especially since there's still the matter of breaking off the engagement. Then I will handle the transfer process. I originally moved here to avoid the young girl, and now it's the same for her. I want to go back. The capital city is better for my career. The next day, Dad Xiao, Dad Lu, and Mom Lu, along with their comrades from the army, gathered with their luggage and boarded a flight to the southern unit. Lu Ting got up early and put on a newer-looking military uniform from his closet. He looked in the mirror to check, then went to have breakfast. While eating, Xiao Keqing casually looked up and unexpectedly locked eyes with Lu Ting's dark gaze. He was smiling slightly, his eyes full of meaning as he stared at her. Xiao Keqing almost choked. Goodness, who could stand that look? She heard Lu Ting's deep, magnetic voice say, "Eat more. Drink some soy milk." Maybe because it was morning, his voice sounded like a deep bass, very pleasant. She suspected this charming guy was teasing her again. After breakfast, Xiao Keqing asked her brother to send Lu Ting off early. She took her brother to the space and said, "Brother, look at how quickly my poultry breed here. I don't dare catch or kill these animals, so from now on, all the living creatures in the space are up to you." Junjie looked at the poultry in the enclosure and smiled. "All right, from now on, I'll take care of them. Today, Dad is coming. Let's have a welcome dinner," Xiao Keqing said happily. "Sure. What should I prepare?" "I'll catch it." Junjie rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his strong, muscular arms. Xiao Keqing tilted her head and asked, "Will Uncle Lu and Dad's comrades come?" Junjie replied, "I don't know if the comrades will come, but Uncle Lu probably will, since Lu Ting is here." Xiao Keqing nodded. Catch a chicken and maybe a big fish too." She didn't dare take anything else, afraid of getting caught. Junjie nodded and went into the chicken coop, struggling to catch a fat hen. He placed the tied-up chicken aside, then ran to the pond and easily caught a big fish with a net. Xiao Keqing also took some sliced pork from the warehouse and added some cleaned pig intestines. She smiled and told Junjie, "Tonight, I'll cook dry-fried pig intestines for you. I believe you'll like it." Junjie looked disgusted and said, "How can you eat pig intestines? Sister, did you take the wrong one?" Xiao Keqing smiled softly, seeming to have expected her brother's reaction. "You'll find out tonight after you eat. If anyone asks about these dishes, you come up with a good excuse to cover for us." Okay. The siblings took the ingredients out of the space. At noon, Lu Ting returned from the cafeteria with food. He didn't want the little girl to work hard, so tonight they would prepare a big meal. Although Lu Ting was on vacation, he still had to attend an important meeting with the team. Seeing that it was about time, Xiao Keqing and her brother also went to the kitchen to get busy. Xiao Junjie was in charge of killing the chicken and fish, washing and chopping vegetables. Xiao Keqing took the lead in cooking, and soon the kitchen was filled with tempting aromas. There was boiled fish, chicken soup, braised pork, cucumber salad, stir-fried cabbage, braised eggplant, and pork intestines marinated with spices, then stir-fried. They also made some large pancakes and white rice. When all the colorful, fragrant, and tasty dishes were served, Xiao Keqing felt something was still missing. Her eyes lit up, and she took out Moutai liquor and small wine glasses from the space. Perfect. Seeing her brother coming over with chopsticks, she pointed at the wine and said, "The wine is the one you bought before. Check if the wine glass gives you away." Junjie picked up the glass to look. "No, this is good." Then he looked at the wine. "Good wine. Too bad. I can't drink it today." He shook his head. "Brother, I want to drink too. Let's drink together another day." Junjie smiled and said, "Okay, but you should drink less. Girls shouldn't drink much alcohol." Lu Ting finished his meeting and hurried to the airport to welcome his father and Uncle Xiao. He felt a bit nervous and guilty inside. He thought about how his daughter might be upset with him, so this time he had to make a good impression on his future father-in-law. Otherwise, how could he marry her? Captain Yang, Uncle Xiao, and Lu's father were all happily chatting as the plane landed. From afar, Lu Ting saw a group of people carrying bags and packages, including his mother. He immediately quickened his pace and walked forward quickly. Lu Ting first saluted with a proper military salute, then respectfully greeted the elders. His mother, seeing her beloved son, was so excited she almost cried, hugging Lu Ting tightly and chokingly saying, "Son, are you healed? Seeing you now, I really missed you so much." Feeling his mother's warmth, Lu Ting's heart was full of guilt and gratitude. He softly said, "Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Let's go home and talk." Lu Yahui had not seen his son for a long time. Seeing his son's tall figure and mature face, he felt very happy and missed him. He patted Lu Ting's shoulder and sighed, "My child has grown up." Lu Ting took the luggage from his parents. Then he went to take the luggage from Uncle Xiao and smiled, "Uncle, let me do it. I'll carry it." However, Xiao Gui did not hand over the luggage. Xiao Gui hadn't seen Lu Ting for 3 years. The boy had grown even taller and more handsome, with a commanding presence, standing out among others. Although he admired him, he couldn't help but feel angry when he thought about how Lu Ting disliked his daughter. Was he not worthy of him? His daughter, Kiki, was more than enough for him. Such a clueless guy. With a commanding, calm look, Xiao Guowei said coldly, "Deputy Commander Lu, no need. I can carry it myself. No trouble." Lu Ting's heart suddenly sank. Oh no, this is bad. He had really offended him this time. He used to call him Xiao Ting or Lu Ting. Lu Ting, with a thick face, said again, "Uncle, let me do it. You've worked hard." Without giving Xiao Guowei a chance to refuse, he took the luggage from him. Xiao Guowei snorted softly. Lu Ting quickly placed the luggage in the car and then called everyone to get in. While driving, he said, "Kiki has prepared dinner. We're welcoming you all." Xiao Guowei glared at Lu Ting, but Kiki was also someone he could call. Thinking of his daughter's cooking, he proudly boasted, "Old Yang, old Lu, I tell you, my daughter's cooking is delicious. You're lucky to taste it today." Lu Dad replied, "We've all tried Kiki's meat sauce. It's unbeatable. Today, we finally get to taste it." Lu Mom also agreed, "Yes, yes, the flavor is really good."
Great.
"Then we must enjoy it properly," Captain Yang said, with a meaningful smile. Lu Ting thought about how the little girl's cooking was like that of a master chef. She was good at cooking, looked good, had a good figure, a good personality, and good education. Why was she so perfect? She seemed to be everywhere in his heart. He used to be so foolish. They soon arrived at the family compound. Lu Ting stopped the car and called everyone to go inside. Xiao Kuxing heard the sound of the car and quickly ran out. Seeing who was there, she politely greeted everyone, "Uncle Yang, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu." Yang Biao smiled warmly, "Xiaoqing, you're getting more and more beautiful. I almost don't recognize you. Truly, a girl grows up so fast." Yang Biao looked her over. This was different from the rumors in the army, who said she was ugly. He dares to say that this appearance is unmatched by anyone in the art troupe, who spread the rumor that she is arrogant and domineering. She is so polite and well-behaved. Lu Yahui's gratitude was obvious. "Kiki, this time Xiaoting was injured because of you. Uncle Lu sincerely thanks you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuxing smiled sweetly. "Uncle Lu, you don't need to thank me. Brother Lu was hurt trying to save my brother. It's only right to take care of him. Come inside. I've prepared food." Lu's mother also noticed how much Xiao Kuxing had changed. She no longer looked like before. Now she was confident and graceful, polite and charming. Her features were delicate, her figure curvy and attractive. Any young man who saw her would feel his heart flutter. Lu's mother became worried. Could her son have a problem? Could he be unsuitable? She started to look at her son more carefully, thinking she should find a time to talk to old Lu. Lu Ting suddenly felt confused by his mother's strange gaze. He turned to look at Xiao Kuxing and saw her hugging Xiao Guowei's arm, acting coquettishly. Her smile was warm like sunshine, her eyes squinting into a crescent moon, her little mouth chatting happily, saying things like "I miss you," making Xiao Guowei laugh out loud. Her coquettish tone and expression completely stunned Lu Ting. Her flirting skills were truly impressive. Holding his arm like that, how wonderful it would be. It made his heart itch. How many other sides of her did he not know? Lu's parents looked at each other with envy. How come they had 3 sons and no daughters? Look at how affectionate Kiki is. If only they had a little girl like that, they'd wake up smiling from their dreams. As soon as the door opened, the aroma of food wafted in. Xiao Junjie pretended to lean on his crutch, warmly welcoming everyone. Xiao Guowei asked about his son's injury, and then started eating with everyone. Captain Yang, Lu's mother, and Lu's father all praised the delicious dishes on the table. Zhao's father was delighted to see such good wine, his eyes shining. It was clear that his children understood him and knew what he liked. Everyone sat down naturally. Xiao Kuxing sat next to her father, Xiao Guowei, smiling happily. Lu Ting sat calmly, quietly taking a seat next to Xiao Kuxing before Xiao Junjie, ignoring his sharp gaze. Xiao Junjie was annoyed. Did Lu Ting sit in the wrong spot?
Or was he too slow to react?
What was wrong with him? Was that his seat? Lu Ting gracefully tidied his sleeve and picked up the wine on the table to pour. The first glass was placed in front of Xiao Guowei, the second in front of Captain Yang, and the rest in front of his father. Everyone started eating. Lu's mother took a bite of boiled fish and immediately praised, "Kiki, how did you make this so delicious?"
Teach me someday.
Xiao Keqing happily agreed, "Sure. It's just that I used a bit more oil than others." Lu's mother looked at the oil floating in the fish and thought, she really dares to use so much oil. Even the oil tickets wouldn't cover her spending. Xiao Keqing scooped a piece of fatty intestine for her father, saying, "Try the fatty intestine. I believe Dad will love it." Since her future father loved eating it, she thought he probably still did now.
What?
Fatty intestine?
Can you eat that?
It looks quite appetizing. Xiao Gui looked at what his daughter made. Even if it wasn't tasty, he wanted to try. He closed his eyes and took a bite, his eyes suddenly brightening.
Oh.
Is it really this good? Xiao Keqing smiled and pointed at the intestine on the table. Everyone try it. I think dry-fried intestines are better than braised pork. Captain Yang looked at the intestine with suspicion.
What?
Even the stinky thing is better than braised pork? Seeing this, Lu Ting was the first to pick up a piece of intestine and put it in his mouth. After chewing slowly, he said, it is indeed delicious. Captain Yang saw Lu Ting eating happily and hesitated, then took a small bite himself. After a few chews, his expression turned to surprise. Wow, I didn't expect this to be so tasty. The others also started trying the intestines. Lu Ting picked some meat from the fish belly, removed the bones, and placed it into Xiao Keqing's bowl. This move stunned Lu's father, Lu's mother, and Zhao's father. They kept their chopsticks in their hands, staring blankly at the two of them. Xiao Keqing wasn't surprised at all and didn't notice the strange looks from everyone. Recently, it was Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting who helped her pick dishes, and she had gotten used to it. She loved picking out the fish bones and eating the fish meat, which was very satisfying. Lu Ting watched the girl eat happily, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then picked a good piece of fish from the basin, removed the bones, and placed it into Xiao Keqing's bowl. Xiao Gui. Lu Yahui. Lu's mother. Seeing her son trying to please her, she was truly amazed. Has he finally woken up? Xiao Gui saw Lu Ting looking at his daughter with a not-so-pure gaze. He understood Lu Ting's intentions. He was interested in her daughter again. He said if he didn't like it, he could just leave, but now he wants to stay and be attentive. He is very handsome, but I won't spoil him. Anyway, the engagement has been cancelled. When I go back, I will listen to my mother and arrange a blind date for my daughter. It's been 2 years, and marriage can wait. During the meal, Lu Ting sure kept serving Xiao Keqing food. They ate happily. Brother's leg is still injured, so he definitely can't wash dishes in front of others. Xiao Keqing stood up to clear the dishes. Seeing this, Lu Ting sure quickly took the dishes from her hands and said, "We've cooked a big table. You worked hard. No need for you to do it. Go rest. From now on, you don't have to wash dishes." Xiao Junjie sat in his chair and glanced at Lu Tingshi. He's quite perceptive, not making his sister wash dishes, unlike others. Xiao Gui watched Lu Tingshi, who was trying to be attentive. He thought, don't think washing a dish is enough. Later, her daughter isn't someone who comes and goes at will. Luo Yahui clicked his tongue. Is this still his son, who always keeps a cold face? He's really shameless. Xiao Junjie discussed with everyone about where to stay. Dad will sleep in the same room with him. Lu Dad and Lu Mom can stay at Lu Tingshi's house, and Captain Yang will go to the military dormitory. Xiao Keqing and Xiao Junjie saw them off at the door. Lu Tingshi first took his parents home, then sent Captain Yang to the dorm. Xiao Junjie returned home and discussed with his dad about transferring back to the capital. Xiao Gui nodded and said, "You submit the application, and I will approve it." He threw one of the heavy suitcases into Xiao Junjie's arms and said, "Your mom prepared winter clothes for you, and she also knitted 2 sweaters. I didn't get any." Xiao Keqing pouted and said, "Mom favors me." "I didn't get any either," with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Xiao Gui looked at his daughter affectionately and said, "When you go back, you'll have your own. You all have them. Don't you think I do too?" Xiao Gui suddenly changed the subject. "Tomorrow, you should apply for a transfer." It'll be over a month before you can go home. Your mom will be so happy. When you go back, find a partner quickly. Look at others. At my age, I'm already a grandfather. You don't even have a boyfriend.
Okay.
Xiao Gui turned to look at his daughter and said, Your mom has found someone for you. I've also seen him. He's handsome, about the same height as your brother, has good family background, and lives nearby. Xiao Keqing paused, a strange feeling suddenly rising in her heart. Why did she suddenly think of Lu Tingshi? During this time together, he had been very kind to her, giving her the feeling that he liked her. He suddenly remembered what he said in the hospital ward about treating her like a sister. It's funny because he almost thought she liked him, which explains why he was so kind to her. But she already has a fiancé. What am I hoping for? Thinking of this, she lowered her eyes with a smile, hiding her self-mockery behind her smile, which didn't reach her eyes. All right, once we go back, we'll arrange a blind date. My parents will handle it. I trust their judgment. Xiao Gui felt very happy. His daughter had grown up. Meanwhile, Mother Lu had already prepared the bedding and heated the water for washing. She sat with Father Lu in the living room, waiting for Lu Ting to return. Mother Lu whispered to her husband, Do you think our younger son might have some problem? Maybe we should find a doctor to check. Father Lu immediately stood up, eyes wide. What are you saying? Our son can't have any problems. Seeing this, Mother Lu quickly pulled him back down and said, Keep your voice down. Why are you so surprised? If there was a problem, I would suspect his eyesight. But look at how well Xiao Gui is now. Why wouldn't he like her? Don't you agree? You're just overthinking. I don't think he doesn't like Xiao Gui. When he comes back, I'll ask him. His look at Xiao Gui is the same as how I looked at you back then. Mother Lu asked suspiciously, Really? Father Lu took a deep breath, exhaled a faint smoke ring, and said, Absolutely not. I know my son. Then the two of them waited quietly for Lu Ting to come back. When Lu Ting arrived, he saw his parents sitting in the living room, so he sat down too. Mother Lu looked at him with concern. Let me see how your injury is doing. The injury has really healed. Xiao Gui took good care of me. Hearing this, Mother Lu felt a little relieved. Now that the Xiao family has also called off the engagement, maybe you can go back. Lu Ting replied, The engagement hasn't been officially cancelled yet. I haven't returned the jade pendant to her. Hearing this, Mother Lu frowned slightly. Son, what are you really thinking? Lu Ting paused for a moment and said slowly, Mom, I don't want to cancel the engagement. I like her. His parents looked at each other. Father Lu took a puff of a cigarette, a faint smile on his face. See? I told you so. Father Lu put out his cigarette in the ashtray and said, Seriously, son, do you mean you want to marry Xiao Gui? Lu Ting nodded, yes, as soon as possible. His mind was full of her now. The little girl was just too charming. If he delayed any longer, someone else might take her away. Mother Lu looked happy, only hoping that her son was fine in that regard. Father Lu asked again, Are you ready to bring her back? Lu Ting nodded, yes, bring her back as soon as possible. Mother Lu was happy immediately. Bringing her back was good news. The big worry in her heart finally eased. Father Lu thought for a moment and said, Son, it's easy to bring her back. It can be done in about a month. But I think it will be hard with the Xiao family. It's not easy to marry her off. Lu Ting was anxious, but knew his father was right. Today, Xiao Gui had a strong opinion about him. Dad, I understand, Lu Ting replied. Mother Lu rolled her eyes at her son. If I were your daughter, I wouldn't let her marry you again either. The world isn't just about you being good. Although she said that, she still hoped her son could marry her. Lu Ting didn't know that the little girl he hadn't seen in 3 years had become so wonderful, like two different people. He took a deep breath and seriously told his parents, Breaking off the engagement is the biggest regret of my life. I've decided on her. If I can't marry her, I'd rather never marry at all. Father and Mother Lu knew their son was determined and capable of doing what he said. They worried he might not marry her and then refuse to marry anyone. Father Lu said, You should report this early. Your grandfather said he would accept her as a granddaughter. Your grandfather likes her very much and old Xiao also agrees. Mother Lu agreed. Her mother also told me to bring her back this time. I can take care of her on the way. Lu Ting was anxious. Dad, Mom, you must not agree to Grandpa's idea of accepting her as a granddaughter. What if I can't marry her? No, I will call Grandpa tomorrow to talk about it. Now you're anxious. What did you do before? You deserve it, said Lu Yahui as he turned and went back to rest. Yeah, you deserve it, Mother Lu said with a glare and slowly got up to wash up. They really knew how to push his buttons. In the middle of the night, Lu Ting woke up startled from a dream. In the dream, Xiao Keqing went on a blind date and even became her grandfather's granddaughter. The dream felt so real and painful. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep until dawn. Since he couldn't sleep, Lu Ting got up and went for a run, using exercise to ease his anxiety and restlessness. After running, he quickly took a shower and went to prepare breakfast. He first delivered his parents' breakfast back to them. Lu Yahui had already gotten up. Today, he had important matters to discuss with Xiao Gui. Lu Ting placed the breakfast on the table. Dad, I'll deliver their breakfast. I won't eat with you.
Lu Yahui.
The door was opened by Xiao Gui. Deputy Commander Lu, such an early time. Good morning, uncle. I brought you breakfast. Lu Ting entered the room, set the breakfast down, then went to the kitchen to get chopsticks and bowls, placing them on the table. Xiao Gui watched Lu Ting's back as he entered, let out a soft and thought, don't think I don't see what you're up to. Flattering won't work with me. Xiao Junjie and Xiao Keqing, sensing the mood, both came out to wash up. Xiao Gui sat across from Lu Ting, his eyes filled with a hint of scrutiny. He looked at Lu Ting and said, we wouldn't want to trouble Deputy Commander Lu to bring us meals while you're resting from your injury. Next time, just don't bother. Lu Ting smiled and replied, thank you for your concern, uncle. I've been responsible for breakfast lately, so Kiki can sleep in a bit longer instead of waking up early to cook. Xiao Gui raised his eyebrows slightly. Did he not understand?
Who cares about him?
He knows Kiki doesn't want to be bothered. Lu Ting laid out the breakfast items one by one. Speaking as he did, Kiki likes fried dough sticks and soy milk from the army, and also rice noodles. I don't know what uncle likes. I bought a little of everything. Looking at the breakfast spread in front of him, buns, porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, rice noodles, Xiao Gui saw that they knew what his Kiki liked. Still, he wouldn't be easily moved by these small tricks. Missing out was just missing out. After sitting down, Xiao Junjie spoke first. Dad, we'll go to the army together later. Xiao Gui was eating a bun. Okay. Lu Ting said, I want to go too. Xiao Junjie agreed, all right. After breakfast, Lu Ting tidied up the dishes before inviting his dad and Xiao Junjie to go to the army together. Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting arrived at Commander Zhou's office, both simultaneously taking out papers from their pockets and placing them in front of the commander. Commander Zhou took the reports, frowned slightly, and asked suspiciously, what are you two planning? Did you agree beforehand? Xiao Junjie replied, report, no, we didn't plan anything. Lu Ting added, report, no, we didn't plan anything. Clearly not convinced, Commander Zhou widened his eyes and said with some displeasure, only a fool would believe that. You're planning a transfer together. Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting exchanged a glance. Lu Ting turned his gaze back to Commander Zhou and explained, I have personal reasons that require me to go home, and the leaders of the Imperial Capital Army have approved it. Commander Zhou then looked at Xiao Junjie, clearly expecting him to speak. Xiao Junjie calmly said, I have personal reasons to go home, and the military leadership in the capital has approved it. Everyone has a father figure now, so they no longer hide their family background like before. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be the subject of such gossip. I want everyone to know I have an amazing father. Captain Zhou looked displeased and said, you both said you didn't make an appointment, but your reasons are the same. What personal reasons? Do you know that you're about to be promoted after completing this mission, and now you're causing trouble? Captain Zhou didn't want to lose such talented people. He knew losing them would be a big loss. Seeing that both were silent, he took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. Then he looked at them and said, you must understand that leaving the military is not a small matter. It requires strict procedures and approval. I hope you think carefully and don't make impulsive decisions. Lu Ting nodded to show he understood. I understand, Commander. I will follow the rules and handle the procedures. Xiao Junjie nodded firmly. Understood, Commander. I will also follow the rules and handle the procedures. Captain Zhou was very angry seeing their attitude. Both Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting had hidden their family backgrounds with their father's help. They wanted to earn recognition through their own efforts, so most people in the military didn't know they had remarkable fathers, including Captain Zhou. Xiao Junjie said, I have one more thing to report. Captain Zhou asked, go ahead. Xiao Junjie said seriously, I hope the leadership will pay close attention to the discipline issues in the family housing area.
Oh.
What are you worried about? Did you report to the wrong person? Lu Ting glanced at Xiao Junjie, but then he heard what he said next, which made his anger flare up instantly. Xiao Junjie said earnestly, I'm not reporting to the wrong person. I want to get this issue noticed. It's not just about personal reputation. It concerns the discipline and image of the entire unit and has caused serious consequences. While I was injured, my sister came to take care of me. Rumors and gossip about her spread throughout the compound, distorting the facts, which is a huge insult and hurt to my sister. It has caused serious physical and mental harm to my sister. She used to be lively and cheerful, but now she's very depressed. I'm afraid she might do something drastic someday. I hope the army will investigate this matter and punish those who harmed my sister behind her back. This is not only to protect my sister's rights, but also to uphold the reputation and justice of the entire army. Lu Ting's eyes instantly turned as cold as a frozen lake. He didn't know his little sister had suffered so much wrong. He really hates himself. Commander Zhou's face was serious. He knew the atmosphere in the family quarters of the army needed to be cleaned up. Commander Zhou said in a deep voice, Captain Xiao, I understand what you mean. I will conduct a thorough investigation into your sister's case. Junjie Xiao emphasized again, if this army doesn't handle this properly, I will not hesitate to report it to higher authorities. I believe justice may be late, but it will come. Commander Zhou chuckled. This kid is threatening now. His tone wasn't blaming but showed some admiration and approval. Junjie Xiao continued, Now I will provide information about my sister's work so the army can understand better. My sister, Xiao Keqing, works as a translator at Manhwa newspaper in the capital. Her monthly salary is no less than 700 yuan. You can verify this, it's not just rumors. When Commander Zhou heard this number, he gasped in surprise. He didn't expect Xiao Keqing's sister to have such a high-paying job. Your sister is talented. I will give a satisfactory explanation. Thank you, Commander. Junjie Xiao saluted. Lu Ting also saluted in response. Commander Zhou said, Go back and rest well.
Yes.
Yes. Junjie Xiao, leaning on his crutches, left the office with Lu Ting. Lu Ting stopped, anxious, and asked what happened. What are those rumors? Junjie Xiao's eyes were heavy as he looked at Lu Ting. It's all because of you. Luckily, my sister and you broke off the engagement. You're not good at all, just troublemakers. Hearing this, Lu Ting was stunned. He never expected those rumors to be related to himself. What exactly happened? Tell me now. Lu Ting grabbed Junjie Xiao urgently. Junjie Xiao snorted coldly and told Lu Ting about Li Guizhi spreading rumors and framing Ke. Look at you, how much harm you've caused my sister. From the capital to here, it's all because of you that my sister's reputation is ruined. A fierce fire of anger erupted in Lu Ting's chest, hot and wild, as he clenched his fists tightly. Anger and guilt intertwined in his heart. I'll handle this. It won't happen again. No need. My sister said she wants to handle it herself. Just stay away from her. Xiao Junjie shook off Lu Ting's hand and turned to leave. He asked, by the way, why did you also arrange a transfer? Lu Ting replied, same as you. Xiao Junjie let out a light huh and said, I knew it wasn't just because my sister called off her engagement. No one was forcing you anymore. I'm curious about who you're trying to find. I look forward to it. Lu Ting asked, what kind of person can I find? Someone like your sister? You should go back first.
I need to call Grandpa.
Who is better than my sister? Xiao Junjie turned and walked away. Lu Ting first went to find Hyang to ask him to investigate Xiao Keqing in the courtyard. Then he strode to the office to make a call. He definitely couldn't let Grandpa recognize his granddaughter, or he would really become her older brother. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Xiao Keqing saw Aunt Lu arrive. Aunt Lu smiled and said, "Kiki, your uncle went to the army. I'm bored at home alone, so I came to chat with you." "Sure, I'm alone too. My brother went to the army." Aunt Lu softly said, "Kiki, look at Xiao Ting. His kitchen has no dishes or utensils. The food in the army isn't as good as home. Xiao Ting is hurt, and I want him to eat well. I bought some groceries. Can we stay here and cook together these days?" Xiao Keqing said, "Aunt Lu, you don't need to cook separately. I planned for you to eat here anyway. No need for you to buy vegetables. I can handle it." Aunt Lu smiled and said, "That's not possible. I'll buy the vegetables. Let's go now." "Okay." Xiao Keqing and Aunt Lu had a happy, cheerful chat on the way, talking and laughing. Li Chunmei and Lu Xiaohong saw from afar that Lu Ting's childhood match was approaching. Just outside the supply and marketing cooperative, Xiao Keqing almost bumped into the girl who was with Li Guizhi that day and a chubby middle-aged woman. Li Chunmei glared with clenched teeth at the fashionable Xiao Keqing. Her skin was glowing white, and her figure was graceful and charming. How could there be such a beautiful woman? She touched her own skin, which was okay, but compared to her, it seemed dull and lackluster. Jealousy burned fiercely in her heart, almost swallowing her. She pulled her Aunt Lu Xiaohong aside and signaled her to look ahead. "Auntie, that's the girl I told you about, Lu Ting's childhood match. You have to help me or Lu Ting will really be tempted away." Lu Xiaohong knew Xiao Keqing well. She had met her on the mountain last time. Although she was dressed simply that day, she was stunning at first sight. Today, wearing a dress, she looked even more captivating. Lu Xiaohong patted Li Chunmei's hand and said, "Don't worry. Today, let her leave the family compound. You need to hurry. There are others who like Lu Ting besides her." Li Chunmei nodded. "Okay, Auntie, I understand." Lu Xiaohong thought that spreading rumors could make this little troublemaker leave the family compound sooner, but she didn't expect her to be so shameless. In the past, whenever she used this method, no one could stay in the compound. Lu Xiaohong didn't know that Xiao Keqing never interacted with the residents of the compound. The only person she talked to was Yang Lan, so it didn't affect her at all. In the morning, there were many people shopping, and she wanted to embarrass Xiao Keqing to see how she could stay. Lu Xiaohong was very confident. When it came to arguing, no one could beat her. When it came to fighting, no one was stronger. As long as the other person's rank wasn't higher than her husband's. Lu Xiaohong thought that her brother was a battalion commander, and her husband was also a battalion commander. No one was better than the other. Her husband was an experienced battalion commander, much stronger than her brother, so she wasn't worried that her poor brother would be left behind. Lu Xiaohong and Li Chunmei quickly walked up to Xiao Keqing. Intentionally loudly, she said, "Oh, you must be Xiao Keqing, the sister of Battalion Commander Xiao. Everyone come see." The nearby family members heard this and gathered around. Mother Lu saw that these two looked unfriendly and stepped forward to block Xiao Keqing, saying, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Keqing knew that this was Yang Guizhi's follower. Last time, she had beaten Yang Guizhi, and she didn't trust her not to cause trouble. Seeing Aunt Lu standing in front of her to protect her, Xiao Keqing felt warm inside and was very touched. Lu Xiaohong looked at the person blocking Xiao Keqing, who looked a bit like her, wearing fine clothes and a watch on her wrist that made others envious. Her own husband was also a battalion commander, with a large family, and their monthly allowance was barely enough. Life was full of troubles, let alone buying a watch. Lu Xiaohong looked disgusted and said, "Oh, you look like Xiao Keqing's mother. TSK, TSK, TSK. A daughter is just like her mother. Comrade, why are you insulting people now?" Mother Lu angrily said loudly. Lu Xiaohong snorted and deliberately said loudly, "Who is insulting anyone? I'm speaking the truth." Don't you know your daughter's reputation in the yard? And yet you still dare to stay? Ask everyone here, they all know. The surrounding family members started whispering, mostly gossiping without knowing the full story. Many had heard rumors about Battalion Commander Zhao's sister, and they were vivid and detailed. Seeing her in person today, she was very beautiful, and they believed the rumors even more. Everyone, she is Battalion Commander Zhao's sister. She's even more beautiful than the rumors said. Everyone, no wonder. Everyone, people like this should be sent to the family housing area. Everyone. Is there some misunderstanding? Just look at Lu Xiaohong. Can you believe what she says with that mouth of hers? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Lu Xiaohong felt even more proud. As long as she wanted to drive someone away, there was no one she couldn't scare off. She smirked with a malicious smile and said, "Just because I have some looks, I like to flirt with men everywhere. As a mother, I don't care. Come and see, look at their outfits. They come from very poor families and can't afford these things. They didn't buy them. They were given by different men. This behavior is inappropriate and should get them in trouble. They're tarnishing our family housing area and the army's reputation."
Get out.
Li Chunmei agreed and said, "Xiao Kexing, how dare you and your mom come here and hang around? Hurry up and leave the family housing area. You're just pests here." Mrs. Lu was so angry her face turned red, and she said fiercely, "You're spreading lies. Today I've seen everything. There are such shrews in this family housing area. You just say whatever slanderous words come to mind." Lu Xiaohong shouted loudly, "Who are you calling a shrew, you shameless person?" Xiao Kexing stepped forward and pulled Mrs. Lu back, who was furious and shouting loudly. She looked at Lu Xiaohong coldly, with a hint of icy glare in her eyes, and said in a calm voice, "Who are you calling a shameless person?" "Lu Xiaohong, I'm calling you all shameless." The crowd around them laughed and said, "Haha, what a fool." Xiao Kexing's cold gaze fixed directly on Lu Xiaohong. "Since you admit you're shameless, how can I let you go?" Li Chunmei stepped forward and said, "Xiao Kexing, you've done something really shameful. Brother Lu Ting wouldn't like someone like you. You don't deserve him. Hurry up and leave the big yard." Mrs. Lu, hearing her mention her son, carefully looked at the young girl in front of her. Turns out, she liked her son, which led to today's scene. She patted her thigh in frustration, feeling so wronged for Coco. Xiao Kexing sneered in anger. "Haha, so it's another of Lu Ting's bad romantic interests. There are quite a few people calling him brother." She quickly took Mrs. Lu's hand and led her aside, speaking gently, "Be good. Wait here for me. I'll teach her a lesson." Mrs. Lu's anger was somewhat eased by her gentle voice.
She nodded and replied, "Okay."
Only then did Lu Xiaohong realize everyone was mocking her. Her anger reached its peak. "Watch me ruin your face and see how you flirt with men." Xiao Kexing stood still, her eyes cold as she looked at Lu Xiaohong rushing toward her. Just as Lu Xiaohong was about to reach her, Xiao Kexing suddenly moved quickly and easily dodged. Lu Xiaohong missed her target and fell forward due to inertia, landing on the ground in a clumsy way, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Xiao Kexing chuckled softly, "Is that all?" Seeing herself embarrassed and everyone mocking her, Lu Xiaohong was unwilling and got up again, rushing toward Xiao Kexing. She tried to press her small body down and slap her face. Xiao Kexing looked at Lu Xiaohong rushing toward her, a slight smile on her lips. She adjusted her body slightly, looking at the pillar behind her. When Lu Xiaohong was about to collide with her, Xiao Kexing sidestepped, causing Lu Xiaohong to miss again and crash into the pillar behind Xiao Kexing, immediately swelling her forehead.
Ouch.
Lu Xiaohong let out a painful cry, covering her forehead and shouting nonstop, tears almost falling. Li Chunmei saw this and rushed forward, shouting as she ran, "Shameless. Having a sister like Xiaoing Zhang is your bad luck. It's because you bullied my aunt." When Li Chunmei reached out to grab her hair, Xiao Kexing grabbed her elbow and wrist, flipping her over her shoulder. Mother Lu was stunned, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Everyone. A series of gasps echoed through the crowd. Li Chunmei fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. When she looked into Xiao Kexing's fierce eyes, Everyone felt a chill. Everyone was stunned by Xiao Keqing's swift skills, and the whole scene fell silent. Xiao Keqing took off her high heels, one in each hand, and walked over to Lu Xiaohong. She sat astride her legs, pressing her knees down on Lu Xiaohong's hands, and began hitting her face with both fists.
Bang, bang, bang.
Crisp sounds echoed in the air. Lu Xiaohong's face turned red and swollen from the hits, with blood trickling from her lips. She kept begging for mercy, but Xiao Keqing showed no mercy, her eyes full of anger. "Didn't you want to tear my face?" Some onlookers couldn't help but touch their own faces, gasping in shock. This girl is really fiery, not to be messed with. Li Chunmei also wanted to step in and stop Xiao Keqing, but she was afraid. She was also in pain and couldn't stand up. The people around dared not intervene, some secretly pleased because they had also suffered Lu Xiaohong's harsh words before. Only when Xiao Keqing was tired and felt she had enough did she stop. She slowly dusted off the dirt from her shoes, put them on, and stood up. Since arriving at this military unit, she hasn't exercised in the morning. Suddenly, tiring herself out felt very refreshing for her body and mind. She felt extremely happy, gently flicked her falling hair, and tucked it behind her ear. Her face still had a smile, but her eyes were cold and icy. Li Chunmei wanted to help Lu Xiaohong up but was frightened by Xiao Keqing's cold stare. Xiao Keqing calmly adjusted her clothes and said coldly, "Others show respect first and then fight. I prefer to fight first and show respect later. I won't let this matter go easily today." She wanted to make this incident big, the bigger the better, so the rumors would naturally die out. Xiao Keqing looked around at the silent crowd and asked, "Who can run an errand for me? Report this to the police and help catch the person? I'll give him 10 yuan for the trouble." "I will. I will. I will." A group of people eagerly agreed. 10 yuan is a lot of money. One young man said, "I have a bicycle at home. I can get there faster." Xiao Keqing happily agreed. "Okay, you go." The young man grinned widely and ran off happily. He rode his bicycle quickly toward the police station. Xiao Keqing stood quietly waiting, occasionally glancing at Li Chunmei and Lu Xiaohong. Lu Xiaohong pouted and mumbled, "It's good to report. I will sue you." She started crying. Soon, a police car arrived. Xiao Keqing handed 10 yuan to the young man. Everyone looked on with envy. 10 yuan is quite a sum. The police got out and briefly asked about the situation. Seeing Lu Xiaohong and Li Chunmei, who looked rough and battered, they exclaimed, "Did this young girl really beat you up?" Xiao Keqing stepped forward first and said, "Yes, I did. I fought in self-defense. All of us are family members of soldiers, so we won't lie. You can ask who started the fight." The police also looked surprised. The person with a battered face looked like someone weak and helpless, yet she was the one who fought. After hearing everyone's statements, the police decided to take them all for investigation. Lu Xiaohong broke down emotionally, shouting loudly and crying, "Police, I want to accuse her of hitting me, of putting me in jail. Look at how she hurt me." Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing remained very calm, a cold smile curling on her lips. She calmly and firmly told the police officer, "Officer, I reported this case. I want to accuse them of attacking me, spreading false rumors, slandering me, and framing me." Not only did they turn the facts upside down and distort the truth, but they also spread false information, causing me real harm and great emotional distress. They have damaged my reputation beyond repair. What's more serious is that their actions have also negatively affected the entire team, damaging the team's reputation and image. Therefore, I strongly request that the law punish them severely to protect my legal rights, restore my reputation, and help the team regain its good name. I hope you'll investigate quickly and punish the offenders according to the law so that justice can be served. Everyone, this young girl is really good at talking and brave. Everyone, this girl is impressive. Everyone, Captain Xiao has a talented sister. Mrs. Lu looked at Xiao Keqing with admiration. Lu Xiaohong explained to the police, I
didn't do what she said.
She's just a troublemaker in our community." At this moment, Lu Xiaohong suddenly shouted at Xiao Keqing, Don't be proud. My family won't let you go. My husband is a senior officer. If you weren't trying to flirt, why are you dressed so fancy? Xiao Kexing pointed at Lu Xiaohong and said, Police, look at her. She's still threatening me. Xiao Kexing responded dismissively to Lu Xiaohong. Is it just the old officer? Are you bullying me because I don't have a man? Thinking for a moment, Xiao Kexing then smiled and said, But I have a dad. He giggled. Lu Xiaohong saw her good friend in the crowd and said, Juanzi, tell my husband I've been bullied. I'm at the police station.
Haha.
Xiao Kexing shot Lu Xiaohong a look, then saw Yang Lan looking worried and said, Sister Yang Lan, please go and tell my brother to come and pick me up. Tell my dad I've been bullied.
Okay.
Yang Lan quickly ran off. The police took the 4 people to their cars and headed to the police station. In the car, Mrs. Lu held Xiao Kexing's hand and said, Kiki, you're really amazing. I didn't expect you to be so skilled.
I'm stunned.
When we get back, teach me how to fight. Once I learn, if someone bullies you, I'll handle it. Xiao Kexing smiled and said, Okay, I'll teach you when we get back. The police car slowly drove away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The residence compound immediately erupted in chatter. News spread quickly to every corner of the community, as if it had wings. Everyone gathered is discussing today's fight incident. Xiao Junjie just entered the compound. Before Yang Lan could tell him, he learned about the event from someone else. His face suddenly changed. Knowing his sister was bullied, he dropped his cane and ran to the army to find his father. The people around were shocked and started to talk. Is that still the injured Captain Xiao? He's so fast. At this moment, Gao leaders from the army, including Xiao Gui and Liu Yahui, are in a meeting room discussing recent military plans and exercises. The atmosphere in the room is serious. Everyone is listening carefully, including Commander Zhou and Lu Ting from this morning. Suddenly, there is loud, urgent knocking on the door. Come in, a deep, strong voice responds, and the door is pushed open quickly. Everyone in the room looks sharply at Xiao Junjie. He walks in, looking anxious and hurried. He glances around and sees about 20 people sitting inside. At the front are Xiao Gui and Liu Yahui. Xiao Gui sees his son and sternly says, Are you not in the meeting? He knows his son wouldn't be so reckless unless it was very important. He urgently calls out, Dad, my sister is in trouble. Hearing this, Xiao Gui immediately stands up and says seriously, Meeting is over. Lu Ting and Zhou also quickly leave to go outside after hearing about Xiao Kexing's trouble. Commander Zhou exclaims, Wow, Xiao Junjie is actually General Zhao's son. He thinks to himself that the matter about his sister from this morning needs to be handled quickly. General Xiao probably doesn't know about this yet. Things are urgent now, so he rushes to follow. They arrive at another office. Xiao Junjie briefly explains the situation. His sister was bullied, and someone sent a message saying she is at the police station. Lu Ting is very worried. He feels how much his little sister has suffered. He clenches his fists unconsciously and feels guilty inside. Xiao Gui, Xiao Junjie, Lu Ting, and Liu Yahui quickly get into 2 military jeeps and head to the police station. Lu's mother also explains her and Xiao Kexing's family background and work details. Xiao Kexing also describes everything that happened since she came from the capital military unit, including the insults and rumors spread by Lu Xiaohong and Li Chunmei in the military housing area, clearly and thoroughly. They explained their motives clearly to the police, making it obvious they wanted to hold someone accountable. Xiao Kexing pretended to be very wronged. She waited to see how the police would handle the situation. She was secretly happy because she didn't even know where to find the person, but today they appeared on their own. She planned to make the most of this chance, intentionally making a fuss so that those who hurt her would get the punishment they deserved. Unfortunately, Yang Guizhi was not there this time. At the police station, the officers had already learned the truth and recorded it. A group of people got out of a jeep, and as soon as they entered the police station, they drew everyone's attention. What a strong team. Each person looked powerful and commanding, exuding confidence. Someone quickly realized what was happening and ran to inform the director. Xiao Gui hurriedly asked about the situation and learned that his daughter was in the interrogation room. He rushed inside anxiously. Xiao Keqing was initially feeling secretly happy, but when she saw her father, brother, and Lu Ting walk in, she broke down instantly. Tears of frustration flowed as she threw herself into her father's arms, choking on her words, "Dad, Dad." Her voice was full of helplessness and dependence. Xiao Gui looked at his daughter, who was crying and upset because she had been bullied, and felt heartache. Lu Ting looked at her tear-stained face, feeling an indescribable pain from deep inside. He had an urge to hold her tightly, but could only clench his fists. "Kiki, tell Dad what happened. Are you hurt?" Xiao Gui examined her carefully. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie also looked her over, worried she might be injured. Xiao Keqing sniffled and told everyone everything that had happened that morning and the rumors in the courtyard. After hearing her story, everyone was filled with righteous anger. Captain Zhou wiped the sweat from his face, feeling regretful. He admitted he hadn't managed well enough. Lu Yahui slammed his hand on the table, furious, shouting, "This is outrageous. There are still such people in the military's family housing." Lu Ting's anger flared instantly, spreading rapidly as if it might swallow him whole. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He didn't know she had suffered so much injustice and pain recently. Xiao Junjie gritted his teeth loudly. Captain Zhou also said angrily, "We will handle this properly and make sure Major Xiao gets an explanation." At this moment, the director came in, learned what had happened, and assured everyone that the matter would be dealt with seriously. Xiao Keqing said with a sad face, "Dad, Lu Xiaohong is threatening me. She said the man is a senior battalion commander in the army, and her family won't let me go." The police heard everything. Xiao Gui's eyes filled with anger as he said, "A senior battalion commander? I want to see how he won't let you go." The director promised again to give Xiao Keqing justice. At this moment, Lu Xiaohong's husband, Shen Liang, hurried over. When he heard the full story, his face turned red. He knew Lu Xiaohong was trying to hurt his daughter badly this time. She wanted to frame the daughter of the commander. She must have some lives to spare. Did she think her husband's position was too high? He finally became a battalion commander. Shen Liang entered the interrogation room and saw Li Chunmei and his wife. If it weren't for her familiar clothes, he wouldn't recognize his wife. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in blood and dirt. Lu Xiaohong saw her husband arrive and cried even harder. Touching her swollen face, she sobbed, "Sniff, sniff. You finally came. They beat me up so badly. I want to teach them a lesson. It hurts so much. They should pay for my medicine." Hearing this, Shen Liang was furious. He stepped forward and slapped her, shouting loudly, "Pay for the medicine? You want them to pay? Look at what you've done to cause such trouble." Shen Liang was so angry, he couldn't speak clearly. He said, "You're so clueless.
I've cleaned up so many messes for you.
Do you know why I'm only a battalion commander now? It's all because of your influence. I've told you many times, but you don't listen. Do you know who you're bullying today? She's the daughter of a division commander in the Imperial Capital Military District. If you don't know the truth and still frame people, how many lives do you have? Or, do you think your husband's high rank is too much for you?" When Lu Xiaohong heard that Xiao Keqing was the daughter of a division commander, she was struck like lightning and collapsed to the ground. Her eyes widened in shock, and she kept muttering, "How is that possible? How is that possible?" Realizing the truth, she suddenly grabbed Li Chunmei's arm and shouted sharply with a trembling voice, "Didn't you tell me they have no background? That they flirt with men everywhere?
Ah!
Chunmei, if it weren't for you, could I be like this?" Sniff, sniff. Li Chunmei was also completely stunned. She looked at Shen Liang with tears all over her face and cried, "I don't know what happened. It was Yang Guizhi who told me. I'd just like Lu Ting." Shen Liang shook his head in deep disappointment and looked at Li Chunmei with regret. He said, "I have always taken good care of you since you were young. I bought many things for your son, and you ate and used the same as him. I even introduced you to work in the cultural troupe. But you You're just a clueless person. Now that you have a job, I can't support you anymore. When you go back, you should move to the dormitory. Li Chunmei cried even harder. She tightly held Xinliang's hand and begged repeatedly, "Woo-woo. No, I don't want to move." Xinliang then pulled Lu Xiaohong aside and said, "Hurry up. If you don't want to go to jail, apologize. I ask the police, and if they don't forgive you, you'll have to face jail." At this moment, Lu Xiaohong was completely panicked. She anxiously said, I don't want to go to jail." "Yes, apologize. Quickly, Chunmei, let's apologize together." Xinliang had already informed the police and asked to see Xiao Keqing, hoping they would forgive his wife. He then took them to Xiao Keqing's interrogation room. Xinliang first saluted properly and said sincerely, "Commander Xiao, I'm sorry. I haven't managed my family well, and I caused you trouble." Lu Xiaohong saw Xiao Keqing and Aunt Lu and suddenly lost control. She ignored everything and stepped forward, kneeling in front of Xiao Keqing with tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Lu Ting immediately stepped in front of Xiao Keqing, his eyes cold as ice, staring at her. Lu Xiaohong cried and said, "Sorry, I only believed rumors and did this. Please forgive me. I won't do it again." Aunt Lu looked at her husband with anger and said, "Honey, it's this person who hurt Keke. We can't forgive them. It's so terrible." At this moment, Xiao Guowei exuded the authority of a soldier, coldly saying, "Captain Shin, your wife says you're a senior officer. Your family won't let my daughter go. Let me see how you won't let her go." Hearing this, Xinliang broke out in cold sweat. He quickly explained, "Commander Xiao, I haven't managed my family well, which led her to talk nonsense." Nothing happened. Xiao Guowei scolded, "If you can't even manage your family, how can you lead soldiers into battle?" After speaking, he turned to look at the nearby Captain Zhou and said coldly, "Captain Zhou, this incident happened in your area. You handle it directly." Xinliang broke out in cold sweat. This means his military career is over. Captain Zhou replied, "Yes." Finally, Xiao Guowei held his daughter's hand, gave her a cold glance, and strode out quickly. The director followed and caught up with Xiao and the others, suggesting, "Why not stay at the station for a meal before leaving?" Xiao Guowei replied, "No need. I hope the station follows the rules and quickly clears my daughter's name." "All right, we'll do it as soon as possible," the director promised. Xiao Guowei then asked his daughter, "Have you eaten lunch? Are you very hungry? Come on, Dad will take you to eat." "Dad, I'm not hungry. The police brought food for me and Aunt Lu," she said. Only then did Xiao Guowei relax and nod. A group of people reached the parking lot. Xiao Guowei cast a cold look at Lu Ting standing nearby. Then, he turned his gaze sharply toward Xiao Junjie, with a serious tone. "Go home and take good care of your sister. See how you look after her." Every word felt like a heavy hammer hitting Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting's hearts. Xiao Keqing pouted and held Xiao Guowei's arm, acting cute. "It's me who told him not to interfere. Don't blame my brother and don't punish him, okay?" Seeing his daughter acting cute, Xiao Guowei smiled affectionately, "Okay." Hearing his sister defend him like that made Xiao Junjie feel even more guilty. Lu Ting felt mixed emotions inside. Xiao Guowei looked at Lao Lu. "Old Lu, thank you for making this trip. It's almost dinner time and the army canteen's food is quite good. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal."
Lao Lu smiled. Anzai. He was clearly a clever man.
Xiao Guowei then looked at Commander Zhou. "Commander Zhou, join us. I'll treat you too." Commander Zhou smiled and agreed, "Sure." Xiao Guowei wanted everyone in the army to know that Xiao Keqing was his daughter. Rumors about her being from a poor background, flirting with men everywhere, would be easily disproved. As they arrived at the canteen around dinner time, it was crowded with soldiers and some family members. Leading the group, Xiao Guowei held his daughter's hand and walked inside. Suddenly, everyone stopped eating and stared at them, mostly because in this era, it was rare to see people holding hands outside. Plus, during this period, the military was conducting exercises, and everyone knew 2 division commanders from the Imperial Capital Military District had come, which drew even more attention. Everyone was guessing who Xiao Guowei, the division commander from the imperial capital, was holding hands with. Was there any need to guess? It was his daughter, and she looked just like Xiao Gui. This was the first time Xiao Keqing came here and saw so many soldiers. In her later years, she only saw them on TV, so she was full of curiosity. She looked around eagerly, scanning the soldiers, and it made her dizzy with excitement. There really are quite a few handsome soldiers, each full of energy and confidence. She couldn't help but start commenting inwardly. This person is handsome. That one's face is all about eating. Wow, this one is also very handsome. Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable. All the good-looking ones have been taken by the army. Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting kept watching Xiao Keqing, and of course, they didn't miss the excited light in her eyes. Lu Ting's expression darkened. Suddenly, he smirked and stepped forward to block her view, saying, "What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you." Xiao Keqing was happily watching the scene, but this person, lacking tact, blocked her completely. How was she supposed to see? She was already upset with him. If he didn't have such a charming, alluring face, she wouldn't have been caught in this trouble. She pushed Lu Ting's shoulder with her hand and pouted, looking unhappy. "Stay away from me. I don't want to see you. Don't block my view of the handsome soldiers." Lu Ting's deep eyes fixed on her face. He licked his teeth and sneered, "If you don't want to see me, then look at the handsome soldiers. Why are you smiling mockingly?" His lips curled into a self-deprecating smile, but his eyes couldn't hide the bitterness like jealousy. When Xiao Junjie heard his sister's bold and straightforward words, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He put his hand on Lu Ting's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Let's go get some food. Don't block my sister from seeing the handsome soldiers." Then he turned to Xiao Gui and said, "Dad, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, Captain Zhou, you guys go find a place to sit. Lu Ting, and I will get the food." Seeing his son being ignored, Lu's mother shot him a look. Serves him right. If he hadn't caused all this trouble, Xiao Keqing wouldn't have been so upset. Lu Ting then went with Xiao Junjie to get the food, feeling a twinge of sourness in his heart. When they returned with the food, Lu Ting saw Xiao Junjie already sitting on Xiao Keqing's left side, her father on her right, and her mother sitting opposite her. Without hesitation, he chose to sit next to his mother and softly said, "Mom, sit over here." Lu's mother understood her son's intention and subtly moved a bit to create space for them. So, Lu Ting ended up sitting opposite Xiao Keqing. Knowing Xiao Keqing didn't like fatty meat, Lu Ting specifically asked the chef for lean meat. He picked a piece from his bowl and put it into Xiao Keqing's bowl. Just as he was about to pick up the next piece, he saw Xiao Keqing put the lean meat he chose for her into her brother's bowl, saying, "Brother, you eat the meat. I don't feel like eating it today." Xiao Junjie did not notice anything unusual and happily ate the meat his sister had packed for him. Lu Ting's hand froze in the air, and a feeling of disappointment washed over him. He forced a smile, quietly withdrew his chopsticks, and started eating again. Each bite felt bland and tasteless. Xiao Gui, Lu Yahui, and Captain Zhou quickly finished their meal and left the table first. Xiao Keqing and Lu's mother finished eating and chatted happily on the way back. Occasionally, their eyes met with Lu Ting's, and instead of smiling, Xiao Keqing pouted her lips and looked at him with a face full of displeasure. She looked like a little cat annoyed, cute but a little angry. Lu Ting's sharp eyes fixed on Xiao Keqing, who was glaring at him angrily. He was quite annoyed by her. Her gaze was too powerful.
Who could handle that?
Her delicate eyes. How could they be so charming? At the gate of the residential compound, Xiao Keqing and Lu's mother said goodbye and agreed to go shopping together the next morning. When Xiao Keqing and Lu's mother parted ways, Xiao Junjie had already started walking back. Lu Ting watched Xiao Keqing turn to leave, then quickly turned to his mother and said, "Mom, you go ahead. I'll be back later." Seeing his son chase after Xiao Keqing, Lu's mother smiled and went back inside. This change was quite noticeable. Lu Ting caught up with Xiao Keqing and blocked her path. "I have something to tell you." He took her hand and led her to a place behind the residential compound where there were trees to hide them. Even if someone came, they wouldn't see what was behind. Xiao Keqing angrily tried to pull away from his grip. This man was still as overbearing as ever. Did she agree to come here with him? Lu Ting's deep gaze fell on her face. Can you listen to my explanation? What's there to explain? I already said you're a troublemaker, right? Xiao Keqing pouted and said angrily. Thinking about what happened today and hearing Li Chunmei call him Lu Tingji made her furious. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't feel so wronged. Suddenly, a wave of grievance flooded her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. She forced herself to hold back her tears and said, I don't want to call you Ji anymore. Too many people call you that. It's not like I'm the only one. If there's nothing else, I'll go home. She turned to leave. Lu Ting, quick as lightning, grabbed her wrist. Seeing her tearful and aggrieved expression, his heart also began to feel tender. In the next second, he pulled her into his arms and hurriedly comforted her. It's my fault. Don't cry, okay? He looked down at her in his arms, noticing her tears falling, and his heart suddenly became anxious. He nervously raised his hand and gently wiped her tears. At this moment, her tears seemed to turn into lava, burning him painfully all over. He quickly explained, It's my fault. I caused you trouble. Don't be sad, okay? Please forgive me. Seeing her crying so sadly, he couldn't help but feel upset. Lu Ting deliberately sighed. It's all my fault. I'm too good-looking and talented. I guess I can't help it. Maybe I should do something bad to myself, so I won't attract attention. Xiao Keqing was both amused and annoyed by his shameless words, and her feelings of frustration eased a bit. You're really shameless. Lu Ting felt her mood had improved and grinned. He then said seriously, I don't have any other girlfriends. I've known your brother since we were kids. In the army, we mostly stay together unless there's a mission. Does your brother not know what kind of person I am? He treats you like his own eye. If I was out causing trouble, would he let me get close to you? He wouldn't even agree to let me take you out to play. Xiao Keqing looked up gently at Lu Ting's deep, sincere eyes. Her frustration seemed to fade quite a bit. She felt so useless. Why did her mood improve so quickly? It was clear that the charming man had her under his spell. She bit her lip softly. Whether you have other girlfriends or not has nothing to do with me. Go away. She quickly pushed him away and turned to run. Lu Ting watched her back until she disappeared, his eyes darkening. Then he turned and strode into the office. His main task was to arrange for someone to thoroughly investigate Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei, especially Yang Guizhi. Both before and after she joined the army, her background needed checking. Lu Ting's narrowed eyes gleamed coldly, shining with a chilling light. How dare she try to harm his beloved? Back home, he saw his father was also there. Dad waved and signaled for Lu Ting to sit down. I just got back too. Your mother was about to talk to you about Coco. Mom gave her son a sharp huff, her tone full of blame. It's all because of you. Mom started recounting the morning when she went out to find Xiao Keqing, speaking vividly. If anyone had been present, they would think she could host a storytelling event. She even mimicked Lu Xiaohong's words and tone. Mom continued, if Li Xiaomei hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have known what was really going on. How can she say such slanderous things so easily? That's something you should ask your good son, whether he's been fooling around outside. Lu Ting hurriedly defended himself. Mom, what are you talking about? How could I be that kind of person? Mom imitated Li Chunmei's way of speaking and practiced once. If there were any viewers present now, they would say that Mom's imitation was about 80% accurate. Lu Ting's eyes turned cold as he said, Mom, I don't even know that woman. Mom didn't believe him. If she doesn't know you, why does she call you Brother Lu Ting? Lu Ting felt helpless and said, I really don't know her. Usually, he didn't pay attention to other women's appearances, except for the young girl, who was an exception. Mom continued to show off her good speaking skills vividly. Lu Yahui couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect Coco to be so talented. She's really hiding her skills. Mom's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Yes. Yes. Coco even said she wants to teach me. Lu Ting's lips curled slightly. So she cares if others call him brother. That's jealousy? But then he thought she was doing it because of him. His face darkened again, and a wave of guilt and self-blame rose in his heart. His dark eyes flickered unpredictably. Lu Ting told his parents about Xiao Kexing's past actions in the courtyard, which were all instigated by Yang Guizhi. Mom was indignant. That's just too bad. Lu Ting's eyes darkened, and his aura instantly turned cold. I've already asked someone to investigate them. We'll have results soon. Mom sighed. I can only blame myself for raising you to be so outstanding. That's why so many people like you. Lu Yahui couldn't help but chime in. Look at who his father is. His father is so handsome and talented. Of course, his son is excellent. As the saying goes, the dragon gives birth to a dragon, the phoenix to a phoenix. A tiger father produces a tiger son. Lu Ting shook his head and went straight back to his room, tired of listening to their praise. He needed to think about how to make the little girl stop being angry with her. Xiao Kexing returned home and saw her brother sitting on the sofa reading a book. She also sat down and took out a box of strawberries from the space to eat, saying, "Brother, strawberries." Xiao Junjie was used to her suddenly appearing with things and took the strawberries to eat. Xiao Kexing, while eating strawberries, asked, "When will Dad come back?" Xiao Junjie put down his book and said, "After the exercise, we'll hold a celebration dinner. My report has been submitted, so I might be back home in about a month. Are you going back with Dad or with me?" Xiao Junjie really wanted to go back with his sister. There's good food, fun, interesting things, and most importantly, not feeling lonely. Xiao Kexing was eating strawberries and lost in thought. Just then, Xiao Gui came in from outside.
Come over, Dad.
Sit and have some strawberries. Xiao Kexing greeted him and handed over the box of strawberries. Xiao Gui took the strawberries, looked at them curiously, then took a bite and was instantly won over by the sweet taste. Where did these come from? I've never seen or tasted anything like this before. I don't know. My brother brought them. Xiao Kexing replied calmly with a smile. Xiao Junjie. Xiao Junjie suddenly laughed and said, "Oh, these are just a few sent by a friend. I don't know where he got them." Xiao Gui nodded. Then, the three of them started eating strawberries and chatting. The next day, Lu Ting still brought breakfast to the Xiao family. Xiao Gui usually casually invited people in to eat breakfast together. Since he probably wouldn't have many more chances to have breakfast with them, he planned to take his daughter back soon. After washing up, Xiao Kexing greeted everyone, "Good morning." She pretended to eat breakfast normally. Lu Ting kept glancing at her, but she didn't even give him a single look. Soldiers usually eat quickly, so Xiao Gui stood up to leave, but his son stopped him. "Dad, wait, I'll go with you. I need to report something to the unit." Xiao Gui nodded slightly and patiently waited for his son. Xiao Junjie, while eating the last piece of bun, asked Lu Ting, "Aren't you leaving?" Lu Ting ate breakfast slowly and calmly. You go ahead. I need to go back and get some things later." Xiao Junjie nodded. Xiao Gui glanced at Lu Ting, hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave. He had too many things to do. Lu Ting's eyes fixed on Xiao Kexing as he explained, "That Officer Shin's wife, I really don't know her. I don't know why she called me Brother Lu Ting. She's never called me that in front of me. I think maybe she saw me once when Officer Shin invited a group of friends over for dinner, including your brother and me. Maybe she saw me then. Anyway, it's my fault. Please don't be angry, okay?" His tone sounded a little wronged. Xiao Kexing internally exclaimed, "Ah, did I see a hallucination? Lu Ting is actually acting cute." Lu Ting continued, "Sorry, it's my fault that you're upset. I really don't know if that woman likes me. I'm also a victim. I promise I won't let anyone call me brother anymore, and I won't have any close terms like that." Xiao Kexing kept eating her breakfast. Hearing his explanation, she had long stopped being angry with Lu Ting. Thinking of Yang Guizhi, she realized she had been completely deceived from the start. Before she met Lu Ting, Yang Guizhi had been fooling the original owner, causing her a lot of suffering. It seems that when she was 13, Yang Guizhi pushed her into the river. She struggled in the water and was close to dying, but Lu Ting saved her from the water. My memory is too blurry. Next time, I will find a way to test Yang Guizhi and see if she was the one who pushed me into the river. If it turns out she did push me, haha, there will be more interesting things to see. Seeing that Xiao Keqing remained silent and expressionless, Lu Ting took 2 packs of tissues from his pockets and placed them beside her bowl. He softly said, I picked these in the back mountain this morning. He opened the tissue packs to reveal small, bright red fruits that looked a bit like cherries, but Xiao Keqing was sure they weren't cherries. She stared blankly at Lu Ting. He went to pick them this morning. He must have gotten up very early. He even brought breakfast for them. Unsure, she asked again, did you pick these this morning? Lu Ting nodded. Freshly picked in the morning. These fruits are very popular here and taste good, though they're a bit small. Last time, Hyang had given him some to eat, and he asked where they were from. Today, he used them because he got up before dawn to pick them. Did you pick them just for me? Xiao Keqing really wanted to know if they were for her. No matter how good or bad the fruit was, she just wanted to know. Lu Ting nodded again. Yes, I wanted to make you happy. I thought you'd like to eat them. Maybe then you won't be mad at me anymore. Why get up so early? Don't you know it's bad for your injury? She picked one and ate it. Lu Ting smiled happily, clearly pleased that the girl was still concerned about him. He watched Xiao Keqing eat the fruit, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Is it tasty? Xiao Keqing's eyes curved like crescents. Very sweet and delicious. Slightly sweet with a hint of sourness. Lu Ting's eyes brightened. Good to hear. I'll pick some more for you next time. No need. The back mountain is quite far, Xiao Keqing said. Lu Ting's eyes filled with tenderness. As long as you like it, it's not far at all. He looked at the time and wanted to finish his plans early, hoping to return to the capital sooner. You eat slowly. I'm going to the army now. Okay, Xiao Keqing nodded in response. She smiled as she ate the fruit. After finishing the fruit, Xiao Keqing went to buy vegetables from Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu suggested, Kiki, your dad and Uncle Lu might not have time to come home for lunch. Why don't we go to the cafeteria together? We can cook our own dinner tonight. Mother Lu certainly knew why Xiao Gui was holding Coco's hand to go eat. She was worried about insufficient publicity, so she decided to add some effort today at noon. Great. Xiao Keqing happily agreed. Since yesterday's incident, Mother Lu and Xiao Keqing's relationship has been growing closer every day. Xiao Keqing rested her hand on Mother Lu's arm as they went shopping for groceries together, and they got along very well. As they approached the supply and marketing cooperative, they saw a crowd gathered in front of the blackboard, all whispering and discussing. Some people clapped and cheered. This is deserved. She got what she had coming. Exactly, she's too mean. Xiao Keqing and Mother Lu tiptoed to see what was posted in front. Some who couldn't read asked others loudly to read it aloud. Someone in the crowd said, this morning, the police posted an official notice on the notice board of the residential area. It states that Lu Xiaohong deliberately framed comrade Xiao Keqing, threatening, fabricating, and spreading false rumors to slander her. The methods were cruel, and the situation is serious. Lu Xiaohong has been sent to a farm in Mo province for 3 years of reform. Someone in the crowd sighed. Going to the farm in Mo province, will she ever come back? I heard it's freezing cold there with little food and lots of farm work. That Lu Xiaohong is really bold, daring to do such a thing. At this moment, a soldier approached and also posted a notice on the board. Someone recognized it as an official notice from the military. The person behind said, quick, read what it says. Lu Xiaohong spread rumors and maliciously framed Xiao Keqing in the military family compound. The severity of her actions and the malicious nature have not only damaged Xiao Keqing's reputation but also caused serious negative effects on the discipline and image of the military. As Lu Xiaohong's family member, Shun Liang bears unshirkable responsibility and will be severely punished by demotion from company commander. The military will also strengthen management and supervision of the family compound to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing and Mother Lu exchanged smiles. After reading the notice, they continued on to the supply and marketing cooperative. Mother Lu smiled and said to Xiao Keqing, justice is served. Why hasn't Li Chunmei been punished? Xiao Keqing slightly raised her lips and replied, I don't know. I guess Lu Xiaohong took all the blame. And indeed, Xiao Keqing's guess was correct. Li Chunmei knelt before Lu Xiaohong and said, Auntie, I truly see you as my mother. You can't accuse me falsely. If you go to Mo province, no one will send you things. How will you live? Uncle definitely won't take care of you. I still have work and can support you. I can send you things, and when you return, I can stay by your side and take care of you until old age. Lu Xiaohong felt very sorry and cried, but she had to agree. If both of them went to Mo province, she didn't know how they would manage. Chunmei, stay away from Yangguizhi. She's not a good person. You're no match for her, understand? Li Chunmei choked and nodded in agreement. Xiao Keqing saw a sharp look in her eyes. The main troublemaker, Yangguizhi, hadn't been punished yet. She would come slowly, no need to rush. She couldn't escape her fate. Xiao Keqing and Mrs. Liu went to the supply and marketing cooperative. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a bright red checkered shirt approached. She had a pointed face, dark skin, and small eyes that kept flickering as she looked her over. She smiled flatteringly and showed a mouthful of big yellow teeth, saying, Comrade Xiao, Lu Xiaohong usually gossips a lot. I didn't expect her to frame you and do such bad things. She deserves it. Xiao Keqing looked at her as she rattled on, seeming quite familiar. She nodded slightly and forced a small smile. The middle-aged woman continued, I'm also a military wife from the big courtyard. My son works at the steel factory. I see you and my son are a good match. I just wanted to talk to you. My son can meet you after work. He's handsome. Why not come to my house for dinner night? I'm sure my son will like you. We can set the date early. Xiao Keqing was surprised. You think I match better with your son because of my father's status? Haha, with your looks, if your son is handsome, there must be something suspicious. She politely declined, Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to think about this right now. The woman refused to give up and stepped closer, saying hurriedly, Comrade Xiao, you don't understand. My son is a good young man, he has a good job, and looks nice. If you miss this chance, it won't come again. Mrs. Liu quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Miss, if the child doesn't wanna, you can't force him. The woman sneered, Humph, you don't recognize good things. She then left angrily. Xiao Keqing shook her head helplessly. What kind of people are these? On the way home after shopping for groceries, many people looked at Xiao Keqing kindly or greeted her. At noon, Xiao Keqing went out to the army cafeteria with Mother Liu. They happened to meet Xiao Jun carrying a lunchbox. Xiao Jun just returned last night. This morning, he learned about what happened to Xiao Keqing during his mission. He didn't know her identity before and was planning to pursue her. Now that he knows she is Major Zhao's daughter, he feels he might not be good enough for her. As Xiao Jun was about to go eat, he saw the person he had been thinking about, walking with a middle-aged woman. His eyes brightened instantly. He stepped forward and approached Xiao Keqing, smiling. Hello, Xiao Keqing. What a coincidence. Are you here to eat? Captain Xiao, it's you. I was just about to eat. Let's eat together. I was just about to go too. He looked at the middle-aged woman beside her and said, Hello, Auntie. Let's eat together. Xiao Jun thought it was fine to greet her as Xiao Keqing's relative. Mother Liu saw from Xiao Jun's expression that he liked Xiao Keqing. Her son had a rival now. Reluctantly, she nodded and forced a smile. Hello, Captain Xiao. Xiao Jun walked and chatted with Xiao Keqing. I just finished a mission last night. I said I would bring you food, but I couldn't come because of an emergency.
Sorry about that.
When I finish work, I'll visit your brother and explain everything. You don't need to explain, Captain Xiao. I don't mind, she said, almost forgetting about her brother's friend. Behind them, Xiao Guowei, Xiao Junjie, Lu Ting, and Lu Yahui saw the three people walking ahead.
Lu Ting fra ned.
Was he back so quickly from his mission? Xiao Guowei looked at the man beside his daughter and asked Xiao Junjie, Who is that man next to your sister? Xiao Junjie looked at the man in front and said, Captain Xiao from the 2nd Battalion. He might be interested in my sister. Xiao Guowei stared at the man ahead. Go, call your sister. Let's go eat together. Xiao Junjie ran ahead. Sister, wait. Dad is behind. Come on, let's go together. Xiao Keqing saw her brother and said, okay. Then she turned to look at the group behind her, smiling brightly. Xiao Jun saw Xiao Junjie and said with a big smile, Brother Jie, are you feeling better? Xiao Junjie found it strange when he heard him call him Brother Jie and smiled. Thanks for asking. I'm almost fine.
See?
I can walk now. When he heard that his sister was being bullied, he had already revealed his leg problem. Now there was no need to hide it anymore. Lu Ting stared intently at Xiao Keqing, who was smiling like a flower, with tenderness almost overflowing from his eyes. Xiao Keqing, Dad. Xiao Jun saw them and saluted properly, serious as he said, Hello, Battalion Commander. I am 2nd Battalion Commander Xiao Jun. Xiao Gui and Lu Yahui nodded. Xiao Gui said, Let's go eat.
Kiao Yun, okay.
Lu Ting approached Xiao Keqing and whispered softly, Have you finished your fruit? Do you still want to eat? Xiao Keqing nodded, I finished, but I don't want to eat anymore. Even good things shouldn't be eaten too much. Eating too much can upset your stomach. Hearing this, a warm feeling rose in Lu Ting's heart. He was still caring about her, even though she was being stubborn. He looked at her, a clear smile on his face, and saw her holding her lunchbox. Give me the lunchbox. I'll get your food ready. Xiao Keqing handed over the aluminum lunchbox, then saw Lu Ting whisper in her ear, Remember to save some space for me. Xiao Keqing smiled softly, Okay. Lu Ting's lips curled slightly. She looked so pretty when she smiled. She ran off with her lunchbox. Just then, a few soldiers saw this scene and were stunned. Were they really the usually stern and cold-faced generals? Luma watched their interaction and felt secretly pleased. His son also had this gentle side, not inferior to his father at all. Xiao Jun also saw this and felt a strange emotion rising. Had he missed out because he was on a mission? He really didn't want to accept that. As long as they weren't in a confirmed relationship, he still had a chance. Xiao Jun clenched his fists to encourage himself. Lu Yahui looked at his son and shook his head, smiling in a way that was truly unflattering. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Xiao Gui stared at Lu Ting walking away, annoyed that the kid was showing no restraint about his feelings for his daughter. Thinking that his daughter had promised to return home for a blind date, he felt more at ease. He wasn't worried she would be tricked by him. He knew his daughter had grown up. Xiao Junjie was chatting with some fellow soldiers nearby, so he didn't see this scene. Xiao Gui finished preparing his meal and was about to sit next to his daughter when Lu Yahui stopped him. Come on, let's sit over there, with the younger generation. Seeing Xiao Gui hesitating, he added, Hey, everyone in the unit knows your daughter is the boss's daughter. Who would dare to bully her? Let's go. Xiao Gui also thought his words made sense, so he sat with Lu Yahui on the other side. Lu Yahui pulled his wife to sit with him as well. Lu Ting finished his meal and returned to see the empty seat next to Xiao Keqing. He smiled. Just as he sat down, Xiao Junjie and Xiao Jun arrived. Xiao Junjie sat on the other side of Xiao Keqing, and Xiao Jun sat opposite her. Lu Ting wanted to ask them to leave, but held back. He gave Xiao Keqing the meat from his plate, keeping fish for himself. He patiently picked out the fish bones and placed them in Xiao Keqing's lunchbox. Xiao Keqing paused her eating and looked at the dishes in Lu Ting's lunchbox. She frowned slightly. He had shared the meat with her. What was he eating? Only cabbage and potatoes? She looked at her own overflowing bowl of food, which she couldn't finish. What she didn't know was that Lu Ting had asked the chef to serve extra food, worried she wouldn't eat enough. Seeing her slim arms and legs, he thought she should eat more. Feeling sorry and not wanting to waste food, she scooped some meat from her own bowl into Lu Ting's lunchbox and took a little rice for him. She really couldn't finish it all. Lu Ting was about to say, You don't need to, but saw Xiao Keqing glaring fiercely at him. If he said she didn't have to, she might get upset, so he swallowed his words. Watching her repeatedly share meat with him, he felt so happy he almost bubbled with joy. His lips curved into a smile. How could she be so caring for him? Now everyone can enjoy fish and meat, Xiao Keqing said. Xiao Junjie saw this and asked sister, I also have fish here. Do you want some? Xiao Keqing quickly waved her hand to refuse. Oh no. You eat it yourself. I have enough already. Xiao Jun saw this scene and realized he might really lose his chance. His eyes dimmed with disappointment. He was determined to find a way to tell Xiao Keqing how he felt. He couldn't be a runaway soldier and give up just like that. Maybe she would agree. With this thought, he started eating. While eating, Xiao Keqing thought about the rabbit she kept in her space. She couldn't help but feel a bit hungry, craving the spicy rabbit meat. She glanced at her brother, who was eating, and asked, Brother, what are you doing this afternoon? Xiao Junjie looked at his sister and said, I can rest in the afternoon. I'm still on vacation. I finished the handover this morning, so I can relax now. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. With her brother here, she wouldn't worry about missing out on the rabbit meat. She secretly felt happy. Then she turned to Lu Ting and asked, Lu Ge, what are you doing this afternoon? She didn't know why she asked, but her eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she was planning something. Quite busy in the afternoon. There are many things to hand over. He wants to finish quickly so he can return to the capital. Then you stay busy. I was just asking, he said. It's good he's busy, so she can go to the space with her brother. Xiao Keqing turned her head and whispered to Xiao Junjie, Brother, eat quickly. I need to talk to you about something. Hurry up and eat. Xiao Junjie didn't know what his sister was up to, so he just listened and ate quickly. Xiao Keqing also ate quickly. The man across from her, Xiao Jun, watched her naturally eating and felt more attracted. He smiled. Lu Ting, on the other hand, kept a deep, serious look in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Jun. The more he looked, the more annoyed he felt. He didn't like the intense look Xiao Jun had on Xiao Keqing. It made him uncomfortable. When Xiao Jun and Lu Ting's eyes met, Lu Ting's sharp, dark gaze made Xiao Jun feel nervous. He knew what that look meant. It meant he should fight for her. Just because he couldn't beat him on the training ground didn't mean he couldn't win her over. After finishing their meal, Xiao Keqing and her brother left first. Walking away, Xiao Keqing said, Brother, I want to eat spicy rabbit meat. Xiao Junjie understood immediately and smiled. Come on, little glutton. Let's go back home and get the basket. His eyes were full of affection. To cover up, they still needed to go up the mountain. Xiao Keqing understood right away. They went home, grabbed the basket, and headed to the back mountain. On the mountain, Xiao Keqing looked around, made sure no one was nearby, then took her brother's hand and entered the space. Xiao Keqing took her brother to the breeding area. Brother, the space rabbits are breeding too fast. Today, your task is to keep only one male and one female. All the others should be handled and stored in the warehouse. Xiao Junjie smiled happily. He's just a worker, rolled up his sleeves, and started handling the rabbits. Xiao Keqing used her mind to operate harvesting and planting. Soon, the land was filled with various vegetables, fruits, and herbs. Just as she was about to check the warehouse, she looked up toward it and saw that the warehouse wall had turned black. She rubbed her eyes hard, looked again, and it was still black. She shouted loudly to her brother, Brother, do you see the warehouse wall? Has it changed color? Xiao Junjie, carrying a rabbit in one hand, asked Sister, What do you mean changed color? Xiao Keqing pointed at the warehouse wall and said, Look at the color of the wall. Has it changed? Xiao Junjie looked up and replied, No, it's still white.
What?
Are you sure? Look carefully again, Xiao Keqing exclaimed in surprise. It's white. Xiao Keqing was a bit confused. Why did she see it as black? Brother, what color am I wearing today?
White.
What's wrong? Xiao Keqing waved her hand and said, It's okay, you can continue. Today, she was indeed wearing white clothes, but her brother couldn't see them. Since they were a bit far apart, to find out more, Xiao Keqing quickly ran forward. When Xiao Keqing approached the warehouse wall, she noticed it was black. Why did it turn black? What is this dark paint? She was stunned and curiously reached out to touch it. As her fingers made contact, suddenly, it lit up. Please use a key to unlock items for exchange. Wow, heaven is so kind to her. There's even an item exchange. Xiao Keqing was so happy she didn't know which way was east or west. She crossed her arms, smiled, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked like she was overjoyed. She ran back to her brother and asked, "Brother, look again at what's on the warehouse wall?" Xiao Junjie felt helpless, but still looked. What could it be?
Just a wall, right?
Why do you keep asking me? Hurry up, don't delay my plans. There are still many things to do. Xiao Keqing went back to the wall. It was clearly black, and there were words on it. Now she was sure only she could see them. She touched it again.
Oh.
She finally realized how to use it. There were no switches, only instructions to use a key to unlock. She touched again, but still no response. Xiao Keqing stared at the wall blankly, lost in thought. Where did she get the key? What space is this? There was no manual at all. Where could she find the key? Where was it? And when would all this fog clear up? She entered the warehouse and looked everywhere carefully. She searched the villa again, but found nothing. What space is this? Living creatures have to move on their own. Finally, she found an item for exchange, but it still needed a key. She didn't know where it was. It was quite frustrating. She was so tired she lay down on a lounge chair. Lying there, she watched her brother skillfully handle a rabbit. "Brother, when you have time, buy some pigs, sheep, and cows to raise in the space," she suggested. Xiao Junjie thought it was a good idea. Don't waste such a good environment. Raising more poultry was a good plan. The space automatically handled wastewater, so there was no smell. It was easy and relaxing. He agreed immediately, okay? Xiao Keqing didn't know how the item exchange worked. She didn't have a key now, and she didn't know when she could exchange items. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "If we raise too many, we can sell them to the black market later." Junjie thought for a moment and said, "We'll sell it after returning to the capital. I have connections, so you don't need to worry." "You definitely can't go to the black market. It's unsafe."
Okay.
Unknowingly, Xiao Keqing fell asleep on the lounge chair. When she woke up, she didn't see her brother, and only 2 rabbits remained in the enclosure. Xiao Keqing quickly stood up and called out loudly, "Brother, where are you?" Junjie came over from the warehouse, holding a tablet in his hand. "Lazybones, you're finally awake." Xiao Keqing muttered, "Brother, why didn't you wake me up?" Junjie smiled and said, "I saw you sleeping soundly and didn't want to disturb you. I just checked the warehouse and found many items in the space that can be exchanged for money." Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. But Junjie continued, "We need to be careful and cautious. We can't reveal too much or cause big trouble. You definitely can't go to the black market. I'll think of a way." Xiao Keqing nodded seriously. "Brother, I understand." Seeing that no one was outside, they left the space together, carrying baskets of rabbit meat on their backs as they headed home. On the way, Xiao Keqing whispered, "Brother, when you leave the hospital, should I invite your comrades for a meal?" Junjie replied, "Not yet. When we're about to go back, we can invite everyone. I'll arrange a few tables at the cafeteria. I don't want you to work so hard cooking, and your cooking is too good. I don't want too many people to find out." "Okay, I knew my brother cares about me." In the afternoon, Lu Ting was organizing files in his office when he heard a knock on the door.
Come in.
Hyo Young entered and said, "Report, Vice Commander Lu, you have a letter." Lu Ting guessed it was probably the photos of Xiao Keqing and him that arrived. Hyo Young put down the letter and left. Lu Ting eagerly opened the letter, and sure enough, there were photos inside. In the photos, Xiao Keqing looked shy and was being hugged by him, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth and dark ripples in her eyes. Lu Ting stared at the photos for a long time. He carefully placed 2 of them into his coat pocket, gently smoothing the outside with his hand. He kept the same 2 photos and put them into the other pocket, planning to give them to Xiao Keqing. He wondered how she would react when she saw such photos. He was looking forward to it. When Xiao Keqing and Junjie returned home, they saw Aunt Lu preparing dishes. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, tonight I will cook you delicious spicy rabbit meat, the one we caught while climbing the mountain." Hearing this, Aunt Lu immediately put down the vegetables she was picking and came over to check the basket Junjie was holding. When she saw the 2 thoroughly cleaned fat rabbits in the basket, her face immediately lit up with a happy smile. "You're so lucky. Junjie is really talented. He often catches game in the mountains behind our military area," Grandma Lu praised. Xiao Junjie smiled silently, but it wasn't because he was so skilled. His sister was even better, truly a master hunter. Xiao Keqing thought about how her brother often handled rabbits alone, which was quite tiring. "Brother, you worked hard today. Eat more tonight. I'll go prepare the meal." Xiao Keqing went into the kitchen to start cooking. She first chopped the rabbit into small pieces, boiled the meat to remove the smell, and skillfully prepared various ingredients. When Grandma Lu saw Xiao Keqing adding oil, she exclaimed, "Oh my! How can you add so much oil?"
Stop right now.
She quickly took the oil can from Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing's heart skipped a beat. She forgot it was a time of scarce supplies. She quickly made up an excuse. "I just trembled a little and added too much oil." She watched as Grandma Lu used a spatula to pour the excess oil back into the can. Xiao Keqing thought to herself. She then asked, "Aunt Lu, can you help me wash some? I feel like it's missing something." "Sure," Grandma Lu replied. Taking advantage of Grandma Lu not looking, Xiao Keqing quickly took some oil from her space and added it to the rabbit meat because without enough oil, it wouldn't taste good. By the time Grandma Lu returned, the rabbit was stir-fried and ready. She looked at the oil can, mistakenly thinking the extra oil was from the rabbit's fat, and felt it was wasteful to add more, so she didn't think much of it. Soon, the delicious aroma filled the kitchen. Not long after, the spicy rabbit dish was ready, along with a few side dishes. They timed everything perfectly. Just as they set the dishes on the table, Xiao Guowei, Lu Yaohui, Lu Ting, and Yang Biao came in. Yang Biao sniffed the air and said, "It smells so good, Xiao Qing. I'm here to eat again." "Uncle Yang, don't be so formal. You're always welcome." "Uncle Lu, Dad, Brother Lu, wash your hands and come eat." As everyone sat down to eat, they learned that the rabbit meat was caught by Xiao Junjie. When they took the first bite, Lu Yaohui's eyes lit up. "Kiki girl, your cooking is really good. This rabbit is delicious." Everyone kept praising how tasty it was. Lu Ting carefully took out 2 photos from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Keqing. "Here, these 2 are for you. I kept 2 as well." Xiao Keqing hesitated and took the photos. When she saw what was in the pictures, a blush quickly rose to her cheeks, as beautiful as blooming peach blossoms in spring. She hurriedly pressed the photos against her chest, her heart pounding as if she was afraid someone might notice. She secretly glanced at Lu Ting. His smile was still on his face, and his eyes looked at her with a hint of meaning. Lu Ting moved a little closer and softly said, "The photos turned out very well. I like them." His voice was deep, charming, and had a subtle, flirtatious tone. Xiao Keqing rolled her eyes at him. What did he mean? What does he mean by saying he likes them? Her heart was racing like a little deer. She cleared her throat and tried to stay calm. Quietly, she said, "They're not that good. The photos aren't great at all. Aren't you worried your future wife might misunderstand if she sees them? I think I should delete the photos quickly to avoid trouble." Lu Ting looked at her with deep eyes. "There's no misunderstanding. Your future wife is you, so how could there be a misunderstanding? These photos are special, and he wouldn't just delete them." At that moment, Xiao Junjie came out of the kitchen and noticed their strange behavior. "What are you 2 whispering about?" Xiao Keqing quickly hid the photos behind her back and stammered, "Nothing, nothing. I'm going back to my room." She turned and went inside. Lu Ting watched her hurried figure and smiled slightly. He greeted Xiao Junjie and then went back to his room. After Xiao Keqing returned to her room, she leaned against the door frame and took out the 2 photos, looking at the intimate scenes. Oh my, even paparazzi wouldn't have caught these moments. She looked at the photos carefully again. She decided to store the photos safely in her space first. She was worried that her family might see them and misunderstand. With such close pictures, anyone would think something strange. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Keqing quickly put the photos away and opened the door. Xiao Junjie was holding some clothes. Dad isn't coming home today. Hurry up and let me in. I want a quick shower. He finished taking care of the rabbit and still smelled a bit. Okay, Xiao Keqing agreed happily. She also wanted to stay in her space a little longer. She held her brother's hand and immediately entered her space. Xiao Junjie strode to the second floor, heading to the room his sister prepared for him to take a shower. Xiao Keqing also went to her room to take a shower. When she finished, she found her brother sitting on the sofa, watching a video about them. Xiao Keqing went to the storage room and took out various snacks, then picked 2 bottles of light fruit wine. She thought her brother might like it. Last time, he wanted to drink some. She sat down holding a big pile of things. Brother, can you still eat? I also brought you some fruit wine.
Eat?
What's there I can't eat? Let's watch TV together, her brother replied while snacking. Xiao Junjie said, Sister, that Jiang Qi, how could he be my good friends? With his mouth, he always complains about what he won't eat, always picky, wasting food. What a spender. I wonder what I was thinking back then. Hearing her brother's dislike, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but laugh. Brother, we 3 are very close. He just has a bit of a picky mouth and dislikes women, but everything else is fine. Her brother curiously asked, Why does he dislike women? Xiao Keqing waved her hand.
Oh.
Brother, you're quite the gossip. Why are you talking about him when he's not even here? If Jiang Qi hadn't found that book from some hidden corner, she wouldn't have seen her family either. Now she knew what he was doing. Did you notice she suddenly disappeared? Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, who was being nagged by Xiao Keqing, was in the capital city's military unit, eating heartily and staring at the few pieces of meat in his bowl. Jiang Qi sighed to himself, Wow, I finally got to eat meat again. He had traveled through after finishing a whole book. Like other travelers with special abilities, he had nothing. Before crossing over, he heard something talking in his mind. Because he was drunk, he didn't remember clearly, probably that he burned a book and was unhappy with the food in it, and was punished to experience life in the book. He thought he was hallucinating from drinking until he actually traveled here and believed it. While reading the book, he cursed a few times. What kind of stupid book is this? Writing about my friend's tragic fate with the same name. In a time when people can't even get enough food? Such a terrible book. I threw it into the fireplace and burned it. He just cursed a bit, and he wondered if the heavens had punished him by sending him into this resource-scarce world, living a hard and miserable life. He thought maybe this was divine punishment. He promised himself he would stop being picky and wasting food. He finally understood that eating meat every day was a luxury in this era. Looking at the potatoes in his bowl, mixed with a few slices of meat and cabbage, he thought it was the best food. It tasted incredibly delicious to Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi was eating his meal, feeling very upset. He didn't even know that Xiao Qingqing knew he was no longer there. How sad must she be? After finishing his meal, Jiang Qi stood up, ready to wash his lunchbox, when he saw a grain of rice fallen on the table. He cursed inwardly. He didn't know what more the heavens might do to punish him. He must not waste food anymore, not even 1 grain. Was he afraid? Yes, he was. He felt bitter inside and hoped that heaven would see how sincerely he was trying to change and would take him back soon. He picked up the grain of rice with his hand and ate it without caring if it was dirty or not. Just then, Commissar Huang saw this and praised him. Everyone should learn from Jiang Qi. Look at him, he eats every grain in his bowl, and even the one that falls on the table he picks up and eats. That's what we call, every grain is hard-earned. He is a good example for you all. Jiang Qi was stunned.
What?
An example?
Haha.
Did he mean that? He just wanted to go back to his original world quickly. He had had enough of the bitter days in this story. Heaven, please take him away soon. The next morning, just as the sky was turning pale, Mother Lu was bending over in the yard, vigorously scrubbing cloves in the water, making a splashing sound. Suddenly, a clear knock on the door broke the quiet of the morning. Mother Lu straightened up, shook off the water from her hands, and walked toward the door. As she walked, she wondered, who could it be so early? It couldn't be Coco coming so early, she thought with some suspicion. She opened the yard gate. Outside the door was a woman in neat military uniform, carrying a medical kit. She was slim, with a gentle face, giving off a kind and gentle feeling. Mother Lu looked at the woman curiously and asked, "Comrade, what's the matter?" Su Malalai saw that the person standing there was a middle-aged woman with a kind face and warm, friendly eyes. She guessed this must be Lu Ting's mother. Her face immediately lit up with a warm smile, and she said sweetly, "Auntie, hello. I am a doctor from the military hospital. My name is Su Malalai. I came to visit Brother Ting. He was hospitalized after an injury during a mission. Since he was discharged, he hasn't gone for a checkup. I've been worried. I came several times but couldn't see him at the family residence, so today I came early in the morning especially to check on him." Su Malalai's words were full of concern and worry. She tightly held her medical kit in her hands. She secretly decided that if she couldn't see Lu Ting today, she would go to his unit to find him and explain everything clearly. When Lu Ma heard this, she looked at the young woman calling her son so kindly. Although she felt a bit confused, she also thought about her son's health. She warmly welcomed Su Malalai into the yard, walking and saying, "You've worked hard. You came so early. Xiaoting has been busy lately, so it's no wonder you haven't seen him. Come in and sit for a while. I'll go wake him up." After knocking on her son's door, Luma opened it and went inside, calling out to her son on the bed, "Get up quickly. A doctor named Su Malalai from the military hospital is here to see you. She came to check on your health." After speaking, Luma left.
Lu Ting fra ned.
Didn't I make myself clear last time? Why is she still coming? Their relationship isn't close enough for her to visit like this, or even to be considered distant. Lu Ting squinted, looking very impatient. Still sleepy and dazed, he carefully put the photo from the bed into his shirt pocket. He dressed and came out. When Su Malalai saw Lu Ting come out, her eyes immediately fixed on him. She sweetly said, "Brother Ting, I've been looking for you many times. Why aren't you at home resting properly? Let me see how you're recovering." "Dr. Sua, did you forget what I said last time?" Lu Ting's cold gaze shot directly at her. Seeing his piercing eyes, Su Malalai couldn't help but flinch slightly. She believed that once she explained everything clearly, Brother Ting wouldn't misunderstand her anymore and would accept her good intentions. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and stepped forward softly, saying gently, "Brother Ting, listen to me. Last time in the hospital room, you really misunderstood me." Before she finished, Lu Ting interrupted her. His eyes suddenly narrowed. "Since it's on your brother's face, go back now." Then he turned to his mother and said, "Mom, send Dr. Sua back." Luma saw her son's impatience and knew his injury was not serious. She said to Su Malalai, "Dr. Sua, thank you for making the trip." Tears welled up in Su Malalai's eyes instantly. Her heart felt a sharp pain. "Brother Ting, you really misunderstood me. I didn't say those things." Seeing that Lu Ting ignored her, she had to hold back her tears and turn to leave, planning to find another chance. Besides, her mother was here, and it wouldn't be good to discuss these matters openly. After taking a few steps, she heard Lu Ting's voice again. "Dr. Su, wait a moment." Su Malalai felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Lu Ting call her. She stopped, suppressed her sadness, and turned to look at him, her eyes full of hope. However, Lu Ting's next words were like a cold splash of water on her heart. He said, "Seriously, Dr. Su, I told you last time that your brother can call me bro, but that doesn't mean you can. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, please call me Deputy Leader Lu or Comrade Lu. If it's not necessary, it's better not to meet." She used to think that being called such things didn't matter much, just a title, so she didn't think much of it. But now she realized it was important, at least because the little girl cared. He certainly couldn't let her misunderstand. Su Malalai's face turned pale instantly, but she stubbornly nodded and quickly walked out of the yard. Mom Lu said, TSK, son, I see that Dr. Su still likes you." Compared to that, Mom Lu preferred Kiki now. Over the past few days, she had gotten along very well with Kiki, and she no longer worried about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues.
Lu ting fra ned.
Mom, don't you know who I like now? Besides her, I don't want anyone else. Mom Lu sighed helplessly. I've only been in the family compound for a few days, and I really don't want to get involved in these troubles. Just thinking about having to handle these things makes me feel old.
Got it.
Lu Ting nodded in agreement. Mom Lu urged, hurry up and wash up, then go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Time flew by quickly, and soon the much-anticipated grand celebration event arrived. During breakfast, Xiao Keqing learned from her brother that the big celebration would be held at 7 p.m. in the military hall. They wouldn't be home for lunch or dinner. Only she and Mom Lu would eat together. The main reason was to watch performances by the cultural troupe, which also included family members from the entire family compound. Xiao Keqing had never attended such a celebration in the military before. She was definitely going to participate and was very excited. This celebration was mainly to enjoy the performances by the cultural troupe. Mom Lu also told Xiao Keqing that today would be very lively. Most of the family members accompanying the soldiers had little to do, and such large events were eagerly awaited by everyone. Moreover, these family members wanted to make their men proud and leave a good impression on the leaders, so they would dress up nicely and show their best side. Xiao Keqing listened to Aunt Lu's words and felt a sudden urge to dress up nicely. She looked at Aunt Lu with a smile and said, Aunt Lu, go home and wear a pretty dress. Come back here, and I will help you get ready too. Uncle Lu will be surprised when he sees you. Aunt Lu smiled happily and replied, Oh, what are you saying, Keqing? Uncle Lu and I are an old married couple. There's nothing new to surprise him with. You're just teasing Aunt Lu. Xiao Keqing confidently said, Aunt Lu, let's finish dinner early, and then you can change your clothes. Trust me, you'll look even more beautiful. She kept chatting happily beside Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu laughed happily at Xiao Keqing's teasing and agreed wholeheartedly. They finished dinner early. When Aunt Lu went home to change, Xiao Keqing went into her space and applied a face mask. Standing in front of the jewelry cabinet, she picked a pearl hairpin and pearl earrings for Aunt Lu, avoiding the expensive ones to keep things simple. Looking at the butterfly hair clip in the jewelry box, she suddenly remembered the bright red dress Lu Ting had bought last time, so she decided to wear that one. She also chose a pair of pearl earrings. After washing her face and changing into a new dress, she styled her hair into a simple bun, revealing her fair, long neck. A few strands of hair naturally fell on her cheeks, making her already beautiful face look more playful and lively. She carefully picked up the butterfly hair clip and clipped it onto her bun, then put on the earrings. She also thought of the necklace Lu Ting had bought and put it on. She wore her usual watch on her wrist, simple yet stylish, matching perfectly with her outfit. She looked at herself carefully in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. She took her makeup kit and did a beautiful makeup look, making her even more charming with her outfit. At this moment, Aunt Lu knocked on the door and entered, immediately stunned by what she saw. Keqing, you look so beautiful like this. Wearing the bright red dress, her skin looked whiter, and her figure was curvy. With her delicate features, this figure, her chest, her waist. Oh my! When her son saw her, he would be even more confused. Xiao Keqing quickly pulled Aunt Lu to sit at the table, smiling and saying, Aunt Lu, this floral dress suits you very well. With the makeup I did for you, get ready for a big surprise. Aunt Lu believed in Keqing at this moment. Seeing her own makeup, she could tell that Keqing was very skilled and quite experienced. Xiao Keqing carefully applied her homemade mask to Aunt Lu's face, saying, Aunt Lu, this is a mask I made myself. It helps keep the skin moisturized and bright. Aunt Lu nodded, watching Kiki fuss with her face. After more than 10 minutes, she rinsed it off. She then applied various creams and products on her face, using many things she had never seen before, including delicate cosmetics with a pleasant scent. Xiao Keqing styled Aunt Lu's hair into an elegant bun, inserting a pearl hairpin and wearing pearl earrings. Aunt Lu's skin was in good condition, making makeup easier. I lightly applied makeup, and she instantly looked noble and graceful. Looking in the mirror, Aunt Lu exclaimed happily, Oh my, Kiki, I almost don't recognize myself. Why does my skin look so fair and smooth? Is this really me? Xiao Keqing smiled with satisfaction and said, Aunt Lu, you look very good with the pearl earrings and hairpin. I'm giving these to you. Aunt Lu quickly refused. No, this is too precious. I can't take your things. Xiao Keqing's eyes shone with sincerity as she said, Aunt Lu, please accept it. Consider it an apology for my past mistakes. If you don't take it, you probably won't forgive me. If I go back to the capital, I wouldn't dare visit your home again. Aunt Lu was anxious. Not visiting her home? That wouldn't do. What about her son? She couldn't hold him back, and besides, she was growing more fond of Kiki. All right, I accept your kindness. I've already forgiven you. When you go back, you must come to my house, or Aunt Lu will be truly angry. Xiao Keqing nodded happily. After carefully dressing up, Xiao Keqing and Aunt Lu headed to the grand hall together. On the way, many people turned to look at them, amazed by their beauty and elegant presence, quickly drawing many eyes. Xiao Keqing saw a group of military wives also heading to the troop hall, all dressed carefully. Someone exclaimed, Is that the daughter of Commander Xiao? Her dress and butterfly hairpin, I saw them at the department store. They're so expensive. Another person said, This clearly shows she's from a big family with great taste. Aunt Lu overheard their chatter and whispered to Xiao Keqing, Kiki, your butterfly hairpin and dress really suit you. You have a good eye for picking things. Xiao Keqing chuckled softly and whispered in Aunt Lu's ear, It's not me with a good eye, it's your son who gave me the dress and hairpin. Xiao Keqing was worried that Mother Lu might misunderstand, so she added, He gave me the gift to thank me for taking care of him at the hospital and bringing him food. Mother Lu couldn't believe it was her son who gave the gift. She thought, this kid has finally woken up. Eating is just an excuse. She knew her son well, and soon she wouldn't be far from holding her grandson. Mother Lu smiled brightly. Someone in the crowd saw the girls from the dance troupe and praised them highly. Each girl looked lively and beautiful. No wonder everyone wants to marry a girl from the dance troupe. She looks good and has a steady job. Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei, dressed in performance costumes, both noticed the most dazzling person in the crowd, Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing was stunningly beautiful. Both women clenched their teeth and felt a strong sense of jealousy. Yang Guizhi snorted coldly. It's just dressing up a bit nicer. What's so special about that? Li Chunmei echoed, exactly. Tonight's performance, we must take the spotlight back. Yang Guizhi's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She had a plan. She slowly approached Li Chunmei and whispered softly into her ear, at a volume only she could hear. Li Chunmei looked surprised, but was also intrigued by Yang Guizhi's plan. Will it work? Will the leaders blame us afterward? Her voice carried some hesitation and worry. Yang Guizhi offered a reassuring smile. It won't be a problem. After the show, there's already a segment where family members perform on stage. Just add one more person. It's no big deal. She continued, and no one knows Xiao Keqing better than I do. She's just a fool, useless. If she goes on stage, she'll only embarrass herself and lose face. Li Chunmei suddenly remembered that Xiao Keqing was the daughter of a senior officer. She quickly waved her hands. No, Yang Guizhi. I can't offend her. I can't do this. Yang Guizhi looked at her with disdain. When did you become so stupid? When will you start thinking? She quickly added, Lu Ting already dislikes Xiao Keqing. Doing this will only make him want to break off the engagement faster. If he doesn't, when will you get another chance? Forget it. Just pretend I never said anything. Li Chunmei thought Yang Guizhi's words made sense. She bit her lip and said, all right. Then, the two women exchanged smiles, as if they had reached a silent agreement. After entering the grand hall, it was divided into two sides, one for soldiers and one for family members. The front seats were already filled with family members. Xiao Keqing immediately saw Yang Lan waving at her from the middle, signaling her to come over. Yang Lan, Keqing, you and Auntie look so good today. Why did you come so late? If you arrive any later, You'll have to sit at the back. Xiao Keqing smiled and said, It's my first time attending, so I don't have much experience. I'll know better next time. About half an hour later, Xiao Guowei, Lu Yaohui, Yang Biao, and other leaders from the Southern Army sat in the front row. Captain Yang smiled and said to them, I've been with you these days. You should observe which comrades stand out and give me your opinions. My task here is to select some good talents because the capital military district will soon hold a big performance. Xiao Guowei nodded in agreement. Lu Yaohui said, You're all experts in your field. You don't need our opinions. The people you admire, we naturally admire too. Xiao Guowei agreed. The entire auditorium was full of seats, and everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. As the lights gradually brightened, the host slowly stepped onto the stage and announced the start of the show. The atmosphere instantly heated up. Xiao Keqing saw that the hosts were Li Chunmei and another male colleague. To her surprise, Li Chunmei hosted quite well. First, the leaders from the army came on stage to give speeches, encouraging the soldiers. During their speeches, they especially mentioned soldiers who performed outstandingly in a recent mission. These soldiers were brave and fearless, making great contributions to the successful completion of the task. Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie were on the list. It was announced on the spot that these soldiers would be awarded. There were about 10 soldiers, each dressed in green military uniforms, looking spirited as they went on stage to receive their awards. Thunderous applause erupted. Xiao Keqing's eyes stayed fixed on Lu Ting and Xiao Junjie on stage. Under the stage lights, they looked especially handsome today. Su Moli's gaze was burning with affection as she stared at Lu Ting. She genuinely liked him. Thinking about his distance from her, a wave of sourness rose in her heart. She clenched her fists, determined to find any way to make him her man. Finally, the leaders also spoke emotionally about the soldiers who lost their lives in the mission. These soldiers defended the dignity of the country and the peace of the people with their lives. They are forever the pride and role models of the army. Deep condolences and care were expressed for the families of the fallen soldiers. Many family members in the crowd shed tears. Xiao Keqing also couldn't help but tear up. If she hadn't had her special abilities, her brother might have sacrificed too. There are no truly peaceful days. Someone bears the burden for us. The performance by the cultural troupe was about to begin. Xiao Keqing steadied her emotions and watched the show on stage carefully. The troupe members sang and danced, showcasing the unique cultural style of their time with great flair. It was quite special. Xiao Keqing watched with interest, occasionally whispering to Lu Ma to share her thoughts. Halfway through the show, Xiao Keqing saw 8 young women on stage wearing colorful costumes, performing a traditional dance. Among them was Yang Guoji. She watched Yang Guoji closely and thought to herself, her waist isn't flexible enough, her movements are not smooth, and she looks stiff. With this level, how can she stay in the troupe? Despite her critique, Xiao Keqing still respected and appreciated the performance, continuing to watch the exciting acts ahead. Xiao Junjie and Lu Ting were awarded this time and sat near the front, very close to the stage. Xiao Junjie whispered to Lu Ting, This is so boring. Over the years, it's always the same few performances. Every year, the same. Honestly, I'd rather go home and sleep. Lu Ting agreed, feeling the same way. It was just the same kind of dance music over and over. Xiao Junjie then whispered again, Brother, I tell you, you haven't seen my sister dance. Once you see her dance, these performances will seem dull. He used to think the troupe's dances were good, but after watching his sister dance on TV, he realized there were many different styles. It really opened his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Ting became curious and raised an eyebrow. What kind of dance does your sister do? Xiao Junjie's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to describe, he stopped himself and said mysteriously, Based on your past disagreement with my sister about marriage, maybe you'll get to see her dance now. But probably not anymore. Anyway, you wouldn't care to watch. Lu Ting was surprised. He didn't know his little sister could dance. Why was he so eager to see her? He said he didn't care to watch, but secretly, he wished he could marry her right away and have her dance just for him. He stopped paying attention to the show on stage and drifted into his thoughts. He wondered which seat the girl was sitting in, whether she saw him receiving the award on stage. He hadn't seen her all day and missed her very much. He thought about taking her somewhere fun next time. Lu Ting didn't see Yang Guizhi on stage, but he felt her intense gaze fixed on him. Why wasn't she looking at the performance? Was her dance not good enough? After the performance by the cultural troupe, it was time for the family members to come on stage for interaction. Yang Guizhi gave Li Chunmei a signal, and Li Chunmei understood immediately. She stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and said, "Now, we invite 4 family members of the soldiers to come up and perform. The first is Yang Wen, wife of Commander Zhang. Please welcome her." Xiao Keqing also thought this was a good idea. Yang Wen sang a military song, and her performance was quite good. The second person to come on stage was Ma Yan, wife of Sergeant He. She performed a dance, which Xiao Keqing felt was not very impressive. However, compared to Yang Guizhi's earlier performance, Ma Yan's was much better. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but wonder in her mind how Yang Guizhi managed to join the cultural troupe. The third performer was Qiao Shanshan, sister of Captain Qiao. She slowly walked onto the stage with an accordion. As the melodious sound of the accordion filled the air, Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but admire. Isn't she a professional? The music is so beautiful. Each note seems to tell a touching story. Xiao Junjie whispered, "Hey, Captain Qiao has a sister? This kid is hiding quite well. Her performance is great, but she's still not as good as my sister." Thinking about his sister's performances, he felt excited because she had many fans. Lu Ting's brow moved slightly. Xiao Junjie really never missed a chance to praise his sister, no matter the occasion. But he also knew how outstanding Captain Qiao's sister's performance was, very professional. If she joined the troupe, she would definitely have a place. If she was even better than her, how could he not know? They had grown up together and joined the army at the same time. There was nothing he didn't know about her. Perhaps the little girl was hiding many secrets from him. Recently, he had noticed she was different from before, always surprising him. Li Chunmei came back on stage with a smile and said, "Next, we invite the last family member, Xiao Keqing, sister of Captain Xiao Junjie." As her voice fell, whispers started among the crowd. Lu Ting was even more shocked. He had never heard that the girl had signed up for the show. He stared intently at Li Chunmei on stage, quickly understanding her intention. His eyes flashed with a deep coldness. Xiao Junjie understood immediately and stepped forward, whispering to Xiao Guowei in a low voice only they could hear. Xiao Guowei's expression became serious and focused. After hearing his son's words, he nodded slightly, a hint of hope in his eyes. Only then did Xiao Guowei relax and continue watching the stage. Xiao Junjie glanced sideways at Lu Ting's anxious expression. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Didn't my sister say she's good at many things? I tell you, her strongest skills are singing and dancing." Lu Ting let out a soft chuckle. Seeing that his brother and father weren't stepping in, he guessed the young girl could dance. He held back his impatience, decided to wait and see, and thought he might step up if needed. Mom Xiao worried. "Kiki, what should we do? That Li Chunmei has bad intentions. She wants to make you look bad on stage. Her mind is really mean." Xiao Keqing was surprised. Why was her name mentioned? She hadn't signed up. Seeing Li Chunmei, she knew the woman was scheming against her. Yang Guizhi watched Xiao Keqing, who hadn't gone on stage yet, and a pleased look appeared in her eyes. She knew Xiao Keqing well and was sure she had no talent, no singing or dancing skills, so she wouldn't dare perform. She was confident she could sing and dance well herself. Since no one went on stage for a long time, the crowd's whispers grew louder. Recently, everyone's conversations had been about Xiao Keqing. There were rumors that she was just pretty but uneducated, unable to read or write, let alone perform. Everyone was waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Suddenly, Li Chunmei's voice came from the stage again. "Please welcome Comrade Xiao Keqing to perform." Xiao Keqing gave Mom Xiao a reassuring look and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I sing very well." Then she walked gracefully onto the stage, each step calm and steady. Yang Guizhi watched Xiao Kexing walk toward the stage, a flicker of envy and pride in her eyes. She muttered silently, "Humph, let's see how you embarrass yourself." In this parallel world, Xiao Kexing planned to sing songs from the future, songs that were unique. As long as she sang well, that was enough. Lu Ting kept his eyes fixed on the family compound, trying to spot Xiao Kexing in the crowd. Finally, he saw her standing in a bright red dress. The vivid red stood out sharply among the crowd. As Xiao Kexing stepped onto the stage, Lu Ting saw her more clearly. His gaze was intense as he looked at the girl, dressed in the clothes he had given her and with a butterfly hairpin. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Lu Ting's heart was pounding rapidly, as if it might jump out of his chest. He thought the young girl must be wearing something beautiful, but he didn't expect her to look so stunning in the clothes he gave her. So beautiful it was breathtaking. The outfit outlined her curvy figure perfectly. On stage, she looked even more charming, with bright red lips that looked tempting. Lu Ting kept staring at her without looking away. Does she realize how attractive she is? He really wants to hide her away just for himself. Her eyes were confident and deep, with a sweet smile just showing. Xiao Kexing calmly picked up the microphone and introduced herself to everyone. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Xiao Kexing. I am very honored to be here on this stage to meet you all. First, I want to thank Comrade Li Chunmei. Without her knowing, she carefully planned and arranged this opportunity, giving me a chance to show myself on this stage. I hadn't prepared anything beforehand, so I decided to do my best on the spot and hope you won't mind my mistakes. As a daughter of China, I feel proud and honored. What makes me even prouder is that my grandfather, father, mother, and brother are all soldiers defending our country. They have dedicated their youth and blood to protect our homeland. However, on the road to defending the nation, many soldiers have given their lives. They are our true heroes. There is no such thing as peaceful days. Someone bears the heavy load for us. They have built today's peace and prosperity with their lives and sweat. Here, I want to pay tribute to all the heroes with a song called Wish." The stage darkened, silent and still. Suddenly, a beam of light shone from above. The spotlight illuminated Xiao Kexing from head to toe, giving her a gentle, noble glow. She sang softly without any fancy music, just clear, ethereal notes flowing out like pure spring water, touching everyone's hearts. "You are a distant road, a lamp in the mountain fog." Lu Ting's deep eyes watched Xiao Kexing shining on stage. His fists clenched tightly. His heart trembled fiercely too. Captain Yang was even more stunned, frozen in his seat, completely immersed in Xiao Kexing's singing. Xiao Guowei's eyes began to turn red. "Whether seen or not, a lifetime together, embracing you. And I will love the world you love. May your smile be what you wish for. Your hand I stumble to hold.
Please take me to tomorrow.
If you once suffered my sweetness." Xiao Kexing's every gesture, every subtle change of expression, seemed like a carefully choreographed dance, perfectly blending into the song. Her stage presence feels like a natural talent, making people marvel. Only those who truly understand and enjoy performances can show such ease. All the audience below are deeply captivated by Xiao Kexing. Their eyes can't leave the stage. You are the river of time, the sky ignited by stars. The mountains and rivers are safe, and fireworks are ordinary. But you wishfully gaze afar. Children, sleep peacefully in your dreams, just like you love so deeply. Xiao Kexing's voice is like heavenly music. The lyrics make everyone's eyes turn red, feeling their hearts hit hard, trying to hold back tears. The mountains and rivers are safe, fireworks are ordinary, children can sleep peacefully. Isn't that what everyone hopes for? And I will dream what you dream. The moon on the horizon, the thoughts in my heart, you are always with me. Meeting you, a lifetime pure and clear, like your youthful face. Xiao Kexing's singing is ethereal like water, as if enchanted, pulling them into the song with vivid imagery. The song ends. For several seconds, the entire scene falls silent, as quiet as a pin drop. Everyone has already been moved to tears by the song, unable to hold back. Someone claps first, and all the audience stands up together. Applause like a rising tide. Tears in their eyes, they clap passionately, applause lasting long. No one shouts loudly, "Xiao Kaching, one more song." But this remark sparks a wave of anticipation and enthusiasm in the crowd, growing louder and more determined. "Xiao Kaching, one more song. Xiao Kaching, one more song. Xiao Kaching, one more song." After Xiao Kaching bows, Leader Yang and another person come on stage, walking to her side. With teary eyes, he says, "Xiao Qing, everyone here is so enthusiastic. You can't refuse. One more song?" Leader Yang is very excited. Talent is right here with us. How did I not notice before? Xiao Kaching couldn't bear to refuse. She couldn't fully enjoy singing a single song. She asked, "Are there any instruments we can use?" Captain Ma, standing beside Captain Yang, quickly replied, "Yes, there are the accordion, piano, electronic keyboard, guitar, eru, violin, and others." Xiao Kaching thought for a moment. "Then let's choose the piano." "Okay," said Captain Yang, who then stepped down from the stage with a few soldiers carefully moving the piano closer. Meanwhile, Captain Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei were stunned. They thought she might embarrass herself, but she turned out to be outstanding and even knew how to play the piano. Yang Guizhi pouted, feeling a bit jealous. Soon, Captain Ma directed people to set up the piano, and after arranging the microphone, he and Captain Yang stepped down from the stage. Today, Xiao Kaching was moved by the leader's care for the fallen soldiers and decided to sing a special song. She walked to the piano, sat down, and lightly placed her delicate fingers on the keys. She played a few notes to test, and the clear sound echoed through the quiet auditorium. Whenever she touched something she loved and was good at, she shone like a bright star, instantly becoming the most dazzling focus on stage. Her confident and charming glow radiated. The lights dimmed, leaving only a single beam shining on her, like a pure angel. She slightly lifted her head and glanced at the audience, saying, "This song is called China's Awakening." Lu Ting looked at her with intense eyes, captivated by her graceful posture, straight back, and snow-white neck. Above her neck was a delicate, flawless side face, slightly raised, every detail perfect, making it impossible for him to look away. Her eyes sparkled with liveliness and confidence. Then her fingertips fell, and a gentle, flowing prelude began. With each note of the piano, it felt like a longing crossing time and space, expressing endless remembrance for the soldiers. She parted her red lips, and her voice was like a heavenly melody, ethereal and pure. That year, you and I were both young like a shy, inexperienced song, but to create the new world in our dreams. Her voice seemed magical. It was singing, but it felt like she was telling a story that touched the heart and reached the soul. I looked up at the starry sky you saw. The earth beneath has changed its time and place, that fluttering red on the wind. The audience below was immersed in the song. Many people's thoughts drifted far away, as if they saw the years of struggle once again. The entire audience, unknowingly, was moved to tears. I look up at the starry sky you have seen. The earth beneath my feet has changed with time. The red figure swaying in the wind remains in my heart, deep in my heart, in my heart. Lu Ting gazed intently at the shining woman on stage, filled with pride. At this moment, Xiao Kaching played more passionately, her graceful posture blending with the beautiful music, creating an unforgettable scene. Finally, Xiao Kaching's singing came to an end. She slowly closed her eyes. A silent tear quietly slid down her cheek. She stepped to the center of the stage and bowed once more. Suddenly, everyone stood up, their faces full of excitement, and the atmosphere reached a new high. Many eyes were filled with tears, and thunderous applause erupted, lasting long. Most people's hands were red from clapping so hard. Xiao Kaching was an experienced singer. She knew how to excite the audience even more. All her suppressed emotions were released at this moment. She clenched her right fist and raised it high, loudly declaring her vow to everyone present. May our youth defend the glorious China. This vow seemed to ignite everyone's passion and enthusiasm, sweeping through the entire hall. The audience all shouted the same vow together. May our youth defend the glorious China. May our youth defend the glorious China. May our youth defend the glorious China. These vows surged like a mighty wave, filling the sky with their power. Gui Lu was already crying. As a father, he felt deeply disappointed in himself. When did his daughter secretly learn piano and sing so well? He had no idea. Her talent had surpassed her mother's, truly outdoing her in skill. At this moment, he felt proud and guilty at the same time. Ting Lu's eyes were filled with tears. Last time, he thought his little sister was just talking big at the friendship store. He believed she was serious about those instruments, but he had no idea how she played other instruments. Junjie Xiao also had tears in his eyes. He already knew his sister sang beautifully, but the shock and excitement he felt in person were much stronger than what he saw on TV. He was incredibly proud to have such an excellent sister. Captain Yang was so excited he couldn't find the right words. His piano playing was at a professional level. He had always been looking for a singer who could touch people's hearts with her voice and take the audience to another world. She was the person he admired most. As long as she joined the art troupe, she would surely shine brightly. Xiao Kexing handed the microphone to the male host and slowly left the stage, leaving the audience still immersed in the wonderful performance. With her singing and talent, Xiao Kexing won everyone's hearts. Lu Ting quietly left the scene, walking lightly and skillfully weaving through the crowd, heading to the path Xiao Kexing would take after stepping down. The event ended with Xiao Kexing singing, and the audience was still lost in her performance. Everyone in the crowd was talking about Xiao Kexing. Turns out Zhao's daughter is so talented. There's not a single true rumor. Lu Xiaohong is really mean, spreading false stories about her. Xiao Jun was searching among the crowd for the person he longed for. Today was the day to confess, and who knew how many others were also interested. His biggest rival was Deputy Captain Lu, so he needed to confess first before Lu did, or he might miss his chance. He thought this guy probably shared his feelings. After all, he was so outstanding. Su Malia was also looking for Lu Ting among the crowd, determined to clear things up. Meanwhile, Captain Yang was overwhelmed with tears, angrily confronting Xiao Gui.
Good job, Xiao.
You're really capable. You've tricked the entire Didao military district. You're just a clever fox. What are you planning? What's your goal? Yang's voice grew more emotional. You raised such a talented daughter, and you kept her so hidden. No, I have to report this. I must report it. Your daughter must join our army's art troupe. Xiao Gui sobbed loudly, feeling proud of his daughter. Why is my daughter so outstanding? Sniff. Lu Yaohui's eyes were filled with tears. Xiao Gui, you and your wife are not finished with me. We've been hurt so much by your family. Captain Yang glared at Xiao Gui. I'm not finished with you either. If you report us, just wait to be criticized. Xiao Gui was speechless from their words. He was also confused. How could his daughter be so outstanding and he not notice? As Xiao Kexing just arrived, Lu Ting quickly pulled her to a corner behind the stage. It was a hidden spot, not easy for others to see. Suddenly, she felt her feet lift off the ground as he held her tightly, spinning her around in the air.
Ah!
Brother Lu, what are you doing? His excited voice trembled a little. You're amazing. Your performance just now really shocked me. Why are you so excellent? Is there anything you're hiding from me? Xiao Kexing wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing tightly against his chest to prevent being thrown out. A flutter of excitement rose in her heart. She could clearly feel their hearts beating together. Lu Ting wrapped his arms around her slender waist, holding her close. He inhaled her fragrant scent. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he looked at her intently. Xiao Kexing lowered her gaze. When their eyes met, she felt the heat in his gaze. The world seemed to only have the two of them. Their heartbeats grew faster, as if they might jump out of their chests. Her heart suddenly fluttered wildly, unable to control her feelings. So this is what it feels like to be attracted and to like someone. Realizing she was falling for him, she bit her lip lightly. She patted Lu Ting's shoulder shyly and nervously said, "Someone might come. Quickly put me down." But Lu Ting didn't want to let go. He whispered softly in her ear, "Wait a little longer when I go back later. Wait for me. I want to take you somewhere. I have something to tell you, okay?" Shy, Xiao Keqing nodded. A blush appeared on her face. She didn't know what he wanted to say, but she hoped it was what she was thinking. Had he started to like her? Lu Ting looked at her, a gentle smile on his lips, full of tenderness and love. He softly said, "You look really beautiful today." Xiao Keqing's face lit up with a bright smile. She mischievously blinked. "Am I only beautiful today?" Lu Ting looked at her seriously and affectionately. "No, you're beautiful every day. But today, you're especially beautiful. Wait for me. I'll go to the office and come back soon. Very soon." Xiao Keqing pouted playfully. "All right, hurry up and put me down." Lu Ting was almost melted by her soft, charming tone. Lu Ting reluctantly let her go. Once she agreed to be his girlfriend, he promised to hold her tightly and never let go. At that moment, two people quietly entered from the dark corner outside. Their figures became clearer in the dim light, Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei. They seemed unaware of their presence and walked straight toward them. Xiao Keqing's eyes instantly became alert. She quickly covered Lu Ting's mouth with her hand and made a shushing gesture, signaling him silently. Her eyes showed her intention. What would they say? Lu Ting immediately understood. He nodded gently, indicating he would stay quiet. The young girl covered his mouth, feeling her soft hand, sweet and fragrant. Lu Ting's gaze couldn't help but fall on her bright, alluring lips. So soft. He quickly shifted his gaze to Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei. Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei looked around again, then started whispering when they saw no one. Although their voices were low, in this quiet environment, every word clearly reached Xiao Keqing and Lu Ting's ears. Li Chunmei's voice carried some anger. "If you didn't tell her anything, would she say anything? Why does she look nothing like what you described? Look how badly you've hurt me. She went on stage and exposed me, and I don't know how the leaders will criticize me now." Yang Guizhi looked regretful. "I didn't expect that either."
Who knew she was so sneaky?
"She tricked me too." Li Chunmei snorted coldly. "Now it's settled. I'll definitely be criticized by the leaders. It's all your fault." "I'm so angry." Yang Guizhi pretended to be wronged. "It's also for you. Otherwise, why would I do all this? I just want them to break off the engagement early. After all, you're my good sister." Yang Guizhi's tone turned fierce. "No, I can't let it go like this. I have to think of a plan." Li Chunmei hesitated. "What can we do?"
She's so popular now.
"I'll find a way," Yang Guizhi said fiercely. Seeing the two approaching her, she knew she had to take revenge. She also knew she had to settle this now, or she'd have trouble sleeping tonight. Xiao Keqing whispered to Lu Ting, "Wait here. I'll handle them. Don't come out." Lu Ting nodded in agreement. Xiao Keqing tidied her clothes and confidently walked out of the corner. Yang Guizhi and Li Chunmei were startled by the noise. When they saw it was Xiao Keqing, their faces showed panic.
"Oh.
What bad plans are you two plotting here?" Xiao Keqing said with a half-smile. Yang Guizhi forced herself to stay calm and asked, "Xiao Keqing, I ask you, how come you can sing and play the piano? You couldn't do that before." Xiao Keqing smiled softly. "Don't you know what my mom does? I've been influenced by her since I was little, just learned a little." Her tone carried a hint of pride. It suddenly occurred to Yang Guizhi that Xiao Keqing had told her before that her mom was in a performing arts troupe. Her face darkened.
What's so special about that?
"Just having a mom in a troupe." Xiao Keqing smiled slightly. "I think it's pretty impressive. You already know, not only does my mom work in a troupe, but my dad is also a military officer." Yang Guizhi pursed her lips, showing disdain.
What's so great about that?
"It's just because the reputation in the capital has been ruined. Didn't you receive the photos and letters I sent? Why aren't you dead yet?" She then asked directly, "Didn't you get my letter?" Xiao Keqing was slightly stunned, her brows furrowing. What letter? The one with the photos and the letter? You didn't get it? Yang Guizhi stared intently at Xiao Keqing, trying to see something. Another memory flashed through her mind. She had received a letter before her death. It was the same last time. Xiao Keqing really wanted to grasp it. She knew these were important messages, but couldn't remember the details. This feeling made Xiao Keqing very uncomfortable, and her anger grew rapidly. Whether it was the photos or the letter, she believed Yang Guizhi was plotting something against her, full of malicious intent. Who cared about the photos? Just fight her now, first make herself feel good. Xiao Keqing's sharp gaze looked at Yang Guizhi. It seems you have a bad memory. Did you forget what I said last time? Or was I too gentle with you before, and you didn't remember? Yang Guizhi remembered Xiao Keqing giving her that look before. Her previously painless arm suddenly started to hurt again. The pain was still vivid in her mind, and a wave of fear rose in her heart. She forced herself to speak. Why you? What are you going to do?
This is the army. You can't hit people.
Xiao Keqing sneered coldly. Nod your head, you're right. I shouldn't hit anyone. Yang Guizhi's nervousness eased a little, but Xiao Keqing's next move made her despair completely. Xiao Keqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't worry, I won't hit you. But I will use my foot. Before she finished speaking, her figure shot up like a flash of lightning, executing a sharp kick directly at Yang Guizhi's chest. This was a move she had learned from Jiang Qi. Clean and quick. Yang Guizhi's ribs broke with a snap, and she cried out in pain. Ah. She was thrown backward like a broken kite and fell heavily to the ground. Her face turned pale as paper, beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and she moaned in pain. Li Chunmei, standing nearby, saw this and shivered with fear. She remembered how skilled Xiao Keqing was last time and dared not step forward, feeling scared and uneasy. Lu Ting was stunned, wide-eyed in shock. That was impressive. So fierce. So ruthless. Enough. That kick seemed to hit him right in the heart, bringing him great surprise and shock. He smiled slightly, watching the young girl's skill, which was quite impressive. Xiao Keqing slowly walked to Yang Guizhi, knelt down, and looked at her with cold, icy eyes. She said coldly, "Didn't I tell you last time that I would keep you in bed for 10 days or half a month? I accidentally used a bit too much strength and broke 2 of your ribs. But that's just the beginning. If there's a next time, it won't be just broken ribs. I'll make you wish you were never born."
Yang Guizhi so bet. Ah. Boo-hoo.
I will report you to the police. Xiao Keqing was unfazed. Go ahead. I'm waiting. It's better than me having to come and investigate how you've been harming me all the way from the capital. And the photos and letters you mentioned, I'll check those too. Yang Guizhi broke out in cold sweat, unable to speak, only whimpering wah.
Wah.
She was truly scared now, afraid Xiao Keqing would find out the truth. Xiao Keqing approached Li Chunmei and asked, "Do you know why I haven't punished you?" Li Chunmei's body stiffened and she dared not move, trembling as she shook her head. Last time, after she was thrown down, she became completely afraid. Because you're too stupid. What point did Yang Guizhi make that's true in front of you?
Li Chunmei nudda fearfully.
Xiao Keqing slowly guided her. Don't you think that after you became friends with her, things started to go wrong for you? Why did she ask this? Because the original owner experienced the same. She was harmed terribly. Li Chunmei thought for a moment and nodded again. Xiao Keqing continued. Do you know if she likes Lu Ting? She just wants you to be the scapegoat so she can profit from it. If it weren't for her, your aunt wouldn't have gone to the farm and Commander Shen wouldn't have been demoted. You would still be loved by your family. This time, the leader will definitely punish you. They didn't punish you last time because your aunt covered for you. Who do you think can cover for you this time? What have you gained now? Falling for one trick means you should learn your lesson. Think carefully about what you're doing. Li Chunmei finally realized the truth and burst into tears.
Wah wah.
Xiao Keqing was right. She had gained nothing. Yang Guizhi had been using her all along and had caused her a lot of trouble. Angrily, she ran up to Yang Guizhi and started hitting and kicking her. Yang Guizhi cried out in pain. Xiao Keqing watched this scene with a satisfied smile. She then went to Lu Ting and winked at him. Evil people are often tested by other evil people. After saying that to Lu Ting, she went to find Aunt Lu and then walked away. Lu Ting looked at the two fighting, his dark eyes cold and fierce, radiating a chilling aura. Yes, Qinghe was right. Evil people are tested by other evil people. Soon, there should be results from investigating them. Feeling happy, Xiao Keqing returned to the main hall. The performance had already ended, and the crowd had dispersed. Only a few people remained inside. She immediately spotted Aunt Lu and couldn't help but smile, waiting for her. She walked straight over. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her from behind. Xiao Keqing turned around and saw Xiao Jun running towards her. Xiao Jun reached her, beads of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes sparkled with excitement and happiness. Xiao Keqing, today's performance was amazing. It was the most beautiful I've ever heard, he said, then couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, "Thank you. Your sister also performed very well. I liked it too." Xiao Jun's face showed a shy smile. Gathering his courage, he said, "Xiao Keqing, I liked you from the first time I saw you. Can I have a chance to pursue you?" Xiao Keqing was stunned for a moment. Was her brother's intuition so sharp? Did he really guess right? She didn't expect Xiao Jun to be so straightforward. She softly said, "Captain Xiao, I appreciate your admiration, but I don't feel the same. I can't give you that chance." To avoid giving him false hope, she decided to be direct. Xiao Jun nodded in disappointment and said reluctantly, "Let's just be friends from now on. It's too late now. I'll take you home." Xiao Keqing signaled with her eyes for Xiao Jun to look toward Aunt Lu's side. "Aunt Lu is waiting for me, so you don't need to see me off." Xiao Jun smiled slightly and said, "Let's go together. It's on the way anyway." Xiao Keqing nodded and walked toward Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu saw Xiao Keqing and Xiao Jun talking and, out of politeness, didn't want to disturb them, so she waited nearby. When she saw them approaching, she knew they had finished their conversation. Aunt Lu stepped forward and held Xiao Keqing's hand, excitedly saying, "Kiki, you're amazing. I was so touched I almost cried. How are you so impressive?" Xiao Keqing playfully blinked and said, "Aunt Lu, I know a lot of things. No need to make such a fuss." Aunt Lu patted Xiao Keqing's hand and said, "Let's go home." Xiao Keqing turned to Xiao Jun and said, "Captain Xiao, you can go ahead if you want. I still need to wait with Aunt Lu for Vice Commander Lu to go back together." Xiao Jun, out of kindness, replied, "I know where Vice Commander Lu is. I can take you there. Waiting at the main hall is a waste of time. It's much closer to home if we go directly." "All right, then I'll trouble you to lead the way," Xiao Keqing nodded. So Xiao Jun led Xiao Keqing and Aunt Lu toward Vice Commander Lu's location. On the way, Xiao Jun kept telling them interesting stories from the army, trying to ease the awkwardness after his earlier confession was rejected. Xiao Keqing's mind was focused on Lu Ting, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, eager to hear what he would say next. As they walked, Xiao Jun suddenly saw Lu Ting's back in the distance. He pointed ahead and said to the two beside him, "Look, isn't that Vice Commander Lu in front of the building?" All three stopped at the same time, looking in the direction he pointed. Aunt Lu smiled and said, "Thanks to you, Captain Xiao." Xiao Jun smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you're too kind." Their eyes all focused on Lu Ting's back. He seemed to be talking to a female colleague who was speaking to him. The faint light cast a warm glow on them, making it seem very harmonious. Xiao Keqing kept her gaze fixed on their figures, feeling curious. Who exactly was this female colleague? Seeing this, Xiao Jun quietly said, "It seems to be Dr. Su." They were a bit far apart, but suddenly the woman stepped forward several steps. The two looked very close from this angle. It seemed like the woman was Ju Dongwon the man, and the man didn't refuse. He just stood quietly, letting her get closer. Xiao Keqing's heart suddenly sank, as if pierced by a sharp knife. A sharp, prickling pain flooded her chest. She forced herself to suppress the pain in her heart and stared tightly at the two people embracing. She clenched her fists so hard that her nails almost dug into her palms. Even though she knew they were a couple, why did she still get involved? A self-deprecating and bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. What was the meaning of him holding her just now? She had been so happy then, but now she felt so sad, like falling from a cloud into a muddy pit. Xiao Jun didn't notice Xiao Keqing's unusual expression. He smiled and said to Aunt Lu, "Aunt Lu, congratulations. Your family is about to have a happy event." Aunt Lu's face turned pale, and she anxiously said, "Kiki, this must be a misunderstanding." Xiao Jun continued, "These two are really something. They just kissed outside, not thinking about where they are. Luckily, we met here. If it got out, it wouldn't be good." Aunt Lu hurriedly shouted toward Lu Ting, "Lu Ting, what are you doing?" Lu Ting turned around to look at them, then jogged over and said, "Mom, why are you here?" Xiao Jun chuckled and said, "Deputy Captain Lu, congratulations. Don't forget to invite me for a drink when the time comes. It's better without a rival. Now I have a chance." Lu Ting thought Xiao Jun was congratulating him on his award and inviting him to drink. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll let you know once the date is set." Before returning to the capital, he still wanted to treat his comrades to a meal. Xiao Keqing felt as if a large hand was squeezing her chest tightly, making it hard to breathe. She could only clench her fists tightly to ease the stabbing pain in her heart. At this moment, Su Malalai came over and saw Aunt Lu and Xiao Keqing. She deliberately stood beside Lu Ting and said, "Aunt Lu, hello. We meet again." Aunt Lu clearly wasn't in the mood to talk to her. She forced out a faint smile, nodded perfunctorily, and showed a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Su Malalai coquettishly said, "Can we go now?" Her tone was playful and sweet.
Lu Ting frøned.
Why is this person so annoying? He had also made plans with the little girl. I was reluctant to send Su Malalai to the hospital. If something really happened to him, it would be hard to explain to his brother. After returning, I planned to confess to the young girl and then looked at Xiao Keqing and said, "I'll take her to the hospital first. I'll come back later." After the performance, Su Malalai couldn't wait to find Lu Ting. She pretended to suddenly fall ill, hoping to spend more time with him, explain herself, and deepen their understanding. While she was talking to Lu Ting, a bright red figure suddenly caught her eye. Sure enough, it was Xiao Keqing. So, she deliberately acted as if she was unwell and fainted, trying to get Lu Ting's attention. She only lightly touched his arm. How much does this man dislike her? Is she poisonous? She quickly withdrew her hand and, with a look of disgust, patted her clothes where she had touched his arm. Doesn't he understand caring for others? She could only call her brother to get him to agree to take her to the hospital. All these tricks and acting finally resulted in that astonishing scene just now. If Su Malalai knew they all misunderstood each other, she would be so happy. Xiao Keqing forced herself to stay calm. "Aunt Lu, singing is a bit tiring. Let's go home." She turned around, trying to hold back tears in her eyes, but it was no use. Tears suddenly streamed down her face, and she hurriedly walked away. "Commander Qiao, you don't need to see us off. We're leaving first." Before Xiao Jun could reply, Aunt Lu quickly ran after Xiao Keqing. She caught up with Kiki, saw her wiping tears, and felt distressed. "Kiki, don't cry. There must be some misunderstanding. When Ting comes back, I'll ask him carefully." Xiao Keqing forced a smile. "I didn't cry. I just got some sand in my eyes, that's all. Aunt Lu, you probably still think I like Deputy Commander Lu, but I don't like him anymore. If I did, I wouldn't have broken off the engagement. That's actually better." Her steps quickened as she just wanted to escape this suffocating place. Aunt Lu watched Kiki walk away, stomped her foot, and thought, if she comes back, I won't let that brat off easily. Xiao Keqing ran all the way home, as if she wanted to vent all her frustration and dissatisfaction. Finally, panting, she pushed open the door. As soon as she entered, she saw her brother Xiao Junjie sitting on the sofa, reading her social media. Hearing the noise, Xiao Junjie looked up and saw his sister's appearance, immediately worried. He stood up quickly, strode over to her, and asked anxiously, "Sister, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hurry and tell your brother who bullied you. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here for you." All of Xiao Keqing's defenses suddenly collapsed. Sadness and bitterness flooded her heart like a wave. She felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Tears couldn't be stopped, and she threw herself into her brother's arms. Xiao Junjie gently patted his sister's head and softly comforted her. "Sister,
Don't cry.
no matter what happens, Big Brother is here. Don't be sad. Tell me what really happened." In her brother's embrace, Xiao Keqing gradually calmed down. She choked, her voice full of deep sadness. "Big Brother, what should I do?"
I like Luting.
After saying this, tears streamed down her face again. After hearing this, Xiao Junjie was silent for a moment and sighed. "Hey, feelings can't be forced. My sister is so excellent. She will find someone better than Lu Ting. Didn't Dad say the matchmaker he introduced is good? We should trust Mom and Dad's judgment, okay?" Xiao Keqing sniffled and said, I am just very upset right now. I'll be fine tomorrow." Seeing her red, swollen eyes, he felt very sorry. "Sister, let's have a drink. You said a little alcohol can help you feel better, right? Let's try." Xiao Keqing nodded with tears in her eyes. Xiao Junjie went to the kitchen, took the unfinished Maodai, and took his sister's hand into the room. "Let's drink in the room. What if Dad comes back and sees?" He poured 2 glasses and handed one to his sister. "Big Brother will drink with you. Let's forget about it tomorrow. My sister deserves better." Xiao Junjie asked again, "Tell me what happened today?" Xiao Keqing shook her head and forced a small smile. "Big Brother, I will still be full of energy tomorrow. I will forget Lu Ting. Please bring back my jade pendant then. I trust Mom and Dad's judgment. If I go to the matchmaker and feel it's right, I will marry him. Maybe I can get my marriage certificate next month on my birthday. You can come home and celebrate." Xiao Junjie frowned, worried. "I suggested you go on a blind date to distract yourself, not to rush into marriage. Marriage is a big thing for a lifetime, and you need to think carefully." Xiao Keqing nodded. "Of course, I will only marry someone I like." "Why would I marry someone I don't like?" "Marry someone you like, and Big Brother is still here with you. Why are you in such a hurry? Forget it. Compared to becoming an old maid, getting married early is fine. At least she lives nearby and can often look after her." Now, Brother is comforting his sister. They are talking openly while drinking. Xiao Keqing feels much happier. She doesn't know how many cups she has had until she takes out another bottle from her space and drinks again. Xiao Keqing watches her brother staggering and with dreamy eyes, saying, "Brother, your alcohol tolerance isn't good. Hurry back to sleep." I also want to sleep now." Xiao Junjie feels a bit tipsy and dizzy, so he sways back to his room. Over at the Lu family, Lu Ma comes back and sees her husband isn't home. She gets angry thinking about her son. She picks up a broom and sits on a stool, waiting for Lu Ting to return so she can teach him a lesson. She's very angry and feels her heart and lungs hurt badly. Lu Ting walks quickly ahead, with Su Malia jogging behind. They are far apart. Out of breath, she shouts, "Deputy Captain Lu, slow down. I can't keep up. You're walking too fast." Malia wants to explain about the hospital incident last time, but doesn't get the chance. This man really doesn't show mercy. He walks so fast she has to run after him. His legs are really long. Lu Ting stops and turns to look at Malia, who is running up to him. Seeing he has really stopped and is waiting, Malia feels happy and speeds up to catch up, then runs straight to his front. Lu Ting's eyes turn sharp like an eagle. "I see Dr. Su is full of energy and has strong legs. Looks like she's fine now. I won't walk her home. Men and women are different. Don't come looking for me." Before Malia can reply, he turns around and walks faster, leaving her stunned. They had made plans with the girl, but he broke his promise. He wonders what she's thinking. He feels annoyed, his brows slightly furrowed. Why is this woman so annoying? He decides to stay away from Su Malia. Just looking at her makes him upset. As soon as he steps into the house, he sees his mother angrily holding a broom, swinging it at his back. Mom? Lu Ting is caught off guard by the sudden attack. He quickly turns around to dodge. Hey Mom, what are you hitting me for? Lu Ting shouts as he dodges her attack. When she swings again, he swiftly catches the broom. Lu Ma is furious. I didn't expect my son to be two-faced. Give me the broom. I'll beat you to death. Lu Tingxin felt a wave of helplessness. He tightly held the broom and asked suspiciously, Mom, where did you hear that? How did I become someone two-faced? Lu Ma was furious. Huh? You still won't admit it?
We all saw it.
You kept saying you wouldn't marry Kiki, but what did you do? You secretly got engaged and did something shameful. Lu Ting was even more confused. What?
Mom, who told you that?
When did I get engaged? What shameful thing did I do? Lu Ma was so angry she shouted. We saw it with our own eyes, me, Kiki, Xiao Juan. Do you want to deny it? Lu Ting knew his mom misunderstood him, but he didn't know what she thought he did. He explained, Mom, don't hit me yet. First, tell me clearly what's going on, then you can hit me. Lu Ma was still angry. Son, how could you kiss Su Moli in front of everyone? You've already gotten engaged to her and are waiting for the wedding. Your dad and I had no idea. Lu Ting was stunned and widened his eyes. What? When did I kiss Su Moli? When did we set the date? Please tell me what's going on. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Ma started describing everything that had just happened in detail. She crossed her arms, frowned, and said sternly, You need to explain yourself clearly. What exactly did you do? Lu Ting's brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes darkened. He explained, Mom, it was a misunderstanding. I left the office planning to find Kiki. When I was going downstairs, Su Moli suddenly called me. She said she felt dizzy. Maybe her old illness was acting up, so she asked me to take her to the hospital. I didn't think much and agreed. I also couldn't ignore her because of her brother. She touched my arm for just a second, and I quickly pulled away. I didn't kiss her. We didn't kiss at all. Later, Xiao Juan congratulated me and asked me to drink. I thought he was saying I got an award, but I didn't realize he was congratulating me on getting married. I only drank a little and hurried back. Lu Ma looked at him with some suspicion. Really? Lu Ting explained, It's true. I swear I'm not joking. Lu Ma's anger eased a lot. Son, you're done for this time. Kiki is heartbroken. She ran home crying and said she doesn't like you anymore. Lu Ting frowned tightly and asked anxiously, Did she really cry? Did she really say she doesn't like me anymore? Can Mom really lie to you? Maybe right now. Kuku is hiding and crying. Hearing this, Lu Ting's heart was pounding. He couldn't wait any longer and turned to run outside the door. He ran quickly, with only one thought in his mind, to get to Xiao Keqing's side as soon as possible. He arrived at Xiao Junjia's house and took the key. Xiao Junjia had given it to him for convenience, so he could deliver breakfast. Today, it was just in time. He opened Xiao Keqing's door. The lights inside were still on. He just wanted to see how she was, to check if she had told her mother the same thing. He was afraid of disturbing Xiao Junjia, but was eager to see her and clear up the misunderstanding. His eyes immediately caught sight of Xiao Keqing. She was tilting her head and leaning on the table. She was holding a wine glass, and her usually bright eyes looked hazy, clearly drunk. Her eyes were red and swollen, her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly pouted, her eyes charmingly glistening, and she was muttering something. When Lu Ting approached her, Xiao Keqing also noticed him. She looked up, blinked, and pouted, saying, How did you change? Do you still have magic like me? Are thieves nowadays so advanced? Are thieves competing with each other?
Lu Ting.
Xiao Keqing thought for a moment and continued, You guys are not easy either. I gave you money, so you should leave quickly, don't get caught by them. The little girl was quite drunk. How much did she drink? She was already talking nonsense. She looked at the wine on the table, and no wonder. She had drunk so much, it was hard not to get drunk. The girl wobbled as she got up, rummaged through her bag, and took out a stack of money, slapping it on the table. I used magic to get this. Here, take it. You should leave now. Xiao Keqing tilted her head and looked at him. Seeing that the thief still hadn't left, she wondered if he was disgusted. I only have about 1,000 yuan. All of it is yours. I'm poor. She pouted.
Lu Ting smiled helplessly.
He then took out a bottle of Maotai liquor from his bag. Here, Maotai is good to drink and can be sold for money. Looking at the liquor he took out, Lu Ting's lips curled into a helpless smile. The girl dared to carry alcohol with her everywhere. What else could she possibly pull out? Xiao Keqing saw that Lu Ting still didn't move and frowned slightly. Is it not enough? She started to dig into her bag and chuckled softly. I have lots of magic tools. Here, some red wine. It's tasty and can sell for 18,000 per bottle. Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Where do you get so much wine? Your bag isn't that big, yet you can fit so many bottles. Xiao Keqing frowned even deeper. Isn't that enough? I took out another bottle.
18,000 per bottle.
The young girl really dares to say that, still claiming the wine is worth 18,000. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she took off a butterfly hairpin and handed it over, saying this. You can take this too. I don't like it anymore. I'll give it to you, so you can sell it.
Oh.
Be careful not to shake it, it makes me dizzy. Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh and cry. When did he start shaking? He was quite drunk. Isn't this the butterfly hairpin he gave her? He gently pressed her hand and asked, Why don't you like it anymore? Because a bad man gave it to me. I don't like it now, she said with a hint of grievance, her eyes shimmering with tears. Lu Ting was amused and a little angry. The young girl called him a bad man. Seeing her almost crying, he quickly stepped forward and hugged her in his arms, softly comforting her. It's my fault. I made you misunderstand. Be good. Don't cry anymore, okay? Your eyes are all swollen. Xiao Keqing looked up drowsily, her eyes hazy as she looked at him. Even a thief looks so handsome. More handsome than a bad man. She started to touch him up and down. Lu Ting looked down and saw her fingers brushing his chest, even slipping into his shirt from the hem, touching his abs. Her hands continued to move upward, wandering around his body, bringing a mix of coolness and warmth. The faint scent of alcohol and fragrance from her body lingered at his nose, blending together and making him feel a bit distracted. His Adam's apple moved as he tried to control himself, grabbing her restless little hands. He spoke in a steady voice, Stop touching. Xiao Keqing was obedient and nodded. Okay, then leaned unsteadily into his arms. Can I have a kiss? The bad man kissed others and I feel so sad. My heart hurts. I want a kiss too, she said with a hint of choking. Before Lu Ting could react, her fingers wrapped around his neck and pulled down, her lips covering his. In an instant, it felt like all the blood in Lu Ting's body rushed to his head, leaving him stunned. Her cool tongue slipped into his mouth, dancing on his tongue, and he trembled slightly, enjoying her kiss. When he tried to take control, her lips left his, and she weakly leaned into his chest. Xiao Keqing felt dizzy and faint, with a hint of shyness, and said, I can't stand up. Can you carry me? Who am I? You are a thief. Lu Ting chuckled helplessly, picked her up, and brought her to a chair, letting her sit on his lap, facing each other. This close, Lu Ting saw the tiny fine hairs on Xiao Keqing's face. Perhaps because she was naturally beautiful, not a single pore was visible, her skin smooth and delicate like a peeled egg. Due to drinking, her cheeks were slightly red and a little tipsy. Lu Ting watched her drunken, silly expression and softly said, I'm not a thief. I am Lu Ting. Xiao Keqing blinked as if thinking, shook her head, and became more dizzy. Then she suddenly reached out and pinched Lu Ting's face, tears falling again as she choked out, You're not Lu Ting. He's a bad man. Lu Ting looked helpless and gently wiped her tears, trying to comfort her. Okay, I'm not Lu Ting. Don't cry, all right? Afraid she might wake up the next door Xiao Junjie, he pressed his lips to hers, just like she had kissed him earlier, parting her lips and slipping his tongue inside. He greedily took in her breath, exploring every corner of her mouth. It wasn't until Xiao Keqing hit his shoulders that he reluctantly let go. Seeing her face flushed and breathing heavily, he smiled and said, "Silly girl, you need to breathe. Let's do that again." He pressed his lips to her again, softly kissing her bright red lips. He held her waist, and gentle kisses moved from her lips to her cheeks, as if wanting to melt her into himself, making her forever his. In this warm and romantic atmosphere, their heartbeats gradually synchronized, as if the whole world was theirs. He didn't know how long they kissed before Lu Ting released her from his arms. Xiao Keqing's eyes looked dreamy, her lips slightly pouted, breathing heavily, and she said, "What are you doing? Take your hands off, okay? Let me rest a bit. I'm so sleepy." She pouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Ting held her still, preventing her from moving, and looked down at the little girl in his arms, who had already leaned on his shoulder and fallen asleep. Lu Ting took a deep breath and said, "You really want to kill me, huh?" He gently lifted her and laid her on the bed, covering her with a thin blanket. Sitting by her side, he looked at her beautiful sleeping face, feeling a mix of guilt and tenderness. He softly stroked her cheek, his fingertips gliding over her delicate skin, feeling her warmth. Looking at her slightly swollen lips, he wondered how she could kiss so well. I remembered what the young girl said about the height standards and couldn't help but laugh. That's quite a feeling. She picked up a pen and paper from the table and started writing. When Lu Ting was about to go home, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the wine on the table. He couldn't let the young girl drink like that. He confiscated all 3 bottles of wine and took them away. Just as he was about to leave with the bottles, he paused again, his gaze falling on the bundle containing the wine. He picked up the bundle, examined it carefully, then looked at the 3 bottles in his hand, then at the bundle. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the person sleeping on the bed before placing the bundle back on the table. He then carried the 3 bottles and left. Back home, Lu Ting hurriedly took a cold shower to calm his restless mind. Lying on the bed, he struggled to sleep, only to hear a deep, low laugh. That night, he couldn't sleep. At noon, sunlight shone directly into Xiao Keqing's eyes as she slept, startling her awake from a beautiful dream. She frowned slightly, still lingering over the unfinished dream. She squinted her eyes, trying to adapt to the sudden, bright light. In her dream, she was very close to Lu Ting, kissing him passionately. Such feelings still seemed to linger on her lips.
Ha.
Hee. I was having a naughty dream. No wonder people say dreams are the opposite of reality. Then she slightly frowned and sat up, unconsciously rubbing her aching head from the hangover. Her eyes showed a hint of exhaustion. She picked up a porcelain cup on the table and took a sip. Trying to recall last night's scene, suddenly her mind seemed to flash with images of Lu Ting entering her room. Her heart raced again, and she rubbed her temples hard.
I think kissed Lu Ting forcefully.
And even touched his abs. This must be a dream, right? Yes, it's a dream. There's no way I would kiss him forcefully. No, it's just a naughty dream. She shook her head in disbelief, trying to dismiss these absurd thoughts. After finishing the water in the porcelain cup, her mind gradually cleared. Scenes of paying money, giving wine, handing over a hairpin, kissing and touching abs played like a movie in her mind, vivid and clear. She looked at the money, necklace, and hairpin on the table, but the wine was missing. Then she noticed a note on the table. She hesitantly picked up the note and saw the bold handwriting that said, "Rest well. No more drinking. I will explain when I return."
Lu Ting. Ah.
She screamed out loud, feeling like she was struck by lightning. Her mind was a mess. She was going crazy. She really was losing her mind. She had actually touched his abs and kissed him forcefully. She looked down at her hands. They were dirty. Oh no. She couldn't face anyone now. Her mouth was also dirty.
Pa.
She quickly spat twice. Xiao Keqing scratched her head hard. Oh my. Someone shoot her. This is too embarrassing. She looked again at the strong, bold words on the note. Explanation? What's there to explain? He's just a big Even though she kissed him forcefully, he didn't refuse, and later, he even kissed her back, kissed her for so long. No wonder her mouth hurt so much. What explanation? That she and Sue Malia are truly in love, and she is just his sister. A sharp pain shot through her heart. She crumpled the note and threw it on the table. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, feeling regretful inside. She quickly brushed her teeth and washed her mouth. This man was no good. She couldn't keep him. Confused, she got out of bed, and with a thought, she instantly entered her space. In the bathroom, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her lips were swollen. No wonder they hurt.
Ah.
There were bite marks on her neck. That dog man, how could she face anyone now? She scratched her head hard again. She ran the water in the bathroom, added some spiritual spring water, and soaked herself inside, thinking about what to do next. After washing, she carefully did her makeup, so she wouldn't look exhausted. Otherwise, her brother would worry. She covered her neck well, just with some concealer. If her brother saw, how could she explain? While applying makeup, she cursed the dog man, the big. She took a bun and ate it, then left her space. Xiao Junjie woke up early feeling a headache from drinking too much last night. After washing up, he went to the military office for a handover. As he stepped outside, he saw a woman in a dress at the door. She looked familiar. Xiao Shanshan approached him, smiling as she said, "Hello, Captain Xiao. My name is Xiao Shanshan. I am Xiao Jun's sister. May I ask you a question?" Xiao Junjie was caught off guard by her sudden appearance and became curious. "Go ahead." Xiao Shanshan looked serious and asked, "Captain Xiao, do you have a girlfriend?" Xiao Junjie's eyes flickered. What kind of question is that? But he still answered her no. Zhou Shanshan immediately felt happy. "I am Zhou Shanshan, 20 years old. Since I first saw you at the train station, I liked you. Yesterday, when you went on stage to accept the award, I recognized you. It turns out you are my brother's comrade. We are very connected. I hope you can consider me when looking for a partner?" Xiao Junjie was surprised and carefully looked at the girl in front of him. She was pretty, with clear features and big eyes full of sincerity and hope, making it hard to ignore her. He didn't expect her to be so straightforward and bold. "Comrade Zhou, I already like someone," Xiao Junjie said without hesitation. Zhou Shanshan felt a bit disappointed, but she quickly calmed down and smiled. "It's okay, Captain Xiao. I just wanted to tell you how I feel and let you know someone likes you. I also looked into you last night. Many people like you, just like me. I'll go now. See you another day." After saying that, Zhou Shanshan turned around happily, walking lightly as if nothing had happened to affect her mood. Xiao Junjie watched her leave, thinking both siblings looked alike and liked the same things. He didn't take it seriously and strode quickly to the army unit. Zhou Shanshan's goal today was achieved. She just wanted Xiao Junjie to notice her. As long as they didn't get married, she still had a chance. Tomorrow, she planned to bump into him by chance, often appearing in front of him so they could get to know each other slowly. After arranging things, Xiao Junjie looked at the time. Noon was approaching. He worried that his sister was still upset. She drank a lot last night and must be feeling terrible. His mood grew more annoyed with Lu Ting, wondering what kind of fairy he was trying to find. On the way back from the cafeteria after getting food, he met Sister Qiao again. This time, Zhou Shanshan wasn't intentionally bothering him.
"See?
They are destined." She followed Xiao Junjie closely. "Captain Xiao, are you here to get food? Going home to eat?" Zhou Shanshan jogged behind him, her face glowing with a bright smile. Xiao Junjie suddenly stopped and looked at her sharply. "Are you deliberately blocking me?" He stared at Zhou Shanshan, trying to see if she was intentionally stopping him. Zhou Shanshan looked at Xiao Junjie's cold face, pouting. "Why would I block you?" she said, even though she did have that thought. She continued, "Is it true that every time you see me again, you think I'm blocking you?" Xiao Junjie didn't know how to answer her. He had just confessed to her a few hours ago, and now they met again. Isn't that what she meant? Zhou Shanshan saw no response from the person and said, "Then be prepared for me to often block your way."
"See?
This girl is here to block him. Don't bother. Find someone else to chase. Maybe you'll have a better chance. I'm not lying. There's someone I like. Zhou Sanshan replied indifferently. You don't need to keep telling me you like someone. You're not even married yet. I still have a chance. Haha, this girl is braver than her brother. She can be compared to her sister. You're the second girl I know who is so brave to chase after someone. Zhou Sanshan curiously asked, who was the first? Xiao Junjie said, my sister. She hit a wall and turned back, and it was a hard hit. So, don't waste your effort. Zhou Sanshan's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Your sister is amazing. She sang so well yesterday. Can you introduce me to meet her? I really like listening to her sing. Xiao Junjie didn't want to talk to her anymore and turned to leave. Like her brother, he knew how to flatter people, but she started with his sister. Zhou Sanshan genuinely wanted to meet Xiao Keqing, so they could discuss music together. She chased after him but couldn't catch up. He clearly sped up. Despite that, Zhou Sanshan was happy. She didn't expect to talk so much with him today. How could she know whether she could catch him without hitting a wall? Xiao Keqing was feeling upset when Xiao Junjie knocked on the door and entered. Seeing her face flushed and annoyed, he asked with concern, what's wrong? Do you have a bad headache? I just got up, and it hurts a lot. Looking at her lips again, he said, look at you. You must have overdone it with the alcohol. Your lips are swollen. Next time, don't drink so much. It's bad for your health. Come eat. I brought food back. Xiao Keqing shyly lowered her head. Could she tell her brother she was swollen from a kiss? It wasn't heat, and she was secretly scolding the shameless man in her mind. Brother, I want to leave here today. Xiao Junjie placed the lunchbox on the table and said, I was just about to tell you that. Dad and Uncle Lu went to another military district and can't pick you up at the same time. Dad is worried about you and Aunt Lu taking the train alone, so he arranged 2 drivers to take you and Aunt Lu home. But one driver hasn't returned yet, so you might have to wait until tomorrow. It's okay to leave tomorrow. Xiao Keqing's eyes lit up instantly. Brother, don't you know I can drive? We don't need to wait for the other driver. I'll drive us now. Tomorrow is definitely too late. She really didn't want to see that shameless man. There was a big, so embarrassing. There's no good explanation, and they will have fewer chances to meet in the future. Xiao Junjie still had some doubts and asked, will it work? Xiao Keqing suddenly had a red notebook in her hand. Luckily, she had learned about it right after coming here. Her grandfather arranged for a master to teach her. She got this certificate, and luckily, she passed the exam. Otherwise, she really couldn't leave today. The master said I have talent. Can my car and my space prove that I am capable? Xiao Keqing didn't want to eat anymore and urged, tell Aunt Lu to pack her things and leave immediately. Hurry up, go now. Xiao Junjie watched his sister look so anxious and felt she was afraid of something. He asked, why are you in such a rush? Finish eating first. No eating, no leaving. After saying that, he looked her up and down. With sharp eyes, he stared at his sister closely. Tell me, what happened yesterday? Could he really be told? Hearing her brother say this, Xiao Keqing sat at the dining table and changed the subject. Eat. Eat. Nothing happened. I just want to go back early. Xiao Junjie knew his sister didn't want to say, so she must have experienced something that made her so eager to leave. He didn't ask further. While eating, he kept watching his sister. It was obvious she was eating much faster than usual, which confirmed his suspicion. When Lu Ting returned, he would definitely ask her about it. Xiao Keqing reminded her brother, remember to bring back my jade pendant. Brother, you eat quickly. Don't dawdle. Okay. Although Xiao Junjie still felt a bit worried, he thought about the car in his sister's garage. In the end, he let her drive. Seeing her current attitude, if he didn't let her go today, it wouldn't work. After finishing the meal, Xiao Junjie went to inform Aunt Lu. Xiao Keqing hurriedly packed her bag. When she packed, she found that her scumbag man had taken her 3 bottles of wine. She also put his note into her space to prevent her brother from seeing it. Meat Sauce took 2 bottles, and she brought along 2 large bags of steamed buns and pancakes. She opened the packaging of some pastries and packed them into 2 large bags. She also took a roasted chicken, a bottle of sour pickles, some fresh cucumbers, and common fruits like apples, pears, and strawberries. At the dinner table at home, she left behind meat sauce, roasted chicken, and roasted meat, along with sour pickles, apples, pears, strawberries, a large bottle of undiluted spiritual spring water, and several boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine, all unpacked and put into small bags. After notifying Aunt Lu, Xiao Junjie immediately came back. Seeing the pile of food his sister prepared, he felt very touched. He explained how to use the spiritual spring water and anti-inflammatory medicine that his brother had prepared for him. I will give Yanglan the fruits and other items after she finishes work. Then I told my brother, carrying a small bag, to leave without hesitation. Hurry up, faster, I must leave this place before Lu Ting returns. Xiao Junjie said as he walked, let's go straight to the military garage. I've already told Xiao Zhang. Xiao Keqing asked nervously, will we run into Lu Ting at the garage? Xiao Junjie looked suspiciously at Xiao Keqing. Why do you seem afraid to see him today? She usually never called him by his name, but today she did. Xiao Keqing quickly pretended to be calm. I'm not afraid. Seeing her avoid eye contact, Xiao Junjie was sure something was wrong. Hey, sister, you're acting strange today. Did something happen between you two yesterday? Xiao Keqing took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and stubbornly said, no.
Brother, don't guess.
I was just asking. But her flickering eyes already revealed her true feelings. Xiao Junjie could tell. He's busy, so we probably won't meet him, he said. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing felt relieved, and her tense nerves eased. Thank goodness, she wouldn't see that troublesome guy. If she did, she wouldn't know how to face him. Xiao Keqing arrived at Aunt Lu's yard and called out loudly, Aunt Lu, are you ready? Aunt Lu came out carrying 2 small bags, smiling warmly. Kiki, yes, I'm ready. Let's go. Xiao Junjie quickly stepped forward to take the bags. Aunt Lu, I'll carry these. The 3 headed to the parking lot. Xiao Keqing saw a young man in military uniform standing by the car, probably Xiao Zhang. Xiao Junjie put the bags in the car, told Xiao Zhang to drive carefully, and asked him to go slowly, making sure to drive safely. Xiao Keqing was already sitting in the driver's seat, getting familiar with the controls inside the car. Aunt Lu saw Xiao Keqing in the driver's seat and looked confused. Could Kiki really drive? Xiao Keqing saw Aunt Lu staring blankly and smiled. Aunt Lu, get in the car. Xiao Zhang, get in too. We'll take turns. I'll go first. Just then, Hyang entered and saw Xiao Junjie. He stepped forward to greet him. Captain Xiao, good. Where are you headed? I didn't hear you needed the car today. I'm about to pick up Deputy Commander Lu. Xiao Junjie told Hyang about his sister's early departure. Xiao Keqing saw it was Hyang, opened the car door, got out, greeted him, and then left. After all, he had taken care of her brother for a long time. She found her bag, took out a bag of apples, and approached Hyang. Hyang, I'm going back today. Thank you for taking care of my brother during this time. Here's some fruit, Xiao Keqing said, handing him the apples. Hyang smiled politely and declined. Comrade Xiao, you should eat these on the way. It's what I should do. But Xiao Keqing insisted on giving him the apples, so Hyang had no choice but to accept. Mom Lu also reminded Hyang to tell his son to go back a day early. Xiao Keqing looked at her brother again. Come home early. I'll be waiting for you at home. Do you remember my birthday? If you miss my celebration, I'll be upset. Don't worry, your sister's driving skills are good. She gave her brother a confident look. Xiao Junjie nodded and chuckled softly. I definitely won't forget. You should learn more before making decisions. Remember what I told you last night. Tell Mom not to worry.
Okay.
After Mom Lu and Xiao Zhang sat comfortably, Xiao Keqing waved goodbye to her brother and Hyang. To reassure her brother about her driving skills, she decided to show off a little. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, focused her eyes on the road ahead. She gently pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly started. Then she quickly shifted gears, and the car sped off like an arrow. At the turn, Xiao Keqing skillfully turned the steering wheel, hugging the edge of the curve, drawing a perfect arc. Her movements were smooth and natural, each detail showing her good driving skills. Seeing her driving, Xiao Junjie burst out laughing, as if anyone doesn't know she's good at driving. He was showing off to him, and his worries instantly disappeared, making him feel much more at ease. Hyung stood there, wide-eyed, staring at the departing car, unable to believe what he saw. He couldn't understand how she did that. He really couldn't operate like that. Xiao Zhang, sitting in the front passenger seat, was so excited his face turned red. He kept praising, "Sister Xiao, you're amazing," his tone full of admiration for Xiao Keqing. Hearing Xiao Zhang's enthusiastic words, Xiao Keqing couldn't help but smile secretly. She glanced at Xiao Zhang. He was a friendly person, and it seemed they could chat easily all the way. Aunt Lu was surprised and said, "Kiki, you are really good at driving. So skilled, I can't believe it. My goodness, you're amazing." Xiao Keqing smiled and replied, "Aunt Lu, I have a license." Aunt Lu looked at Xiao Keqing and felt in a good mood. She wondered if her son had explained everything clearly last night. When someone else takes the wheel later, she would ask her again. Judging by her face, she probably explained it already. Hyung placed the apple in the back seat and drove to pick up Deputy Captain Liu, heading back to the team just in time for dinner. Xiao Junjie also went to the team to finish his tasks early and return home. He wanted to keep an eye on his sister to make sure she didn't do anything reckless so he could watch over her. After arriving at the camp, Hyung took the apple Xiao Tongji gave him and started eating. The sweet aroma spread in his mouth, making him feel happy. He waited patiently for Deputy Captain Liu. Just as Hyung was about to finish the apple, Deputy Captain Liu came over and asked, "When did you arrive?" Hyung looked up at Deputy Captain Liu and noticed his lips seemed a bit chapped and scabbed. "A little while ago." "Deputy Captain Liu, are you feeling hot? Your lips are broken. There are apples in the car." He quickly finished his apple and threw it away. Lu Ting instinctively touched the injury at the corner of his mouth and slightly smiled. This wasn't heat, it was clearly from kissing too long. The little girl was struggling to breathe and got impatient, biting her lips. He was eager to see her and wanted to go back quickly to explain everything to her. Hyung continued, "The apple was given by Xiao Tongji. Aunt Lu also asked me to tell you that she left a day early." He opened the back door of the car. Lu Ting paused, about to get in the car, and asked Hyung, "Isn't the bus tomorrow? Who is sending you?" He planned to explain everything clearly and wanted her to wait for him, so they could take the train back together. Hyung explained, "I happened to be going to the parking lot to pick you up and met Captain Xiao and the others." Xiao Keqing was driving, and she arranged for Xiao Zhang and another person to take turns. Xiao Keqing gave me a bag of apples. Her driving skills are amazing. In our parking lot's sharp turns, everyone has to be very careful, but she just sped through, driving so fast it was shocking. I was too scared to say anything. "She's incredible," Hyung kept talking excitedly. Lu Ting furrowed his brows, licking his back teeth. Didn't she write him a note? Wasn't she supposed to wait for him to explain? He couldn't possibly miss her note. He kept thinking and couldn't clearly explain himself to her. She still misunderstood that he kissed someone else and secretly planned a future with another person. Yesterday, she even called him a bad man and a scoundrel, clearly avoiding him now. Last night, seeing her crying so sadly, he felt soft inside and couldn't help but feel heartache. Lu Ting smirked and said he could still drive. After not seeing each other for 3 years, he received quite a few surprises. Clearly, the girl still liked him. Why didn't she wait for him to come back and explain? It made him feel uncomfortable inside. If it weren't for wanting to transfer back to the capital sooner, he wouldn't be so busy these days. After getting in the car, Hyung thought it was necessary to tell Deputy Captain Liu that Xiao Keqing's birthday was coming up. He added, "Xiao Keqing wants Captain Xiao to go home early. It seems like she's planning a birthday celebration, so don't miss out on any parties or gatherings." Lu Ting's mind drifted far away, as if his birthday was coming soon. The girl wanted to hold a celebration. Do people hold parties for birthdays? She was quick to run away, and Lu Ting felt a strange feeling inside. When he returned, he wondered where she would hide. The car drove straight into the residential area and stopped steadily in front of Xiao Junjie's house. Lu Ting didn't hesitate and opened the door, walking straight toward Xiao Junjie's home. He pushed open the unlocked door and strode inside confidently. Xiao Junjie immediately knew who was visiting. Besides Lu Ting, who else could it be? He looked up at the door and saw that stern face, clearly showing displeasure. Have you eaten? If not, come in. My sister left this for me. Lu Ting glanced at the variety of food on the table. There was quite a lot. A bitter feeling rose in his heart. She's thoughtful. Xiao Junjie, seeing this, coldly snorted and said, Shouldn't I be thoughtful for you? I was very upset back then when I was kind to you. Lu Ting went to the kitchen, filled a bowl with rice, and sat down at the table, frowning as he started to eat. Xiao Junjie had almost finished eating and put down his chopsticks. He said, My sister told me that the jade pendant is enough for me. After I finish eating, I'll go to your room and get it. Lu Ting paused with his chopsticks, thinking about how the girl misunderstood him and was anxious to avoid him. His heart felt even worse. Seeing his face twisted in frustration, Xiao Junjie was annoyed and thought about how sad his sister was crying for him. He really wanted to punch him. Xiao Junjie hesitated, worried he might act impulsively. He remained silent for a while, then finally calmed himself and continued, You've gone back to the capital, and you rarely see my sister. It's best if you don't meet her at all. Our parents have arranged a good family background for her, and everything she wants. This time she's returning for a blind date, and after that, they'll get engaged. When she celebrates her birthday, she might even register the marriage and hold a wedding banquet. So I need to go back before her birthday to check on her. Before he finished, there was a loud crash as Lu Ting's bowl and chopsticks fell to the ground with a sharp, loud sound. He paused, his deep black eyes suddenly narrowing. No wonder Hyang said her birthday celebration was just her drinking her own and others' happy wine. Does she really just marry anyone so casually? Clenching his fists, veins bulging, he suppressed his emotions for a long time and said to Xiao Junjie, Do you know how I got that lip cut? Xiao Junjie looked at Lu Ting's mouth and said indifferently, Probably heat. Lu Ting sneered. We grew up together. When have you ever seen me get angry? Especially in this situation, he added, pointing at the lip with one finger. Xiao Junjie was stunned for a moment, then realized, was it really what he thought? His eyes widened. You. What exactly do you mean? Lu Ting took a deep breath, calming himself before saying, Your sister bit me yesterday. She kissed and bit me again, so I have to take responsibility for her. The jade pendant definitely can't be returned to you, and she definitely shouldn't go on her blind date. Hearing this, Xiao Junjie looked shocked.
No wonder his sister was avoiding him.
Both of them were angry, and this morning her lips were swollen. How long had she been so upset? His anger flared, and he punched Lu Ting in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Xiao Junjie was furious. He had wanted to hit him for a long time. Grabbing his shirt, he threw another punch. His eyes filled with rage as he shouted, You're bullying my sister, and you're just denying it. Are you even human? Lu Ting pushed Xiao Junjie away, spitting out blood onto the ground. He licked his torn lips, feeling real pain. This guy's attack was really harsh. Feeling wronged, he said, It was your sister who kissed me first. Since she kissed me, I definitely won't let go. Xiao Junjie's chest heaved with anger. It's your fault. You shouldn't have taken advantage of my sister. Lu Ting stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I admit I was wrong. I didn't refuse her because I like her. I will definitely take responsibility. Xiao Junjie angrily stared at Lu Ting. Humph, you say you don't like her, then say you do. Wanting or not wanting, are you the one who decides? What do you think of my sister? Do you know how sad she was yesterday? How long she cried? Brother, I beg you, please let her go. For the sake of our past brotherhood, I won't argue with you. Stay away from my sister and don't bother her. Otherwise, I can't be your brother anymore. As a soldier, your behavior is good, but as a husband, you are not. Lu Ting listened quietly for a long time after Xiao Junjie finished speaking. He knew that his past avoidance had caused great pain to Xiao Keqing.
It was a serious mistake.
Not bothering her was not an option. Just thinking about her marrying another man made his heart ache and he couldn't breathe. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Junjie with firm eyes. I can't promise not to bother her. She can only be my wife in this life. I can't accept her marrying someone else. I will treat her well and be a good husband." After saying this, he picked up a jar of sauce from the table and strode out, leaving Xiao Junjie standing there in shock. Xiao Junjie snorted coldly. He thought lightly he should get hit a few more times. Lu Ting went to the army to drive and prepare to buy train tickets for tomorrow. Fortunately, he finished his work here, and he was glad he had sped up handling things so he could leave. Otherwise, he really couldn't go. He bought the tickets first and planned to report to Captain Zhou the next morning. Lu Ting's hands tightened on the steering wheel. His fingers turned slightly white from gripping too hard. His jaw clenched tightly, and his eyes reddened, deep and dark like an abyss. Thinking about the girl going on a blind date with someone else felt like 1,000 needles stabbing his heart, making his chest feel more and more suffocating. That Dr. Sue was a stumbling block for him and the girl. Last time at the hospital, it was because of her that the girl was angry with him. This time it was even worse. Luckily, he was about to transfer back and wouldn't see her again. He thought about taking the train back, which would take at most 1 extra day, and he should make it in time. Lu Ting returned late from the train station. Fortunately, someone he knew arranged a top bunk for him, or he really wouldn't have been able to buy a ticket. Meanwhile, Xiao Keqing was calmly driving her car along the winding road. After 4 hours, she finally gently parked by a picturesque and refreshing field. She decided to stay here for a while to have dinner and take care of her physical needs. He took out his bag from the car and said, "Aunt Lu, Xiao Zhang, let's eat something here, then find a guest house to stay overnight." Aunt Lu watched Xiao Keqing carefully take out food from her backpack, one item after another, and said with surprise, "Kiki is so thoughtful. I didn't prepare anything. Next time I go out, I'll be more prepared." Xiao Keqing smiled and handed the food to them, saying, "Aunt Lu, since it's your first time traveling far, you probably don't know what to bring. I just prepared based on what I heard." Xiao Zhang smiled brightly and said, "Sister Xiao, you're amazing. I really admire you. This is the first time I've gone far and eaten so well chicken and meat. Usually, I just bring a few steamed buns, and at the guest house, I just eat whatever is available." Xiao Keqing ate while saying, "Eat quickly. You'll drive the next part of the way. Find a guest house and we'll stay overnight. Eat more now, or it'll spoil by tomorrow." Xiao Zhang nodded and said, "You guys can stay at the guest house. I'll just sleep in the car for 1 night." Xiao Keqing said seriously, "Getting a good night's sleep is important for driving safely tomorrow. Safety first. Booking a room doesn't cost much." Xiao Zhang nodded again with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Xiao." After finishing their meal, Xiao Zhang drove to a guest house they had stayed at before. The 3 of them took out their IDs and booked 3 rooms. Aunt Lu initially planned to stay with Xiao Keqing, but Xiao Keqing politely declined, saying she was used to staying alone. If Aunt Lu stayed with her, she wouldn't be able to go into her space to take a shower. Xiao Keqing went to her room, unpacked her belongings, and then entered her space. She finally had time to organize the things she hurriedly packed from the army. While organizing, she specifically set aside everything given by the dog man, as keeping it in the wardrobe would only cause trouble. Out of sight, out of mind. She packed everything into a bag and placed it in the storage room to deal with another day. After tidying everything up, she washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Lu Ting got up eagerly to pack his bag. He packed the large items to send back home, and the rest could be given to comrades. He also put 3 bottles of wine from Xiao Keqing into his backpack to take home, worried they might break during shipping. Once everything was ready, Lu Ting hurried to Commander Zhou's office, knocked gently, then loudly called, "Report." "Come in," came Commander Zhou's steady and powerful voice from inside. Captain Zhou saw that Lu Ting still had some bruises on his face and couldn't help but smile softly, teasing, "Hey,
Who's that?
how did they manage to hurt you, Lu Ting? I'm really curious." "Future brother-in-law, I should be responsible," Lu Ting replied with a gushow. Captain Zhou exclaimed, "What?" Then he asked curiously, "When did you get a girlfriend?" "I didn't know. You're really good at hiding things." Before, when I wanted you to find someone, I tried to persuade you kindly. Now, you just took care of it quietly. Lu Ting explained seriously, Captain Zhou, you used to say that at our age, not looking for a partner is irresponsible to the family and to work. I just faced a problem and came to see you. He briefly explained about Xiao Keqing and himself. It was after finishing the work handover and completing the task that he came to find Captain Zhou, hoping to get approval for some leave in advance. Captain Zhou agreed quickly, seeing that Lu Ting hadn't taken a vacation in 3 years and approved him for a month of leave. Lu Ting was so happy he couldn't stop smiling and said, Captain Zhou, I'll treat you all to a meal at the cafeteria at noon. Please come. I'll wait for you there. I have a train at 6 tonight. Captain Zhou patted Lu Ting's shoulder and said, All right, I'll definitely come. And when your wedding celebration happens, don't forget to invite me for a drink. Okay. Just follow the usual process with Xiao Junjie, Lu Ting said with a smile. He knew Captain Zhou was a smart person who understood things immediately. If Captain Zhou still had questions, he would just chuckle and tease, You little guy, you really have a lot of tricks. Isn't everyone? If Xiao Junjie found out, he would probably plan ahead too. Then how could he clear up the misunderstanding with Xiao Keqing? Lu Ting took out the information he found and handed it to Captain Zhou. This is Yang Guizhi's information, including Li Chuanmei's testimony inside. The last incident was led by Yang Guizhi, who instigated Li Chuanmei to frame Xiao Keqing. It's all written there. Also, the recent performance incident was her scheme to harm Xiao Keqing. Captain Zhou took the documents and carefully looked through them, muttering as he read, This is just a troublemaker. She must be dealt with seriously. I'll show this to Major Ma. He continued, and Li Chuanmei, after the party, she fought with Yang Guizhi. She's still in the hospital, badly injured. Last time, Lu Xiaohong took all the blame. This time, she can't escape. Both of them must be fired. Lu Ting also checked on Li Chuanmei. There were no major issues, just that she was easily fooled by others. At noon, Lu Ting treated some good friends from the army, including Xiao Jun, to a meal. Xiao Jun knew Xiao Keqing had already gone back, and Lu Ting was also about to transfer away. It seemed he really had no chance. He couldn't transfer to the capital like Lu Ting, and eating felt dull. After the meal, Lu Ting returned to the family residence. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiao Junjie standing angrily in his yard, clearly waiting for him. Lu Ting opened the door and went inside. Xiao Junjie followed closely, looking around. He saw that everything in the house had been packed up and was very tidy. Xiao Junjie shouted angrily, Lu Ting, what do you want to do? What are you really after? Are you chasing my sister? I tell you, I don't agree. Lu Ting replied seriously, Even if you don't agree, I will still chase her. I want to be with your sister for the rest of my life. I will treat her well and make her happy. Besides, your sister likes me. Isn't that better? We love each other. In the future, you will be my brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Just agree. But Xiao Junjie was not moved at all. He still looked angry and said, You said my sister was your sister before. How many days ago was that? Now you've changed your mind. Did you say that? Lu Ting was speechless. He thought, Why did I say such stupid things back then? Xiao Junjie continued, How can you make my sister happy? With your luck, you'll just make her angry to death. You better not harm my sister anymore. Lu Ting argued, If I married your sister earlier, I wouldn't be attracting so much trouble. A married man shouldn't be doing that.
Who dares?
You say you've known me for so many years. Have I ever actively chased after other women? Have I ever been close to any female colleagues? You should know me best.
Xiao Diony gled at Lu Ting fiercely.
You really are shameless. Your face is thicker than a city wall. Forget it, I won't agree. My dad definitely won't agree either. Just give up already. Thinking about this, Lu Ting understood why Xiao Junjie was so angry. If he put himself in his shoes, he would be angry too. Giving up was impossible. He sincerely said, I don't know how to make you believe that I will treat your sister well in the future. I swear as a soldier that I will be good to her for the rest of my life. Never let her down. Love her forever. If I can't marry her, then I won't marry anyone at all. Anyway, my family doesn't need me to carry on the family line. Xiao Junjie felt a slight shiver in his heart. How could you possibly not marry her for a lifetime? Lu Ting replied, if I don't like her, what's the point of marrying? After a long pause, Xiao Junjie asked loudly, be honest, when did you start liking my sister? Lu Ting thought for a moment. He was sure it was in the hospital, when the girl fed him water. That was the first time he felt that way, probably from the very first day she came. After hesitating a moment, he touched his nose and said, probably the first day.
What?
Xiao Junjie shouted in shock, unable to believe it. He looked at him again, then remembered what his sister had said about being attracted at first sight. Xiao Junjie asked curiously, is what my sister said true? You liked her the first time you saw her? Are you attracted just by her looks?
Lu Ting thought about it.
He wasn't sure if it was just attraction, but he felt really good. His whole body would get hot and excited. He had never felt that way before. He decided not to tell him anymore, afraid he might get hit again. As the future brother-in-law, should he fight back or not? Lying was impossible, and he didn't want to lie. Lu Ting didn't deny anything or say more. He kept silent. Seeing Lu Ting like this, Xiao Junjie thought he was admitting it. He was even angrier. You pompous guy, always pretending to be serious, yet you say my sister is just your sister, and you even added a dowry. Xiao Junjie continued to question him, when do you plan to start courting my sister? Lu Ting replied seriously, after my hand heals. Before that, I was worried I couldn't make her happy. Xiao Junjie sneered coldly. Last question, be honest. You should know what happens if you hide things. Ask. Lu Ting met his gaze, knowing he was the future brother-in-law. Besides kissing my sister, what else have you done with her? Be honest. Xiao Junjie's eyes were sharp as he stared at Lu Ting. Lu Ting looked into his eyes and understood what he was thinking. He replied very seriously, what else could there be? Don't think I don't know you're full of dirty thoughts. The things you're thinking about won't happen before marriage. Is there a problem with that? Hurry up and ask, I need to mail some things. Lu Ting, I used to hope you'd become my brother-in-law. Now, I just hope you stay far away. After speaking, Xiao Junjie strode quickly outside, knowing he needed to go back soon. Lu Ting watched him hurriedly leave and realized he was probably going to see Captain Zhou. Luckily, Xiao Junjie had already greeted Captain Zhou, or else the situation would be too obvious, and it would be hard for him to pursue her properly. Xiao Junjie hurriedly went to find the captain and on the way, met Director Yang from the art troupe. Director Yang stopped him. Xiao Jie, I was just about to come to you. Is your sister at home? I want to talk to her directly. Your whole family is great, especially your mom and dad. They tricked the military district people. With such an excellent daughter, she should be in the art troupe. Xiao Junjie replied, my sister went back today.
Oh.
So soon? I need to speed up and finish my work here, then go find your sister. Director Yang looked a little regretful. Why are you looking for my sister? To join the art troupe? Xiao Junjie asked suspiciously. Director Yang nodded. Yes. Who else can sing better than your sister? Xiao Junjie proudly said, that's right. No one can sing and dance better than my sister. Director Yang looked surprised. What? She dances too? Of course. My sister dances even better. But don't get your hopes up. She's not going to join the art troupe, Xiao Junjie said confidently.
Why not?
She has such a good opportunity. This is the military art troupe in the capital. Anyway, I've told you she won't go. I'm done talking. I have things to do. Xiao Junjie waved his hand and was about to leave. Yang Biao stopped Xiao Junjie. Don't rush off.
I still need to talk to you about something.
What is it? Xiao Junjie stopped. Yang Biao said, isn't it true that some members of the art troupe are going to the capital? You're also going back, right? It would be good to spend a day together. Take the train and watch out for any problems on the way. Xiao Junjie agreed happily. Of course, no problem. Is that all? Okay, I'm leaving now. Yang Biao waved his hand. Go ahead, go ahead. Yang Biao watched Xiao Junjie's distant figure and thought to himself, no, he must get Xiao Keqing into the art troupe. He didn't believe there was anything he couldn't do. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was on his way home. with Hee-young seeing the deputy captain off at the train station. Lu Ting lay on the narrow bunk, using the faint light to look at a photo kept in his pocket, filled with longing and regret for Xiao Keqing. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Keqing and the others drove home. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhang was driving. Xiao Keqing sat in the back seat, chatting with Aunt Lu and eating fruit. Aunt Lu finally got the chance to ask about the things that had been on her mind these past few days. She still wanted to explain things to her son again. After a pause, she said, "Kiki, did Ting tell you about his relationship with Su Malia?" "I asked him, and it was just a misunderstanding." Before Aunt Lu could finish, Xiao Keqing interrupted her, really not wanting to hear more about that topic. Although she wore a slight smile, her eyes showed a hint of sadness that was hard to notice. "Aunt Lu, are you here to talk to me about Brother Lu looking for a partner? I've already broken off the engagement with him, so there's nothing to explain. It's normal for him to look for someone else." Though she said this, her heart was still painfully clenched. Only when you truly feel love can you understand this kind of pain. Xiao Keqing was experiencing it for the first time. In the future, he would be with Xiao Green Tea, and it would be best not to see him again. She had a grudge against Xiao Green Tea. How could she have unknowingly fallen for such a bad guy? Thinking about him kissing Su Malia and her having kissed him too made her feel uncomfortable, disgusting. Luckily, she was back now. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, then said, "When I go back this time, my parents have arranged a blind date for me. Once I return, they'll set it up. Aunt Lu, please help me look at him and see if he's suitable." After saying this, Xiao Keqing's face showed a faint smile again. But in Aunt Lu's eyes, it looked like a forced, brave smile, which made her feel heartache. Anxiously, Aunt Lu asked, "Ting really? With Su?" "Aunt Lu, I want to sleep a little longer. I have to drive later, so I want to get to bed early," Xiao Keqing said. She tried hard to control her emotions and not let them show. She turned her head to the side, avoiding Aunt Lu's gaze. Then she opened her water bottle, which contained spring water, and took large sips to refresh herself. She actually fell asleep without realizing it. Throughout the journey, Xiao Keqing and Xiao Zhang took turns driving. They worked well together. Whenever it was mealtime, they would stop at scenic spots to eat, helping to ease the fatigue of long drives. To stay alert and ensure safety, Xiao Keqing drank a lot of spring water to stay awake. They finally arrived home at 3 p.m. the next day. Mom Lu warmly invited Xiao Zhang to rest at their house, and after seeing Xiao Keqing go inside, she felt relieved and went home. When Xiao Keqing returned home, she found her grandfather and mother were not there. She guessed her grandfather had gone out to play, and her mother hadn't finished work yet. She placed her bag on the sofa, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Exhausted, she went upstairs to take a shower and sleep peacefully, allowing her body and mind to fully relax. Until the door was opened and her mother's familiar voice sounded, "Kiki, when did you get home? Come eat. After eating, you can sleep well." After speaking, she sat on the bed. Today, Xiao Mom came home from work and saw her daughter's bag. She guessed her daughter had returned and was probably resting upstairs. She happily prepared a meal and called her to eat. Xiao Keqing hugged her mother around the waist and rested her head on her mother's lap. "Mom, I miss you so much," she said softly, with a teasing tone. Mom gently stroked her head, full of love and warmth. "Kiki, I miss you too. Are you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Grandpa is downstairs." "Okay." Xiao Keqing got dressed and went downstairs with her mother. Seeing Grandpa sitting at the dining table, she ran happily to his side. "Grandpa, did you miss me? I missed you so much. How's your health? Are you eating well? Sleeping well?" Grandpa smiled warmly. "I'm very well. I've been waiting for you to come back. I think about you all the time, even in my dreams. Hurry up and eat, then we can chat." "Okay." After eating, Xiao Keqing planned to have a good chat with them, but she still felt extremely tired. She drank a lot of spirit spring water, but it seemed useless. Instead, her body felt even more exhausted. She said goodnight to her grandpa and mother early and went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Xiao Keqing woke up with a splitting headache, shaking her head drowsily. She quickly took a cup of spirit spring water from her space and drank it, trying to ease her discomfort. In the past, drinking this water made her feel energetic instantly. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. She decided not to think about it and got up to wash up. When Xiao Keqing went downstairs for breakfast, her mother had already prepared the meal. She sat down feeling dizzy and greeted her softly, "Mom." Mom turned to look at her daughter and saw her sitting pale at the table. She hurried over and asked, "Kiki, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" She touched her daughter's forehead and felt no fever. Xiao Keqing was very confused. She had clearly drunk a lot of spiritual spring water, but she didn't feel any improvement. Instead, her condition seemed to worsen. Her neck also ached a little, and she wondered if she had caught a cold. "Mom, I think I might have a cold. I feel a bit dizzy." "Wait, I'll get some medicine for you," her mother said. She wiped her hands on her apron and went to the living room to find the medicine. Xiao Mom handed her the medicine and water, saying, "Here, eat this quickly. It will work immediately." Xiao Keqing looked at the dark pill and felt even more dizzy. "Mom, what is this? It's so dark. You're really confused. This is the medicine you've taken since you were a child whenever you had a cold. It's very effective. You've always been weak and sickly, so I keep it at home. Hurry up and take it. Don't delay," her mother urged. Xiao Keqing remembered her previous life's memories and thought this was true, so she reluctantly took the pill. She stuck out her tongue and said, "It's so bitter." Here, her mother peeled a piece of candy and handed it to her. Xiao Keqing took the candy and pouted, saying, "Mom is the best." Her mother reminded her, "I'm going to work now. Grandpa will stay at home to watch you. At noon, Grandpa will cook porridge for you. I'll be back in the evening. Stay at home and rest peacefully. Don't go anywhere, understand?" "Okay," Xiao Keqing replied obediently. Her mother went upstairs to tell her father that Xiao Keqing was sick and needed him to take good care of her at home before heading to work. After taking the medicine, Xiao Keqing felt her head spinning even more and could only go back to her room to rest. Grandpa Lu finished breakfast and came to Zhao's house to find old Xiao. He knocked on the courtyard door loudly and shouted, "Old Xiao, hurry up, let's go." They had agreed yesterday to go to the park today to watch a chess competition. Grandpa Xiao hurried out and said, "Don't shout so loudly. My granddaughter is sick with a cold and is resting. Don't disturb her. I'm not going today. You go by yourself. I need to take care of her. No one at home should be left alone." Grandpa Lu also became anxious. Why did she get sick as soon as she came back? "No, I won't go today either. I'll stay home and keep you company. I'll tell my daughter-in-law to prepare lunch. Don't bother making it. I'll come back later, and we can talk then." He turned to leave. When Grandpa Lu returned home, he called out loudly upstairs to his wife, Man, come down quickly." Lu's wife came downstairs, placing a cloth on the coffee table, and asked curiously, "Dad, what's the matter?" "I was upstairs cleaning. Grandpa Lu, Coco is sick with a cold. You should cook lunch today. Xiao Lao too and Coco's mom are at work, so prepare enough for 2 more people."
"What?
Coco is sick? Wasn't she fine yesterday?" Grandma Lu felt a sudden worry. Could it be that Coco is feeling down or just tired from traveling? Grandpa Lu also looked worried and said, "This child has always been weak and prone to illness. It's rare to see her feeling better this year. Now she's sick again after coming back. Usually, her illnesses last 10 days or half a month. I don't know how long this will last." Grandpa Lu turned and went to the Xiao family. When he arrived, he sat in the yard with old Xiao, and they started drinking tea and chatting. While drinking, he told lively stories about Coco, which his daughter-in-law had told him last night. He spoke with admiration and love for Coco. Afterward, he scolded, "You old Xiao. I thought I knew you well after all these years, but look, your Coco is so talented, and you've kept the secret from everyone in the city. What are you thinking? Do you look down on my grandson?" Hearing this, old Xiao became more and more excited. Old Xiao patted his thigh and praised repeatedly, I told you, my Coco just needed time to grow. She's always been excellent. Haven't I told you this before? When did I hide anything from you? As for driving, she learned recently, and the experienced drivers all say she has talent. Old Grandpa Lu remembered the last phone call from Lu Ting, who told him not to approve Coco as a granddaughter, and he comforted himself. Old Xiao, I've thought about it. We can't back out of this marriage now.
Why not?
Old Xiao also thought of Lu Ting and got angry, puffing his cheeks and glaring. No, I don't agree. It's not up to me about the younger generation. Let them decide for themselves. Besides, my son and daughter-in-law found a matchmaker for Coco. They were supposed to meet tomorrow, but Coco got sick, so it's postponed. Grandpa Lu tried to persuade him. Aren't both kids interested? Why don't you agree? Old Xiao snorted coldly, with a firm attitude. If my Coco agrees to be her granddaughter, I'll accept. But as a daughter-in-law? Forget it. That's impossible. Grandpa Lu felt helpless. Oh no, this time it's going to be difficult to get her married. If he put himself in their shoes, he wouldn't agree either. No wonder Lu Ting remained single. At noon, Mother Lu carried a basket filled with hot meals. She cheerfully entered the Xiao family's gate. As soon as she arrived, she went straight to the two elderly men and handed them the food before going upstairs to see Coco. This was the first time Mother Lu entered Xiao Keqing's room. She looked around and saw that the room was clean and tidy. Everything was well organized, with books neatly arranged on the table, showing the owner's carefulness and seriousness. The paintings on the wall were very beautiful. Where did she buy them? They were so lovely. Mother Lu couldn't help but feel more admiration for Xiao Keqing. She didn't stop to look around further. She placed the cooked lean pork porridge on the table, then carefully walked to the bed. She gently reached out to check Xiao Keqing's forehead. Luckily, she didn't have a fever. She softly called, Kiki, Kiki, wake up and drink some porridge before going back to sleep. At this moment, Xiao Keqing's head was pounding terribly, as if thousands of needles were stabbing her brain. She took medicine and drank spiritual spring water, but her symptoms didn't improve at all. She felt very confused. What was wrong with her body? In her hazy state, she was helped up. When she opened her eyes, she saw it was Mother Lu. Aunt Lu, why are you here? Xiao Keqing's voice was hoarse, and her face looked pale. I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. Mother Lu looked at Xiao Keqing's appearance with worry in her heart. She comforted her. How can you not eat? Not eating won't make you better. Drink less, I'll feed you some porridge. She picked up a spoon and carefully fed Xiao Keqing small bites of porridge. Although Xiao Keqing had little appetite, under Mother Lu's patient persuasion, she reluctantly drank half a bowl. Aunt Lu, I really can't eat anymore, Xiao Keqing said apologetically. I just want to sleep for a while. I'll feel better after a nap. Don't worry. Mother Lu looked at Xiao Keqing with concern and nodded gently. All right, you sleep. You can eat something later. After saying that, she helped Xiao Keqing cover her quilt and quietly left the room. Lu Ting stood in the corridor of the train, looking out the window at the scenery. It felt like these 2 days were the longest of his life. During these days on the train, he had been eating meat sauce with buns or boxed meals prepared by the young girl. It was much better than traveling alone without bringing anything. Luckily, the train was about to arrive at the station. In at most 2 hours, he would see the person he missed so much, someone who haunted his dreams. Xiao Keqing woke up again until she heard her mother's voice nearby. Kiki, Kiki, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? She touched her daughter's forehead and felt no fever, which eased her worries. Xiao Keqing was very weak and weakly said, Mom, I want to sleep a little more. I won't eat now. When I feel better, I'll get up and eat. Her mother carefully tucked the edges of the blanket around her, making sure she was fully covered, then turned and left her room. After her mother left, Xiao Keqing took a sip of spiritual spring water from her space and drank it. She didn't believe she wouldn't get better. Now she wasn't worried about dirt appearing on her again because her body was gradually adapting to the spiritual spring water. But the opposite happened. Her head felt like it was going to explode with pain. She couldn't help but wonder if she was going to die. She had only been in this world for a few months since her crossing, so why was she leaving so soon? What would happen if she died? She thought of her dad, mom, grandpa, older brother, and Lu Ting. Then she also thought of that man, which caused a sharp pain that made her faint. Xiao Keqing found herself in a strange world, surrounded by fog. She saw a person in a floral dress made of fabric walking toward her and saying, "I finally entered your dream. Since your memories are incomplete, I can't fully come through." Xiao Keqing finally saw her face clearly. Wasn't this the original owner? She still looked like she just arrived with bangs. Seeing herself standing in front of her still made Xiao Keqing a little scared. She nervously asked, Are you the original Xiao Keqing? Why are you afraid of me? Don't worry, I don't eat people. It's hard to get into your dream. If you weren't so tired these days and had a slight cold, and most importantly, if you hadn't drunk so much spiritual spring water that it backfired, drinking nearly a year's worth, your body would have problems. It might cause a high fever and fainting, but it won't affect your future health. From now on, just a small sip each day is enough. Your memory isn't complete, so I can only enter your dream. When your memory is complete, I can go to another parallel world. Xiao Keqing nodded, feeling relieved. At least she wasn't going to die. I won't say more. I'm leaving now. Hurry and watch. Once you're done, you can go back. During the process, feeling happy or experiencing some pain is normal. After speaking, her figure instantly disappeared into the fog. Xiao Keqing wanted to ask her a few more questions, but she ran away too quickly. Then, Xiao Keqing suddenly felt like watching a movie, with scenes flashing before her eyes. From a newborn baby slowly growing up, each moment was full of warmth and emotion. At this time, Zhao's mother came into her daughter's room again, gently calling, "Kiki, it's almost 8 p.m. Get up and eat something. Take your medicine." "I bought some candy again today, Kiki." However, when she touched her daughter's forehead, she found it was very hot. She quickly patted her daughter's body and anxiously called out, "Kiki, Kiki, wake up quickly." At this moment, Zhao's mother suddenly panicked. She hurried to the next room to find her husband. Grandpa Xiao received his daughter-in-law's urgent call and rushed over immediately. Seeing Kiki in that state, his heart sank, knowing the situation was serious. He calmly told his daughter-in-law, "Quickly change Kiki's clothes. I will call a car to take her to the hospital. Time is tight. We can't delay even a moment." After speaking, Grandpa Xiao immediately went downstairs to make a call and arranged for security to pick them up. The car was out on an errand and was on its way back, at least 20 minutes away. What should they do? Kiki's condition was urgent. Her brain was almost burning out. Grandpa Xiao was anxious and didn't care about his own legs and feet. He dropped his cane and went upstairs, ready to carry Kiki to the hospital. Fortunately, the military hospital was not far. He could carry her to the gate where the guards were, which wouldn't waste much time. Zhao's mother hurriedly tried to stop him, saying, "Dad, you're too old. What if something happens when you carry Kiki? Can your legs handle it? I'll call someone." She spoke while choking up. Grandpa Xiao looked determined and said, "Her fever is so serious. We can't delay. I'll carry her to the gate first, then call for help." "Do you think I'm too old? It has to be done today. Why are you hesitating? Don't cry. Open the door quickly." At this moment, Xiao Keqing's face was red from the high fever, and she was sweating coldly. Her whole body was in pain. Although she couldn't open her eyes, she could faintly feel her mother's worry and her grandfather's urgency. She weakly called out, "Mom, Mom, it hurts so much." Hearing her daughter's call, Zhao's mother's heart felt like a knife. She fought back tears and choked out, "My Kiki, Mom is here. We're taking you to the hospital now. You must be strong. Mom will stay with you forever." Grandpa Xiao gently picked up Xiao Keqing, who was unconscious. Though his steps were unsteady, he firmly headed downstairs, saying, "Kiki, Grandpa will take you to the hospital. Don't be afraid, Grandpa is here." Xiao Keqing weakly responded, "Grandpa. Grandpa," her voice faint but full of trust. Grandpa Xiao hurriedly replied, "Kiki, Grandpa is here. Don't be afraid." We're going to the hospital now. Mom Xiao followed closely, wiping her tears and looking at her daughter with concern. After going downstairs, Grandpa Xiao paused briefly, took a deep breath, then continued carrying Xiao Keqing outside, determined to get her to the hospital, even if just to the security office where someone could help. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had just entered the family compound with his luggage. He didn't go home immediately but looked around, hoping to see the little girl, not knowing what she was doing now. He stopped outside the Xiao house, noticing the lights on the second floor. He paused, thinking, tomorrow, I will explain everything to you. After a moment, just as he was about to leave, he saw the door open. Grandpa Xiao was struggling to carry Xiao Keqing out, with Mom Xiao trailing behind, tears on her face. His heart clenched tightly, as if something had grabbed him fiercely. Without hesitation, he rushed over and asked anxiously what happened. His voice was hoarse from tension. His eyes fixed on Xiao Keqing, still unconscious. He instinctively reached out, touching her forehead, which was burning hot, making him even more worried. Mom Xiao saw that the visitor was Lu Ting and was surprised for a moment. She hurriedly said, Kiki suddenly has a high fever and is unresponsive. The car isn't back yet, so we're about to take her to the hospital. She started crying again. Lu Ting had already taken off his luggage and placed it on the ground, looking anxious. Grandpa, give her to me. I run fast. I'll take her to the hospital. It's not far. Grandpa Xiao saw the visitor and relaxed a little. Lu Ting quickly took Xiao Keqing and ran as fast as an arrow, so fast it was dazzling. Mom Xiao picked up his luggage and placed it in the yard, then followed behind Grandpa Xiao. Lu Ting used his fastest speed, holding Xiao Keqing and rushing forward. Worried he might jostle her too much, he carefully pressed her close to his chest, making sure she was snugly against him. As he ran, he softly called out, Qing'er, I'm back. Please wake up, okay? Xiao Keqing was still conscious. It seemed she heard Lu Ting's voice and wanted to open her eyes to see him, but the pain all over her body made it impossible. She faintly whispered, it hurts. Lu Ting's heart suddenly trembled. Hearing Xiao Keqing's suffering voice, he quickened his steps. Grandpa Xiao ran behind him, then stopped to breathe heavily.
Good job, kid.
Looks like your leg is powered by a motor, he said to his daughter-in-law. You go ahead first, I'll follow soon. Zhao's mother ran quickly after them. 5 minutes later, Lu Ting arrived at the military hospital. He rushed into the emergency room and shouted, Doctor, please come quickly and help her. His voice was hoarse with anxiety. He gently laid Xiao Keqing on the hospital bed. 2 nurses hurried over. One nurse said to the other, Go call Dr. Lu immediately, quickly. Then she turned to Lu Ting and said seriously, Her fever is so high, and she was just brought in? Don't they realize it could be life-threatening? She kept working on her. The nurses started cooling her down physically, waiting for Dr. Lu to examine her before giving medication. Lu Ting frowned, feeling a strange pain in his heart that spread everywhere, making him feel like he was suffocating. Soon, Zhao's mother arrived. As soon as she entered, she saw the busy nurses and Xiao Keqing lying on the bed. Her heart filled with fear and worry. Suddenly, she heard a nurse scream, Oh no, the patient has stopped breathing. That sentence hit her like a thunderbolt, breaking her mental defenses. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale as paper, staring blankly ahead, muttering, How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Ting heard this and hurriedly pushed aside a nurse nearby. Confirming she wasn't breathing, he took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. He had learned first aid and prepared to give her emergency treatment. His eyes were firm and decisive, as if all hope and strength had gathered in his hands. He performed rescue with artificial respiration and chest compressions. The nurse watched him, impressed by his professionalism, and let him take charge. Lu Ting's movements were quick and strong. Each compression showed his skill. His crimson eyes stayed fixed on Xiao Keqing's face, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into her body. At this moment, everything became completely clear. Lu Ting's tears unknowingly flowed as he hurriedly performed first aid and called out, Qing'er, you can't leave. Wake up quickly. You misunderstood me. I haven't explained everything to you. I haven't even confessed my feelings. If you leave, how can I marry you? Please. Please don't go. He kept performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and calling out repeatedly. Xiao Keqing was deeply caught in the whirlpool of her 13-year-old memories. From her perspective, she saw herself being pushed into the river by Yang Guizhi. She struggled in the water, and just when she was about to die, Lu Ting rescued her from the water. Her body, overwhelmed by fear and pain in the water, suddenly had difficulty breathing, as if death itself was gripping her throat tightly. Her body momentarily stopped breathing. At this moment, her incomplete memories became fully clear. After being rescued by Lu Ting, her body began to breathe again. She could hear Lu Ting shouting, "Don't go, Qing'er. Wake up quickly. I haven't explained our misunderstanding. I've only kissed you once. I haven't confessed my love. I like you. I want to marry you. Please wake up. Don't leave me. Please, wake up soon." Xiao Keqing felt air entering her mouth and suddenly started coughing. She heard Lu Ting's voice. Was he confessing his feelings to her? Suddenly, in the ward, Xiao Keqing's cough was heard. Lu Ting immediately stopped pressing on her chest. His face lit up with joy, and tears shimmered in his eyes. He embraced Xiao Keqing, his slender hands trembling uncontrollably. He checked her pulse, feeling its steady beat, then gently stroked her face. His voice was filled with relief after surviving the ordeal. "Qing'er, it's so good. You didn't leave me. It's so good." Hearing her daughter's cough, Xiao Mom quickly came over, her eyes full of tears. Seeing Xiao Keqing finally reacting, she felt a small stone in her heart loosen. At this moment, a group of doctors rushed in. One older doctor examined her and said, "Hurry, move her to the emergency room next door." The emergency room lights turned on, and the two anxiously waited outside. Grandpa Xiao also arrived at the scene, looking worried. Lu Ting's heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly. Every breath was painful, his fists clenched so hard that his nails dug into his palms, yet he didn't feel any pain. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had arrived just a few minutes later. After some time, the emergency room lights went out. The doctor came out, and the three people immediately went to him. Dr. Lu said, "The patient's condition has temporarily improved. The recent events were very dangerous, so she must stay in the hospital for treatment." Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao's mother shed tears again. Xiao Keqing was admitted to the hospital ward around midnight. She was still unconscious, with a high fever gradually subsiding. And 4 was inserted into her arm. Lu Ting looked at the other two and made a plan in his mind. Since the old man was quite old, he said to them, "The way I am planning now is the best. Auntie, you take Grandpa home. It's too late for me to stay here. After you send Grandpa back, arrange for the driver to bring you here. Bring Keqing's change of clothes, a basin, towels, and also my backpack. I will stay here and watch over her." Grandpa Xiao said, "Lu Ting, I am still healthy and strong. You and Kiki have already broken off the engagement, so there's no need for you to do anything for her. I will stay here. When your aunt brings Kiki's clothes, I can rest then. You should go back now." Lu Ting's eyes were firm as he said, "Grandpa, Auntie, I admit my mistakes. I shouldn't have avoided Kiki before. I regret it deeply. I want to show my sincerity now. I will treat Kiki well for the rest of my life."
Please believe me.
He continued, "You saw what happened just now. If something had gone wrong, I could have responded in time. I wouldn't have left. I hope, Grandpa, for your health you go back and rest. It's not too late to come in the morning." Auntie Xiao hesitated, but finally nodded. She really needed to go back and get some things. Lu Ting's plan made sense. Grandpa Xiao, though reluctant, had no choice but to listen to Lu Ting and go home. After they left, Lu Ting sat on a stool beside Xiao Keqing's bed, holding her hand tightly. He softly and gently whispered in her ear, "Keqing, when you wake up, can I confess my feelings to you? Can we forget about breaking off the engagement? Don't want you to date anyone else, okay? When I heard you were coming back for a blind date, I rushed back here. Luckily, I came back. I can't imagine what it would be like if you left me." As he spoke, tears welled up in Lu Ting's eyes. He took a deep breath and continued talking about the misunderstanding between him and Sumalia. Xiao Keqing tried hard to open her eyes but couldn't. She kept hearing Lu Ting's heartfelt words softly spoken to her. She couldn't properly remember her memories before she was 19, only stopping and listening to what he said. After half an hour, Xiao Ma and a young soldier came in carrying things. Lu Ting thought of Qing Er. Just now her forehead was sweaty, so her body must have been sweaty too. Since they weren't married, he couldn't check her directly. Now that her aunt had arrived, she would need to change clothes. Not changing would affect her recovery. He stood up, picked up the hot water kettle and basin Xiao Ma had brought earlier, and went to get hot water. "Auntie, I've heated some water. Please check if she needs to change clothes. I'll wait outside." Xiao Ma was very grateful to Lu Ting. If he hadn't been here today, she didn't know what might have happened to her daughter. Thinking of this, she felt scared. He was very careful and organized in his actions. Xiao Ma silently added a point to him in her mind. She touched her daughter's forehead, saw the fever go down, and took out a clean set of clothes to help her change into, so she could sleep more comfortably. While changing her daughter's clothes, Xiao Ma remembered her daughter murmuring the name of Brother Ting in her sleep. She thought her daughter still liked Lu Ting. How could she say she didn't like him? Qing Er had indeed been chasing after Brother Ting in her memories. She couldn't help but speak out loud. Since Lu Ting saved her, she had liked playing behind him. Later, with Yang Guizhi's instigation, she gradually drifted further away from Lu Ting. Lu Ting stood outside the ward, lost in thought. Why was Qing Er's body so weak? Once she was discharged, he would make sure to give her good care. He didn't want to experience what had just happened again. Xiao Ma came out and saw Lu Ting waiting outside. She softly said, "Lu Ting, you've worked hard today. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what might have happened." Now Coco has also recovered from her fever. "It's late. You should go home first." Lu Ting looked very serious. "Andy, I won't go back." Thinking about it, he felt he should say it again. He stepped forward and said, "Annie, I know I've done some things before that made you unhappy, but I really hope you can forgive me. Can we not cancel the engagement? I promise to spend my life protecting and loving her." Xiao Ma looked up and saw Lu Ting standing there with a sincere face, his eyes clear and firm. Her heart was moved slightly. She remembered that Lu Ting had saved her daughter Coco twice. Without his timely help, Coco might have been in danger. She kept this kindness in her heart and couldn't be angry with him anymore. Mrs. Xiao remembered everything that happened when he saved Coco. She watched closely and felt deeply touched. No matter what, her daughter's life was the most important. Thinking of this, Mrs. Xiao felt grateful. When she looked at him again, her eyes became softer and more pleasing. She nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "All right, I forgive you. If you want to marry Coco, I can't just say yes. We also have the old master and her father." Lu Ting saw her smile and felt happy and thankful. He quickly nodded and said firmly, "Auntie, thank you. I will treat Coco well. I will work hard to earn the approval of Grandpa, her uncle, and her brother." Mrs. Xiao waved her hand and smiled. "Enough talking. Actions are more important than words." Lu Ting nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Auntie." They returned to the hospital room. Lu Ting looked at the person on the bed, then quietly left the room. He went to the nurse's station, paid a deposit, asked for a companion bed and a blanket, and brought them back to the room. After making the bed, he softly said to Mrs. Xiao, "Auntie, I will stay awake tonight. You can rest. If anything happens, I will call you." Seeing Mrs. Xiao hesitate about sleeping, Lu Ting added, "If you don't sleep, what if you get too tired? Coco would worry. With me here, you can sleep peacefully." Mrs. Xiao was touched and said, "Okay." She had been anxious all day and was very tired now. She leaned on the bed and lay down. Lu Ting sat on the stool beside the bed. He held Xiao Keqing's hand tightly, then gently placed her soft hand on his cheek, stroking it softly. His gaze was full of love and affection. However, Xiao Kexing was not awake. Her consciousness was very clear. She could feel her hand being held tightly by a warm, strong hand. She thought it was Lu Ting's hand. She felt a little dampness on the back of his hand, like a drop of water. Her heart trembled. Was he crying? Lu Ting dared not sleep. He kept watching Xiao Kexing without blinking, occasionally touching her forehead. As dawn approached, a faint light appeared, and the sky gradually brightened. As it got lighter, Mrs. Xiao slowly opened her eyes. She realized it was morning. She sat up and looked at Lu Ting's bloodshot eyes. He hadn't slept all night. Seeing her daughter sleeping peacefully, she touched her forehead. The fever was gone, and she felt much calmer. Xiao Ma's heart softened, and she softly said, "Child, why didn't you wake me? We could take turns." Lu Ting stood up and said, "It's okay. I often had to do that on missions before." Xiao Ma smiled slightly and said, "You're thoughtful." Lu Ting gently said to Xiao Ma, "Auntie, you go wash up first, then come and take my turn. I want to take a quick shower." "All right, I'll go now." Xiao Ma took her toiletries and went outside. Lu Ting had been on the train for 2 days, and after rushing to the hospital with Xiao Kexing, he was sweaty and uncomfortable. He sat back on his chair and softly and kindly said, "Qinger, last night, Annie agreed that I could marry you. I will try to get your father, brother, and grandpa to agree too." Xiao Kexing listened carefully. If her family agreed, she would have to get married? She didn't want to, and if they agreed, it wouldn't matter. She still didn't want to marry. Xiao Ma finished washing quickly and came in. Seeing this, Lu Ting took out his change of clothes from his backpack. "Auntie, I'll go shower outside. It'll be quick."
Okay, Xiao Ma nodded.
Lu Ting went to the shower outside and quickly washed with cold water, feeling refreshed after just a simple rinse. After showering, Lu Ting went outside the ward and gently knocked on the door. Xiao Ma opened it and saw water droplets still on his hair, looking concerned. "You're done so quickly? Dry your hair, so you don't catch a cold." "Yes, I was worried, so I washed quickly," he said, taking a towel to dry his hair. Hearing this, Xiao Ma's heart moved slightly. Lu Ting put his changed clothes into his backpack. "Auntie, I'm going to buy breakfast." Xiao Ma nodded to let him go. She went to the bedside and saw her daughter with her eyes closed tightly, her brows furrowed, as if having a nightmare.
Xiao Ma nantaikalle softly. Keskiviikko, 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 keskiviikko. Wake up.
Xiao Kexing slowly opened her eyes, saw her worried mother looking at her, and weakly said, "Mom, I just had a very long dream." Xiao Ma was overjoyed and cried, "My Coco, you've finally woken up. You scared me so much yesterday. If something had happened to you, what would I do?" Xiao Kexing nodded, feeling a bit emotional. "Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry," she said, wiping her mother's tears. She didn't know that drinking too much spiritual spring water could have side effects. After returning from the army, to avoid affecting driving, she had to drink a lot of spiritual spring water. The amount she drank these days exceeded what she normally consumes in a year. Will this cause any problems? It's all the fault of that bad man. If he hadn't made her sad, she wouldn't have rushed back so quickly. Xiao Kexing pouted and said, "Mom, I'm hungry. I'm fine now. Let's go home." After speaking, Zhao's mother helped her up and sat her against the bedhead. Zhao's mother hurriedly said, "No, you can't leave yet. You need to stay a few more days." Lu Ting went to buy breakfast and will be back soon. She told her daughter how Lu Ting took her to the hospital last night, how he helped her with emergency treatment, and how he took care of her during the night. Listening to her mother praise Lu Ting constantly, Xiao Kexing felt a mix of emotions. She was touched but also felt a bit sour inside. As for that bad man, there's no good explanation for what he did with Su Malia that caused misunderstandings. Even if they weren't close, they were still holding each other. It was no longer pure. At this moment, her memories fully returned. Before she traveled here, the original owner received a letter from Yang Guizhi, which included a photo. The photo showed Lu Ting and Su Malia. The expression on Lu Ting's face was unclear, but Su Malia was smiling happily at him. They were a bit far apart, and it was obvious that Yang Guizhi had taken the photo secretly. Only the original owner was confused, believing all kinds of rumors and misleading information. The letter even suggested a way for her to respond. She should pretend to be really upset, stop eating and drinking, and cause a fuss. She did so, becoming very angry and refusing to eat or drink. That was how she traveled here, and Yang Guizhi was the real culprit. Yang Guizhi knew the original owner had been in poor health since childhood, taking medicine from time to time. Did she really want to harm her? It was extremely vicious. Xiao Keqing was very surprised that Yang Guizhi could even get a camera. How difficult that must have been. What was she thinking? Even without the original owner, she still wasn't the main character. She was just a minor green tea girl, and they were all just cannon fodder. Xiao Keqing's eyes were as cold as ice. Before returning, she had broken 2 of Yang Guizhi's ribs. That was a good deal for her. Next time she saw her, she wouldn't go easy on her. She returned early, or she would have to deal with her again. She had caused the original owner's death, so she couldn't be allowed to get away easily. Xiao Keqing thought about Lu Ting. He would be back soon. How should she face him? After some thought, she decided to pretend that her previous kiss was just because she was drunk and couldn't remember it. As long as she didn't feel awkward, others would feel awkward instead. Anyway, she couldn't remember clearly, and she would never admit to it. She feels upset about liking him so much. In the book, the male lead always ends up with the female lead. What should she do then? There are still many bad relationships, and it's better to end things quickly than suffer long-term pain. He's like a tempting but harmful presence, not good at all. He's toxic. Why did this man come back? How is it so coincidental that she met him again? There's no need to worry about these things. As soon as someone enters, just be polite and kind. She also thinks it's best to keep her distance from Lu Ting, or maybe they shouldn't meet again at all. Their families are too close, and if they have a disagreement, it could cause trouble. She remembers from the book and her memories that Lu Ting used to avoid her for this reason. It's simple, she can do the same as him. Xiao Keqing thinks that once she leaves the hospital, she just needs to stay away from him at home. She probably won't run into him then, especially when he's on leave from the army. While she was thinking about how to face Lu Ting, the door opened, and a man came in carrying something. Lu Ting saw that the girl had woken up, sitting up against the bed, her eyes full of surprise. He quickly walked over. "Qing'er, you're awake. How do you feel?" Seeing his eyes full of blood vessels, she felt a little nervous inside. She steadied her emotions and said calmly, "I'm feeling better. Mom said you brought me to the hospital." "Thank you, Brother Lu, for bringing me here." Lu Ting noticed her cold attitude and felt a little worried, but he still smiled and said, "I bought some porridge and buns. You and Auntie should eat a little." When Lu Ting was rescuing her, Xiao Mom overheard him explaining the misunderstanding. She knew they had something to talk about. She took the bun from Lu Ting's hand. "Lu Ting, I only need 2. The rest of you can share. I'll go make a call to the family and let Grandpa rest assured. And please take good care of her." Lu Ting responded, "Okay, no trouble. I will take good care of her." Xiao Keqing hurriedly said, "Mom, let's go back together. I don't want to stay in the hospital." "Be obedient. Stay a few more days before leaving," Xiao Mom said and left. After Xiao Mom left, Lu Ting stepped forward and sat beside Xiao Keqing. "Qing'er, eat something. I need to talk to you." Xiao Keqing pouted, annoyed that he was still calling her that. Lu Ting picked up the spoon, stirred the porridge, and scooped a spoonful to feed her. "Brother Lu, I can feed myself. You should eat too," she said, reaching for a spoon. Lu Ting stubbornly held the spoon and softly said, "Qing'er, you had an injection. Let me do it. Didn't you used to take care of me like this?" "Hee hee." Xiao Keqing raised her other hand and smiled, saying, "My arm didn't get a shot, it's fine, and it doesn't hurt at all." Lu Ting still held his spoon and said, "That won't do. You still need a shot later." Why is this man so bossy? Xiao Keqing hadn't eaten much all day yesterday. Now, smelling the porridge, she felt even hungrier. She swallowed hard and had to open her mouth to eat. Seeing this, Lu Ting's lips curved into a gentle smile. He put down his spoon and handed her a bun, his eyes full of tenderness. While eating, Xiao Keqing said, "Brother Lu, you should eat too. It tastes good." Lu Ting smiled and picked up a bun to eat as well. After finishing, Xiao Keqing felt like she had come back to life. Not eating all day really makes you hungry. When Lu Ting finished washing the dishes and came back, he went straight to sit at the edge of Xiao Keqing's bed, staring intently at her. She looked up at his deep, passionate gaze, as if he wanted to melt her in his eyes. She couldn't help but lower her head, her heart beating faster. Reaffirming her feelings, she decided she would definitely hide from him when she went back. Lu Ting sat at the edge of her bed, looking at her shyly, lowering her head. Was she feeling embarrassed? He slightly leaned forward and said softly, "Look at me. I have something to tell you." "What is it, Brother Lu?" "Just say it." "I'm listening." Xiao Keqing didn't want to look at him. Lu Ting had no choice but to gently lift her chin, locking her gaze with his own, and said tenderly, "Don't you want to hear my explanation?" Xiao Keqing avoided his hand and pretended to be calm. "Brother Lu, I don't understand what you mean." "What explanation?" "Just say it." She decided to pretend she didn't understand. She couldn't admit defeat, so she simply refused to acknowledge it. Lu Ting straightforwardly said, "Qinger, are you pretending not to understand on purpose?" He lifted her chin again, forcing her to look into his eyes. I don't know what you're trying to explain." "Just say it, I'm listening." "Please take your hand away." Xiao Keqing brushed his hand away, but in the next second, his hand caught hers. The man held her hand tightly, his thumb gently rubbing the back of her hand. He began to explain, "Qinger, about that day with Su Malia, what you saw was just a misunderstanding." Lu Ting explained this to Lu Ma and then repeated it to Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing's heart moved, but, recalling the story in the book, she forced herself to hold back her sadness. She pretended to be calm and forced a smile, saying, "Brother Lu, you're just explaining this? I thought it was something serious. You guys just hugged and kissed, nothing big. It's normal to hug and kiss when dating. When you get married, remember to tell me. I want to prepare a wedding gift for you, because you're like another brother to me." Lu Ting's eyes darkened. "Is that what you really think?" Xiao Keqing smiled again and nodded. "Of course. You said we can't be a couple, but only siblings. When I get married, you'll give me a dowry, right? So I should give you a gift too." Her other hand was under the blanket, clenched tightly into a fist, almost digging her nails into her palm. Hearing this, Lu Ting's body stiffened. It was as if something blocked his throat. He licked his teeth nervously. Tieske, wasn't that what he told her before? He really wanted to slap himself. He did just that, slapped his own mouth and muttered, "My words are too careless." Xiao Keqing was stunned for a moment. Then she saw him looking at her deeply, full of affection in his eyes. "What should I do? I've fallen in love with you. I can't see you as just a sister anymore." Suddenly, Xiao Keqing felt as if something in her mind exploded. Though she had known in her dreams that he liked her, experiencing it now was a different feeling. Her heart pounded like a drum, and her face started to feel hot. Her hand under the blanket was sweating slightly, and she was trying to control her breathing. As he moved closer to her face, she suddenly forgot how to breathe normally. She almost didn't realize when Lu Ting's question reached her. "Do you really mind if I kiss someone else?" In the next moment, Lu Ting's nose was close to hers, warm breath covering her face. Her breath stopped suddenly. If either of them moved just a little, their lips would touch. Xiao Keqing swallowed nervously, her heart racing faster and faster until she felt short of breath. She quickly pulled her hand away from Lu Ting's, pushed him back, blushing deeply, and took a big breath. "I don't mind at all.
Who you kiss doesn't matter to me."
Lu Ting's lips curled slightly. "You haven't even kissed yet, and forgot to breathe." Why you?" Her face, already red, turned even more flushed up to her ears. Lu Ting took a deep breath. Qinger's breath smelled so wonderful that he almost wanted to tease her harshly again, like that day. He despised himself, but luckily he only behaved this way toward her. Otherwise, he might really become a pervert. Lu Ting's eyes were full of smiles. Little liar.
He didn't know who was crying so sadly that day.
Lu Ting gently cupped Xiao Keqing's face, lifting it softly. He made her look directly into his eyes. Qing'er, your eyes tell me you care a lot. I haven't hugged anyone else, nor kissed anyone else. It's always been only you. Xiao Keqing's heart trembled sharply, but she nodded slightly. Qing'er believed him now. Lu Ting's eyes suddenly brightened. A bright smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his lips lifted with endless joy. He didn't hesitate to lower his hands and tightly held Xiao Keqing's soft, warm hands. At this moment, Xiao Keqing was trying hard to suppress her turbulent emotions. Her heartbeat sped up, like a little deer bouncing wildly in her chest. Although she appeared calm on the outside, only she knew her heart was already stirred up by the man in front of her. Xiao Keqing calmly said, "All right, I got it. It's no big deal. Hugging and kissing are fine. I think you guys are quite suitable together. Brother Lu, I think you misunderstood. I don't have that kind of feelings for you." Lu Ting's smiling face instantly softened, and his eyes darkened slightly. He pressed his tongue against his back teeth, stared at her for 3 seconds, then narrowed his eyes. Oh my gosh, what kind of look is that? He unconsciously swallowed. Xiao Keqing quickly withdrew her hands from his palms and changed the subject. I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep for a while. Then she lay down, hiding under the blanket, clutching it tightly. She wanted to leave the hospital soon, so she wouldn't see him anymore. Lu Ting smiled helplessly, gently patting the blanket. Qing'er, aren't you afraid of suffocating yourself? Come out quickly, okay? Xiao Keqing pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and said, Don't worry about me. I'll sleep for a bit. Lu Ting chuckled softly. All right, I won't bother you. But from now on, you should take care of me, okay? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Lu Ting gently patted the blanket again. Someone's here. I'll go open the door. Come out quickly. Xiao Keqing waited for Lu Ting to get up, then she got out from under the blanket. She saw her mother, grandfather, Aunt Lu, and Grandpa Lu all come in. Her mother hurriedly said, I was about to call you, but I ran into you. We just had a quick chat outside. Lu Ting, Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa, Mom, you came so early. Have you eaten? Grandpa Lu looked carefully at his grandson. He's grown taller and looks stronger. Not bad. Then he turned cold and snorted, You little brat, you still remember to come back. Move aside, move aside. I want to see Coco. Xiao Keqing saw them and politely smiled. Greeting, Grandpa Lu, Aunt Lu, good morning. Why are you both here? The two elders stepped forward and stood on either side of the bed. Grandpa Lu's eyes welled up with tears. He said, Coco, this morning we came to see you. Your grandpa told me you had a dangerous day yesterday. Luckily, everything is okay now. We wanted to come early to see you. Xiao Keqing comforted the elders. Don't worry about me. I'm doing well. When I go back, I'll play chess with you. Grandpa Lu smiled and nodded happily. Grandpa Xiao looked at Lu Ting with gratitude and said, This time, our family's safety was only possible because Lu Ting came back just in time. I can't imagine how serious it could have been otherwise. Lu Ting modestly replied, Grandpa Xiao, I was just doing my duty. I wish I could have come back sooner. I wouldn't want Coco to suffer. It's my responsibility. Grandpa Lu, since the last time his grandson called him saying he could only accept Coco as his daughter-in-law, was eager to see these two get together. He smiled at Grandpa Xiao and said, This kid deserves it. His return was just in time. It's fate, I think. I think we shouldn't cancel the engagement. We should set a date for the wedding. They're a perfect match. Mom Xiao was also smiling happily. She was increasingly satisfied with Lu Ting as her son-in-law. After all, he had saved her daughter twice and also saved her son. How could she not be grateful? Xiao Keqing understood the elder's feelings. She thought about the story she read. She was just a minor character, and she had fallen for him unknowingly. It was so painful. What if it happens again in the future? She quickly spoke to clarify her feelings. Arranged marriages are outdated. They should be abolished with the times. We should embrace free love now. Xiao Keqing smiled faintly and said, This time, I really have to thank Brother Lu. Otherwise, I might not have survived. From now on, Brother Lu is like my older brother. I will treat him as my own brother. Lu Ting looked intently at Xiao Keqing, feeling amused but with a bitter smile that didn't reach his eyes. Just earlier, he said he couldn't treat her like a sister, yet now it was clear he was rejecting her. If he didn't like her, why was he still refusing her? Suddenly, the hospital room became very quiet, as if time had stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiao Keqing. Xiao Keqing then said to her grandfather, "Grandpa, you also need to treat Big Brother like a grandson. Both my life and my brother's were saved by him. You can't be biased." Grandpa Xiao quickly understood what his granddaughter meant and nodded repeatedly. Of course. Having such an outstanding grandson is my blessing. Grandpa Lu looked at Grandpa Xiao. Was that what he meant? How did this turn into him being his grandson? Then, he heard Kuku's voice again. Big Brother must have just come back from the car. He stayed with me all evening and must be tired. You should take him home to rest. I'm fine now, just feeling sleepy again. After speaking, she deliberately yawned. Grandpa Xiao saw through his granddaughter's intentional act. Usually, when she wanted to sleep, she wouldn't look like that. He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Let's go home. Kuku just finished her fever, and sleeping well will help her recover faster. Lu Ting, thank you. Let's go back together. Lu Ting looked deeply at Xiao Keqing and then followed the others out of the room. Lu Ting remained silent, feeling a strange bitterness in his heart. The way Xiao Keqing called him Big Brother was really harsh to hear. He walked with the elders, then suddenly stopped and said, Grandpa Xiao, Mom, I'll see you off here. I want to stay a little longer with Kuku. He then turned to his mother. Mom, please prepare some hospital food for lunch. Okay. Grandpa Lu nodded happily. Go ahead. This child really is clever. Lu Ting quickly turned back to the room. Just as he reached the door, he overheard a conversation between mother and daughter. Kuku, are you hiding something from Mom? I can tell you like Lu Ting. Why are you still refusing him? Mom sat on the bed and sighed softly. Xiao Keqing bit her lip. She definitely couldn't tell her mother that Lu Ting was the hero in the story, that there was also a heroine, and they would be together. What would she do then? It's better to go through some pain once. Only fools would choose to suffer long-term pain. Maybe dating someone else would be better, and she might forget him. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to lie, feeling guilty. Mom, I don't like him anymore. Mom gently touched her daughter's hair and said, Silly girl, you can't fool Mom. People can change. I can see that he's sincere this time. Mom, forget it. I only went to my brother's place for a short while. How much could he like me? Maybe he just has a little fondness for me. He canceled plans for someone else, and I already don't like him anymore. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. Mom took her daughter's hand and said sincerely, Kiki, didn't Lu Ting say there was a misunderstanding? Just explain it clearly. I still believe in Lu Ting. Kiki looked at her mom, still trying to persuade her, and said, Mom, there's some things you don't understand. Anyway, I don't want to chase after him anymore. It's too tiring. I want a relationship where both people care about each other. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sniffle and said, Mom, I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep for a while. Okay. Mom tucked her daughter into bed. Lu Ting sat at the end of the corridor on a chair, closed his eyes, and felt mixed emotions inside, full of regret. When the girl said she no longer liked him, he felt a deep bitterness inside. Letting go is impossible. He can't forget her in this lifetime. Didn't Qinger feel how much he loved her? Then let her experience it properly. This time, he would chase after her. Not forgiving him is understandable. He broke his promise and made her misunderstand him. He hadn't given her enough security. Even if everything is fine now, conflicts could still happen after marriage. It's his fault. Huh. She no longer likes him, huh? Then he would make her like him again. 2 hours later, Kiki woke up. She initially wanted to avoid talking to her mom, but ended up falling asleep. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Ting sleeping with his eyes closed at the side of her bed. His eyes were shut tightly, but she noticed faint dark circles under his eyes. Her heart was instantly touched. Mom said he stayed up all night to take care of her. A warm feeling surged inside her. She quietly stared at him, using her gaze to outline his eyebrows and features. His thick eyebrows were as dark as ink, with slightly raised tips that looked heroic. Under his closed eyes, long eyelashes like small fans gently covered his eyelids. His straight nose resembled a mountain peak, shaping a strong face. And his slightly pursed lips made her think of their kiss. Her face turned red suddenly. At that moment, Lu Ting sensed something unusual on the bed, opened his eyes, and saw Qinger looking at him with a blushing face. He suddenly became anxious and quickly reached out to touch her forehead. "Qinger, what's wrong? Are you burning up again?" He was nervous, but seeing her calm, he felt reassured. Xiao Keqing looked around the room and asked, "Where is Mom?" Lu Ting replied, "I told her to go back. I'm here to take care of you. I'll bring food at noon." Xiao Keqing nodded. "Brother Lu, I've recovered now. You should go back." She was swaying in front of him, and her restless heart was again uncertain. She secretly scolded herself for being so timid. Lu Ting watched her and softly asked, "Are you avoiding me?" Xiao Keqing's eyes flickered. "No, why would I avoid you? It's just because I see you're not resting well." He smiled gently and said, "Qinger, you're caring about me. I thought you were avoiding me." The little trickster wanted to hide from him, but he still wanted to pursue her. Xiao Keqing pouted.
Who cares about you?
"You're just being sentimental." She was about to get out of bed when Lu Ting hurriedly stopped her. "What are you doing?" "I'll get it for you." Xiao Keqing said, "I haven't washed up since yesterday.
I feel like I might smell bad.
Also, I need to use the bathroom. Can you help me?" "Oh, I really can't help with that." "Wait a moment, I'll get you a coat to wear." Lu Ting went straight to the bag brought by Lu Ma and opened it. After searching for a while, he couldn't find the coat. Just as he was about to give her a shirt to wear, a piece of black fabric suddenly fell out of a shirt. Lu Ting's curiosity was piqued. What exactly was this black fabric? He picked up the thin strap and examined it. The piece of cloth was only palm-sized, thin, with a hint of transparency. He couldn't quite tell what it was. Just as he was puzzled, his gaze unintentionally fell on the black underwear on her shirt, which was also somewhat transparent. Suddenly, he realized what it was. Lu Ting's mind seemed to be struck by something, and he was momentarily stunned. His face turned bright red, his heart raced, and an inexplicable heat surged through him. He felt restless, his mouth dry. He quickly shoved the two small pieces of clothing back into the shirt, pressing them down tightly, as if afraid they might fall out again. He remembered he had seen her mother's tank top before, but it didn't look like this at all. This item was clearly very different from the tank top in his memory. With so little fabric, how could she wear it? Is it wearable? I cursed myself as a rogue in my mind, then tugged at my shirt collar, trying to calm my inner turmoil. Then I walked straight to my bag, opened it, and picked out a clean jacket. Since we were both turned away from each other, Xiao Keqing didn't notice what the man had just done. Xiao Keqing, with her full figure, was uncomfortable in the small clothes of this era, which would just hang loosely. She preferred modern C-cup bras. Her mother had asked her before why her small clothes looked so attractive, and she told her it was bought by a friend in Hong Kong City, and she also gave her 4 sets to change into. Casually, Xiao Keqing looked up and saw Lu Ting holding her jacket, gently draping it over her shoulders. At that moment, she was surprised to see that the man's ears were bright red, as if his neck was also tinged with a faint blush. Xiao Keqing couldn't help but think that men in this era are so innocent. Just wearing his clothes made him so shy. She couldn't help but smile, feeling that this man was both adorable and a bit silly. Really? Why did he want her to wear his clothes? Didn't she have her own? But Lu Ting didn't seem to notice her smile. He softly said, "And didn't bring you a jacket. Wear mine, it's clean." Xiao Keqing replied, "I'm not cold. I don't need to wear it." Her eyes flicked across Lu Ting's face, finally settling on his gentle, caring eyes. "Why are you just standing there? Come on, put your hand out." Lu Ting urged softly when she hesitated. His movements were gentle and skillful. He buttoned her jacket carefully, then neatly rolled up the cuffs to her small arms, revealing a slender, fair wrist. Next, he knelt on one knee, gently placing her feet on his thigh. He carefully put on her socks and then carefully slipped on her shoes. Throughout, his gaze was always focused and tender. Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Xiao Keqing's waist, passing through her knees, and gently lifted her into his arms.
Xiao Keqing guessed? Ah.
Her hands instinctively wrapped around Lu Ting's neck, clutching his clothes tightly, afraid she might fall. At that moment, she was being carried like a princess. Lu Ting held her tightly in his arms. He could clearly feel her softness. His nose brushed close to her lips, and he sniffed gently. Not bad, smells nice, very good. The fresh, unique scent of the man's body drifted over unexpectedly. After 3 seconds, he realized the meaning behind his words. His voice was deeper than usual, full of charm. Xiao Keqing's cheeks naturally turned red. She pouted and said, "What are you doing?"
Put me down.
Seeing her shy expression, Lu Ting's lips curved into a gentle smile. You didn't know how high your fever was yesterday. I'm holding you to see how light you've become. Without effort, he carried her to the basin he had prepared earlier and stopped. Lu Ting looked down at the person in his arms and said softly, "Hold me tight around the neck. I'll use one hand now to hold the basin and your toiletries." Keqing looked into his deep eyes and pouted.
I don't want to.
Hurry and put me down. I can go by myself. Lu Ting chuckled softly, speaking gently to coax her. Be good, listen to me. He saw that her arms were still resting lightly on his shoulders, not squeezing hard. A mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he gently shook his shoulders, slightly loosening his hold on her back. Xiao Keqing suddenly clung tightly again, her hands gripping his neck firmly. Lu Ting's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Only then did he dare to relax his hold, pick up the basin, neatly arranged with toiletries, and carry her steadily out of the ward. As they walked, he carefully adjusted his grip to make sure she felt no discomfort. He carried her steadily toward the bathroom. Shy, Xiao Keqing buried her face in his chest, her heart pounding wildly. Oh my, I'm being princess carried by him, with just one arm. The man's lips unconsciously formed a beautiful smile. At the bathroom door, he gently set her down and softly said, Be careful. I'll be right here waiting for you. Xiao Keqing blushed and looked around before entering the bathroom. Luckily, there weren't many people around now. While washing up inside, her mind was in a mess. Wearing his clothes, which was like a child sneaking into adult clothes, difficult to manage. She could only tuck his shirt into her waistband to get by. She also touched her body, but didn't feel any thinner. It was just right, slim, but with some flesh in the right places. When she finished washing up and stepped out of the door, Lu Ting quickly caught the basin in her hand. He slightly bent down, gently passing one hand through her knees. Xiao Keqing immediately reacted, worried she might fall, and quickly hugged his neck. Lu Ting easily carried her back steadily to the hospital room.
Wow.
How were his arms so strong? Carrying her was effortless. Back in a room, Xiao Keqing didn't dare to look at the man's face again. At this moment, the doctor came in. After checking, they found no serious issues, but to be safe, they recommended she continue medication today and stay in the hospital for observation overnight. She could leave tomorrow. Lu Ting finally relaxed. Not long after, Zhao's mother brought food. As soon as she entered, she saw her daughter wearing clothes belonging to Lu Ting. Suddenly, she remembered she forgot to bring a jacket for her daughter. The jacket she changed last night was also taken to wash this morning. Zhao's mother smiled and said to Lu Ting, your mom's soup smells really good. You should have some later. She increasingly felt that Lu Ting and her daughter were a perfect match. Since he became more understanding, Lu Ting also knew how to care for others. Look at how carefully he's taking care of his daughter. Okay? Lu Ting nodded with a smile, took the food, and opened it. The aroma of the food spread out. Lu Ting poured a bowl of soup, gently blew on it to cool, and brought it to Xiao Keqing's mouth. Drink some soup to help your body recover. Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting and couldn't help but think to herself, this man is so good at being attentive. Luga, I can drink by myself.
You should eat too, she said.
Lu Ting gently replied, Qing'er, I told you. Since you had the injection, I'll do it. Xiao Keqing was a little overwhelmed by his increasing tenderness. I can already drink, she said. Seeing that he was the same as this morning, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Keqing finally opened her mouth and drank the soup. Lu Ting's lips curved into a smile. Xiao Keqing looked at that smile, which was as warm as spring sunshine.
Wow.
His smile is even more charming and dangerous. Xiao Keqing quickly lowered her gaze, afraid to look again. He's such a charming man, she should leave the hospital soon. Once she's home, she probably won't see him anymore. Zhao's mother watched all this and felt secretly happy. Such a good son-in-law shouldn't be lost because of her daughter. It's better to leave some space for the two of them. People say that mothers-in-law grow to like their sons-in-law more, and that's really true. She was just thinking that she liked him more and more. Lu Ting, I have something to do this afternoon. Please take care of things here. I'll bring dinner later. Lu Ting nodded and said, all right, you go ahead and handle your affairs. You can rest assured here. Xiao Keqing heard this and frowned, feeling a bit anxious. Mom, isn't today a day off? Is your matter more important than your daughter's safety? She really didn't want to face Lu Ting all afternoon. Zhao's mother gave her a reproachful look. I have many things to do. With Lu Ting here, I feel more at ease. She smiled, turned to leave, then paused and said to Lu Ting, my daughter is afraid of injections, hates taking medicine, and likes to kick off her blankets when she sleeps. Please take good care of her.
Lu Ting nodded. Okay.
Eat your meal quickly. I'm leaving now. After speaking, Zhao's mother strode out of the ward, leaving Xiao Keqing looking surprised and Lu Ting appearing calm.
Mom.
Xiao Keqing shouted loudly. It felt like her mom had been sold. That guy was so powerful, he managed to win her over in just one day. Seeing her mother leave without looking back, Xiao Keqing sneered coldly and continued eating. After finishing her meal, Lu Ting packed his things and sat by the bed. I'm going out for a while. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing's face lit up with joy. Go ahead. Don't come back this afternoon. She waved at him and left, feeling free at last. Lu Ting smiled but didn't reply. He turned and left the ward. Outside the hospital, Lu Ting went straight to the supply store. He bought some pastries, white rabbit candies, malted milk, and milk powder. He couldn't buy the milk powder today, so he planned to get it next time at a bigger store. He also picked some fruit before heading back to the hospital. When he returned to the ward carrying his things, Xiao Keqing was surprised. Why are you back again? Hurry up and go rest. Qing'er, I bought some snacks. Feel free to take some if you want. I know you care about me, so I won't refuse. I'll just rest here for a bit, Lu Ting said, pointing to the accompanying bed. He continued, I didn't sleep well on the train. I kept thinking about you, worried you might misunderstand and stop talking to me. I've been transferred back from the southern unit. I won't leave you anymore. There's a month's leave coming up, and I'll stay with you every day. Lu Ting looked at Xiao Keqing with a serious gaze. She couldn't hide her feelings from him, no matter how much she tried to avoid him. That wasn't right. Xiao Keqing was completely stunned. Who was actually caring about him? Had this guy unlocked some secret channel? What? You're transferred back too? Xiao Keqing blurted out in surprise. Lu Ting looked at her surprised expression and smiled. Yes, I reported this to your brother today. She wondered why her brother hadn't told her. After that, they often saw each other. She couldn't help but raise her voice. What exactly do you want to do? Can't you tell I'm chasing you? From now on, I'll be the one pursuing you. Xiao Keqing pouted and said, there are many people who want to be your wife. Being with you is too troublesome. I don't want that. It's better to just be siblings. Lu Ting looked serious. I can handle all those troubles. Besides, I only want you and no one else. Haha. Xiao Keqing said, but I don't want you. Lu Ting suddenly felt a lump in his throat, then a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've decided you'll be my wife in this life. I must have you. I've touched you, kissed you, and even taken your first. Don't you think it's your responsibility? Lu Ting was now shameless. She wanted to hide from him everywhere, but that wouldn't do. Compared to when she used to chase him, he's much bolder now. This is just the beginning. If she is shameless like him and can't win her wife's love, doesn't that mean she can feel his love? From now on, she should experience it fully. Hearing this, Xiao Keqing's face turned bright red. What kind of wolfish words was he saying? That he took her first? It was just a forced kiss and she touched his abs. What was that feeling again? She couldn't remember anymore. She felt she had made a big mistake. You. I didn't kiss you, and I definitely didn't touch you. You're talking nonsense. She refused to admit she forcibly kissed him. Lu Ting's deep eyes looked at her. Qinger, you probably forgot what happened between us because you were drunk, right? Xiao Keqing pretended to stay calm. I don't know what you're talking about. When did I drink with you? She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. How could she admit it? She simply forgot. Lu Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned in, touched her, and kissed her again. After studying her for a few seconds, a faint, somewhat mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's okay if you can't remember in the hospital. When we go back, I'll make sure you remember. What does this man mean? Saying it's fine if she can't remember in the hospital, but she'll remember when they go back? She refused to admit it anyway. Let's see what he does. At this moment, a nurse came in to prepare an injection. Xiao Keqing reflexively tightened her hand. Lu Ting stood up and strode to the bedside, sitting down. He gently pulled Xiao Keqing into his arms and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Xiao Keqing smelled the man's fresh and unique scent, and her heart immediately calmed down. Who's afraid? I'm not a kid. Let go. She struggled a few times but couldn't break free, so she could only let him hold her. This man is really too overbearing. Lu Ting watched the nurse prepare to give an injection, suddenly pressing her head against his chest. He said, Comrade, please be gentle. My family member is afraid of pain.
Sorry to trouble you.
The nurse blushed and nodded shyly, secretly thinking how spoiled his wife was. After the nurse finished and left, Lu Ting still held Xiao Keqing tightly, refusing to let go. Xiao Keqing was a bit overwhelmed by Lu Ting's sudden action. Feeling embarrassed and angry, she reached out with her uninjected hand and hit his chest. Let go. Who do you think you are? Shameless. Her voice carried a hint of shyness. Lu Ting helplessly loosened his hold, but his eyes were full of smiles as he teased. Now you're shameless? You know how you used to treat me, right? To prevent Xiao Keqing from truly getting angry later, Lu Ting quickly took a big white rabbit candy from his bag, unwrapped it, and held it near her mouth. Eat a piece of candy, it's sweet. Xiao Keqing turned her head away, no longer looking at him, but her heart was in a mess. Seeing this, Lu Ting moved to sit on another side. I didn't mean to break my promise. As a soldier, I can't just watch her have problems in front of me. Plus, his brother once saved me. I couldn't just stand by. Later, I realized I didn't handle things well. I should have asked another soldier to take her instead of going myself, which caused misunderstandings. I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Why is this man explaining so much? It sounds like they're already a couple, like young lovers having a quarrel. Xiao Keqing took the candy from his hand, put it in her mouth, and looked at Lu Ting calmly. Brother Lu, I'm not angry anymore. Lu Ting immediately smiled, his eyes shining with surprise. Really? Xiao Keqing nodded obediently. Big brother saved my life and stayed awake all night watching over me. How could I be ungrateful? From now on, I'll treat you as well as my older brother Xiao Junjie. What my brother has, you have too. Lu Ting's expression suddenly turned cold. He rubbed his aching head and lay back on the care bed again, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Xiao Keqing felt her heart ache, knowing he was worried about her. Although lying down, Lu Ting kept paying close attention to Xiao Keqing's condition. His gaze often swept to her forehand, making sure the needle hadn't moved or leaked. Until the nurse removed the needle, Lu Ting walked to the bedside and gently asked, "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" "Yes, I can go myself," Xiao Keqing replied, getting out of bed and lowering her legs. Lu Ting quickly crouched down first. "Sit for a bit. You just had an injection, right? Keep your hand steady so it doesn't bleed." After helping her put on her shoes, Lu Ting picked up Xiao Keqing and carried her out of the ward. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she secretly looked at Lu Ting. This guy was too bossy, always holding her. His broad, strong chest made her feel very safe when she was in his arms. Thinking about how this man might marry someone else in the future, Xiao Keqing felt a sour, sad feeling rise in her heart, like a tide of disappointment. Back in the ward, Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting's slightly tired but still determined face. A gentle feeling filled her heart. She softly said, "You should rest a bit." "I will rest too."
And Lu Ting smiled faintly.
"Qinger, are you worried about me?" Shy, Xiao Keqing turned her head away and stubbornly said, "Who's worried about you? I just don't want to be disturbed while I sleep." Then she got into bed, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. TSK, that girl just won't admit it. What to do? Lu Ting walked to the bed, looked at her sleeping figure, and leaned down to whisper softly in her ear, "Qinger, how about I chase after you this time?" Her heart suddenly sped up, her eyes trembled slightly, and her ears turned pink. She quickly covered her head with the blanket. Seeing her reaction, Lu Ting felt very happy. She said she didn't like him, but she clearly had feelings for him. He lay back on the caregiver's bed and closed his eyes, lost in thought. Qinger is so outstanding now, so dazzling and eye-catching. If he doesn't pursue her quickly, how will he catch her? There are probably many people trying to steal her away. He'd better win her over before her brother and father come back, or he might never get her. Thinking this, Lu Ting gradually fell asleep. Zhao's mother brought food and clothes to the hospital. When she opened the ward, she saw Lu Ting sleeping on the caregiver's bed and felt very relieved. When the ward door opened, Lu Ting woke up and sat up. "Auntie, you're here." "Yes, I brought food. Let's see if my cooking suits your taste." "Eat quickly so you can rest early," Zhao's mother said as she opened the lunchbox. Lu Ting said, "Auntie, I'll handle the discharge today. You don't need to come tomorrow morning. You can go to work, and I'll take care of everything." "All right then." Xiao Ma smiled happily, knowing that Lu Ting had saved her daughter twice. He was truly her daughter's lucky star. But her daughter's mischievous behavior was not acceptable. At this moment, Xiao Keqing also sat up and pouted, saying, "Did you forget to ask for my opinion?" Xiao Ma shot her daughter a sharp look. "What opinion do you have? The patient has no say. I'm still your daughter. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble tonight when you're not here," Xiao Keqing said with a pout.
Xiao Ma smiled.
"Oh, you're right. With Lu Ting here, I feel much more at ease." "Mom, aren't you worried about the differences between men and women?" Xiao Ma loudly replied, "What? You said Lu Ting is like a big brother to you, and now you're talking about differences? Are you joking with everyone? If your brother was home now, he'd be with you. And if Lu Ting is still my future son-in-law, he'd be here too." Xiao Keqing rolled her eyes.
"My dear mom."
"Of course I'm your real mom. If I weren't, would I care so much about you?" Lu Ting smiled slightly. Having help was great. Tomorrow, he planned to bring Xiao Yi to join their side as well. Xiao Ma finished her meal and hurried home. After dinner, Xiao Keqing found the hospital room boring and said to Lu Ting, "Brother Lu, I'm so bored. I don't have much to do now. Maybe we should leave the hospital?" Xiao Keqing was trying to avoid him again. If she kept doing that after leaving the hospital, how could he see her? Today, he was especially worried about her going home. He comforted her, "Qinger, you don't know how high your fever was yesterday. You can't leave tonight. Listen to the doctor. If you're bored, I'll take you out for a walk. I know a place nearby with nice scenery." Xiao Keqing looked at Lu Ting with suspicion. Going out with him still didn't seem right. He was tricky, and she didn't want to be manipulated by him. The next morning, as the first sunlight shone through the window into the hospital room, Lu Ting had already completed the discharge procedures and bought breakfast, placing it on the cabinet, waiting for Xiao Qing to wake up. Lu Ting sat on a small stool by the bed, watching Xiao Keqing sleep. Her hair was gently spread across the pillow. Sunlight shone on her face through the window. Lu Ting used his hand to block the light around her eyes, wanting her to sleep a little longer. After about half an hour, Xiao Keqing slowly opened her sleepy eyes. She scratched her head, stretched her arms gently, still feeling sleepy, and then closed her eyes again. Her mind gradually became clearer, and she realized she was still in the hospital. She slowly sat up, tousled her slightly messy hair, looking more natural and a bit lazy. Casually turning her head, she saw Lu Ting staring at her with a faint smile on his face. How long had he been watching her? It made her feel uncomfortable. "Brother Lu, good morning." Her voice was lazy and soft after waking up, sounding especially charming to Lu Ting. Lu Ting looked a little awkward. "Good morning." After speaking, he stood up and took out a basin and toiletries. He softly said, "Chinger, after breakfast, we'll go home. The paperwork is done, and the old master sent a car to pick us up." "Okay." Xiao Keqing put on her coat, took the basin handed to her by Lu Ting, and left the hospital room. After washing up, Xiao Keqing just wanted to finish breakfast quickly and go home. The way this man looked at her was too intense. She ate her buns hurriedly, eager to finish quickly. Seeing her gobbling down her food, Lu Ting couldn't help but laugh softly, reaching out to gently wipe the crumbs from her lips. Xiao Keqing stopped what she was doing. Gosh, did he not realize this gesture was a bit flirtatious? Her face suddenly turned red. You eat quickly. I'll go out first." She took her buns and left. Lu Ting quickly packed his luggage, carrying a lot of things in both hands, and followed Xiao Keqing. Watching her walk quickly, Lu Ting smiled helplessly. Could he be more obvious? It was clear she was trying to avoid him. In the car, Lu Ting kept stealing glances at her, his eyes full of love. Xiao Keqing knew the man was staring at her and didn't want to meet his gaze. Afraid, she couldn't control her own heartbeat. She looked out the window at the receding scenery, trying not to see him. Once home, she planned to avoid him as much as possible. They soon arrived at the Xiao family home. Xiao Keqing went in first. Grandpa Xiao greeted her with a big smile, looking her over. "Kiki, how do you feel?" Xiao Keqing stepped forward, hugged her grandfather's arm, leaned on him, and pouted playfully. "Grandpa, I'm sorry to worry you. I'm fully recovered now. I was sick these past 2 days. Maybe I didn't rest well. Look at your face, you don't look good either." Grandpa Xiao patted her hand. "I'm just happy you're back. Yesterday, your aunt's son came back from the countryside. If you want to eat anything, just tell her, and she'll make it for you." It was only then that Xiao Keqing remembered Aunt Sun was the maid her mother had hired. She had been with the Xiao family for nearly 10 years. Recently, when her daughter had a baby, she went back to take care of her and stayed there for half a year. Xiao Keqing replied, "Okay." The old man then turned to look at Lu Ting, who was carrying things inside, with a grateful expression. "Lu Ting, thank you for taking care of Coco these past few days. I don't know how to thank you. If there's anything happening with the military, just let me know. I can speak on your behalf. You are a great benefactor to my family. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to invite your whole family over for dinner." Lu Ting quickly put down the things and respectfully replied, "Grandpa Xiao, this is what I should do. No need to thank me. I will bring my family over if we have time tonight." Grandpa Xiao nodded. "Lu Ting, you just came back, and your family hasn't even returned home. We kept you busy for 2 days. I won't keep you any longer. Come over for dinner tonight."
Okay.
Lu Ting's gaze stayed fixed on Xiao Keqing. Their eyes met, and they silently stared at each other. Both of their expressions showed deep feelings that words couldn't describe. Reluctantly, Lu Ting turned and left. Xiao Keqing was then pulled by her grandfather to sit on the sofa. "Kiki, I can tell that Lu Ting cares a lot about you. When he saved you, I could see he genuinely liked you. If you still like him, why not decide on the marriage tonight?" "I don't want to. Everyone has already backed out, so there's no way to go through with it now," Xiao Keqing said seriously. At this moment, Aunt Sun came back from grocery shopping and saw a young woman sitting beside the old leader. As she approached, She recognized that it was Kiki.
Wow.
Such a big change in just half a year. Xiao Kexing greeted her with a smile. Aunt's son, long time no see. I can't recognize me after half a year? She said playfully. Aunt's son looked shocked. Oh my, Kiki, you've changed so much. You look beautiful. If I met you outside, I wouldn't even recognize you. That's how you should dress from now on. Xiao Kexing earnestly said, Aunt's son, I've made many mistakes before. I want to sincerely apologize to you. The original owner had caused Aunt's son a lot of trouble before, and now she was the one cleaning up the mess. Aunt's son was stunned again, wide-eyed.
Oh my.
I can't accept that. You were just a bit mischievous as a child. That's normal. Now you're better. Haha, it's more than just mischievous. No matter how tough she was, she wouldn't dare say it aloud. The old leader protected her fiercely. If it weren't for the good family and high salary, she wouldn't want to serve this troublesome young lady. Xiao Kexing stood up and took 5 large bills out of her bag, handing them to Aunt Sunday. Aunt Sun, I already have a job now. I gave my last salary to my family as gifts. Since you weren't there, I didn't buy anything for you. Here are 50 yuan. Consider it my gift to you. Aunt Sun quickly waved her hand. Kiki, I can't accept this, I really can't. Xiao Kexing pretended to feel wronged. Is it because you haven't forgiven me yet? I consider Aunt Sun family. Old Master Xiao felt very pleased inside. His granddaughter was really growing up.
Just take it.
This girl has bought gifts for the family before. His tone carried pride and satisfaction. If you don't accept it, how will I make you cook delicious food for me in the future? Xiao Kexing pushed the money into Aunt Sun's hand. All right, I'll accept it. Aunt Sun smiled happily as she took the money. Xiao Kexing greeted her grandfather and then went upstairs to take a shower. She hadn't showered for 2 days in the hospital, and it was very uncomfortable. Back in her room, she locked the door, then entered her space to check. The black panel in the warehouse still read, "Please use the key to unlock items for exchange." Xiao Kexing sighed and went to take a shower. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had just left the Xiao family's gate with his luggage when he ran into Aunt Yang from next door.
Hello, Aunt Yang.
Lu Ting greeted her, about to leave, but Aunt Yang grabbed his arm. Oh, Lu Ting is back. You've grown taller again. Aunt Yang shouted towards the women sitting under the big tree chatting, Lu Ting, you're back. Hurry up. The women nearby heard the call and gathered around, chatting excitedly. Lu Ting, I heard you got a promotion in the army. Yeah, this kid has really made something of himself. You only dared to come back after breaking off the engagement. You've been through a lot. Exactly. It's been 3 years, and you look more handsome than ever. Look at this face. It's good you left. The Xiao family doesn't deserve you.
Who said that?
Now, Zhao's granddaughter is doing very well. Lu Ting also admired how strong the women in the courtyard's social skills were. Thank you all for your concern. I just got back, he politely responded, but his eyes couldn't help but glance toward the crowd outside. Not far away, his mother was chatting with neighbors, a faint smile on her face. Lu Ting noticed the vegetable basket in her hand. I saw my mom. Goodbye, everyone. Lu Ting walked over to his mother. Mom, I'll carry the basket. His mother looked up, saw her son, and immediately smiled. Lu Dajia, my son is back. I won't chat with you anymore. I'll visit your house another day. Oh, Xiao Ting is back. Lu Dajia said with a smile, looking him up and down. Sister Lu also knows that Lu Ting from their family has already broken off the engagement. Such a rare and perfect match is hard to find, even with a lantern. Now that the person has returned, she can ask her family's Xiao Chui about it. After saying goodbye to Uncle Lu and the others, Lu Ting carried a basket and went home with his mother. Son, your grandfather said today that once you go back, you need to explain yourself to him, Lu's mother advised. Lu Ting asked back, why should I be punished? Doesn't the old man want me? Lu's mother looked at her son and said, what do you think? It's about you avoiding Kuku. You need to explain yourself. I can't do anything about it. When Lu Ting got home, he called Grandpa to sit on the sofa and read the newspaper. Grandpa, I'm back. Grandpa took off his reading glasses, looked at his grandson with love, but then remembered what he had done and said coldly, "Are you going back again?" "No, I've already turned around. I have a month's holiday as squad leader," Lu Ting said as he put down his luggage. Grandpa nodded, paused, and then said, "I really like Kuku. Since you and Kuku can't be together, I have a few suitable people here. I'll introduce Kuku to them someday. I won't decide your marriage anymore. You find someone yourself." Lu Ting immediately felt restless. "Grandpa, do you really have to do this? Don't you know how I feel now? I regret it."
Just don't be angry.
"Give me 3 months to get her back." Grandpa's eyes widened instantly. "What? 3 months? That's useless. When I chased your grandma, it only took 3 days." Lu Ting forced a smile. That was a different time. Now it's a different world. It's all about free love now. Hearing this, Grandpa got even angrier. "Free love, huh? What are you doing bothering Kuku for? If you're capable, go find someone yourself. Don't expect me to help you." Lu Ting scratched his head. "That's just because I like her." Grandpa snorted coldly. "That's hard. Kuku's father won't agree anymore. Don't expect me to help. You deserve it." Lu Ting's lips curled into a sly smile, but his eyes didn't show it. "I'm good at being a soldier, but chasing a wife? Not so much. It's not like I've never dated at this age. Finally, I like someone." Lu Ting sighed and continued, "All right then. If you won't help me, just wait for your future daughter-in-law to be chased away by someone else. I'll stay single my whole life. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Grandpa Xiao is inviting us to dinner tonight. I'll let you know." He carried his luggage and went upstairs. Stinky kid. Xiao family. Xiao Kuching finished her shower and selected a soft, delicate beige knit sweater from her wardrobe. She paired it with an elegant purple slip dress and chose a pair of simple flat shoes, which would still be appropriate for this era. The dress was a light purple, like a blooming violet, perfectly complementing Xiao Kuching's fair, smooth skin, making her look radiant and refined. She carefully styled her hair into a fluffy, fashionable bun, leaving a few stray strands near her ears, and applied light makeup. She packed her books and materials into her bag. After greeting her grandfather and Aunt Sun, she left the house. Aunt Sun's appearance surprised her again. She looked so well-dressed, almost like a different person. Xiao Kuching took a bus to the bookstore. Today, she had 2 main tasks. First, to pick up her payment for her manuscript, and second, to find the school bully mentioned by Yang Guizhi, who is also a friend from her high school days. From her memory, she recalled Jiang Yu, who looked exactly like Jiang Qi from before. She entered the bookstore. Lu Zian saw her and brightened up. "Xiao Kuching, you're back." "Yeah, I've been back for 2 days. Here's my manuscript," Xiao Kuching said, handing over her materials and books. Lu Zian picked up the manuscript and looked at it. "Good, let me see. Do you have time at noon? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Xiao Kuching smiled and shook her head. "Big brother Lu, maybe another day. I have other things to do today. I'll treat you next time, especially since you gave me such a high payment for my work." Lu Ziyun's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but he quickly recovered. "The payment is deserved. All right, then." Xiao Kuching received 700 yuan, some tickets, and books to translate before leaving the bookstore. Following her memory, she went to Jiang Yu's house. An elderly man with a wrinkled face and white hair opened the door. He looked kindly at her. "Little girl, who are you looking for?" Xiao Kuching politely asked, "Grandma, I want to see Jiang Yu. Is he home? I used to be his classmate." "Oh, looking for Yua? He's not home. He joined the army 6 months ago. Come in and sit." Xiao Kuching followed the grandma inside. "Grandma, may I ask where he's serving? I can't find him, but I can write him a letter. He's nearby, at the capital military district. It'd be good if he could change his attitude. Luckily, he joined the army, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to manage him. He's always hanging out with troublemakers. By the way, my Yuer changed his name. He insisted on it. Now he's called Jiang Qi." Xiao Kuching's eyes brightened. "Why change her name? Isn't it just because her father is in the army? Finding someone was easy. All right, Grandma, I'm leaving now." I'll come see you another day. At the same time, Lu Ting arrived at the free market. He walked through one corridor after another until he reached a small hallway. An old man was guarding the door and told him to look for Qiangzi. Lu Ting entered the room. When Qiangzi saw him, he was surprised. He hurried over and asked, "Brother Lu, when did you come back?"